Right now, Tai Bai Jinxing is standing before a precious gemstone, spreading his arms wide in welcome. The 9 stars have aligned. The 7-colored soul stone descends upon the world. A young man steps out from the gemstone. Seeing this, the elder is overjoyed. Excellent. Everything is exactly as the Heavenly Tome ordained. The Heavenly Emperor reincarnated, manifesting in the mortal and spirit realms to eradicate evil and restore the heavenly Tao. Ouyang Jing steps forward. The blinding sunlight makes him instinctively raise a hand to shield his eyes. The moment he appears, he speaks up. Skip. Tai Bai Jinxing stares at him, dumbfounded. What? He shoves his hands into his pockets. Received. Don't cut in with the tutorial guide, old man. Let me check the game system first. You're really something. There isn't even a login interface. You forced a link directly to the current progress? What kind of trash game is this? Tai Bai Jinxing listens to him with suspicion. Lean, welcome back to the modern world. At this moment, Ouyang Jing is sitting in front of his computer, reviewing his own video. For everyone, this is Link Ouyang. Welcome to this full walkthrough guide edition. This is the final week for this server. After listening, he breaks into a sweat, thinking, I've been making videos for over a year. Listening to my own voice still feels weird. He begins to introduce himself. My name is Ouyang Jing, an otaku obsessed with games. Majored in retirement care at university. I have so much free time it's scary. Aside from immersing myself in games, I like making walkthrough videos. I don't have many fans. Barely qualify as a tier 1 streamer. Plus 1 extra life. Ouyang Jing looks at the dense comments on the screen. All of them urging for a new video. True enough. I'm about to beat the previous game. It is time to release a new video. But lately, he clutches his head, thinking miserably. There really aren't any good games left to play. I'm bored of the old games. New games are either pay to win or long and terrible. Who can understand this pain? Suddenly, a message pops up in front of him. He silently assesses it. An email with no sender. Try playing this game. There's a game I don't know. He clicks to open the email. Immediately terrified. Suddenly, he is teleported to another place. Ouyang Jing sits down, frowning. All right, got it. Looks like I've been isekai'd. Tai Bai Jinxing begins to explain. This is your destiny as the reincarnated one, although you currently possess a mortal body. As long as you follow this old master's guidance. Focus on cultivation. Subdue monsters and destroy demons. You will surely break through the mortal realm and transform into an immortal, because you are the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor. He looks at the rambling Tai Bai Jinxing with disbelief. Heavenly Emperor? This plot hole is way too big. The elder takes out a book. Introducing. This old master is Tai Bai Jinxing, who once assisted the previous Heavenly Emperor. For 1,000 years, I have taken the form of a primordial spirit, residing within this encyclopedia of the 9 heavens. Now, I shall entrust this heavenly tome to you. Ouyang Jing hears this. Don't get it. Tai Bai Jinxing looks at the tome he just opened. Confused. This is Heavenly Tome Display. Reincarnator Ouyang Jing. Health/durability. 120/120. Physique, 60. Strength, 54. Agility, 68. Intelligence, 85. Spirit, 96. Proficiency, mortal body. Spiritual power, 5. True chi, 9. Magic, locked. Martial arts, locked. The elder speaks happily. For the heavenly tome to display a completely different appearance before you. You truly are the reincarnator predicted by the tome. Ouyang Jing looks at the heavenly tome and comments. Looks like this transmutation focuses quite a bit on base stats, huh? This is basically the game system. Tai Bai Jinxing acts like he understands. Consoling. Reincarnator. You came here by heaven's decree. Right now, you must be very confused. No need to worry. He asks, puzzled. Why would I be confused? He waves his hand. Even if I didn't transmigrate, I'd just be playing games all day. What's the difference? Tai Bai Jinxing hears him, thinking silently. He certainly is optimistic. Tai Bai Jinxing starts calculating. Too bad he's just a brat. I don't know how many hundreds of years of bitter cultivation it will take to break through the mortal realm. I must guide him properly. Ouyang Jing looks at the heavenly tome, thinking to himself, this system is pretty easy to understand, even though it's a different world. If I treat it like a game, it shouldn't be a problem. According to Tai Bai Jinxing, The heavenly tome changes according to my will and is under my control. In that case, I should be able to perform standard game operations. While he is deep in thought, the elder shouts at him, Reincarnator, you must realize you carry a heavy responsibility. On your shoulders rests the eternal cause of reviving the immortal clan. Ouyang Jing thinks blankly. Compared to a normal tutorial NPC, this old man is too noisy. He talks too much and his voice is too loud. Tai-Bai Jinxing seriously recounts. These matters must be told starting from the great immortal demon war 1,000 years ago. He utters 2 words. Shut up. Tai-Bai Jinxing's mouth is immediately sealed with tape. So angry he keeps making muffled noises. Ouyang Jing happily steps forward and pats the elder's shoulder, laughing. Haha, all right. He removes the silence command. Tai-Bai Jinxing is gasping for air. He explains to the elder. You said you exist symbiotically within the heavenly tome. I just wanted to test it out. No need to rush with the background story. We have plenty of time later. He begins to introduce himself. Also, stop calling me Reincarnator. My name is Ouyang Jing. Tai-Bai Jinxing flies behind him, suggesting, are you preparing to start cultivation? The path of cultivation is arduous. Please let this old master assist you. He walks away, refusing. No need. I didn't make all those game walk thrusts for nothing. Ouyang Jing smiles cunningly. This game, I've already completely figured it out. After hearing this, Tai-Bai is completely bewildered, not understanding what he's saying. 3 months later, at the ruined Heavenly Palace. At this time, inside a palace hall, a minion speaks respectfully. Great King, this Heavenly Palace has been abandoned for 1,000 years. This lowly one has had people search everywhere. There really isn't any treasure left. The Leopard King speaks impatiently. Damn it, what a buzzkill. I thought we grabbed some loot. In the great war between immortals and demons 1,000 years ago, the demon clan allied with the monster clan in the mortal realm. The human clan, which originally followed the immortal clan, was also swayed, suffering defeat after defeat. The Heavenly Emperor died in battle under the pursuit of the demon clan. The immortals in the heavenly court were hunted to near extinction. Since then, in both the spirit and mortal realms, the immortal clan ceased to exist. A small leopard monster holds a spear, threatening the primordial spirits of the loose immortals. Behave yourselves. The leopard boss hears his subordinate. He looks over there, shouting, Right, aren't there still a few primordial spirits of loose immortals left? The subordinate says disdainfully, Their spiritual power is exhausted. Their true chi is weak. Feeding them to the beasts wouldn't even fill a tooth gap. Those who survived until today are nothing but primordial spirits, just like wandering ghosts. A female immortal's primordial spirit steps forward fearlessly, scolding, You lot won't be arrogant for long. Once the reincarnated Heavenly Emperor arrives, he will definitely revive the immortals. Hearing this, the leopard boss throws a punch at her primordial spirit. The immortal spirit immediately begins to dissipate. He rubs his fist. The corners of his mouth raise in an evil smile. The feeling of smashing them to a pulp isn't bad at all. You little runts. Everyone come over here and stretch your muscles. Suddenly, a hand catches the immortal's primordial spirit. At this moment, Ouyang Jing speaks up. The immortals of this world sure care about face. The monsters are shocked. Who is that? The female immortal he helped is also confused. Huh? He steps forward, looking around the Heavenly Palace, commenting, Even the Heavenly Palace has fallen into such ruin. The Heavenly Tome didn't record the specific coordinates. If it weren't for these monsters looting the place, it would have been really hard to find. The female immortal is puzzled. You are. Tai-Bai Jinxing appears from the Heavenly Tome. The primordial spirits are astonished. It's Lord Tai-Bai. That means the prophecy of the Heavenly Tome has come true. All eyes turn to Ouyang Jing. He is the Heavenly Emperor reincarnated. Tai-Bai Jinxing confirms with a weary face. That's right. It's him. He has broken through the mortal realm and completed his awakening. Everyone, get in line over here. Welcome the return of the Heavenly Emperor. One primordial spirit whispers to the person next to him. The return of the Heavenly Emperor is such a huge event. Why does Lord Tai-Bai look so depressed? The person next to him also points out a suspicious detail. He also called the reincarnated Heavenly Emperor him. Ouyang Jing turns to the elder. Tai Bai, did I offend you somewhere again? Tai Bai Jinxing speaks resentfully. Along this entire journey, the things you have done, this old master truly cannot comprehend them. The leopard boss interrupts their conversation. He points forward, cursing. Damn it, cut the crap. You're the reincarnated Heavenly Emperor? Then I am the reborn Demon Lord. He stands quietly, activating the divine consciousness heaven's eye, scanning the opponent's strength. Stats appear in his eyes. Leopard boss. Monster clan. Health. 378/378. Physique. 150. Strength. 259. Agility. 80. Intelligence. 19. Spirit. 23. Level. Looks like a mini-boss here. Proficiency. Chi refining. Spiritual power. 160. True Chi. 479. Magic. None. Martial arts. 100 beast fist. Descendant of a lesser beast. Just like a bandit. No special skills whatsoever. He finishes reading the data, thinking boredly. So weak. Even this kind of trash mob can casually loot the Heavenly Palace? The leopard boss sees his subordinates have surrounded him. He speaks scornfully. I'm a pretty boy. You're surrounded and still standing there like an idiot. If you beg for mercy now, I'll give you a quick death. As soon as he finishes speaking, blood sprays from his neck. Ouyang Jing follows up with a punch, smashing him to pieces. Everyone witnessing this scene is stunned into silence. He clenches his fist, wrapped in spiritual power, speaking disdainfully. I don't know who made the rule. That before a fight, you had to put on a show? With trash mobs like you, there's really nothing to say. Ouyang Jing turns his head, corner of his mouth lifting. If I absolutely have to say something, his face shows killing intent, radiating a murderous aura. The feeling of smashing you to a pulp isn't bad at all. Seeing this, the little monsters are terrified. Run. Ouyang Jing unleashes the heaven and earth dragnet skill. The little monsters panic and flee, but before they get far, they are caught by the net. The primordial spirits below weep with joy. Overwhelming spiritual power and pure, true chi sweeping through. Truly worthy of the reincarnated Heavenly Emperor. Our immortal clan has hope. He looks at the monsters, demanding, hand over all your weapons to me. The primordial spirits don't understand. What is he planning to do? Tai Bai Jinxing looks like he knew this would happen. Here we go again. Ouyang Jing turns around, throwing back a sentence. Almost done. One remaining little monster is trapped, begging in fear. Please, please spare my life. He pulls an object from his chest, shouting, furnace. An alchemy furnace appears from the void. He reveals a cunning look. Even though they aren't high-level monsters, throw them all in to refine into pills. Not a single hair goes to waste. The monsters scream in pain as they are incinerated. The primordial spirits see this scene and are incredibly horrified. The monsters were stuffed alive into the alchemy furnace. Tai Bai Jinxing speaks wearily. You'll get used to it later. This way of dying is actually lucky for them. At this moment, everyone kneels down, chanting respectfully. Welcome the return of the Heavenly Emperor. Ouyang Jing, at ease. All right. You guys have worked hard. He tosses out a bag. Right. Here, take everything out from inside. A primordial spirit catches the bag. Looking at it, this is a cosmic bag. Another person is puzzled. Although the cosmic bag is small, it can hold 10,000 things. I wonder what treasures are inside. That person pulls another cosmic bag out of the bag. Confused. Why is it another cosmic bag? The primordial spirits rummage through the cosmic bag. Inside this cosmic bag is another cosmic bag. It's still a cosmic bag. A primordial spirit asks in shock. Just how many are there in total? The cosmic bags are so numerous they bury 2 primordial spirits. They can't escape. Pull me out. Help me. Ouyang Jing crosses his arms and reminds them. Don't rummage around randomly. They're all sorted already. Weapons and equipment. Magic tools and artifacts. Talismans and elixirs. Divine beasts and spirit herbs. Immortal texts and divine medicines. The primordial spirits listen, unable to believe their eyes. Is there really that much? Tai Bai Jinxing mutters angrily. Everywhere he goes. Not even grass can grow, aside from cultivation. He doesn't do anything decent. He hears Tai Bai Jinxing's muttering and walks over to tease him. Because the immortal clan declined. The products of this spirit realm were scattered everywhere. I took them back. That counts as reviving the immortal clan too. Am I right, Tai-Bai? Tai-Bai jinxing can't hold it in anymore. He roars at him. Reviving the immortal clan means you go subdue monsters and destroy demons. It means rectifying the heavenly Tao, not going around acting like a bandit. Ouyang Jing retorts. Who's a bandit? Aren't I the heavenly emperor? Immortal clan stuff is my stuff. How can taking my own stuff be called robbing? The primordial spirits see the two arguing and hurriedly intervene. Heavenly Emperor, please calm down. Lord Tai-Bai, please don't be too agitated. Do not be rude to the Heavenly Emperor. The female immortal's primordial spirit flies over. Holy Heavenly Emperor, I do not know what arrangements your majesty has for the treasures in these cosmic bags. Please give us your instructions. He hears this and asks, just leave them there for now. Does the Heavenly Palace have a warehouse? Ouyang Jing paces back and forth. Assessing, then speaks. Now that you mention it, before, I only heard the Heavenly Palace was abandoned. In reality, it's even more wrecked than I imagined. A primordial spirit weeps as he recounts. Boo, hoo. 1,000 years ago, the immortal clan was defeated. The Heavenly Palace was also destroyed. Monsters frequently came to harass us. He points to the words Heavenly Palace Construction Method on the Encyclopedia of the Nine Heavens. What are you crying for? I came here to rebuild the foundation. Let me see. Materials to repair the Heavenly Palace. Divine wood for the frame. Spirit jade for the bricks. I have countless amounts of this stuff. Not a problem. The only thing missing is... The primordial spirits hear him. Confused. What do we do? Ouyang Jing looks down at the primordial spirits with a scary gaze. At this moment, everyone is transporting materials. Ouyang Jing stands on high, like a loudspeaker. Get to work. Go move those bricks. He happily assigns a task. Tai-Bai, I'm counting on you for supervision. Repairing the Heavenly Palace is the foundation for reviving the immortal clan. You can't refuse, right? The old man huffs angrily, ignoring him. Inside a palace hall, Tai-Bai jinxing asks with an exhausted face. Do you guys know how I've lived these past few months? A primordial spirit consoles him. Lord Tai-Bai, this reincarnated Heavenly Emperor seems a bit unreliable. Ouyang Jing appears behind them. Just a bit? The primordial spirit who badmouthed him jumps. He roars like a demon breathing fire. Get back to work. Stop standing there. Everyone scatters in a hurry. Yes, sir. At the ruined Heavenly Palace. Ouyang Jing is now like a cheerful street vendor. Step right up. Step right up. Immortal pills. Get your immortal pills. One for everyone. Replenish your essence costs. Hearing this, the primordial spirits happily stepped forward. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor. He introduces it with a terrifying expression. These are immortal pills refined from that mob of monsters that tried to rob us last time. Pills refined from live demons. Have much better effects. Everyone listens to his intro. Shocked thoughts? That is terrifying. Ouyang Jing laughs loudly, urging them on. Don't stand on ceremony. Eat up. Eat up. Everyone responds helplessly. As you command. Tai-Bai. Jinxing steps forward to report. Divine Heavenly Emperor. The renovations on the Heavenly Palace complex are complete. Ouyang Jing is pleased. Finally, a place to shelter the souls. Tai-Bai jinxing looks at him with a mournful face. Then when will we embark on the main quest? Hearing this, he thinks to himself, you've actually learned some new slang, old man. He pretends not to know. Answering the old man. What main quest? I don't see any such thing. The old man angrily points to the heavenly book and shouts. Is clearly written on the heavenly book. Main quest, slay demons. Restore the heavenly Tao. He crosses his arms. Disdainful. How do these few words count as a quest? It's missing the most critical element. Ouyang Jing continues to speak eloquently. And that is the reward. If there's no reward, don't expect anyone to do the quest for you. This is a gamer's principle. Tai-Bai jinxing looks at him in despair. Your principle is just insatiable greed. Ouyang Jing slyly provokes the old man. Tai-Bai, you really understand me best. The old man is furious. I'm not praising you. He places a hand on the old man's shoulder, explaining. Come on, stop nagging. My strength and proficiency are already at max level. Things are going pretty smoothly. But max level is just the beginning. This heavenly book alone has a ton of hidden content. We have to take it one step at a time. The heavenly book displays. Renovations complete. Seeing this text, Ouyang Jing says happily, "Done already?" The primordial spirits below cheer joyfully. It's finally finished. Good work, everyone. Oh wait. Tai Bai Jinxing immediately speaks up. It is still missing one step before completion. He asks, puzzled, "What?" Suddenly, the old man bows respectfully with clasped hands. The Heavenly Emperor takes his seat. "Please bestow a name upon the Heavenly Palace." All the primordial spirits respond in unison. "Please bestow a name upon the Heavenly Palace." Ouyang Jing thinks for a moment, then speaks a name. Naming it, let's just call it 123. Everyone listens. Speechless. Tai Bai Jinxing's blood pressure skyrockets. He roars at him. "This is a heavenly palace, for crying out loud. Can you use your brain and think of a decent name?" Ouyang Jing doesn't care. Whatever. Thinking of names is such a hassle. The old man sadly recalls. In the past, this place was called the Lingxiao Ziwei Palace. He answers firmly. "The past is the past. I'll call it whatever I like." He laughs and issues the command. "Just call it 123. Confirm." The surrounding palaces begin to tremble. Moving. They all lift off the ground. Ouyang Jing happily points upward. The palace is preparing to ascend. Fly. Suddenly, the heavenly book flies over, displaying a prophecy. The primordial spirits are shocked to see this. The heavenly book has a new prophecy. I don't understand it at all. Ouyang Jing suspiciously asks Tai Bai Jinxing. "You're the expert in this field. What does it say, Tai Bai?" Jinxing begins to interpret. The heavenly Tao is dusted. Living things suffer in charcoal and misery. 9 stars align. Time flows in reverse. Saint, demon, ghost unified. The Emperor Lord protects the heavens. What the hell? Decree of investiture to the immortals. Jade void, 12 immortals. Not over 12. For direction, immortal lords. Not over 4. 28 mansions, true immortals. Not over 28. 10 great divine generals. Not over 10. Tai Bai points at the heavenly book and continues explaining. As the heavenly emperor can see, these were all positions in the immortal ranks of the past. Now they're all empty. He listens to Tai Bai Jinxing's explanation. Suspicious. Oh wow. It even gives a completion percentage? He thinks to himself. 54 people. Are we playing poker here? Tai Bai Jinxing sees him deep in thought, reminding him, the heavenly book has made it clear. Please, heavenly emperor, issue the decree to invest the immortals. He looks happily at the primordial spirits, ordering, no problem. Line up. Who wants to be an official? Everyone gets a share. The primordial spirits reply. We subjects are merely remnant souls of the previous dynasty. We are unworthy to be listed in the immortal ranks. He listens, confused. Is that so? Then who is worthy? Suddenly, fluctuations of a 7-colored soul stone appear in the sky. At this moment, a primordial spirit sees it and reports. Divine Heavenly Emperor, look up at the sky. Tai Bai Jinxing sees the movement of the soul stone. Shocked. It's a 7-colored soul stone. A new reincarnator has arrived. Ouyang Jing pays it no mind. A newbie is here? Whoa. Soul stones can form at this altitude? That's a new one. Tai Bai Jinxing wears a grave expression. Here it comes. If a reincarnator appears now, it is too dangerous. At this moment, Ouyang Jing unleashes a formation. Ice Array, 4-direction lock. A blast of frost encases the soul stone. He grabs the heavenly book, turns around and orders. Restoring it was a pain. Don't you dare wreck the heavenly palace I just fixed. Hurry. Set up defensive formations around the heavenly palace. Add the no-fly zone and divine concealment art. All right. Prepare the defensive fortifications too. Tai Bai Jinxing sees him turning to leave. Panicked. Wait, where are you going? You froze the reincarnator in midair. In the sky, Soulstone emits a beam of light. A girl appears. Her lower body is frozen in ice. She slowly opens her eyes. So dizzy. She recalls the moments before being transported. I was just getting ready to go home. I just glanced at my phone. And then, Shun Xingya finally realizes she can't move. What is happening? I'm stuck. She looks up at the soul stone. Screams out loud. Xingya looks toward Ouyang Jing, thinking, where is this? The ice is cracking. She thinks in terror. I'm going to shatter into pieces. In a room. Later. Xingya is lying on a bed. Shun Xingya, 19 years old. Student. She thinks, I've fainted twice today, but this isn't a dream. I've transmigrated. 3 little blue spirits are currently busy working nonstop. Although they're very cute, I don't know how to start a conversation with them. I'll just continue pretending to sleep. At this moment, Ouyang Jing flies over. Just as he lands, a ball of fluff reports. Divine Heavenly Emperor. Lady Reincarnator is still resting. He asks the fluff ball, how is she? Is she okay? Shun Xingya, lying on the bed pretending to sleep, hears his voice. Immediately recognizes it. This voice. The fluff ball outside answers him. She's just a little frightened. Nothing serious. He hears this. Satisfied. Okay. You there, Donghua Weiba. Go find some snacks and bring them here. The two respond respectfully. As you command. Xingyao looks toward Ouyang Jing, thinking, that voice, that intonation. Why does he sound so much like that person? No, wait. It is him. The fluff ball suggests. Then, we little fairies will take our leave first. He is surprised. So soon. Suddenly, Shun Xingya steps off the bed, calling out, Combo-o. The 3 primordial spirits look at him in horror. She asks again, full of anticipation. Combo-o. It is you, isn't it? The fluff ball sees this, takes the hint and drags Donghua and Weiba away. We should go. Donghua is confused. Why? Don't ask. Xingya looks at him coquettishly, eyes full of expectation. He looks at Xingya. Wareham, you just said that name. She met her idol. Starts screaming. You really are the channel owner. Combo-o. I'm a hardcore fan of yours. I absolutely love every single one of your videos. My ID is Maizi. Ouyang Jing listens to her speech. His face is full of confusion. No way. I actually have a female fan? And such a cute girl at that? In this transmigration world. This could be considered a miracle, right? Is this even logical? What the hell is a 15-year hardcore fan? I've only been posting videos for just over a year. Xingya looks at his face. His strange expression. Why did he freeze up? Say something. So awkward. A while later, Ouyang Jing and Xingya sit on chairs. He speaks up. Anyway, I apologize for earlier. It was probably related to me. He recalls the scene of scaring Xingya into fainting. Struggles to get the words out. Sorry. Xingya waves her hand without any resentment. It's okay. You were dragged into this world inexplicably too. Combo-o. I don't blame you. Xingya wonders. According to what you said, this world is like a game. Does that mean we can return as long as we beat the game? Ouyang Jing crosses his arms and explains. Theoretically, yes. But I can't guarantee it to you. The Heavenly Book is the game system. There's still a lot of content to unlock. However, it is true that players can respawn. Your life can be guaranteed. She replies. Is that so? Speaking of which, Combo-o hasn't updated a video in almost a month. Who would have thought you transmigrated? He hears Xingya say this. Surprised, he confirms. Haven't updated in almost a month. Are you sure? Shun Xingya says with certainty. Absolutely. I wait for your updates every day. I can't be wrong. Ouyang Jing continues to press. What was the date when you transmigrated? What day of the week? She answers him. The 10th, Friday. I was preparing to go home for the weekend. He reveals a piece of information. It's the same day. I've been in this world for over 100 days. Yet, in our world, not even a day has passed. Xingya's mouth forms an O in shock. Ooh, it's like one day in heaven is a year on earth. Shun Xingya returns to a cheerful state. Then, suddenly, I feel so relieved. No matter how long we play, I can still go home for dinner. She excitedly praises Ouyang Jing. Combo-o is a walk-through god. No matter what game it is. With you here, it's a piece of cake. He hears the praise. Embarrassed, he gives a hum. Shun Xingya. I need to ask you a favor. Shun Xingya listens. Stunned. Ah. He scratches his neck. A bit awkward. Stop calling me by my online handle. I just picked it randomly back then. Xingya hears him. Confused. I introduced myself with my ID earlier. But how did you know my real name? He answers naturally. Wasn't it written on the character info panel? I thought you saw it too. Oh right. You have to learn the divine consciousness eye to see it. She listens to him. Dazed. With a skill. You can see a game system? Or something similar. She recalls. When I discovered I had transmigrated, I tried that too. But there was nothing. System display. Reincarnator. Shun Xingya. Life durability, 145/145. Physique, 25. Strength, 18. Agility, 32. Intelligence, 23. Mentality, 39. Proficiency, mortal body. Spiritual power, 2. True chi, 9. Spells, locked. Martial skills, locked. Ouyang Jing finishes looking at the system panel. Sinks into thought. She is the reincarnation of a fairy. But right now, she is still immortal. She has to cultivate and break through the mortal realm to be invested as an immortal. But she doesn't have a game system. She can't cultivate like I do. My heavenly book clearly indicates that she is a character unit. Oh, so that's it. This is also part of the game content. Damn it. This is actually a business simulation game. Xingya says shyly. I'm a pretty lousy transmigrator. I'm losing face for the transmigration community. Suddenly telling me to cultivate into an immortal or whatever, I really don't know what to do. Ouyang Jing comforts her. Don't worry. His expression is firm. I'll teach you. Xingya hears this. Expression tense. But Ouyang Jing is currently leaning against the wall, reading the heavenly book. Suddenly, he looks up. Ready yet? Xingya steps out, having just changed. MHM. She speaks bashfully. This is the first time I've worn something like this. The big sister spirits even helped me comb my hair. Xingya looks at Ouyang Jing, waiting for a comment. What do you think? A little spirit signals frantically. Praise her. Praise her to the heavens. He sees this and nods. Got it. Got it. Ouyang Jing begins his performance. He gives a thumbs up. Says only one word. Good. Xingya hears this. Stunned. The little spirit holds its face. Expression. Despair. Xingya whispers a reply. Thank you. In her heart, she thinks. What the hell was that? Isn't that just a like button press? Is this what they call a total straight guy? Combo of this man? I really can't figure him out. At this moment, Ouyang Jing and the others walk out together. He speaks up to introduce. By the way, these clothes are spirit silk raiments, specially used by the immortal clan. The size of the clothes can change to fit each person. You can wear whatever you like from the wardrobe. Xingya hears this. Shocked. Really? Like this? As expected of an immortal's heavenly palace. So luxurious. He says smugly. Naturally, the little spirit speaks up. Xingya, you might not know this, miss. When the heavenly palace suffered a catastrophe in the past, it fell to the mortal realm. It had been abandoned for many years. Everything now has been restored by the divine heavenly emperor after he arrived here. Xingya thinks. So that's how it is. Xingya recalls chatting with the spirit sisters. Only then does she learn they were originally immortals. Back then, the heavenly palace was critically damaged. They were only lucky enough to survive as remnant souls. Their cultivation was completely lost, turning them into the forms they have now. As time passed, their memories became blurry too. Their current names were all given to them by Combo O. But how should I put it? The names Combo O gave them. Really? He just names them after whatever he sees. Completely random. Xingya teases Combo O. Look, why do you have so many women's clothes? Ouyang Jing crosses his arms over his chest and replies. I don't wear them, but I can't be without them. She giggles, covering her mouth. Wear them. Wear them. I'm sure you'd look beautiful. Ouyang Jing points at Tai Bai. Jinxing, introducing him. You haven't met him yet, right? This is Tai Bai Jinxing. Basically a parasite in the heavenly book I told you about. Like a guide AI. Since I control the heavenly book with voice commands, it affects him too. Tai Bai bows respectfully. Greetings, Reincarnator. Xingya pouts and reminds him. You're changing the subject. Ouyang Jing starts roasting Tai Bai. Oh right. Prepare a set of women's clothes for Tai Bai too. That tiny clone of yours won't look good in anything anyway. And your main body is nothing special either. Xingya listens, bewildered. Main body? Tai Bai unhappily refuses. I cannot obey that command. The primordial spirits join in too. Women's clothes. Lord Tai Bai. We want to see. We want to see. He gets angry. You lot. Tai Bai Jinxing grinds his teeth, burning with rage. Every time I think about it, I go mad. I thought that residing in the heavenly book, I could assist the reincarnator in cultivating into an immortal, just as I assisted previous heavenly emperors. Who would have thought I'd get stuck with a bastard like this? Tai Bai recalls all of Ouyang Jing's bad habits. A troublemaker, unkillable, unethical, an expert scammer. He looks over at Xingya, assessing her. Now, there is another reincarnator, and she seems to have known him for a long time. At this moment, Xianger steps forward. Greetings. You could just call me Shun Xingya. Taibai looks at her warily. She asks, according to the Heavenly Tome's system settings, you must be the Heavenly Emperor's teacher, right? Taibai hears her words, thinking to himself, teacher, she call me teacher. Shun Xingya rethinks it, feels it's not quite right. The word teacher doesn't seem to fit the worldview here very well. It should be, she cheers happily, Master Taibai. Hearing the words Master Taibai, his heart blossoms with joy, like he is bathing in a spring breeze. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing waves his hand. Speaking up, let's go. Didn't you say you wanted me to teach you cultivation? I'll take you to the Newbie village where I first started cultivating. Xiangya immediately responds. Yes, sir. Taibai Jinxing hurriedly stops them. What? Wait. He pulls Ouyang Jing aside, whispering, are you planning to take Lady Xiangya there? To that Newbie village you talk about? She is a girl. How did she go to a place like that? Wouldn't it be better to find a place with abundant spiritual energy for quiet cultivation? Ouyang Jing looks at him with amusement. Oh my, already calling her Lady Xiangya, are we? He begins to speak seriously. Let's drop that subject for now. Taibai, I still have a task I need your help with. The Heavenly Tome predicts there are 54 immortal officials. But right now, we only have her. Go check the Heavenly Tome's archives to see if there are any clues. See how we can speed up the progress. Taibai thinks silently. This brat is actually concerned about the investiture of immortals. He finally has the air of a heavenly emperor. He knows to care about the great cause of reviving the immortal clan. He accepts the order. Leave it to this old official. Now that the heavenly palace is being repaired, sooner or later, monsters will take notice. We must quickly restore the strength of the immortal clan. Ouyang Jing acts nonchalant. I don't care about any monsters. They can't beat me anyway. But seeing more than 50 empty slots, looking at it just makes me uncomfortable. If I can't focus on collecting them all, I'd rather you just take my life. Taibai is helpless. This brat is truly hopeless. He stretches out his hand and shouts. True Qi manifestation. He summons the flying sword technique, taking Xiangya away. She stands on the sword, letting out an amazed whoa. She's excited like a child. Will I be able to fly like this? Ouyang Jing replies. There are many flight spells, but your Qi proficiency is still too low. You need to at least reach foundation establishment first. He explains. The flying sword technique is more stable, convenient for carrying passengers. The sword array around us is for protection. It doesn't have a sharp edge. If you're scared, you can hold on to it. Shen Xingya responds. I understand. He replies. Okay, let's go. At this moment, the primordial spirits below wave goodbye. As the two travel on the road, he opens the system panel, pointing it out to Xiangya. Look at this. This is the attribute interface. I'm sharing what I see with you. This way it'll be easier to understand. Later, when we get to the Newbie village, I'll guide your cultivation and help you understand the attributes on this interface. Then I'll introduce you to some cultivation methods suitable for beginners. The girl exclaims happily, so professional, truly worthy of a top-tier walkthrough writer. Xiangya continues to praise him. I've watched so many guide videos, Ouyang Ji. I never thought that after transmigrating to the cultivation world, I'd actually get live on-site tutoring. This is a one-on-one session with a famous master. Ouyang Jing sighs resignedly. Sigh. I'm no famous master. She hears him say that, thinking to herself, I was just saying it to be nice. Can I even give a compliment? He looks at Xiangya, reminding her, we're almost there. She asks curiously, right, Ouyang Ji, where is the Newbie village? Ouyang Jing explains, actually, Newbie village is just what I call it. Its real name is Corpse Remnant Gorge. Xiangya is suspicious. Why does that name sound so gloomy? Ouyang Jing smiles and introduces it. It's a place where the locals are simple and honest, great for power leveling. Shen Xingya thinks to herself, simple and honest locals? As long as they aren't simple like in Wuchang City. But since Ouyang Ji said it's a good place, he probably wouldn't lie to me. At this moment, the two land on a patch of ground. In front of them is a fissure. Xiangya is a bit worried. We're here? This place is so desolate. Don't tell me the Newbie village isn't like a small hamlet, with a few NPCs handing out quests, and errand boys running around? Ouyang Jing smiles and says, don't rush. The neighbors are coming out to welcome us. Suddenly, Monsters crawl up from the fissure. Endless waves of monsters pour out, charging toward the two of them. Ouyang Jing isn't panicked at all. Joking. See? Look how enthusiastic the neighbors are. Xiangya sees the corpse monsters. She grabs his arm in fear. The neighbors have all turned into zombies. He explains. Not zombies. Corpse monsters. They are monsters revived from dead bodies after being invaded by miasma. This corpse Remnant Gorge is the lair of the corpse monsters. Hearing this, she screams in terror. What? Ouyang Jing begins to execute a martial skill. Earth Array, Swamp Trap. The surrounding ground starts to deform, causing the corpse monsters to tumble down. Shun Xingya complains in a panic. You said it was a newbie village. You lied to me. Ouyang Jing replies. What did I ever lie to you? Simple locals. Suitable for leveling. That's the truth. He points cheerfully at the crowd of corpses. Look, I set up a magic array here. They just jump right in. No matter how they dodge, they can't escape. Simple and honest, right? Xiangya is speechless. You call that honest? Suddenly, a corpse monster's head roars. Startling her, Ouyang Jing comforts her. It's fine. He explains the array. The array beneath our feet creates a mud pit about 1.6 meters deep. After the corpse monsters fall in, the array hardens the mud. They won't be able to move. Only their heads are exposed for us to hit. Xiangya listens, wondering. But some of them are completely buried. Ouyang Jing smiles. That's right. But after being buried, they turn into miasma fertilizer. Nothing goes to waste. Xiangya thinks to herself. He really calculates everything down to the last detail. It was like this when I watched his walkthrough videos too. Shun Xingya looks around. No new corpse monsters are appearing. He summons a long spear, explaining. The corpse monsters will rise from the ground in waves. Since this wave is already controlled, let's kill them first. Later, when a new wave comes, you take this weapon and use it. Actually, corpse monsters are very crunchy, very easy to kill. She holds a long spear. Okay, I'll try. She calculates in her mind. Cultivation really is about killing monsters. Although I played zombie shooting games before. No matter what, even with games chasing realistic experiences nowadays, nothing beats this real sensation. Ouyang Jing sees Xiangya holding the spear but not making a move. He walks over to encourage her. Don't overthink it. Hold it firmly. Ouyang Jing uses a gentle face to guide her. Just pretend you are run to. And pretend they are watermelons. Then just stab them. She shouts in fear. What watermelons? Runta stabs badgers. If he stabs watermelons, he's a traitor. You're just talking nonsense. Ouyang Jing ignores her, sticking out his tongue. Blah, blah, blah. Xiangya grips the spear tightly. Her face shows a bit of panic. Traitor, if I don't act now, I'll be the traitor. I don't want to be a burden. Whatever. Isn't it just stabbing heads? She steps forward, raising the long spear and shouting. Watch me split these melons for you. She thrusts the spear straight into the monster's head. When she steps forward to pull the spear out, several streams of green, spiritual energy rise up around her, making her wonder. This is... Ouyang Jing steps forward to explain. These glowing motes are true essence. In this world, as long as it's an animal that breathes, they have it in their bodies. Xiangya reaches out a finger to touch the true essence. Feeling it. Absorbed. I don't feel anything. Xiangya asks happily, is this getting EXP from killing monsters? Can I level up just like this? Ouyang Jing replies, it's not that simple. Only with true essence as the raw material can you refine qi. For the entire cultivation process, this is the foundation. In cultivation, true essence will convert into your true qi. There are 9 attributes in total: thunder, water, earth, wood. She listens, surprised. 9 types? That many. He continues. True essence usually has no attribute. When refining qi, you need to choose an attribute yourself as your cultivation path. Shun Xingya wonders, do I have to study 4 subjects at the same time? Ouyang Jing smiles. You'll know about that later. He begins the tutorial. First, you must accumulate true qi. This phase will be a bit boring. You must reach the goal of foundation establishment. After foundation establishment are 4 realms: golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, and void. Tribulation transcendence to become an immortal. After that, however, there is also a level division. For a cultivator, the most important things are 2 attributes: spiritual power and true qi. Above foundation establishment, Every time you break through a layer, both spiritual power and true chi will increase. Spiritual power can regenerate automatically, but true chi relies on accumulation. You have to kill monsters and accumulate enough true essence to slowly cultivate. That's why I wanted to use this method to help you get through the newbie phase quickly. After hearing the instructions, she exhales, cheering herself on. It's not that hard. Do your best, do your best. Xiangyao looks up. Ouyang Ji is still standing there watching me. Ouyang Jing is holding a box of pastries, chewing incessantly, inviting her. Since we're resting here, want some? She thinks helplessly. Why are you eating again? We're not on a picnic. Shun Xingya asks curiously. You're eating snacks now? He holds a cake in his hand, saying happily, if Tai Bai were here, he definitely wouldn't let me eat. He recalls Tai Bai Jinxing's words. Cultivation requires cutting off worldly thoughts. Do you want to suffer chi deviation? He continues enjoying the food, tempting her. Actually, it's fine. He doesn't know anyway. Just eat freely. Suddenly, Xiaoyao looks behind her, expression tensing. No! Below the cliff. At this moment, countless corpse monsters are rushing over, trying to climb up the cliff. She thinks to herself, in this situation, who has the mood to eat snacks? But it is just as Ouyang Ji said. The number and interval of the corpse monster's appearance are all similar. There will be a break. Then they surge up from the ground wave after wave. Shen Xingya turns to him. Ouyang Ji. Ouyang Jing's mouth is stuffed with pastries, cheeks puffed out. She asks curiously, this newbie village you talk about is a prearranged trap, right? This isn't a virtual world. Do monsters really have spawn rules? He smiles and answers. Actually, I call this the newbie village because not long after I first transmigrated here to cultivate, it was during my newbie phase. Later, I went to many places. I found leveling here was the most efficient, so I came back and renovated this place. Xiangya is astonished. Renovated? Ouyang Jing looks at her, confirming. That's right. This place is called Corpse Remnant Gorge, and the land beneath our feet was originally a canyon. Shen Xingya listens, eyes wide open, full of shock. Ouyang Jing continues the story. Corpse Remnant Gorge was originally a burial ground for those who died in the Great Immortal Demon War. Bones piled up, forming rotting miasma. The miasma then invaded the bodies of the dead, turning them into corpse monsters, just like zombies. To kill them, you have to behead them or smash their heads. Xiaonya rests her chin on her hand, commenting, zombies usually walk very slowly, but here they run like the wind. Their aggression is high too. Coming here during the newbie phase, isn't the difficulty a bit too high? He replies calmly, it's SOSO. Ouyang Jing recalls when he first entered this world. Back then, Tai Bai scolded, are you crazy? Jumping into the Corpse Remnant Gorge is suicide. Ouyang Jing looks back. No, it's fine. I checked the map. There's a deep pool of water below. I won't die. Probably. Tai Bai Jinxing worries. That's not what I mean. You are currently in a mortal body. You must find a safe place for quiet cultivation. He looks at the old man impatiently. According to your cultivation plan, it'll take hundreds of years. I don't have that much time. I'm going to grind mobs to level up. You're afraid of exposing our location and being spotted by the demon clan. Then we can only go to forbidden areas where even monsters have to take a detour. Besides, Tai Bai hurriedly interrupts. You're insane. This isn't a game. Even if your primordial spirit can respawn at the soul stone, you will lose all your cultivation base. You'll turn back into a mortal. All previous efforts will be wasted. Ouyang Jing continues to do as he pleases. Then I have to take advantage of the fact that this life isn't worth much yet and play a big round. It's a pioneering run anyway. Tai Bai firmly tries to dissuade him. Pioneering? You have absolutely no idea what dangers you will encounter. He turns and walks toward the edge of the cliff, preparing to free fall. That's what makes it fun. Seeing this, Tai Bai Jinxing shouts, Ouyang Jing. He raises his hand. Face full of confidence, he leans back. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing shoots up, shouting loudly. Whoa! Tai Bai is sitting nearby, looking at the heavenly tome. Asks, awake. Ouyang Jing looks bewildered. I clearly fell into a pool of water. Why am I not dead yet? Weird. Tai Bai Jinxing thinks to himself. He already died once, yet he still acts like it's nothing. He turns to Ouyang Jing. You really are a madman. He hands the heavenly tome to him. Read this. Ouyang Jing wonders. What is this? He explains. All the records regarding Corpse Remnant Gorge in the Encyclopedia of the Nine Heavens. I just finished compiling them. Read it, so you can understand the danger of this place. Next time, don't go crazily seeking death again. Tai-Bai Jinxing puts on a dignified air. You wouldn't listen to advice, insisting on doing things your way. This old master can only help you this much. Ouyang Jing thinks to himself. So you're that type of character, huh? He walks over, putting a hand on the old man's shoulder. Say no more. Tai-Bai, I understand your heart. Tai-Bai can't believe his eyes. Asks back, what did you call me? Ouyang Jing sighs. Harry, Tai-Bai, this is the bottom of the Corpse Remnant Gorge, right? I respawned here. So where did the soul stone fly off to? He explains. The soul stone will appear where spirit veins converge. Once you die, it will appear nearby and mold a new body for you. He rubs his chin, commenting. So I got 3D printed? Where the spirit veins converge is the respawn point. I have to memorize the location, plan the route, so it'll be convenient to collect my corpse next time I die. Tai-Bai looks confused, muttering words I've never heard before again. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing dives into the water, dragging up a corpse pierced by a sword. Ouyang Jing places the corpse on the shore. Ouyang Jing pulls the sword out of the corpse. He hefts the weapon and speaks up. No wonder, dying just from falling into the middle of the lake. And I just happened to stab them perfectly. I really live up to my reputation. Tai-Bai warns him, don't let your guard down. The miasma of the remnant abyss will reanimate the corpses. He agrees. I know. I'm dealing with mob number 1 right now. Suddenly, the corpse on the ground emits a raspy groaning sound. Kukuku. Ouyang Jing sees this, slightly surprised. Revived already? That was fast. The corpse turns its head, revealing a terrifying expression. Tai-Bai Jinxing sees this, reminding him, careful. Ouyang Jing immediately swings his sword, decapitating the walking corpse. Tai-Bai sees how decisive his movements are. Can't help but be startled. He holds the corpse monster's head, laughing loudly. Ha! How should I put it? Is humanity's greatest enemy still themselves? Tai-Bai looks at him, assessing. Clean and decisive. One strike to behead it. Even with martial arts training from childhood, one needs actual combat experience to have such reactions. What did this kid do before? Ouyang Jing looks at the head in his hand, smiling. Only the winner is the real deal. Suddenly, a horde of corpse monsters walks out of the cave. Ouyang Jing hears the cries of the monsters. Annoyed. What are you doing? You're so loud it's giving me a headache. Is this how you welcome us? He rushes toward the monsters, spears through one's head, cursing. Die for me, all of you. Ouyang Jing slaughters them madly. He kicks a monster into the deep abyss. Ouyang Jing calls out anxiously. Tai-Bai, Tai-Bai. Tai-Bai appears on the Heavenly Book. I am here. Ouyang Jing asks while running. Did you turn invisible? I thought I lost you. He replies. There are too many corpse monsters here. I temporarily hid inside the Heavenly Book's archives. Before he finishes speaking, Ouyang Jing runs over and tucks him under his arm, continuing to flee. Tai-Bai cries out, breathless. Ouyang Jing shouts. Talk later, running to the edge of a cliff. Ouyang Jing lies on the ground, exhausted, panting. Phew, finally found a quiet spot. The locals in the Remnant Abyss are way too noisy. Tai-Bai Jinxing looks at him with some surprise. You escaped that dangerous situation relying only on a mortal body. Ouyang Jing lies on the ground, grinning. Of course, the monsters in the games I used to play were way nastier than these corpse monsters. This is a piece of cake. He listens to him, curious. This game you speak of, I assume is not a normal game? He explains to Tai-Bai. Modern games. I play everything. Reality simulation and sensory simulation. Players use neural signals to control characters in the game. Fighting, running, doing anything. This is, Ouyang Jing analyzes. Actually, I often try to recreate some in-game maneuvers. But my physique could only... It's different now. After cultivating, my basic stats will increase. Strength, agility will both go up. I want to try other things too. He frowns. I roughly understand, but not completely. Tai-Bai, Jinxing reminds him. Anyway, focus on cultivation first. The corpse monsters you just killed must have yielded quite a bit of true essence. While we aren't being disturbed, hurry and start refining qi. Improve your strength. Ouyang Jing agrees with him. Using true essence as material. Refining true qi. Display interface. The Heavenly Book shows the stats. Qi refining progress. Spiritual power, 57. True chi, 81/256. Spells, locked. Martial skills, locked. Tai-Bai looks at the Heavenly Book, shocked. The stats increase so fast. You figure out how to refine chi in such a short time? Ouyang Jing is excited. Did I get stronger? No wonder I felt more hyped the more I fought. Tai-Bai Jinxing looks at him, pondering. Evaluates him in his heart. Self-taught without a master. He has completed the first step of true essence refinement. His potential is indeed not bad. He might increase his cultivation progress faster than anticipated. Ouyang Jing whistles. Narcissistic. See? I told you coming here to cultivate was a good idea. He analyzes silently. I thought his actions were just ignorant and arrogant. It seems I underestimated him. I don't know what he has been through, but he is the man of destiny, prophesied by the Heavenly Book. This Ouyang Jing is absolutely extraordinary. Ouyang Jing leans into Tai-Bai's face, asking all sorts of things. Tai-Bai, you old immortals, do you have requirements for chi refining? Do I need to meditate? Do I chant scriptures? Chant a verse for me to hear. He listens to Ouyang Jing's rambling, helplessly thinks. At the end of the day, he is just a kid who likes to joke around. Ouyang Jing sees he is annoyed, happily forces him to chant. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The man above men is not a man. Tai-Bai Jinxing is irritated. This guy is annoying me to death. Ouyang Jing laughs loudly. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, he coughs once. A mouthful of purple blood flows from his mouth. Tai-Bai sees this. Walks over anxiously. What's wrong? You were fine just now. Ouyang Jing collapses. Coughs incessantly. Cough, cough. He tears his shirt open. Countless purple spots appear on his body. Tai-Bai Jinxing looks at the spots, explaining. This is a reaction to poisoning, and it has already spread to your whole body. You clearly weren't injured. Could it be the miasma? Ouyang Jing is suspicious. You said, the Heavenly Book records that the miasma of the remnant abyss creates corpse monsters. But the records only say the miasma reanimates the dead. What effect does it have on the living? He frowns. This has never happened before. Ordinary people cannot enter the remnant abyss, so it is unclear what effect the miasma has. He recalls his symptoms. I kept hearing ringing in my ears. I didn't expect that to be a sign of poisoning. I was too careless this time. Good thing it didn't flare up while I was fighting mobs. Ouyang Jing supports himself with his sword. Suspiciously asks Tai-Bai, if I turn into a corpse monster due to miasma poisoning, can I respawn at the Soul Stone? Or will I die and wander with the locals in this remnant abyss forever? Tai-Bai hears him ask this. Stunned. He blames himself, is my negligence. This old man should have investigated clearly first. Barely serious for a moment, Ouyang Jing starts teasing him again. Oh my, I didn't expect a weird old man like you to take responsibility. Tai-Bai Jinxing is furious inside. This indecent rascal. He only knows how to piss people off. He holds a longsword, spins it, says seriously, all right, it wasn't your fault. The urgent matter is to cure the poison. It's simple. Die once first. Go respawn, and it's done. Tai-Bai is confused. Are you sure you want to do that? Ouyang Jing replies confidently. What's not to be sure about? This is a very standard procedure. He hears the firm answer. Says, understand. Immediately, he raises the sword and stabs it through his own body. Ouyang Jing bids farewell. Well then, see you in the next life. Tai-Bai, wait for me at the Soul Stone. I'll be right back. Tai-Bai looks at him, thinking. Not only does he have a method for cultivation, the path to reviving the immortal clan, the future will be difficult, more dangerous than this. Old man, he bows respectfully. As you command. Determined in his heart. I will definitely do my utmost to assist you. I will not fail my mission. In the Heavenly Book archives, Tai-Bai is holding a brush. Ouyang Jing walks up behind him. Speaks up. Let's not talk about that for now. Tai-Bai, the Heavenly Book predicts 54 immortal officials. Right now, there is only her. I'm leaving this to you. You and the Heavenly Book archives need to investigate for clues. How to quickly gather enough of them. Anyway, that's the job. I'm taking Xingya to cultivate first. Tai-Bai hears this. Shocked. Leaving me to investigate? You aren't taking me to the remnant abyss? Are you sure you're okay? Ouyang Jing looks at him. Says firmly. That place has been renovated. What could possibly happen? What are you worried about? Jinxing is silent. He begins to summon the Heavenly Book. Display map. calculating in his mind. During the renovation, I used the Earth Seal spell to mark the location of the corpse monsters, used to control the movement of the horde. Ordinary corpse monsters are indeed not scary. The Heavenly Book displays red dots representing the monsters. Taibai looks at the Heavenly Book, thinking, but corpse monsters in the Remnant Abyss like to move in packs. Unless a mutation occurs. Suddenly, countless red dots fly over. Taibai sees this, horrified. What is that? At this moment, Xingya is shocked. What? You leveled the canyon and made a corpse monster livestock farm down there? Ouyang Jing explains. It's not that simple. To maintain the number of monsters, a stable amount of miasma is needed. Breeding density can't be too high either. They usually don't attack each other. But if there are too many, they'll trample one another. She waves her hand. No, that is not the point. He uses the move mountain art, controls the flying sword to take Shun Xingya away. I'll take you to see it. Starting to fly into the sky. Shun Xingya wonders. I thought it was strange. Why is there a stone pillar in such a flat place? Ouyang Jing explains. Contact with miasma causes poisoning. I used true qi to isolate the miasma already. Don't worry. If your ears start ringing, tell me. That is the effect of the miasma. She is taken underground by him. Curious. It looks like this down here. Ouyang Jing replies to her. Didn't you ask why the corpse monsters appeared in waves? And why the numbers were similar each time? Corpse monsters can sense living beings on the surface. They rush there like a broken beehive. Very annoying. So I built some small mechanisms down here. You take Xingya to a rock with a rotating axis. Behind the rock are countless corpse monsters. She asks, confused. This is... Ouyang Jing replies calmly. A mechanism. When the corpse monsters accumulate to a certain number, it causes the stone door to slowly rotate, only releasing the amount trapped between the two doors each time. Shun Xingya is a bit worried. Is this okay? This is like raising goo insects. What if a monster comes out, and you lose control? He listens, states the key point. Every zone down here has a door. Switches can control them. There are also other spells to control their numbers and movement. Information is uniformly reported to the Heavenly Book. A creepy sound echoes. Shun Xingya. What is that sound? My ears are ringing. This is... Ouyang Jing reaches out, erects a shield for her, speaks up. The miasma concentration suddenly spiked. I added another protective layer for you. Shun Xingya doesn't forget to worry about Ouyang Jing. Are you okay? He replies softly. I've suffered from it many times. I'm completely immune now. Suddenly, a gigantic corpse monster arm appears in front of them. It slaps down, smashing several low-level monsters. The giant corpse monster roars. Xingya is scared pale. Screams. A super giant corpse monster. What do we do? The corpse monster pit bred a raid boss. Ouyang Jing acts like it's nothing. Grins. There's such a good thing happening? She is stunned. The monster growls in its throat. She looks at the corpse monster. I feel like it holds a grudge. It keeps staring at us. Ouyang Jing pouts. Grudge for what? Turning them from wild monsters into livestock is helping them evolve. Xingya says helplessly. Stop making excuses. Ouyang Jing laughs smugly. To monsters. Aren't players the villains? On the body of the giant corpse monster, a head speaks up. It's the Immortal Clan. Hearing the monsters speak, Ouyang Jing is extremely shocked. At this moment, countless heads on the monster wail in resentment. Boo-hoo. Let me go. I don't want to fight anymore. How many years has it been? The demons haven't decreased at all. Luana is only left with a head. The immortals in the sky just watched us die. Those gods all deserve death. He listens to the frantic resentment of the monsters. Silent. Xingya covers her ears and screams. This sound, it's like 10,000 people screaming in my head. Ouyang Jing suggests. Let's get out of here. A deafening boom shakes the earth. The area above explodes. Ouyang Jing and Xingya fly out of the explosion on the sword. He asks her with concern. 2 layers of true qi weren't enough. I was afraid you couldn't handle it. Is it better out here? Xingya sighs in relief. Much better. Ouyang Jing explains. Xingya, what you just heard was the voice of the corpse monsters. Their language is blended into the aura field. They are targeting me. Xingya is surprised. You mean they recognize you? Does that super giant monster have consciousness? He looks at Xingya, replies gently. Not that smart. They view us as immortals. That's why they are so angry. Who asked us to constantly be the villains in this world? Shen Xingya is dazed, thinking to herself, "You said that so gently. Being a villain makes you that happy?" At this moment, the monster leaps up from the ground, launches an attack. Xingya says worriedly, "It's chasing us." Ouyang Jing is fearless. "Jokes. So clingy. Great spirit." She says tensely, "Let's leave quickly." Ouyang Jing glances at the monster. Expression serious. "No need. It wants to fight. I'll oblige. I hope this guy has some skill." Xingya sees this. Her heart skips a beat, thinking, "Combo like this." His aura changed. Her heart blooms with joy. "So handsome." Ouyang Jing starts using spirit sense transmission. He speaks to her with his mind. "Xingya, can you hear me?" Shun Xingya hears his voice in her head, replies instinctively, "I can't hear you." He explains to her, "No need to speak to communicate. Try it. This is internal comms. We can talk even from a distance. By the way, I'll teach you about the 2 basic skills of true chi." The girl is dumbfounded. It's time for tutorial session now. The giant monster sees he is distracted, rushes to attack from behind. Xingya sees the monster coming, warns him anxiously, "Careful, the monster." It swings a powerful punch. Ouyang Jing stands still, blocks the attack with just 2 fingers. He looks at it expressionlessly. "Don't worry." He simply says 2 words. Immediately, Ouyang Jing lightly strikes, knocking the monster far away. Ouyang Jing continues his lecture for Xingya. Basic true chi skills are manifestation and protection. The characteristic is unity of offense and defense. Manifestation is ever-changing. High degree of freedom. You can create familiar weapons and equipment at will. The monster that was knocked away stands up furiously. He starts launching spears formed from true chi, while explaining, specifically, mobilizing true chi to neutralize attacks. While defending, it consumes a corresponding amount of true chi. The important thing is, the spears continuously pierce the corpse monster's body, knocking it to the ground. Ouyang Jing says smugly, compared to magic spells, this basic skill consumes way less true chi. It's very efficient. Highly recommended. She listens to him, then asks in confusion, "What exactly is the main point here?" The corpse monster stands up again. TCH. Ouyang Jing observes and evaluates it. Normal corpse monsters have hands and feet, but they only attack by biting. This big one looks like an amalgamation of other corpse monsters. The head is a bit bigger, but the fighting style is the same old script. He poses a hypothesis, then shakes his head vigorously to deny it. Even if it uses wild punches, it's just sprouting a few extra arms. The attack pattern is too monotonous. No good. This really won't do. Xiangyao looks baffled. Why does he look so disappointed, like a teacher with a failing student? Ouyang Jing finishes his assessment and comes to a conclusion. At best, it's just a giant elite mob, not qualified to be a boss. He repeatedly summons long spears to attack the corpse monster. Ouyang Jing attacks relentlessly, knocking the corpse monster back into the hole it crawled out of. Shen Xingya watches, stunned, thinking to herself, "Oh my god, just one move." So attacking it earlier was purely just to show off his skills? After beating the monster, he remembers, sighing, "I should have let Xiangya land the killing blow. Oh well, still time. Xiangya, hurry up and collect this guy's true essence." She immediately responds obediently. "Yes, sir." "Okay, you look more like the boss here." Xiangya sees something glittering. She calls out, "Ouyang Ji, look at that." He explains, "Those shiny things on the ground are item drops from killing the monster. That faint glow is a reaction to spiritual energy. It indicates they are either products of the spirit realm or tools used for cultivation. Corpse monsters were cultivators when they were alive. These are things they carried with them in life." Shun Xingya thinks about their past lives. He looks at her, acting like the corpse monster is dirt poor. What kind of good loot could it possibly have? Mainly we just need the true essence. I have tons of this junk in the Heavenly Palace warehouse anyway. No need to pick it up. His mouth says he doesn't need it, but his hands don't stop picking up items and stuffing them into his bag. Xiangya is dumbfounded, talking big while looting like a maniac. Ouyang Jing justifies himself. "I can't control my hands." Suddenly, a streak of light appears in the sky. Both of them look up. It turns out to be Tai-Bai Jinxing flying towards them. Upon arrival, he speaks hurriedly. "Found you too." Xiangyao looks at him in surprise. Master Taibai. Ouyang Jing wonders. What is Taibai doing here? He turns to Xiangyao, asking solicitously. This old master detected abnormal monster activity in the Corpse Gorge and rushed over to check. Is everything all right, Lady Xiangyao? She replies happily. I'm fine. I harvested a lot of true essence. Then Ouyang Jing crosses his arms and looks at Taibai, saying, You worrywart. Taibai, how is the investigation going regarding the matter I asked about? Taibai begins to recount. In the last few days, anomalies have appeared in the mortal realm. It is best to check the condition of the spirit veins. According to this old master's prediction, other reincarnators have appeared. He commands decisively. Take us to the Heavenly Pavilion. Xiangyao hears this and asks curiously. Heavenly Pavilion? Taibai jinxing takes out the Heavenly Tome. Lady Xiangyao, please follow this old master. He leads the way, stepping inside the Heavenly Tome. Xiangyao watches in amazement as he passes through the scroll. This is a door? Ouyang Jing extends a hand to invite her in. She puts a hand into the Heavenly Tome, excitedly, letting out a whoa. Inside the Heavenly Tome, the center is a high platform, surrounded by water on all sides. 3 beams of light shine down from the sky. Xiangyao steps onto the water surface, surprised. It feels like standing on water. Ouyang Jing explains. That isn't water. Beneath your feet is the encyclopedia of the 9 heavens. This is the sea of knowledge. In the literal sense. I'm Link Ouyang, the guy who just respawned on a rock. Hello, everyone. This is Link Ouyang. As you can see, damn it, I've been ice-skied. This world has gods, has monsters, and it even has respawn points like in a game. After robot number 1 and number 2 heroically sacrificed themselves, I have respawned again. This third life of mine feels like it's about to be game over 2, because this respawn point is surrounded by corpse monsters. Not good. The soul stone used for respawning is about to disappear. I have to think of a way. Suddenly, Taibai appears behind me, suggesting, there are too many corpse monsters recently. Let's go into the Heavenly Pavilion to hide for a while. Ouyang Jing jumps. You scared the hell out of me. You talk about a pavilion. But in this situation, how do we get there? Taibai takes out the Heavenly Tome and throws it to him. No need to walk. Inside another dimension. At this moment, Taibai stands before him, introducing. This is the Heavenly Pavilion. It is also an independent space containing the encyclopedia of the 9 heavens. The encyclopedia originally had no words. It relies on the flow of spiritual energy between the 2 realms to observe and record events. Ouyang Jing listens intently to Taibai Jinxing's explanation. Taibai continues guiding him. The inkstone beneath your feet is the primordial form of the Heavenly Tome. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing interrupts. Wait, who are you? He crosses his arms, looking at him suspiciously. Are you Taibai's true body? Taibai confirms. That is correct. This old master's primordial spirit resides within the Heavenly Tome. My true body cannot leave the Heavenly Pavilion. The form that appears outside the Heavenly Tome is my clone. It also cannot leave the proximity of this book. Ouyang Jing looks at Taibai and replies, I get what you mean. If we consider this place the server of the encyclopedia of the 9 heavens, then that scroll outside is basically the monitor display. Taibai hears him say this, a bit confused, thinking to himself, monitor display? He responds respectfully. Once the scroll hides its physical form, it will not be detected by the corpse monsters. This old master can transport it to a safe location. Ouyang Jing says happily, is that so? Then that's super convenient. Thanks, bro Taibai. Taibai declines. Assisting your majesty is my duty. This old master will naturally give his all. No need for thanks. He speaks helplessly. All right, but there's nothing to do in here. Bored to death. Let me out. Taibai Jinxing speaks respectfully. Actually, this old master has a favor to ask. He blames himself. Currently, this Heavenly Tome is managed solely by me. Handing it over to your majesty, mistakes are inevitable. The failure at the Corpse Gorge earlier. This old master cannot deny responsibility. You are the reincarnated mentioned in the tome's prophecy. The encyclopedia of the 9 heavens should rightly be used by you. Therefore, I hope to allow your majesty to fully understand what the real Heavenly Tome is. Ouyang Jing looks at his posture suspiciously. With that posture of yours, don't tell me you're going to make me read books? He replies softly. As you can see, beneath our feet is the true encyclopedia of the nine heavens. And I, in the form of a primordial spirit, have resided within it for over 1,000 years. This inkstone has become one with me. He continues to offer a benefit. I can transmit all the knowledge within the encyclopedia to your majesty. He speaks with interest. Sounds interesting. Do it. Tai Bai says in a deep voice. Please let this old master finish speaking. This process is extremely dangerous. Once it fails, your majesty will lose your life. Ouyang Jing looks at Tai Bai confidently, smiling. TCH. I say, Tai Bai, it's not like you just met me yesterday. Do you think I'd be scared? He replies. True enough. Tai Bai begins summoning streams of black energy, gathering them around him, reminding, Your Majesty had best close your eyes. Ouyang Jing looks around, astonished. The black streams of energy start flying towards him. The energy drills into his head, causing him to clutch his head in pain. The energy begins to enter Ouyang Jing's 5 senses. He collapses to the ground, opens his eyes, face full of exhaustion. Tai Bai sits beside him. Seeing him open his eyes, he calls out, Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing sighs, exhausted, avoiding him. Keep it down. Let me sleep a bit longer. He tries to shake him awake. Don't sleep. Look at me. Tai Bai recounts. For a whole day and night, you were in a state of semi-consciousness. Talking nonsense. I wasn't sure if you would wake up. He lies on the ground, rubbing his head, saying, What's there to say? That move of yours was like prying open my skull and using a blender to stir everything up inside. My whole body is numb. Why do my hair grow so fast? Tai Bai speaks with concern at this moment. It is good that your majesty has recovered. He continues to explain. The entire encyclopedia of the 9 heavens records all knowledge and thoughts from ancient times to the present of the 2 realms, spirit and mortal. Now they are all in your head. Ouyang Jing plays dumb. Is that so? But I don't feel any smarter. Tai Bai looks at him, sweating profusely. It's fortunate you didn't turn stupid. He reminds him. Do you remember what happened the first time you read the Heavenly Tome? Those texts. You said you saw a game system. The content within the system is information provided by the Heavenly Tome, but the display format, or one could say the system itself, did not exist at all before your majesty appeared. Ouyang Jing agrees. You said that back then too. He looks at him seriously. Therefore, I surmise, perhaps your majesty yourself did not realize. That system was created by you. That is how your majesty interprets this world. Hearing him say this, Ouyang Jing smiles, looking up at the sky. My interpretation of this world is creating this system? All right. I admit I'm addicted to games. This is perfectly normal. Tai Bai continues. What I can do is merely allow your majesty to freely use the knowledge within the Heavenly Tome. He starts explaining. 2 realms for clans, all things and all events, whether it be Taoist arts or immortal spells, or scriptures and history, from encyclopedias of everything to the arts of 100 schools. From now on, the Heavenly Tome will follow your perception, serving your will, for you to use. This ability is unique, without limits. Even what extent you can use it depends entirely on your majesty yourself. Ouyang Jing listens intently to his story. He smiles cunningly, giving a thumbs up. No problem. Just you wait and see. Tai Bai speaks discontentedly. What I'm most uneasy about is exactly this attitude of yours. Ouyang Jing sits down, placing his hand on the table, looking at the Heavenly Tome. Being unconscious for so long, my HP bar is empty, but it converted into true chi. As for the ability to use the Heavenly Tome, since it's an ability, I should give a name. For example, I can view all sorts of attributes. I can even view the attributes of others. At this moment, the Heavenly Tome displays proficiency, chi refining, spiritual power, 224, true chi, 320, magic, 9 heavens divine consciousness, martial arts, locked. He looks at this data, cheering happily. Unlocked. I've even named the skill. Tai Bai reminds him. Don't forget. That is also your title. He replies indifferently. TCH. Why care so much? If I learned it, then that's what it is. He begins to comment. Divine consciousness. omniscient and omnipotent, understanding all things. This ability, even in the peak era of the immortal clan, no one dared to claim they could fully master it. If your majesty can reach the realm of divine consciousness, then you will be the supreme heavenly emperor in both name and reality. Ouyang Jing puts his hand on the table and says, "Why use such flowery words? It's just a basic skill. In the sea of consciousness." Ouyang Jing leads Xiangya around for introductions. Beneath her feet is the encyclopedia of the nine heavens. This is the sea of consciousness. Also, Xiangya, let me formally introduce you. This person is... Before he can finish speaking, Xiangya cries out, "Master Taibai," making him choke on his words. Taibai also replies softly, "Lady Xiangya." Ouyang Jing looks at her indignantly. "Is Taibai, you're right. But normally he's short as a stump, suddenly transforming into a normal shape. Aren't you the least bit surprised?" Xiangya opens her round eyes wide and replies, "Master Taibai is a genuine immortal, changing forms and such. Isn't that a very normal thing?" Ouyang Jing points at himself jealously. "I'm a genuine immortal too, and I'm the strongest one." Shen Xingyao pouts. Right. You're the strongest." He turns away, too lazy to argue with her. "Fine. Let's talk about the Reincarnator. Taibai, the spirit veins. How is the mortal realm you mentioned?" Taibai leads him and Xiangya to some maps. "Please look. Reincarnators appear within soul stones, and soul stones appear where spirit veins converge. There has never been an exception. When Lady Xiangya arrived, she also followed this rule." He points to a spot on the map. "But last night, an abnormal soul stone appeared in the mortal realm." Hearing this, Ouyang Jing says in surprise, "This lawless zone? It isn't connected to the spirit veins at all." Taibai explains, "If we view spirit veins as rivers of spiritual energy, then this place is a dried-up riverbed. The demon clan severed the spirit veins. Monsters have occupied it for years. Spiritual energy is sparse." Suddenly, Xiangya discovers something. Pointing at the map, Ouyang Ji, look at this spot. The spirit veins here are a bit strange. It looks like they were absorbed by something." Ouyang Jing speaks helplessly. "That something was me." She is shocked. Taibai analyzes. "This soul stone should not have existed. It is possible it was summoned by the Reincarnator. This old master knows. Our previous actions usually avoided places like this." Ouyang Jing agrees. "That's right. There are no respawn points nearby. Not convenient at all." He pouts. "Who told you to always use that suicidal cultivation style?" Xiangya speaks worriedly. "Monsters gather in that place. If an ordinary person transmigrates there, won't it be dangerous? I know they can respawn, but..." Ouyang Jing looks at her, suggesting, "How about we make a trip there to verify if it's a reincarnator?" Xiangya nods. Yes. That would be best." He states the difficulty. "The problem is the location of the spirit vein isn't precise. You look at the map and it seems small, but finding one person in a city is like looking for a needle in a haystack." At Dragon Springport, a boat is entering the city gate. A voice rings out. "Is this the city?" Another voice replies, "That's right. That is the city ruled by the monster clan." Inside the city, at this moment, a man appears from Soulstone, collapsing to the ground. He coughs painfully. Cough. Face full of exhaustion. There are wounds on his face, looking extremely weak. Back at the Heavenly Pavilion, Xiangya says happily, "Next stop, Dragon Spring Port." Ouyang Jing blocks her. "Hold on." He knocks on her head. "Did you forget why you have to kill monsters to accumulate true essence? It is for Foundation Establishment. Foundation Establishment is your homework. If you haven't finished it, you're not dismissed from class." She cries out in pain. "Ouch. Whoa." Ouyang Jing tells her to sit down, instructing, "Thanks to that giant corpse monster, you've accumulated enough true essence. Now, we officially begin qi refining. Follow my lead. Qi refining is the foundation of cultivation. It must become as natural as breathing." Ouyang Jing holds a ruler, pointing at a board. He talks nonstop. Furthermore, true qi has 4 elemental attributes. When cultivating, you must choose one. The attribute you choose mainly depends on which basic stat you want to increase: intensity, constitution, physique, strength, agility, strategy, or temperament. It's all about this intensity curve. Cultivating true chi of different attributes will boost different basic stats respectively. I've listed them for you here. Agility, wind, strength/agility, thunder, strength/physique, ice, strength/physique, water, agility/physique, earth, constitution/temperament curse. Xingya sobs helplessly. Memorizing 9 types of true chi was hard enough. Now adding their correlation to basic stats? It's getting even more complicated. He looks at her, asks cheerfully, "Any thoughts, Xingya? Which stat do you want to add to first?" She hears his question, a bit conflicted. Then she chooses. That one. The full body defense one. The one that reduces damage? Ouyang Jing explains. How should I put this? Where we come from, there isn't really such a crude and simple concept as defense power. It's like a health bar. If you don't get hurt, it stays full. The specific value depends on your physique and lifespan. Specifically, physique represents your resistance and recovery ability regarding internal and external injuries. As for pure defense power, that is the basic capability of protective true chi, and that depends on the volume of your true chi. It doesn't have much to do with attributes. Furthermore, high defense usually means this type of character needs to take damage. In a fight, you'd rush in to be the meat shield. She lowers her head, says sadly, "Is that so?" Thinking to herself, "I made a mistake." Ouyang Jing sees she's a bit down, so he comforts her. "You don't need to think about that problem. I'm here, aren't I?" Shun Xingya blushes. "Yes." Ouyang Jing encourages Xingya. "But since you're a newbie, in the early stages, it's better to prioritize survivability. Your way of thinking isn't bad. Add points to physique and constitution. I recommend developing towards a construction skill build." She replies determinedly. "Understand. Then I'll raise physique to 41st. He starts rattling off a list. There are other build paths too. Pure agility build. Speed like flowing water. Feng Shui Master. Hex class dual cultivator. Thunder Dharma King. High attack, high HP, heavy tank. Glass cannon. The more build paths there are, the more detailed guides I can provide." Xingya sweats profusely. I'm more interested in how you distributed your points. Combo O? Could it be?" He replies smugly. "I'm max level. Naturally, I'm maxed out all attributes." Xingya guessed correctly, cheering up. "I knew it." Ouyang Jing doesn't forget his old profession, constantly spouting theory. Also, the 2 attributes, poison and curse, only add to temperament. The foundation of temperament is your SAN points, sanity. Xingya wonders, wait, basic stats also include strategy. Isn't there a corresponding true chi attribute? He hears her question, offers the method to increase strategy. "I suggest reading more books. There's no better way." She pouts upon hearing this. Whispers, "I don't like reading books." At this moment, Tai-Bai steps forward to comfort her. "Calm down." Xingya looks at him. "Master Tai-Bai," he reminds her, "the process of accumulating true chi is very boring. But you must lay a solid foundation." "Yes." Shun Xingya agrees. "I understand." She begins to close her eyes. She sinks into her sea of consciousness, feeling it bit by bit, accumulating little by little, then breaking through to a new realm. Combo O said that after foundation establishment, the limits of spiritual power and true chi will increase drastically. In other words, my current true chi stats are always at full capacity. But once foundation establishment is successful, the cap is raised. It's like my appetite suddenly got huge. Outside, Tai-Bai says tensely, "Hurry." Ouyang Jing responds, "I know." Inside, Xiangya's spiritual consciousness. She suddenly opened her eyes. She curled up, thinking to herself, "Is it done? Probably, but I don't feel successful at all." Shun Xiangya couldn't feel any power. She only felt hunger, thirst, and an irritability swallowing her mind. She raised her hand. "I want more." Suddenly, Ouyang Jing placed his hand on her head, cutting off the chaotic thoughts in her consciousness. She snapped awake, letting out a startled cry. "Whoa, you care? Are you okay? How does it feel? Tell me the problem. I feel like my sanity points are plummeting." Ouyang Jing chuckled. "That is chi deviation. You could have turned into a devil." Hearing this, Xiangya went pale as a sheet. "What? So breaking through a realm is that terrifying?" Ouyang Jing smiled to comfort her. "You succeeded, didn't you? What's there to fear? Besides, didn't you have me watching over you? Listen, when your chi accumulates to the point of a breakthrough. You cannot have any interruptions. You must maintain a stable state. She replied, I see, feeling lucky in her heart. Thank goodness the foundation establishment was a success. If I failed, I might have actually done something terrible. Ouyang Jing continued his reminders. After the breakthrough comes a long process of accumulating chi. Next, I will teach you elementary spells. But don't overuse them. Chi is a consumable resource. Remember to be frugal. Tai Bai chimed in with concern. Xiangya, make sure you rest well. You have to strike a balance between work and rest. She happily asked back, Really? Master Tai Bai, you're the best. Ouyang Jing felt a twinge of jealousy. What's with you? You never talk to me about work-life balance. He stood up to leave. All right, I'm going to Juelong Port to look for the Reincarnator. Get some rest, Xiangya. You can stay at the cabinet or go back to the Heavenly Palace. It's up to you. Outside Juelong Port. At this moment, the trio, Ouyang Jing, Xiangya, and Tai Bai, were walking together, looking a bit awkward. Okay, fine. Ouyang Jing laid out his requirements. You can come with me. But listen, Xiangya, aside from changing your clothes, there are a few things you must remember. Aren't we from the same world? Don't speak to anyone about transmigration or our original world. He turned his head to roast Tai Bai. Except for Tai Bai. You can say whatever you want Tai Bai's people. The old man shot him. A look of disdain. Be serious for a second. Ouyang Jing turned back and continued. You already know this, Xiangya. This world is divided into the spirit and mortal realms and 4 races. Immortal, human. Since the great war between immortals and devils 1,000 years ago, the immortals were constantly hunted by the alliance of the other 3 races. Even until now, immortals are basically public enemies. Mentioning them brings nothing but scorn. It's even taboo to talk about immortals. To say you're a cultivator. Once you leave the Heavenly Palace, every living creature is your enemy. But with your current cultivation level, no one can hurt you. Hearing this, Xiangya looked a bit worried. He brought up the war from back then again. Back then, after the immortal race was decimated, the devil race retreated to the devil realm. The demon race and human race coexisted in a mortal realm. But their wartime alliance shattered quickly. After the war, the human race suffered heavy losses. The demon race quickly dominated the mortal realm. Later, the demon race split internally, forming 2 factions, the Sect faction and the Feral faction. The Feral faction are the monsters as we typically know them. They believe in ruling their own territories, occupying mountains and claiming kingship. Meanwhile, most of the mortal realm is under the control of the Demon Sect faction. Currently, there are hundreds of nations, large and small, in the mortal realm. Humans and demons live mixed together. Regardless of who is king on the surface, they are all under the control of the demon sects. After nearly 1,000 years of development, a massive, hybrid race of half-demons was born. The basic social hierarchy is divided into 4 tiers: devil, demon, half-demon, and human. Among the demons, the Sect faction is stronger than the Feral faction. Ouyang Jing looked at her and laid out the plan. In a moment, we will disguise ourselves and enter the city. Gather intel. Find the Reincarnator. Tai Bai will follow us in stealth. Try to use the internal voice channel to communicate. Like this, check. On the outside, we look like humans. That's why we have to wear these plain clothes. Keep everything low profile. Shun Xiangya rested her chin on her hand, side-eyeing him. Low profile? Okay, act low profile. He replied, naturally. I'm not a superficial person. She chirped happily. Right? Okay, you're just scheming. Ouyang Jing agreed. Internal comms check, okay. Let's move out. Meanwhile, inside the city, people were bustling about the streets. A voice rang out. Welcome to Juelong Port. Xiangya looked around, thinking in amazement. So many fluffy ears. Xiangya wondered, are the residents of Juelong Port all half-demons or demons? Ouyang Jing replied, no. The people you see are basically all humans. But this kind of mixed city appeared very early on. After generations of breeding, most humans are mixed bloods. He continued explaining. So whatever race they are doesn't change just because their bloodline or appearance changes. At least in the mortal realm, whether it's human, half-demon, or demon, it is all divided by class. Whatever status or position you are born into, that is your race. If you want to find humans that look like pure humans, you should go look in a bone abyss. Shen Xiangya felt a bit sad. I remember. The Bone Abyss is where they dumped the bodies after the Great War ended. Ouyang Jing confirmed. Correct. There are thousands of similar places in this world. Suddenly, she stared blankly in one direction. Ouyang Jing followed her gaze. He saw a procession passing through the city. He commented, "Oh my, the big shots have arrived." Hearing this, Xiangya asked curiously, "You know them?" Ouyang Jing casually dropped the info. "Of course. While you were cultivating, Tai Bai and I already investigated. The city lord of Jiulong Port, Xian Qikong, is a half-demon with scorpion blood. Beside him is the city lord's wife, Snake Demon, Ji Jin. She comes from a Leaf faction, an orthodox faction of the demon race. The city lord and his wife were sitting in the carriage, looking calm and composed. Xiangya whispered in his ear, "Wait a minute. Okay, one is a snake spirit, one is a scorpion spirit. Are we missing the grandpa of the Calabash brothers?" He looked at her helplessly. "Do you have too many memes in your head, or what?" An announcement rang out on the street. "The city lord arrives." Everyone around respectfully knelt down. "Greetings, city lord. City lord." "Greetings, madam." Xiangya looked at the moving carriage. "TCH, a monster acting as city lord? Quite the show-off." Ouyang Jing explained. "He's called a city lord, but all military and political power of the city and the neighboring districts are in his hands. It's no different from a miniature kingdom." Ouyang Jing pointed at the approaching group, gossiping. "This city lord couple is quite interesting. The city lord is a half-demon. The madam is a full demon. Her background and status are a tier higher than the city lord's. See that? That's what you call a live-in son-in-law half-demon." Xiangya teased. "You seem to enjoy watching the drama, don't you?" Inside the city lord's carriage, the madam spoke to her husband. "I want to go back to the manor." The city lord looked a bit worried, comforting her. "Madam, it's all right. The healers are already at the school. You don't need to be by her side all the time. Going out to clear your mind occasionally is good." He asked gently, "Who knows? Maybe Achin's condition is better now." Xian Qikong fell silent. "It's not that easy." Her condition. Meanwhile, on the street, an official holding a document proclaimed, "By order of the city lord, the devil dragon awakens. The black tide is approaching. Jiulong Port will be the first to bear the brunt, to repair the coastal defense line and resist the black tide, simultaneously to replenish and manage the aftermath, ordering all human men and women. Each person must serve 30 days of labor. According to the law, an altar shall be opened. Sacrifice 9 boys born on the same day. Households with infants must report their birth dates truthfully. Anyone concealing this will face imprisonment." The surrounding civilians heard this and began buzzing with discussion. "It's that day again. The neighbor has a baby. I wonder if..." Xiangya heard the announcement. She immediately turned to look at Ouyang Jing. "What's going on?" He seriously explained. "The devil dragon. They say it's a pet left behind by the devil race in the mortal world. These mortals can only worship it. Every 15 years, the devil dragon awakens once, causing a tsunami to submerge Jiulong Port. To serve the devil dragon, they have to throw children into the water as a sacrifice." She asked in shock. "The devil dragon eats children?" Ouyang Jing said bluntly. "Whether it eats them or not isn't important. The sacrifice is essentially just a ritual. After the devil dragon awakens, the demon race will send old demons with high cultivation to stop the dragon and the black tide. This sacrifice is just a show for the demon race. After all, the city lord is a half-demon. The demon race are his superiors. Not sacrificing would be disloyal, and disloyalty means beheading. Anyway, the sacrifice consists of human children. They have to listen to the city lord's orders." Shen Xiangya wondered. "The city lord's orders? Humans have to go work. Do they get paid?" He waved his hand. "You're overthinking it. Getting fed is good enough. Repairing the coastal defense line is also to protect this city. If they don't stop the black tide, this city will be destroyed." Xiangya looked a bit sad. She suggested, "Okay, the Heavenly Tome will issue a mission, right? Something like this happening in Jiulong Port. Consider it a new mission." Ouyang Jing reminded her, "Don't forget, we came here to gather information and find a reincarnator." She asked worriedly, "But are we just going to ignore it?" Ouyang Jing looked confident, comforting her. "Don't worry. Since it's our first time back in Jiulong Port, we definitely have to take action." Ouyang Jing suggested, "Xiangya, take this opportunity. I might as well teach you the basics of magic. Xiangya obediently replied, yes. He began to explain. Magic. If divided by attribute, there are 4 types of qi attributes. Besides that, if divided by usage effect, it can be split into 3 types. First is control skills, like the formation magic you saw in the Sea of Oblivion. Second is command, attack skills. This one is easy to understand. Third is seal. This type of skill can be used to mark, to track enemies. Ouyang Jing used his immortal power to write a seal on the wall. He continued, generally speaking, seals are often used in combination with formations and commands. But since you're only gathering intel, using the simplest magic is enough. She saw him writing on the wall and asked curiously, what are you writing? He explained to her. If divided by attribute, this is a spell art. Among the 9 types of attribute magic, spell arts are magic based on speech and text. The most useful feature is activating it through an incantation. Ouyang Jing pointed at the spell seal on the wall. This is a generic seal, not specially designed. Reciting an incantation will record the corresponding text. Reciting the incantation again will activate the seal. Try reciting a sentence. Xiangya looked blankly at the seal. I don't know any magic spells. Ouyang Jing happily guided her. It doesn't need to be a magic spell. Just saying any random sentence can record it. That's why I deliberately wrote it on the street. Xinxingya is surprised. At this moment, the words of the people on the street are being recorded into the sigil. Xiangya asked again, puzzled. The passers-by's words are being recorded into the sigil? Ouyang Jing looks at her. One sigil can hold about 3,000 sentences, enough to cover the content of their conversations. Xinxingya rests her chin on her hand, thinking, but daily communication has a lot of repeated words. He continues explaining. When there is repetition, the sigil will activate. The more a word is repeated, the clearer the imprint becomes, eliminating useless information. What remains is exactly. She turns around and cuts in. Wouldn't that be the trending topics? He gives a thumbs up and praise. Congratulations, correct answer. Ouyang Jing suggests enthusiastically. Let's keep strolling. One sigil won't do much. At the very least, we need about 1,000 of them to cover the entire city. Xiangya makes a comparison. That's like plastering flyers everywhere. Teach me some more. I can lend a hand. Ouyang Jing begins casting the sigils, covering the entire stronghold. He has a serious expression. Next is the main point. I want to synchronize and monitor the activation status of the sigils. In other words, allowing the Heavenly Tome to observe and record, synthesizing this information into the Heavenly Tome. Xiangya is horrified. 1,000 sigils? How much feedback data will that be? Ouyang Jing says sluggishly. The tedious statistical work. Just dump it on Tai Bai. Xiangya kindly sympathizes. Poor Master Tai Bai. Then Xiangya confirms. So, what you call taking action is just wiretapping the whole city. Ouyang Jing corrects her. I just want to know if there are any hot topics in Dragon Severing Port recently. Everywhere on the streets, people are watching a magic performance. The audience cheers incessantly. Bravo! Xiangya looks around, commenting. The streets are really lively. She thinks to herself, even with the demon dragon awakening, I don't see anyone panicking. After walking for a while, she suddenly hears a voice echoing. Men should not seek the heavenly road to the spirit realm. Xiangya turns her head to look. It turns out to be actors performing a play. On stage, an actor speaks in a high voice. Ultimately, our paths are different. Though you do not eat common grains, why would they remember you? With will you fill your belly? Is a mortal status like yours worthy? At this moment, Ouyang Jing is happily buying snacks on the street. Xinxingya remembers the words he once said, leaving the heavenly palace. Every living creature that exists is your enemy. Xiangya thinks silently. Saying they are enemies is also targeting the immortal clan of the past. I understand Ouyang Ji said that to make me stay alert and to take the opportunity to look cool. But for me, I have no desire to confront other races. On stage, the actor is wailing with a sorrowful face. Immortals fall, gods weep, filling the holy scriptures. Dry bones are scattered throughout the mortal world. A lonely cultivation base. How can it withstand the enemy? 2 rows of bloody tears, hating only that the blue sky has no eyes. Hearing this, Xiangya, her face reveals sadness. She thinks to herself, where is this? How can I do what I want to do? History from thousands of years ago created the world of today. It cannot be easily changed. I know nothing about this place, nor do I have the ability to change anything. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing's mouth is full of food, his hand grabbing even more, asking her, "Do you want to watch this play?" Shun Xingyao looks at him helplessly. "Why are you eating again? Did you come here on vacation?" He holds out the food in his hand to offer. "This is a local snack. Dried taro. I just bought it. You should try some too. Salty outside, sweet inside. It's delicious." The two look up at the stage to watch the play. Ouyang Jing talks about the play. This is a famous play, titled The Ghost Gate. Xiangya eats and praises. Really good. What is it about?" He explains. It's a historical story. The great war between immortals and demons. The rise of the human clan. The three clans' alliance destroying the immortal clan. The author is unknown, but the story is told from the human clan's perspective. It was probably written by a human. On stage, at this moment, two people holding spears point at a person sitting on the ground. Grand Preceptor of the Primordial Era, Tai-Bai Jinxing of the Golden Star Palace. Rebelling against the decree, defying the heavenly mandate. Taught repeatedly, but never changing. Your crimes are unforgivable, arbitrarily bestowing titles. Expelled from the ranks of immortals. Exiled to the polar realm, never to return for all eternity. A voice rings out on stage. "Lord Tai-Bai, this is the end. Do you have anything else to say?" This old official has nothing to say. The audience around them buzzes with discussion. Sigh. Back then, the Grand Preceptor tried to stop Emperor Ling Xiao from openly deploying troops. And what was the result? In those years, the sages who attained Tao and became immortals were either exiled or died from unknown causes. Emperor Ling Xiao became increasingly excessive. The immortal demon war became more and more fierce. Truly a great catastrophe. Boo-hoo. Grand Preceptor Tai-Bai. Hearing this, she hurriedly pulls his arm. Ouyang Ji. Ouyang Ji. He looks at her, puzzled. What's wrong? She asks in panic. The Tai-Bai in this play. Is it our Tai-Bai? Ouyang Jing replies. That's right. Xiangya stammers in shock. Grand Preceptor? Turns out Master Tai-Bai was a big shot, and the things acted out in the play. Did he really have a past like that? He replies softly. How should I say this? It is history from thousands of years ago, after all. History cannot be changed, but specific details always have deviations. Who knows if this play is an adaptation or pure fabrication? Xiangya is astonished. Later on, didn't he die? Ouyang Jing confirms. Naturally, everyone knows the story of the previous heavenly emperor, Wu Lingxiao. This play wouldn't dare make things up randomly. True, the next scene is coming up. The fall of the heavenly palace. The allied forces set up the god-slaying array to trap Wu Lingxiao. The heavenly emperor was defeated. He makes a scary face, slashing his hand across his neck to scare Xiangya. Head chopped off, hung before the heavenly gate. That is the fruit of the heavenly gate. Xiangya is terrified. What? That's so tragic. Shun Xingya is so scared, she hurriedly pushes him away. Not watching anymore. Not watching anymore. Ouyang Jing pretends to apologize. Oops. Looks like I spoiled the content ahead of time. Sorry about that. She scolds him. You knew what this play was about, and you could still calmly watch it? He replies casually. Why couldn't I? Xiangya says angrily. Please. Have you forgotten your identity? You're the reincarnated heavenly emperor. He raises a hand to stop her, explaining. Let's make this clear first. I have no relationship whatsoever with Wu Lingxiao. The so-called reincarnated heavenly emperor includes other immortal officials in the heavenly palace too. Titles and positions are fixed. The previous generation falls. The next generation fills the spot. That's all it is. We transmigrated here, also just getting shoved into the mold of this world. He emphasizes, screw him. I do my own thing. It has nothing to do with whether I am the heavenly emperor or not. Xiangya hears this and thinks, okay, only you could say something like that. Clearly, he hasn't been in this world for long, but he seems to know everything. True, even if it means changing the world. As long as he wants to, he will definitely do it. Ouyang Jing eats while clicking his tongue in praise. The fried cakes at this stall are really good. Boss, give me 5. One of each flavor. How much is it? She just finished praising him in her heart. Turning her head, She sees him chewing nonstop again. However, right now, he just wants to eat, and it has to be sweets. Suddenly, Shun Xingya looks in a direction, noticing something flying towards them. A voice transmits from the flying object. We have a situation. The sigil picked up some rumors on the street. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing immediately becomes serious. Taibai has news. Taibai is currently reporting from within the Heavenly Tome. Someone saw something outside the city. Last night, a giant rock appeared in the back alley, then quickly disappeared. After that, it appeared. Ouyang Jing hears this and confirms immediately. It's a soul stone. City officials' morgue. Dragon severing port. At this moment, a female corpse is placed on a table. The coroner is examining the body. Unidentified female corpse. Adult mortal. Around 20 or 30 years old. Mortal meridians. No signs of cultivation. Chun urine. Mortal coroner. Continues speaking about the wounds. Severe bruising. Multiple abrasions all over the body. Multiple rib fractures. Death caused by hemorrhage. The most severe wound. A small mortal official looks at the pile of clothes on the table, writing notes while speaking. Time of death. According to the passers-by's account, estimated to be around the Shun hour, 17th of April. When the body was discovered, clothes were intact. Attire is strange. Sir, is it okay to record it like this? Yurin replies, it's fine. There are plenty of strange occurrences. At this moment, Yurin stands before an old couple, asking, you two said the body fell out from inside a rock. The old man answers anxiously, we just stumbled upon the body. Other than that, we know nothing. Official Chun, please don't write our names down. The old woman clasps her hands and says, such a beautiful girl. In our hometown, if she was taken by that demon lord, you must see the person if alive, and see the corpse if dead. The old man continues, we felt pity for her corpse lying in the wilderness, but we also fear offending that demon lord. Chun Yurin hears this and nods. He reaches out to comfort them. All right. An unidentified corpse is hard to open a case for, according to regulations. If no one reports the crime, the body will be disposed of in a few days. It's all right now. You two may go. The old woman is overjoyed. With those words from you, I am at ease. Yurin walks inside, muttering to himself. The demon dragon is awakening, and strange things are happening again. An official calls out from the room. Sir, does this case need to be reported to the superiors? He replies casually, just observe for a few more days. See if there is any movement. Beside him, Ouyang Jing is using a water style, mirage array, projecting an illusion, creating a hallucination, standing aside and eavesdropping. Chun Yurin completely fails to detect anyone listening. Ordering, move the body to the ice cellar first. Store the items found on her separately. The official obeys. On the roof, Xiangya overhears the conversation, wondering, Ouyang Ji, didn't you say that when we transmigrated here, we could respawn in a soul stone after death? He looks at her, explaining, that's right. That applies to me. But this person, no soul stone appeared after she died. The cause of her death was probably a fatal injury from her original world. Xiangya wonders, if she transmigrated because she died, are there other rules? Like soul transmigration, transmigrating into someone else in this world. He confirms seriously, that is also a line of thought. Shun Xingya suggests, let's try investigating if anyone has had a drastic change in personality, or is acting strangely. Ouyang Jing agrees, right? Ouyang Jing analyzes. Regardless, this lady isn't an ordinary person. Xiangya doesn't understand. What do you mean? He takes out a bag. This is the investigator's evidence bag. I want to see if she carried anything that could reveal her identity. He pulls a pistol out of the bag. Luckily, no one here recognizes it. Nor do they know how to use this thing. Xiangya points at the gun, asking curiously, is this a model gun? Ouyang Jing inspects the gun, replying, no, it's the real deal. It's already loaded. Suddenly, he puts his hand over the muzzle, pulls the trigger. Xiangya screams in fear seeing this. He pulls the trigger repeatedly, emptying the magazine to avoid accidental discharge. Shun Xingya anxiously pulls his hand over to check, seeing he is unharmed. Your hands are really hard. Ouyang Jing explains, because I have true chi protecting my body. Bullets from this kind of small caliber pistol. You have to reach the nascent soul stage not to get hurt. Xiangya turns her face away, clasping her hands together, saying shyly, touched it. It felt kind of soft. Suddenly, Taibai manifests, nagging, don't make noise. He looks at the elder, replying, it wouldn't be very good. I use true qi to erect a barrier. It has a soundproofing effect. Taibai voices his concern. That's not the problem. You are in the City Hall of Dragon Severingport. There are many cultivators in the City Hall. They might sense the flow of true qi. Ouyang Jing replies, all right, I'll pay attention. Who said I was a good guy anyway? Taibai continues. Also, just a reminder, City Lord Xian Chichio has arrived. At this moment, Xian Chichio enters from outside. Everyone around bows respectfully. Lord City Lord, my lord. A subordinate clasps his hands to report. My lord, the sacrificial offerings are ready. This year's birth registry statistics are complete. 600 households. Children born in the last half year have all been recorded in the ledger. Before the Monster Clan envoy arrives, we will select a day to sacrifice the children. According to custom, we will draw lots to decide which household sacrifices a boy. He hears the report, agreeing. Another person clasps his hands. Lord, City Lord, regarding the periodic subsidy money, I have a matter to report. Xian Chichio replies. Speak. The person begins to speak. The sacrifices only began 10 years ago. Moreover, the mortals in the city are refugees from years of famine. Now, 80% of them have registered residency. I suggest reasonably increasing the subsidy and posting notices to reassure the people. The city lord agrees. Approved. Xiangya on the roof hears this. Puzzled. There's even subsidy money? It seems they aren't so cruel as to insist on sacrificing humans. Ouyang Jing says softly, this is a quest from a master. Xian Chichio orders. I patrolled the coast last night. The main dike must be completed today. The subordinate on the right confirms. Guaranteed to be completed. My lord, the wetland reinforcement project is also underway. Once the human laborers arrive, it is expected to be finished within the next 2 days. The city lord continues assigning tasks. The defense system of the 2 canals in the city must also be checked and reinforced. Assign people to go. Last time there was an incident with the black tide overflowing. This time we must be careful. He asks about the food issue. After sealing the port, how are the food reserves in the city? The subordinate replies respectfully. City lord, the black tide only happens once every 15 years. The business households in the city. Every household pays grain at the end of the year. There is no need to worry for the time being. The granary currently under construction can meet the needs of laborers and soldiers. The land supply route. The supply volume is 1/5 of what it was via the waterway previously. The city lord hears the answer. Dissatisfied. That is still too little. Transfer 500 horses from the military camp to the grain transport team. His subordinate receives the order. Yes, sir. I will go to the military affairs department to discuss this immediately. Once finalized, I will request the city lord's official deployment order. The city lord is satisfied. Please take your seats, chiefs. Suddenly, a girl runs in frantically, pushing through the crowd and shouting. City lord, Chui Shi, Lady Kim's personal maid. The girl struggles to squeeze through the crowd, constantly asking them to make way. Excuse me, let me through. Chui Shi sees the city lord, cheering happily. My lord. Chichio reprimands her. Chui Shi, you're not allowed to barge into the city hall. The girl hurriedly explains. Lady Kim sent me to find you. Miss Achin has woken up from her coma. The physicians say she has taken a turn for the better. He hears Chui Shi's announcement. Shocked. What? Achin, she's getting better? A chief hears this, congratulating him. City lord, the young miss has finally passed the critical stage. Chichio hurriedly announces. In that case, you all attend to official matters first. If there is anything else to discuss, come to the meeting hall in my manor. Everyone responds in unison. Yes, sir. On the roof. Ouyang Jing points in a direction. Let's go over there and check it out too. Xiangya asks curiously. You suspect the city lord's daughter? City lord's manor, Dragon Severingport. At this moment, inside a room, a hand strokes the mattress. Lady Kim orders. The mattress is cold. Chui Shi, bring the badger fur blanket over to the brazier. Wait for it to warm up before spreading it out. Achin can only sleep well if it's a little warm. Shuishi responds obediently. Yes, ma'am. Lady Kim. Xian Chichio runs in panic, calling his daughter's name. Achin. The lady signals him. Keep it down. Achin just fell asleep. Look how soundly she's sleeping. She is still very weak. The city lord looks at his child with joy, compared to when she was in a coma. Her breathing is much more stable now. Lady Kim is happily hopeful. The physicians have gone to prepare restorative medicine. She will definitely recover in a few days. Chicho looks at his daughter with affection. She will recover. Ouyang Jing stands on the roof, eavesdropping, commenting, This Achin. It seems the reincarnator's soul has entered her body. Let's observe for a while longer. This reincarnator, if her consciousness hasn't disappeared, she probably won't reveal any flaws. Shen Xingya also analyzes, carrying a gun on her person. She might be an undercover cop, but we can't be sure. Xiangya suggests, we still have to find a way to talk to her. Ouyang Jing agrees, looking at the guards below and assessing. But we have to avoid the city Lord Manor's guards. These personal guards are all early Foundation establishment cultivators. Using mirage art for invisibility might still get exposed. He wonders and suggests, this city lord actually raises a group of human cultivators himself. Xiangya, why don't you go into the Heavenly Pavilion? Leave things here to me. Xiangya looks at him, agreeing. All right. She walks into the Heavenly Pavilion dejectedly. Shen Xingya calls out listlessly, Master Tai Bai. He hears his name, responding instantly. What is it, Xiangya? She begins to complain. Ouyang Ji kicked me in here. I know it's because I insisted on following him. But I don't want to be a burden. I don't know anything. And I can't help with anything. I've tried hard to learn, but there's so little I can do. Tai Bai sweats, reminding her. Divine consciousness hasn't been deactivated. He can still hear you. She realizes her slip of the tongue. Panicked. What? Just as she finishes speaking, Ouyang Jing's voice transmission arrives. Who kicked you out? I didn't. Come on, Tai Bai. Create a mini Heavenly Tome screen. Open a viewpoint for her. This is a VIP seat to watch the match. Watch and learn at the same time. Inside the Heavenly Tome, Shen Xingya asks curiously, Master Tai Bai, do you usually watch the outside like this too? He points at the screen, threatening. I'm allowing it this time. Normally peeping is not allowed. Hear that, old man? Tai Bai thinks to himself. Talking like anyone actually cares. Ouyang Jing begins to move. City Lord Manor Meeting Hall. At this moment, a voice rings out in the hall. The child of the city lord and the lady. Born prematurely 2 months ago. Wasn't it said she was congenitally weak, comatose and unconscious, and unlikely to survive? 2 chiefs are sitting in the hall. One of them replies, for the past few months, they've been using divine medicine just to keep her alive. It is of course a good thing if she can be saved. But at this critical juncture, it is hard to say if it is a blessing or a curse. A subordinate reminds him, Sir, how can such words be spoken? The other chief changes the subject to deal with the Black Tide and the Demon Dragon. The monster clan will send experts to assist. They will arrive this afternoon. Their arrival this time does not bode well. At this moment, Xian Chichio and his subordinates are standing in the front courtyard, welcoming them. Lord Matasu, this subordinate had some private matters in the manor, and cannot welcome you at the city hall. How rude of me. I hope you. Before he finishes speaking, Matasu steps forward, placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, Xian Chichio, I hear you're doing quite well as city lord. Chichio declines. I wouldn't dare. Matasu, flame bear demon, belonging to the monster clan sect. He looks around, commenting, the city lord's manor is built quite grandly. Lady Kim must be very satisfied. Xian Chichio looks at him and replies, yes, thinking to himself, cut the crap. So-called sending experts to assist. For so many years, clearly here to fight the demon dragon. In the end, it turns into collecting money. Matasu walks into the house, asking as soon as he reaches the door, do you know why I came this time? He doesn't understand. This matter, please enlighten me, my lord. Matasu says seriously. The demon dragon awakens every 15 years, divided into major and minor years. This year is a major black tide year, more fierce than usual. Before leaving, the elders specifically instructed, the date of birth of the sacrificed child must be precise. We can no longer choose arbitrarily. Otherwise, the demon dragon will be enraged. If we anger the demon dragon, We will all meet disaster. The city lord confirms. I understand. I will ensure the upcoming sacrifice goes well. But in his heart, he is suspicious. Every time the demon dragon appears, only the city is destroyed, causing casualties. It has never devoured living creatures. The so-called sacrifice is nothing more than a play. What exactly is this modest Sue plotting? He looks at a command token. Continuing. The birth date of the sacrifice was divined by the elder using a ritual. The 9th day of the 2nd month. Xian Chichio hears this. His face immediately tenses up. The chiefs and Shuishi are also incredibly shocked. The girl thinks to herself, 9th day of the 2nd month? Isn't that? Something terrible has happened. I must go find the lady quickly. The city lord questions. Why this date? The bear demon Sue also pretends not to understand. Right. It's already April. Those born in February are no longer newborns. But the elder's instructions cannot be disobeyed. So please find a child with that birth date, city lord. At this moment, Chichio's face is very grim, saying, I dare not hide it. My daughter was born on the 9th day of the 2nd month. Matasu looks at him calmly. Is that so? Lady Kim is of pure monster clan lineage, yet she actively lowered herself to marry a half-demon, and a retainer of the Akshia clan at that. That was quite a scandal back then. Did you too? He suddenly bursts into laughter, extremely happy. This is a good thing. Xian Chichio. This is an opportunity for you to show your loyalty to the monster clan. Xian Chichio hears this, angrily clenching his fists. Meanwhile, Ouyang Jing, using invisibility art, sits on a roof beam, gossiping. Bet you a dime. The city lord is about to rebel. Xiangya scolds him. You only care about watching the drama. Don't you care about the big picture anymore? Xiangya wonders. Hey, don't reveal his daughter's birthday. Can't he just hide it? Ouyang Jing explains. They are clearly targeting him. He can't hide it. A sacrifice every 15 years. Ultimately, it's to secure his position as city lord. It's just that this time, it's his turn to pay the price. Xian Chichio looks at him with sharp eyes. Voice heavy. I'm only a half-demon. But my daughter carries the blood of the Akshia clan. I do not have the right to decide. In Dragon, Severing Port, there are other children born on the 9th day of the 2nd month. They can be used for the sacrifice. Mata soon narrows his eyes at the city lord. I see you do not want to cooperate to complete the sacrifice. Suddenly, outside the door, the lady of the city lord walks in holding her child, raising her voice. Why not? The child is here. I brought her. Seeing his wife arrive, the city lord immediately stands up. My lady. Mata Su greets her. Long time no see. Lady Kim. Lady Kim looks at him. No need to reminisce. Lord Mata Su. I understand the situation. I heard long ago that Lord Mata Su had reached the golden core stage. I wonder how your strength is now. I trust that you are certainly not like the immortal clan of old, sharp of tongue, but actually cowardly as mice. You must have enough confidence, enough power to suppress the demon dragon and protect the peace of Dragon Severing Port, right? He answers confidently. Of course. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing opens his heaven's eye, thinking to himself, Golden Core Stage? Mata Su's attributes appear before his eyes. Mata Su, Monster Clan, Health, 1279/1279. Physique, 954. Strength, 176. Strategy, 78. Temperament, 47. Cultivation, Golden Core. Spiritual Power, 41999. True Chi, 87662. Magic, Lava Body. Martial Arts, Crushing Lava Fist. Ouyang Jing looks at the attribute panel, evaluating. Tens of thousands of true Chi. Indeed, Golden Core Stage. He wasn't bragging. Xiangya says dumbfoundedly. My stats are only over 1,000. The gap between Foundation Establishment and Golden Core is too big. Ouyang Jing explains. Even within the Golden Core Stage, the difference in strength is huge. Lady Kim and the City Lord are also Golden Core. But Lady Kim is in the early stage, and the City Lord is in the middle stage. Judging by stats alone, their combined true Chi doesn't even equal this Mata Su. If they really fight, there's almost no chance of winning. Xiangya looks worriedly at the City Lord couple. Then isn't Chin? Lady Kim says in a deep voice, the fate of Dragon Severing Port lies in your hands. I guarantee, We will cooperate to complete the sacrifice and resist the demon dragon together. We absolutely will not get in the way, he says with satisfaction. As expected of Lady Kim, you understand the greater good. She continues. That is why I cannot let this child be the sacrifice. If she is put on the altar, not only will the ceremony fail, but the participants will also suffer heavy casualties. Matasu is shocked. What? She is just an infant. How is that possible? The lady explains. She's my daughter, inheriting my bloodline and magic. Born with power. She won't let people slaughter her. Excuse me, Lord Matasu, words are no proof. I hope you can witness it with your own eyes. But we cannot hurt your precious body. Why not let your most trusted subordinate test this child's power? Hearing this, he agrees. Fine. Somewhat. A subordinate steps forward. Lady Kim, pardon me. His face darkens, thinking to himself. Lord Matasu instructed. Don't care what tricks they play. Just take the opportunity to snatch this little brat. This pawn is what the Lord wants. A milk-drinking brat. Easy as turning over a hand. I must seize this opportunity to gain merit. He places a hand on the child. The child senses danger, suddenly opening her eyes wide. Suddenly, countless streams of black energy form into snake shapes, lunging at the subordinate, scaring him into screaming. What is this? The lady crosses her arms, looking at the subordinate writhing in pain on the ground. What is your cultivation level? How many years did it take you to reach foundation establishment? This child was born at the foundation establishment stage, able to use bloodline blood magic from a young age. Our family heirloom. She hugs her child, full of maternal love, thinking to herself, this is also a burden. Power she cannot control has been backlash against her life since birth. Now she has overcome it and can use magic to protect herself. Everything happened too suddenly. The physicians couldn't explain it. It can only be called a miracle. No matter what, I absolutely will not let her suffer any harm. Achin. Lady Kim speaks to him. Lord Matasu, you saw it. I didn't lift a finger. It was all the child's own power. I don't want to cause you more trouble. Using her for sacrifice is not a wise move. She thinks to herself, those sect elders want to use this demon dragon sacrifice to eliminate my daughter. I will remember this debt. If he doesn't back down, I will give it my all and fight to the death. At this moment, everyone looks tensely at the body on the ground. Matasu's face is gloomy. Lady Kim, suddenly, he agrees happily. You are right. There are plenty of sacrifices. Finding another one is much more convenient. 100 human infants. No objections, right? Hearing the price he named, the city lord turns pale with shock. Inside the Heavenly Pavilion, Xiangya hears his demand, saying angrily, that flamboyant bastard is too much. Taibai is stunned, thinking to himself, flamboyant bastard? He speaks up to stop her. Don't rush. Xiangya. Thoughtless action will cause unnecessary casualties. The girl hears this, puzzled. Master Taibai is worried the flamboyant bastard will hurt others? He explains. No. I'm worried Ouyang Jing will cause trouble. Ouyang Jing hears this, roaring angrily from outside the Heavenly Pavilion. Smelly old man. Would do I ever cause trouble? Trouble just jumps on me. Taibai denies. I said that for your own good. Xiangya thinks discontentedly. Here we go again. Here we go again. They argue every day. Ouyang Jing commands. Xiangya, start operation. Get ready. Shun Xingya responds obediently. Yes, sir. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Dragon Severing Port. The inn where Matasu is staying. He crushes the head of a subordinate, killing him to vent his anger. Matasu finishes killing, throwing the body aside, cursing. Useless trash. Pass the order to those two. Split up and act. Just say the city lord of Dragon Severing Port, Xian Chichio, intends to rebel. The subordinate on the left reports. My lord, what is the evidence of a crime? Is there any reason? The subordinate next to him continues. Obstructing the sacrifice today is one crime, but it's still not enough to convict him. Mahaxu lowered his voice. He sits securely on that city lord's throne. How could he not have committed a few crimes? Finding evidence is too simple. That lowly half-demon. Does he think he could be city lord forever? It's time to straighten him out. He shouted. Stop spacing out. Go. Two subordinates respectfully accepted the order. The rear garden of the city lord's manor. The city lord and his wife sat together. The city lord's wife asked, I heard Ma Haxu cause trouble at the inn again. The city lord recounted the incident. His subordinates intentionally injured several waiters. After the officials discussed it, we had no choice but to book the whole inn and all the shops. That guy is clearly trying to provoke us in different ways. The wife didn't understand, including the 100 infants as sacrifices. He calculated. At that time, I could only agree. But this cannot be spoken of publicly. We can only prepare in secret. The madam said, sadly, ever since I had Achin, I realized killing 100 children is equivalent to killing the hearts of 100 mothers. The city lord was troubled. But if we don't follow through, it gives Mahaxu another excuse to cause trouble, or he would just stand by and watch, letting the devil dragon wreak havoc. By then, the casualties will number in the thousands or tens of thousands. She replied, I know, but constantly making concessions will absolutely not lead to a good outcome. Just think about it. The forces standing behind Mahaxu, they are targeting our family. This sacrifice ceremony, even if you listen to everything he says, in the end, it won't solve the problem. Give him an inch and he'll take a mile. He'll just find more excuses to make things difficult for us. Xin Qigong pondered. I will think of a way. Let's just get past the devil dragon's black tide first. The madam's eyes were filled with sorrow. If we can survive this calamity, sometimes I think we should find a peaceful place. Just like our ancestors who set up camp and built villages, claiming a territory for ourselves. She leaned tiredly on her husband's shoulder. Our Achin could live freely, and you wouldn't have to worry about these messy political affairs anymore. The city lord looked at his wife. He rebutted. If we leave Juelong Port, where can we go? What place isn't under the control of the demon race? Above is the demon race. Below is the devil dragon. Ji Jin frowned. Fine then. I was just saying. She changed the subject. As for that devil dragon, the devil dragon of Juelong Port is just a pet of the devil race. The real devil race is in the devil realm of the spirit world. They don't show their faces at all. The devil dragon they left behind is merely to show off their power, to constantly remind the mortal realm who the real boss is. This tactic of the devil race is no different from the immortal race of the past. The only difference is the immortals in the heavenly palace. They still pretend to know nothing. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over. Greetings, City Lord, Madam G. The Justice Department has an urgent report. The City Lord was suspicious. It's this late? What is it? You Linfeng, human race. City Lord Manor Guard. Linfeng reported. The adjutant accompanying Lord Ma Haxu has died suddenly. The body was found in the middle of the City Gate Road. After examining the scene, he has been taken to the Justice Department. The City Lord reassured her. Don't be afraid, Ajin. I must go handle this case personally. The madam agreed. Go ahead. Achin is fine. I will handle things in the manor. Then I'm going. Meanwhile, inside the autopsy room, Mahaxu spoke angrily. How much longer? Where are the results? Qin Yuan replied. Preliminary examination shows no traces of attacks by weapons or magic were found, but there are many fractures and ruptured internal organs caused by impact. The cause of death is... He was silent for a moment, then asserted, falling to his death. Hearing this conclusion, Ma Haxu flew into a rage. He has wings. How could he fall to his death? Yuan respectfully clasped his hands. This case indeed has suspicious points. Please allow this subordinate to report. The city lord ordered. Speak. It's fine. Yuan received permission and spoke. In the autopsy records this subordinate has reviewed, people of the same race as this adjutant have had similar cases. The victim was a soldier on a long march. When flying over a mountain range in harsh weather, because his chi was depleted, he fell into a coma. Unfortunately, he fell and died. In that case, because the center of gravity is on the back, the injuries were most severe there. But compared to this case, the adjutant's injuries are concentrated on the chest and left side. Furthermore, unusual cracks were found on his wing joints. This subordinate boldly speculates. This adjutant was murdered by someone. The killer controlled his wings and slammed him hard onto the ground. A fatal blow. Mahaxu roared. Nonsense. His cultivation was at Foundation establishment. How could he die so easily? In Juelong Port. Who has that kind of power? Who dares to touch my people? Meanwhile, outside the city lord's manor, Ouyang Jing was walking up. The surrounding guards blocked him. Halt! You dare barge into the city lord's manor? Do you want to die? Inside the city lord's manor, the madam was holding her child, watching the busy guards. A guard rushed toward the council hall. Quickly go to the council hall and get back up. Suoxia, Human Race. Chief steward and commander of the city lord manor guards. He stepped before the madam to report. This subordinate deserves death for the disturbance. Bothering madam and the young miss so late at night. The madam asked, "What is happening, Steward Suo?" He continued reporting. There's a person claiming to be a human cultivator. He says he wants to seek an audience with the city lord. And he barged in without permission. Ji Jin was unhappy. Who's it this time? It's the middle of the night. Don't you cultivators sleep? Seeing the madam angry, the steward quickly said, Madam Ji, please rest assured. This subordinate will arrest him immediately. Ouyang Jing stood before the two guards, smiling, without a hint of fear. Ouyang Jing commanded, I'll draw their attention. Ensure they don't have time to notice Madam Ji's room. Xiangya, find a chance to approach that child. Inside the pavilion of Heavenly Tome, Xiangya asked blankly, Okay, are you planning to fight them? Two guards roared and charged. You brazen thug. Ignored our warning? D. An arrow flew in front of Ouyang Jing. He said with disdain, All Foundation establishment cultivators, using water and earth attribute methods, and the most basic kind at that. Their martial arts are mass-produced trash too. How boring. A guard charged with a sword, slashing at his neck. Ouyang Jing didn't panic at all, thinking to himself, this tiny bit of damage. Just let them hit me. The guard continuously attacked Ouyang Jing. The guard slashed his sword at his neck. Seeing Ouyang Jing unharmed, he was extremely shocked. The guard attacked frantically, panicking inside. Why is it like this? I infused the magma command spell into my sword. Just a touch should strip flesh from bone. But even with my full strength, I can't hurt him at all. The water arrow command with piercing ability is useless too. The two guards looked at him in shock. Xiangya watched, stunned. They can't even break his protective chi. Ouyang Jing dusted off his clothes, explaining, This is just basic defense. And you can't even break that? Are they planning to fight until they're exhausted? No. He smiled and corrected himself. Even if they fight until they're exhausted, they still can't hurt me. Inside the pavilion of Heavenly Tome, the girl looked at Tai Bai, asking in confusion, Didn't we say we needed to be low profile? Master Tai Bai, is it okay to just hack back and forth like this? Back to Ouyang Jing. Several more guards ran over, shouting, We're here to help. Xiangya asked again, Will they realize he is from the immortal race? Tai Bai Jinxing replied, No, to the mortal realm. The immortal race went extinct 1,000 years ago. They won't think that far. Even if they have some cultivation, they're just frogs in a well. At this moment, the white-haired guard spoke up. This kid definitely used some evil technique to block our attacks. The blue-haired guard asked, Lin Feng, what realm have you cultivated to? Lin Feng lowered his voice. I can't tell. Trap him. Flying formation. Capture this guy. Ouyang Jing heard the guard, crossing his arms. He replied casually, Not really. I just didn't do anything. The guard began to spread out, surrounding him. Ouyang Jing looked around, praising them. These guards, without saying a word, their organization is quite commendable. Lin Feng began to execute a move. Thunder Seal, Lightning Lock. Ouyang Jing saw Feng's move, analyzing. It's a magic seal used to mark the enemy. Then the cultivators will coordinate to cast spells. Even if they fire blindly, they'll hit. But the others won't be able to move at the same time. He explained. Coordinated magic. This trap is set pretty well. Just as he finished speaking, several chains emerged from the ground around him, attacking toward Ouyang Jing. The chains began to bind Ouyang Jing. He looked at the chains, calculating. Demon binding rope. One end is buried in the ground. It's the city lord manor's defense. The demon binding rope is a magic tool. Lightning attribute, made of black iron. It has magic arrays carved inside. It can disrupt the chi of the person bound, making them unable to cast spells. The blue-haired guard thought they succeeded. All three demon binding ropes hit. I didn't expect it to be this easy. The white-haired guard beside him said scornfully, Look at the way he dresses. Must be a country bumpkin. Sure enough, he has no combat experience, bound by the demon binding rope. Now he can't use his evil arts even if he wanted to. The guards rushed toward him, shouting loudly. The other end of the demon binding rope is buried in the ground. You can't move anymore. Everyone attacked together. Two guards slashed their swords down. Ouyang Jing leaped up, easily dodging. Ouyang Jing hovered in the air. The guards all stared blankly. He flashed a smile. The demon-binding rope in the ground was uprooted by him, roots and all. The guards scrambled to dodge, screaming in panic. What the? Ouyang Jing turned back to look at them, radiating an imposing aura. He raised his hand. Looking at the demon-binding rope, he evaluated. Even the roots were pulled up, and this chain didn't break. The girl didn't understand, but still tied to him. How's he get it off? Can you just snap it? Ouyang Jing judged. I could use force to break it. Ouyang Jing's face clearly showed greed. He said excitedly, but this thing is a treasure. I want to keep it. Can't break it. Shen Xiangya was disgruntled. Why do you want everything you see? This isn't a souvenir shop. The white hair guard was furious. Bastard. Lin Feng was terrified. He actually pulled the demon-binding rope out of the ground. This person's spiritual power is definitely not low. But Suo Xiao walked over from behind. Stop. The blue-haired guard saw him come out. Steward Suo. He continued. Can't you see yet? Even if you all attack together, you're no match for him. This cultivator didn't fight back out of politeness. Hurry up and untie him. Ouyang Jing looked at him, thinking, politeness? That's right. If I hadn't held back, you all would have been wiped out long ago. He walked up to Ouyang Jing, introducing himself. I am Suo Xia, the chief steward of the city, Lord's Manor. May I ask how to address this cultivator? Ouyang Jing replied politely. I have wandered since childhood. No name, no surname. Just call me Ouyang Jing. When I was young, I found a nameless manual in the forest. An elder accompanying me knew practicing it unauthorized was a capital crime, so he burned the rest of the pages. But I have had a photographic memory since birth. I had already read through the content once. I relied on memory to cultivate until now. Xiangya was skeptical. This backstory, you just made that up, didn't you? He explained. They think I used some special technique. I'll just play along with them. The girl was speechless. You really are a master scammer. The white hair guard was unconvinced. Nameless method. Sure enough, it's a long-lost evil art. Barging into the manor. We should arrest him. Steward Suo shouted. Enough. This cultivator came to join the city lord. We should treat him with courtesy. This is Madame G's instruction. He recalled the city lord's wife's words. Don't arrest just anyone. Someone coming to join us is a good thing. Don't ruin the city lord's reputation. Suo Xia reminisced. When I was young, I also traveled everywhere. Later, I offended the demon race. I could only hide from place to place. Luckily, the city lord took me in. Our city lord of Juelong Port cherishes talent, regardless of background. As long as your cultivation and talent are outstanding, different from ordinary people, and you are wholeheartedly loyal to the city lord, you can stay here and hold a position. Juelong Port is close to the black tide. The city lord is busy with many things. I hope this cultivator can wait patiently to see the city lord tomorrow and present your purpose for coming here. Xiangya was surprised. This attitude changed really fast. Ouyang Jing teased. This move is called, if you can't beat him, recruit him. Suo Xia happily led him away. Cultivator Ouyang Jing. Please follow me. Ouyang Jing looked at the guards grinding their teeth. He thought reassuringly. These guys are still wary of me, but they no longer have the will to fight. Suddenly, Yulin Feng blurted out. Wait, we're not fighting anymore? He didn't use any strength just now. How can this be? Let's fight fair and square. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing rejoiced in his heart. Except for this idiot, everyone was speechless. Yulin Feng, can't you just pretend nothing happened? Suo Xia walked over to a guard, ordering. Arrange a separate room for him. Prepare some food too. Yes, sir. You all guard the exit. Keep an eye on the chi flow. Do not let any more mistakes happen. That subordinate replied. Yes, sir. He began to assign tasks to Xiangya. Now the city lord manor's attention is focused on me. Xiangya, get ready to act. Xiangya agreed. Got it. Tai Bai Jinxing provided information. The city lord's wife has gone to sleep. Her daughter is alone in the room. The girl stepped out of the pavilion of Heavenly Tome. She entered the room, looking at the cradle, thinking, if this baby is the reincarnator, I hope she believes me. If not, then I'm just talking to myself. This must be the sacrifice baby. I have to be careful. Don't provoke her. The baby was sleeping obediently in the cradle. She looked at the child, mesmerized. So cute. Tiny face, tiny hands, and a tiny tail. Xiangya began to have random thoughts. Right. She is the child of a snake spirit and a scorpion spirit. Is she viviparous or oviparous? She began to introduce herself. Ahem. Calm down. Let's practice a bit. My name is Shun Xiangya. I also transmigration here just like you. But I arrived a little earlier than you. If we want to return to our original world, we have to help each other complete the mission. I hope you could trust me. Shun Xiangya reaches out to touch the baby's tail. Suddenly, she pauses. The baby has woken up at this moment, looking at her adorably. City Lord's Manor guest room. At this moment, a table of food is set in the room. Chief Steward Xia says respectfully, there were many offenses earlier. We have prepared some wine and meat as an apology. Cultivator Ouyang, please help yourself. He looks at the table of food. Do you guards eat this well every day? Lin Feng replies immediately. Of course the food in the City Lord's Manor is good. An outsider like you is lucky to have a taste. Ouyang Jing picks up the cup of water and takes a sip, thinking to himself, as for Xiangya, let her act on her own. Tonight I'll just eat and drink my fill and wait for news. This is herbal tea. He tastes the water in the cup. This taste is so familiar. Ouyang Jing recalls before he transmigrated into the game. It's Wong Lo Cat. Back when I stayed up late gaming. I love drinking a can of this. At this moment, in a room, 3 people are chatting happily. The red-haired friend asks, puzzled, why are you drinking Wong Lo Cat every day lately? He explains happily, staying up late, afraid of internal heat. The blonde friend also joins in. Makes sense. Afraid of internal heat, drink Wong Lo Cat. At this moment, all 3 are gathered around the table, eating while playing games on their phones. The red-haired friend shouts happily, let me, charge. The blonde friend yells, top lane 2. You pig teammates. Ouyang Jing advises, oh man, you guys are such noobs. Come here. I'll carry the team for you. Ouyang Jing feels a bit expectant. I've been in this world for a while now. I miss my old life a bit. I wonder when I can return. Right? I can't tell my parents about this either. If I go back, I'll definitely get scolded. Anyway, as long as I continue searching for reincarnators, there will definitely be more clues. Yu Linfeng stares at him intently. Ouyang Jing is stunned. What are you looking at me for? Where are the others? Ah Feng replies. They're guarding outside the courtyard, waiting to hand you over to the city lord for punishment tomorrow. No one wants to face you anymore. I can smell a person's cultivation level through the residual true qi outside their body. The higher the cultivation base, the stronger the true qi inside the body. And so is the residual true qi outside. Lin Feng thinks in astonishment. Is this a dog's nose? He thinks to himself. This ability is hard to guard against. Xiangya has already sneaked into the city lord's manor. I can't let him discover her. You Lin Feng, is it? Then don't even think about going anywhere tonight. Lin Feng raises a question, but looking at the residual true qi outside your body. You're at most at the qi refining stage. How can you be so strong? It's absurd. Ouyang Jing bursts out laughing, saying resolutely, just fight one round and you'll know why. Make your move. Ouyang Jing leans back lazily. Fight here? This table of wine and meat. Cups, plates, tea sets. What if we break them? Lin Feng shouts. You don't need to worry. If it breaks, I'll pay. Ah Feng challenges him seriously. I am Yu Lin Feng. Mid-foundation establishment stage. I hereby declare war. Let's duel head-on. A night passes. Lin Feng's face is now bruised and swollen, unrecognizable from his original appearance. Xiangya announces, are you there? Ouyang Ji. Confirmed. The city lord's daughter, Ah Qin, is the reincarnator. Ouyang Jing is sitting on Lin Feng, replying, that's good then. The little girl continues. She's too young, can't speak yet. But luckily we can communicate with gestures. I've told her our entire plan. Ouyang Jing asks, where are you? In her pavilion. Transmits via voice transmission. Master Taibai told me to withdraw, because Shun Xingya recounts. Early morning. That guy Mata, Su came again. Yu Lin Feng is lying on the ground, exhausted at this moment. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing appears. You're awake? Lin Feng screams in fear. Ah Feng sees him like he's seen a ghost. Unable to stand up in time, crawling backwards while screaming. Passing by, he sees Lin Feng trembling and hiding in the corner, comforting him. Relax. My husky friend. I won't do anything to you. Lin Feng is terrified. You. What evil art did you use? You can't possibly be human clan. What exactly are you? Ouyang Jing walks over and grabs him by the collar. What are you saying? Of course I'm human clan. Ouyang Jing threatens. If anyone asks you, he hasn't finished his sentence. The other party hurriedly says, Qi refining. Qi refining. Ouyang Jing continues to threaten. So last night, what did you see? Yu Lin Feng answers tremblingly. Didn't see anything. He looks at Lin Feng happily. So obedient. Ouyang Jing suggests, our body builds are similar. Lend me some clothes to wear. He changes into a new set of clothes, striding out confidently. At this moment, Chief Steward Xia sees Matasu, steps forward to ask, Lord Matasu, why have you come here? This is the entrance to the inner courtyard. If you have business, please come to the meeting hall to discuss. Guard, scram. Hearing him say this, everyone becomes alert. Chui, she says worriedly. My lady, what do we do now? Lady Kim replies, it's fine. Let's see what his purpose is. Matasu enters the city lord's wife's room. Kim politely asks the guest to leave. Apologies. Lord Matasu. Early this morning, fluctuations were detected in the black tide. The city lord has been supervising the sea dike. You should go to the sea dike to stop the black tide instead. He replies, no rush. She asks further. The matter of sacrificing 100 infants has been handled according to Lord Matasu's wishes. Do you have other demands? He says smugly. It's just a few monsters and half-demons. Trivial matter. Matasu sits down on a chair, saying, Dragon Severing Port originally exists to provide sacrifices for the demon clan. Ha! Two guards hear these words, secretly angry in their hearts. This bastard. He looks at her, suggesting, Lady Kim, I just want to have a private chat with you. The city lord's wife does not answer at this moment. A tense atmosphere fills the room. She orders, you all withdraw. The silver-haired guard is unhappy. That Matasu is no good person. Steward Xia worries. Is there still no reply from the city lord's side? Cui undicesimo panix. This isn't right. We are all waiting outside. What if the lady and the young miss are in danger? Everyone knows Matasu has bad intentions, yet no one takes action. The silver-haired guard replies, does Lady Kim not know that? Didn't she tell us to withdraw? This is a monster clan matter. No one has the right to interfere. She can't help but worry. Why is it like this? City Lord, please return quickly. Lin Feng still doesn't know what happened at this moment. Walks over and asks loudly, is the City Lord here? The green-haired guard sees him, asking in confusion, Lin Feng, didn't you volunteer to guard the human cultivator? The City Lord is not here. We don't have time to joke with you. Lin Feng is stunned. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing appears, placing a hand on Lin Feng's back. What's wrong? We were just strolling in the manor. We hit it off as soon as we met last night. We're best brothers now. Right, Alfeng? Hearing Ouyang Jing's voice, Alfeng turns pale with fear. Right. Yu Lin Feng looks at him, calculating in his heart. This guy is indeed dangerous. His strength is unfathomable. But if I tell others, it might harm them. I can only find an opportunity to tell the City Lord. If that doesn't work, I must tell Lady Kim. He said he came to join the City Lord. It's definitely fake. This guy must have a secret plot. What is his real purpose? If he deceives everyone and becomes an official in the City Lord's manor? No. With his strength, replacing Chief Steward Xia would be as easy as turning over a hand. What should I do? Suddenly, Xiangya transmits a message. Ouyang, I was just about to ask you. What exactly happened last night? What did you do to make him like this? Ouyang Jing replies shamelessly. Nothing. See, he's perfectly fine. I thought he was interesting and a bit reckless, so I scared him a bit. Didn't expect him to be so cowardly. Xiangya worries for Lin Feng, saying, help, little brother. He's creating psychological trauma for you. Inside the room, Matasu speaks up. To tell you the truth, Lady Kim, things have come to this, yet you still haven't changed your attitude? Do you really intend to stay in Dragon Severing Port and live your whole life with that half-demon? Don't you feel wronged? She turns her face away. So what if he's a half-demon? He is also the City Lord of this place. Is he worthy? This Dragon Severing Port will never belong to that half-demon. It's just because you are from the Akshia clan that it was awarded to him. Everyone says the youngest miss of the Akshia clan, Lady Kim, is magnificent and peerless. capable of toppling kingdoms. Lady Kim hears him say this, turns her head back in confusion. Make a choice. A measly dragon, severing port. How can it be worthy of you? You can choose any reward you want. The city lord's wife understands his intent, so she refuses. This is your true purpose, isn't it? Go back. I'm not interested. He flies into a rage. It seems you still don't understand the situation clearly. Let me remind you. Madasu points at the baby, roaring. Still don't understand? That half-demon and this brat must die. Hearing this, she becomes extremely angry. Do not touch my daughter. She channels demonic energy, transforming into several demon snakes lunging at him. Madasu disdainfully grabs her threads of demonic energy, stepping forward to choke the lady, causing her to scream in pain. Madasu chokes her and lifts her up. What a pity. I originally didn't want to do this. I advised you kindly, but you wouldn't listen. That half-demon's position can no longer be kept. He will definitely die. Achin lies in the crib, full of worry. He says despicably, wait until I deal with this brat. You'll be mine. She resists. You are a beast. I will not let you have your way. Suddenly, Achin cries out loudly. She looks worriedly at her child, asking with concern. Achin. Suddenly, Madasu is blasted out of the room by a giant python. Everyone looks in shock as he is knocked flying out. The city lord's wife channels demonic power, protecting her child, saying worriedly, Achin, Achin, don't cry. Hush. Mommy is here. She hugs her child, worried in her heart. Are you okay? Will there be any more problems with your body? Ever since she woke up from the coma, she has always been very quiet, never cried this loudly. Did something happen? Achin nestles in her mother's arms, with tears in her eyes, puzzled. The little girl remembers Xiangya's words. Actually, I wasn't the earliest transmigrator. Oyangjing. He came to this world 3 months earlier than me. All this time, he's just been cultivating. Super strong. Thanks to his magic, we found you. We discussed it. Ouyangji will go lure the guards away, and I will sneak in to meet you. Actually, Ouyangji could come too. But Master Taibai said he looks like a bad guy when he appears. Popping up suddenly would scare you. The little girl tries to patch things up. Ouyangji just doesn't like dressing properly. But he's a very good person. Super reliable. The situation is a bit tense now. You are standing in the eye of the storm. We know everything. So Ouyangji is guarding outside the city lord's manor. He will protect you. If you encounter trouble, just shout loudly. Then rest assured, no matter who the opponent is, they'll just get crushed flat. Madasu, who is knocked flying, stands up at this moment, saying angrily, Bastard. The guards surround him anxiously. Lord Madasu, what happened? Lin Feng looks at the lady, thinking to himself, Lady Kim has never attacked like this. Is this the power of the snake shadow art at the Foundation establishment stage? To be able to act so ruthlessly against a fellow monster clan member. The city lord's wife looks angrily in a direction. Alphonse realizes something is wrong. He shouts, formation. Protect the lady. Madasu snorts coldly. Ridiculous. He channels demonic power, cursing. You trash. Think you can stop me? You almost die. Suddenly, a hand is placed on his shoulder. Ouyang with a darkened face, says, No one wants to block Lord Madasu's path. Just want to send your lordship on your way. Lady Kim is a bit surprised. It's the cultivator from yesterday. Lin Feng assesses him, thinking to himself, every time a cultivator breaks through a realm, there is a world of difference in strength. Madasu should be late golden core, yet he can easily suppress Madasu's power. Madasu looks at Ouyang feeling a bit amused, since you are in such a hurry to die. He barely speaks for 5 seconds before getting punched by Ouyang. Ouyang punches him into the sky, then adds another punch, knocking him down into the middle of the sea. Ouyang lands lightly on the ground, thinking to himself, all right, this is far enough. Madasu stands up, questioning, Stinking brat, who are you? Ouyang doesn't answer his question, but muses, took that punch just now without getting hurt. Pretty tough, huh? At this moment, he smiles faintly. Fine then. Ouyang rushes forward. Then try this punch. Madasu is horrified. This speed. Ouyang throws a punch. He tries his best to block, but the powerful fist force still drags him into the sea. A loud explosion. Water splashes everywhere. The two fight incessantly. actually splitting the sea surface, revealing the seabed. Inside the Heavenly Pavilion, Xiangya contacts Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Ji? Huh? Audio lost, Xiangya says worriedly. After he knocked that big red guy flying, he cut off the team voice chat. It was like this last night, too. Master Tai-Bai, you definitely know where Ouyang Ji is, right? Tai-Bai jinxing replies. Just ignore him. The little girl doesn't understand. Why? Ouyang Ji told me to watch and learn. He reminds her. Learning also requires selection. Don't learn those bad habits. The little girl responds obediently. Yes, sir. Xiangya thinks to herself. Why are they bad habits? The little girl sucks up to him. I listen to Master Tai-Bai. I won't learn those bad things. Tai-Bai is helpless. This girl. Xiangya giggles. City, Lord's Manor. The green-haired guard asks. Did you guys see clearly? That Matasu was knocked flying with just one move. Another guard wonders. Where did they go? The green-haired guard is suspicious. The City Lord's Manor is safe now. Did that cultivator save us? Lin Feng steps forward to report. Lady Kim, I can smell the residual true qi outside his body. His power is not only formidable, but also very strange. He is absolutely not a human clan cultivator, as he claims. You may find my words meaningless, but every word I say is the truth. The lady turns around to question him. Did I say I didn't believe you? I believe your words. She begins to recount. My ancestors lived through the era of immortal clan rule and witnessed their demise. I heard them talk about the peak era of the immortal clan. Back then, the mortal realm was full of cultivators like you. They cultivated bitterly for years, praying for the path to become immortal. But even after transcending tribulation and becoming immortal, they were just low-rank immortals, far beyond the limits of cultivation. Even if one reaches the true immortal realm, there are 5 mysterious realms beyond that. Before becoming immortal, cultivators raise their realm by accumulating excessive true qi that diffuses outward. That is why one can identify their realm through the residual true qi. But cultivation after becoming immortal is truly about refining and purifying true qi. The higher the realm, the purer and more internalized the true qi becomes. I think that is why your method of judging cultivation realms is useless on him. Lin Feng hears this and wonders. Then what exactly is he? At this moment, out at sea, Ouyang Jing attacks relentlessly, provoking more. Matasu falls into a disadvantage, continuously defending. He thinks to himself, this brat made me unable to defend with just one punch, and each punch is stronger than the last. He must be probing my strength. Ouyang Jing throws another punch. Matasu is fearless. Ridiculous. Let me broaden your horizons. Ouyang Jing lands a punch on him, suddenly realizing something is wrong. At this moment, Matasu summons a flame, shooting it towards him. Ouyang Jing takes a step back, looking at him. Lin Feng watches him. Interesting. This is the magic of the Bear Clan. He opens his divine eye. Matasu's stats appear before his eyes. Lava body, a magic combining fire and earth elements, carrying the characteristic fire attribute of the Flame Bear Monster Clan, turning the whole body into hot lava, capable of withstanding attacks, centered on the caster, covering the surroundings, can be controlled freely. He sees the opponent recognize his magic. A bit surprised. You actually know my magic? Matasu moves as fast as the wind. He swings his fist, charging at the opponent, shouting, take this punch. Ouyang Jing blocks his attack with one hand. Matasu sees this, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Fool, have a good taste of this move. He activates the skill. Turn to ashes. At this moment, flames surround Ouyang Jing. Like molten lava, his whole body is wrapped in lava-like flames. But he is unharmed, with a sizzle. The clothes on his upper body are burnt to ashes, revealing Ouyang Jing's solid muscles. He says in a deep voice, we set hand-to-hand combat. Splashing lava is a bit lame. Matasu can't believe his eyes, gritting his teeth, thinking to himself, unharmed. Ouyang Jing looks like a demon incarnate right now. He shouts excitedly, stop playing. Fight properly. He begins to channel magic. At this moment, the surrounding stone fragments fly up, orbiting Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing is fearless. Right. These stone fragments are all from the lava body ability. He thinks to himself, Magic combining 3 earth element effects? This is the control effect of the magic array. So boring. Mata Su speaks up. I am not a guard of the city lord's manor. Those guards are at most late foundation establishment. He replies calmly. You're not wrong. Lord Matasu. It seems you prepared early. Matasu assesses him, thinking to himself. In a contest between cultivators, the difference in realms is an absolute difference in power. Fundamentally, a contest of cultivation base and true chi. A foundation establishment stage, cultivator meeting my stone will turn to charcoal. Even if their cultivation is equal to mine, they must use defensive magic to evade. He wonders. I didn't expect Dragon Severing Port to have such an expert. How much benefit did Ecchi and Chicho give you? Ouyang Jing asks back. You think I'm a city lord's subordinate? He begins to bribe. That doesn't matter. As long as you become my subordinate, I will give you 10 times the benefits. He tells the opponent. That city lord's seat of Ecchi and Chichos is about to become unstable. Ouyang Jing recounts what he did. Is that so? In the end, you still reported to the monster clan, saying the city lord intends to rebel. Looks like you want to drive him to his death. Matasu is shocked. What? How do you know? You were following me. He replies softly. Don't get excited. I wasn't just following you alone. Lord Matasu is also very careful. Huh? Ordering subordinates to deliberately cause trouble at the inn was to lure the city lord's subordinates away, right? While they were busy cleaning up your mess. You sent people to deliver the message. There were 2 messengers, splitting up to prepare. One went by land. The other flew away. Hearing this, Matasu realizes he was the one who killed his subordinates. My adjutant was killed by you. Ouyang Jing smirks. They're all dead. Only the one flying in the sky kept his corpse. Your orders. Not a single word left Dragon Severing Port. Matasu is horrified. Impossible. Ouyang Jing continues. Your conspiracy and plan to overthrow the city lord have also failed. He roars. What exactly do you want to do? He points straight at the opponent's face. You don't need to know my plan, Lord Matasu, because today you must die in Dragon Severing Port. Hearing this, he flies into a rage, shouting loudly, go to hell. Before he can act, he loses an arm to Ouyang Jing in one move. Matasu kneels on the ground in pain, screaming miserably. He still doesn't understand what happened. What was that just now? That was his true speed. He sees the opponent using lava body, saying in shock, the magic you used is lava body. How do you know it? That is my clan's secret technique. Ouyang Jing looks at the flame in his hand, commenting, as long as it's recorded magic. I've learned it all. It just depends on whether I'm interested in using it or not. Seeing you fight happily, I wanted to try it too. Not bad, just a bit heavy. You should know. The high temperature lava body can create is limitless. As soon as he finishes speaking, everything around begins to change. Matasu shows fear on his face. He begs, spare my life. What do you want? Dragon Severing Port is fine. I can let you be the city lord. Ouyang Jing begins to comment. Dragon Severing Port, huh? The monster realm has 4 continents, 16 prefectures, 5 great capitals, 2,200 cities. Dragon Severing Port only ranks at the lower middle level, but it is still developing. Matasu hears him say this, thinking he finds it too little, hurriedly raising the price. Then which city do you want? If one isn't enough, then 2. He answers happily, since you asked. Then of course, all of them. He is stunned into silence. Matasu grits his teeth, saying angrily, nonsense. You madman. Who the hell are you? As soon as he finishes speaking, he is pierced through by Ouyang Jing in one move. Ouyang Jing rushes forward, placing a hand on his face. You don't need to worry about that. As long as I want it, I will go get myself, right? Used up all my true chi just now. I have to take some from you to replenish. At this moment, Matasu is dead. The corpse lies motionless on the sea surface. Suddenly, he hears a sound coming from afar. He turns his head to look. This movement, is the black tide coming? So fast. He begins to change into a new set of clothes. Finished changing, he looks into the distance, saying confidently, come out, demon dragon. You're next. Early that morning, on the sea dike of Dragon Severing Port, in the middle of the altar, a subordinate reports, City Lord, according to the current water level, the black tide will arrive in 2 days. The demon dragon will appear. Ecchi and Chichio hears this, pondering, much earlier than previous years. The city lord turns around to order. The defensive works are reinforced. All laborers and unrelated personnel withdraw from this place. Soldiers stand by for orders. The subordinate responds respectfully. Yes, sir. Ecchi and Chichio thinks to himself. Madasu demanded 100 children for sacrifice. If this order gets out, it will definitely cause a riot among the people. The black tide is coming. The demon dragon is about to appear. The city absolutely cannot fall into chaos now. After discussing with several officials, finally decided to draw lots, to select a few dozen more children. Wait until after the black tide and demon dragon retreat. We will compensate the families who sacrifice their children. For now, we can only do this. We must get through this crisis first. While he is deep in thought, an unidentified object falls from the sky, plunging straight into the sea, causing a bit of commotion, attracting everyone's attention. A guard wonders, what was that? A subordinate steps forward to report. City Lord, there seems to be a fight a few dozen miles from the shore. Ecchi and Chichio replies, I saw it. The subordinate asks, should we send someone to investigate the situation? The city lord stops him. Just observe first. Right now, we must focus on arranging defenses. At this moment, the seawater offshore is gradually receding. Ecchi and Chichio looks up, immediately shocked. Wait, that is inside the Heavenly Pavilion. At this moment, Taibai points at the Heavenly Tome and says, the omen of the black tide's arrival is the receding seawater. Everything within hundreds of miles from the shore will dry up. In an instant, the coast will be like barren land. Outside, everyone standing on the dragon's severing port dike is buzzing with discussion. The black tide is early. Why is it so sudden? Organize defenses. Garrison the troops. Notify the entire city to evacuate immediately. Taibai Jinxing explains. The spirit veins around Dragon's severing port are very weak. The demon dragon is the main cause. It awakens every 15 years, precisely to periodically cut off the flow of the spirit veins. He recalls the previous conversation between Xiangya and Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Ji, look at this map. Here, there's something wrong with the spirit veins here. It looks like they were absorbed by something. That something was you. He continues, just like this time. The spirit veins were absorbed by Ouyang Jing, causing the demon dragon to awaken early. The black tide arrived earlier than expected. At this time, red mist will appear in the sky, followed by fierce waves. Xiangya looks determined. It's coming. At this moment, a blood-colored wave appears inside the Heavenly Pavilion. Taibai analyzes. These past few days, I've been monitoring the dike reinforcement work. The dragon's severing port dike after reinforcement, along with the deployed magic array to resist the black tide attack. Aside from this place being affected by the sea trench, this is the weakest spot, but I'm a bit worried. When the time comes, if Ouyang Jing cannot be distracted, I hope Xiangya can help me keep an eye on it. There probably won't be any major problems. I will teach you a few simple spells to deal with it. The little girl is excited. Yes, leave it to me. Master Taibai, can I use this model to practice? He agrees. At this moment, Xiangya appears on the city wall. The little girl casts a water spell, thinking to herself, practice for so long. Finally, I can fight for real. Suddenly, a guard's voice startles the little girl. Who's there? Why did you climb up here? The black tide is coming. Xiangya channels immortal power into her hands. Pouting. Scared me. I was about to say another line. The little girl begins casting a water spell. Heavenly Net descends to block the surging black tide wave. The guards struggle to hold on. Whoa. Hold steady. Taibai reminds Xiangya. Remember well. What you need to do is not block the water, but to slow down the momentum of the black tide, preventing the dike from breaking. Xiangya listens to him, wondering, the second wave is stronger. What if these people get swept away? Taibai frowns. Xiangya, they are soldiers. They don't need your rescue. The little girl doesn't give up. But, Master Taibai, I know my strength is limited, but I hope I can at least do something more. Taibai Jinxing ponders for a moment, then agrees to the little girl's request. Don't push yourself too hard. Xiangya replies, yes, sir. At this moment, the black tide attacks relentlessly. The guards struggle to resist. Suddenly, countless vines appear, wrapping tightly around everyone. The guards escape death by a hair's breadth. Shun Xingya saves people successfully. Thinking happily. Success. Tai-Bai looks at the heavenly tome. Worried. Using magic like this, Xiangya's current true qi will quickly run out. At this moment, Tai-Bai calls out loudly from inside the heavenly tome pavilion. Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing hears him calling. Tai-Bai, look at this formation. The seawater looks like pork belly. The demon dragon is about to pop its head out. He suggests, go back to the sea dike for a bit. Ouyang Jing continues. Ugh, that's the rear. I just need to solve the root cause of the tide, right? Tai-Bai jinxing says hurriedly. That comes later. Xiangya's side needs you. Ouyang Jing hears this. Silent. The little girl tirelessly resists wave after wave of the black tide. A guard looks at Xiangya and says, that girl is helping us block the waves. And saving us too. She knows magic. Where is this cultivator from? The guard next to him suggests. This matter must be reported to the city lord immediately. Shun Xingya looks exhausted. The little girl rubs her eyes, thinking to herself, why do I suddenly feel so sleepy? I haven't rested much in the past 2 days. But I wasn't sleepy at all. I thought it was excitement from successful foundation establishment. A guard worries. Another big wave. Let's retreat to the corner of the wall. Another guard cares about Xiangya. That girl is still on the platform. The little girl turns her head, determined in her heart. Here it comes again. I must pull myself together. Suddenly, a stream of spiritual power flies in front of the little girl, turning into thousands of tree branches, blocking that wave of black tide. 2 guard are terrified seeing this. What is this? Such powerful magic. Xiangya is tired. This isn't mine. The little girl faints, falling backwards. Ouyang Jing catches her in his arms. Ouyang Jing summons the heavenly tome. The two enter the book together. At this moment, the guards report to Ecchi and Chichio. In a blink of an eye, that girl disappeared. City Lord. It was right there at the observation platform. The City Lord looks at the tree branches, surprised in his heart. This is the heavenly net? The most common would spell, but I've never seen such a large scale. The cultivation realm of the caster is definitely not low. Suddenly, Xia flying from afar, calling loudly. City Lord. Ecchi and Chichio sees him, puzzled. Chief Steward Xia. What are you doing here? Xia kneels to report. Transmission is inconvenient here. This subordinate had to fly over. The City Lord asks worriedly. Did something happen in the manor? Chief Steward Xia says hurriedly. Shocking news. Please allow this subordinate to report secretly. He begins to recount, reporting to the City Lord. This morning Mata Su trespassed into the City Lord's manor, threatening to eliminate your lordship. Lady Kim and Miss Achin were in danger. The City Lord is horrified hearing this, hurriedly grabbing Xia's hands, asking anxiously, how are the lady and the young miss? Chief Steward Xia continues. Everything is safe and sound. She is currently inside the manor. Please rest assured, City Lord. Madam Ji sent a subordinate to report. Mahaxu intends to harm you, City Lord. We cannot let our guard down against the forces backing him. Ecchi and Qigong turned away, furious. Bastard. Where's that Mahaxu right now? He replied, last night, a human cultivator of unknown origin came to visit. He suddenly claimed he wanted to follow you, City Lord. He chased Mahaxu away. The City Lord was shocked to hear this. What? A human cultivator? Chief Steward Suaw answered, sweating. This person claimed to be acting on your behalf, City Lord. Before the tide arrives, the decisive battle on the sea, it will be between that person and Lord Mahaxu. Furthermore, before he could finish speaking, a guard pointed in a direction and shouted. Something happened. City Lord. Ecchi and Qigong turned to look where the subordinate was pointing. The subordinate cried out in horror. That corpse is Lord Mahaxu. He's dead. The City Lord couldn't believe his eyes. Suddenly, he burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. The guards behind him whispered. Why is the City Lord laughing? Should we be laughing too? He heard the murmurs. He covered his face with his hand, thinking, so embarrassing. The City Lord thought seriously. How did it turn out like this? That Mahaxu is dead. A demon killed by a human cultivator. Unheard of for hundreds of years. When Mahaxu came to the manor to cause trouble, I was already prepared to be dismissed and punished by the demon race. But now that he died here, for me, a city lord, is no longer a crime of negligence. A demon was killed. That is, a guard worried. Lord Mahaxu is killed. Who will help us resist the devil dragon? Another scolded him. You're worrying about that now? A demon official died in Juelong Port. The whole city will have to pay with their lives. We're done for. Ecchi and Qigong shouted loudly to reassure them. You do not need to worry. If there is punishment, it will fall on my head alone. The devil dragon is approaching. Now we can only rely on ourselves to protect Juelong Port. We live and die with the city. The guards heard his words. They were solidified. They swore an oath in unison. We pledge to die with the city lord. Live and die with the city. Everyone knelt before the city lord. The black tide surged. A whirlpool formed in the middle of the black tide. Ecchi and Qigong stood there silently, preparing to welcome the devil dragon. Suo Xia continued his report. Also, Madame Ji instructed this subordinate to strictly inform you of this matter, although it is currently just a speculation. But now that Lord Mahaxu is dead, this speculation is even more certain. The cultivator who killed him, I fear it is someone from the immortal race. The city lord began to piece everything together, concealing his identity, killing a demon, and standing up to resist the black tide. Without me knowing, a powerful force has infiltrated Juelong Port. But the immortal race? Really? The immortals vanished 1,000 years ago. It's hard to believe there are remaining forces. If it were a newly broken through human cultivator, he would have had to cultivate for at least several hundred years. Why was there no trace of him before? At this moment, Ouyang Jing was flying toward the whirlpool. Ecchi and Qigong thought of something. The immortal race and devil race have been sworn enemies since ancient times. Could this be the reason the devil dragon appeared earlier? The devil dragon sensed the existence of an immortal. Inside the whirlpool, the devil dragon slowly emerged. It roared to demonstrate its power. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual energy flew over, slicing off one of the devil dragon's heads. Ouyang Jing finished his slash, standing high above, looking down at the devil dragon. He smiled mockingly. I heard you were a 9-headed devil dragon. Now you're down at 8.5 heads. Pavilion of Heavenly Tome. A beam of light descended. At this moment, Ouyang Jing was holding the comatose Xiangya. The little girl woke up, opening her eyes, thinking, Brother Ouyang? She pretended not to be awake. Why is he? Oh. Xiangya blushed in embarrassment. Too close. I have no choice. I'll just pretend to sleep. Ouyang Jing looked at her pretending to sleep, thinking, she's awake. He spoke up to question her. Didn't I tell you to save your qi? Why didn't you listen? Shun Xiangya lowered her head, speaking cutely. I did listen, but I forgot. Ouyang Jing was helpless. Don't forget again. Yes. Xiangya pouted. I'll definitely remember next time. Taibai asked worriedly. Xiangya, how are you? The girl replied obediently. I'm fine. Just a bit sleepy. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing called out. Come here. Come here. Xiangya was confused. Ouyang Jing took out a blanket and wrapped the girl up tightly. The little girl didn't understand. Wait, what are you doing? Ouyang Jing looked innocent. Didn't you say you were sleepy? Then sleep. Xiangya was speechless. But you didn't have to wrap me up like a rice dumpling. Ouyang Jing explained. Depleting your qi has side effects. It can even lead to a deep coma. I didn't expect you to run into a situation of total qi depletion, so I hadn't explained it clearly to you yet. Taibai stepped forward, blaming himself. This isn't your problem. It is my fault. Xiangya disagreed. It's all because I wasn't good enough. Because I was stubborn. Don't blame Master Taibai. Ouyang Jing hesitated. You two already calculated this whole scene, didn't you? Now who exactly are we blaming? He smiled at the girl. Forget it. It's good that you're okay. Xiangya said happily. Yes. Ouyang Jing patted her head. All right. You get some rest. No need to worry about anything. The little girl cried out. How can I sleep now? There's a devil dragon outside. Ouyang Jing looked at her confidently. Don't worry about that devil dragon. I'll go take care of it. Taibai reminded him. You must think this through carefully. If you want to kill the devil dragon, you have to display corresponding strength. Ouyang Jing looked expectant. Ordinary opponents are all weaklings. Having a chance to use some real strength. I couldn't ask for more. The old man voiced his concern. I know you have more than enough power to deal with that devil dragon. But once that devil dragon dies, it's no different from announcing the existence of the immortal race to the entire mortal realm. Even if they don't say it's the immortal race, They will be suspicious and wary. After the floating palace was repaired, we have always concealed our movements. But if the mortal realm starts searching, it will be hard to avoid detection. By then, we'll fall into a situation of being under attack again. Ouyang Jing scoffed. Let them come. I'll use this chance of killing the devil dragon to tell them. If they want to cause trouble, they better check if they have the ability first. Meanwhile, in the waters of Juelong Port, Ouyang Jing appeared from the pavilion of Heavenly Tome, standing before the devil dragon. He assessed it. At first, I didn't think this devil dragon was that strong. But it's not exactly weak either. At this moment, from the top of the head, he's sliced in half. Countless tiny particles flew out. Ouyang Jing saw this. Suspicion rose in his heart. What is that? He recalled the records in the vast Heavenly Tome. Of all things in the spirit and mortal realms, there is nothing it does not know, but has a fatal flaw. It contains absolutely no records of the devil race. Makes sense. If the immortal race knew the origins of the devil race, then the devils wouldn't be their sworn enemies. He looked at the devil dragon hovering in the air. A bit surprised. It still moves with only half a head? Does the devil dragon grow its brain in its chin or what? The devil dragon roared and charged at Ouyang Jing. Suddenly, several goo worms flew past. Ouyang Jing frowned in thought. Countless goo worms jumped out from inside the devil dragon's body. Ouyang Jing glanced at a goo worm stuck to his cheek, thinking, if the devil dragon is just a host for these things, and simultaneously cannot control them, that explains why the head could still move after being cut off earlier. It makes sense. Could it be that the 9 heads are just for decoration? Very likely. Then where is the real head controlling the goo worms? The devil dragon closed in on him, emitting continuous growls. He flew towards it without fear, thinking, who cares what those heads are for? I'll just go into its stomach and see what exactly is inside. Ouyang Jing accelerated, flying towards the devil dragon's belly. Ouyang Jing was preparing to burrow into its body when suddenly a voice rang out. The voice came from the devil dragon's mouth, shouting, "You can't." He looked at the devil dragon in confusion. The voice rang out again. Warning, go quickly. I can't hold it back for long. You might withstand it for a moment, but you cannot kill them. He looked around, seeing no one. What is this? The source of the voice must be inside the devil dragon's body. He spoke up. Huh? What do you mean I can't? The person speaking to him was shocked. What? The voice continued to warn him. If you provoke them, sooner or later you will die here. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ouyang Jing treated these words like wind past his ears. He charged forward and punched the devil dragon in the face. All right, just die already. An angry voice rang out. Are you deaf? Did you not hear what I said? Ouyang Jing had pinpointed the location of the voice. He glanced over. Over here. Ouyang Jing launched an attack. At this moment, in the direction of Ouyang Jing's strike, appeared the figure of a blue-haired person tied to the devil dragon's body. Ouyang Jing finally replied, yes, I heard what you said. Ouyang Jing moved in front of this person. I just wanted you to speak a few more sentences so I could pinpoint your location. Finally found you. It was you who stopped the devil dragon's attack just now, wasn't it? Hearing this, the blue-haired youth looked unhappy. Devil dragon. Don't use that word to insult them. The guy explained. They used to be divine dragons protecting the mortal realm, ranked among the immortals. That is my royal father and my 8 older brothers. In the Great War 1,000 years ago, they all died in battle. Only I survived. The devil race used goo worms to invade their corpses and parasitize on me. Ouyang Jing was shocked to hear this. What? He calculated silently. So the 9-headed devil dragon has such an origin. Truly a composite monster. He asked curiously, who are you? Can you tell me? The blue-haired youth replied, I am the 9th dragon, Shiwan. Inside the pavilion of Heavenly Tome. At this moment, Xiangya was burning with anxiety. Brother Ouyang seems to have gone into the devil dragon's stomach. He even caused a huge storm. I don't know how things are now. He said he wanted to handle the devil dragon himself. Even Master Tai Bai couldn't persuade him. She turned to ask Master Tai Bai, is there still no news from Brother Ouyang? He comforted her. No need to worry. Go rest. The girl hugged the blanket, saying with concern, but without news from Brother Ouyang. How can I sleep? He glanced at her, thinking, this girl. Tai Bai Jinxing tried to act relaxed. Changing the subject. I told you already. Don't learn his bad habits. Shen Xiangyao whined. This isn't a bad habit. Taibai also called out his name worriedly. Ouyang Jing. He began to reminisce. From the moment of transmigration to completing the breakthrough, then repairing the Heavenly Palace. The new reincarnator only appeared within 3 months. For over 100 days, aside from the times he was in a coma due to emergencies, he closed his eyes, continuing to recall. That guy has never stopped to rest, never slept a single wink. Xianya was startled hearing this. What? How is that possible? Isn't he tired? Taibai looked at her. You probably have this feeling too. Cultivation breakthroughs can alleviate fatigue. Xianya was puzzled. So Brother Ouyang just cycled like that? He hasn't stopped cultivating for over 100 days? Olbai said one sentence. No, he mostly relied on death and coming back to life to restore his state. The girl heard this with a blank face. He continued. During his previous cultivation, that guy put himself in dangerous situations countless times. Although after reviving, he would lose all previous cultivation realm progress. But he found many ways to quickly restore his strength. He has paid with his life countless times. Xianya began to understand. So that's why he always operated near places where spiritual veins converged. It was all to be close to a respawn point. Taibai said angrily. I tried to advise him, but that brat wouldn't listen at all. He even doubled down, enjoying himself in the process. Xianya said helplessly. Brother Ouyang really never gets bored of playing with his life. He praised, compared to the cultivation process that takes decades, or hundreds of years for others. He seemed to step into the true immortal realm in the blink of an eye. This speed of growth is unprecedented in history, and precisely because of that, the forces currently holding the mortal realm had no idea. That's why his cultivation could proceed so smoothly. Olbai lowered his voice. I am Taibai Jinxing, assistant to the Heavenly Emperor. You're also willing to call me Master. This old subject should be like you, encouraging him to disregard danger, to forget life and death. But doing so wouldn't be sincere. He looked at her affectionately. Xianya, speaking from my own selfish heart, I hope that at any time you prioritize ensuring your own safety. Do not let yourself suffer any harm. I believe Ouyang Jing thinks the same. She bowed her head. Yes, I understand. Master Taibai. Taibai smiled to comfort her. Dealing with the devil dragon won't take much time. Rest assured. Back inside the black mist. At this moment, Ouyang Jing stood before Shiwen asking, Are you the Shiwen? He thought to himself. The history books of the immortal race record. 1,000 years ago, the divine dragons died in battle to resist the invasion of the devil race. It seems luckily there is one left. At this moment, the other dragon heads were staring at him and Shiwen. Shiwen gave a confirmation sound. Ouyang Jing walked up to Shiwen, speaking. You are probably the host of the goo worms, but your mind hasn't been eroded by them. Your consciousness is still clear. You can even reverse control the goo worms. Shiwen sighed. I cannot control them. The goo worms are raised by the devil race. They become active every 15 days. They must devour living beings to satisfy their cravings. Ouyang Jing was silent upon hearing this. Devour living beings? But I heard the devil dragon of Juelong Port has never eaten humans. It seems that is the result of your suppression. Is it the same now? Without you, the devil dragons behind me would have lost patience and charged over long ago. Shiwen was about to retort. I told you. Word's not finished. Ouyang Jing hurriedly corrected himself. Not devil dragons. Slip of the tongue. Don't get agitated. But even if you don't eat people, there are still other devils in the mortal realm. Most are monsters that devour living beings. That is why there are periodic sacrificial rituals. Even though you are determined not to harm people, Juelong Port still has to select quite a few human children to sacrifice to the devil dragon. Shiwen was shocked. Sacrifice children? Ouyang Jing continued. You don't know the situation outside, do you? During the sacrifice, they build an altar and drown the sacrifices in the water. Every time the black tide rises and the devil dragon appears, this ritual is indispensable. Shiwen slowly calculated. Every single time. Then how many must there be? He trembled. My royal father and older brothers. In the end, they still turned into hateful devil dragons, suffering humiliation even after death. And I could do nothing about it. Ouyang Jing suggested. How about this? I'll kill this demon dragon, so your father and brothers can rest in peace. But Shiwen disagrees. You can't kill all the goo worms. They will multiply endlessly. You can't kill them. Ouyang Jing calculates. Then I'll just crush them one by one. Shiwen looks at Ouyang Jing. Easier said than done. Ouyang Jing reaches out his hand, calculating. Let me think about which magic to use to expand the effective range. Luckily, there are many spells specifically for dealing with the demon clan. Ouyang Jing unleashes a move. Heavenly Origin Body Protection. Warding off evil, suppressing wickedness. Shiwen sees this. Astonished. This is... Ouyang Jing unleashes another move. Divine Decree of Resurrection. 10,000 demons retreat and perish. His move plunges straight into the vortex of the black tide. At this moment on the city dike, everyone sees Ouyang Jing's move and is extremely shocked, curious about what it is. Xin Chichio wonders. It's this again? Chief Steward Xia shouts. City Lord, once this magic is released, that speculation must be true. Xin Chichio presses. Chief Steward Xia, do you recognize it? In this era, not many people have seen this magic with their own eyes. Chief Steward Xia sweats as he replies. Although I have never seen it. Just based on the records in historical books, it is enough to terrify anyone. A technique of the Immortal Clan. Heavenly Punishment Demon Subduing Edict is unleashed. A blooming flower rushes into the vortex. Shiwen looks at this move in horror. Heavenly Punishment Demon Subduing Edict is a secret technique of the Immortal Clan. It can only be used with the permission of the Heavenly Emperor. Ouyang Jing agrees. That is indeed the case. Shiwen looks at him suspiciously. Who exactly are you? He places 2 fingers on the center of Shiwen's forehead. Shiwen. Casting Demon Slaying Decree. Exemption Golden Seal. Ouyang Jing explains. I'm giving you an exemption seal. Once the Demon Subduing Edict activates, it will avoid you. But the goo worms will also erode your body. You are the center of the demon dragon. It will definitely be difficult to escape safely. Shiwen looks at him, suggesting, as long as innocent lives are not harmed. Shiwen fears nothing. Ouyang Jing is helpless. Don't act like a heroic sacrifice. He asks suspiciously, I just want to know who you are. He suddenly places a hand on Shiwen's shoulder, instructing, Shiwen, you must hold on. I hope you survive. When that time comes, I will introduce myself to you properly. Shiwen doesn't know how to answer, only uttering a single word. Okay. He whispers in his ear. All right. You don't need to risk your life suppressing those goo worms anymore. Leave the rest to me. Shiwen sheds a tear. A light emits from his body. At this moment, the Heavenly Punishment Demon Subduing Edict and the Demon Dragon collide violently. The guard station on the city dike panic. This is bad. The Demon Dragon has gone mad. Chief Steward Xia orders. Do not panic. Protect the formation. He looks up at the sky, face full of horror. The Demon Subduing Edict has activated. The 9-headed demon dragon and the sky-filling black smoke are all sucked into it. The Heavenly Punishment Demon Subduing Edict emits streams of immortal chi, tightly wrapping around the demon dragon. Beginning to tighten, the Demon Subduing Edict binds the other heads of the demon dragon one by one, sucking everything into that flower. The demon dragon completely disappears. Only a flower of the Heavenly Punishment Demon Subduing Edict remains in the sky. The surrounding people marvel in amazement. What magic is that to be able to subdue the demon dragon? Even the monster clan dared not resist. Who exactly is the caster of this spell? Suddenly, in the sky, the Heavenly Punishment Demon Subduing Edict begins to emit the aura of the demon dragon. The Demon Subduing Edict flower explodes, revealing a bloody red color. A stream of demonic power falls down, with a splash on the ground. The sky begins to rain blood. At this moment, the people recall in horror, just as the history books recorded. The Heavenly Emperor is enraged. The Demon Subduing Edict appears. All living beings tremble. Blood stains the blue sky, even though they have never cultivated and don't know what this magic is. The people realize it themselves upon seeing this scene. The Immortal Clan has returned. Chief Steward Xia looks down from the city wall, recalling details from ancient books. Xin Chichio ponders. The demon dragon just turned into blood rain. Years ago, the Immortal Clan was destroyed by the alliance of the 3 clans. Now, if the Immortal Clan revives, both the spirit and mortal realms are their enemies. Perhaps today is the doomsday of Dragon Severing Port. Akim, things have come to this. I have no way out. Akim closes her eyes in pain. But there is still time for you. Take good care of our Achin. Go quickly. Inside the city lord's manor. Chui, she says worriedly. Lady Kim. Akim. Akim shakes her head. Don't persuade me. I'm not leaving. She emits a stream of demonic energy, thinking to herself, demon subduing edict, huh? Indeed, the immortal clan. Is this the start of revenge on the mortal realm? Immortal clan and demon clan are all the same. I've had enough. Use whatever moves you have. Suddenly, a bright star appears in the sky. The city lord's wife sees that star. Astonished. How can it be? The silhouette of Tai Bai, jinxing appears, illuminating the entire blood-raining sky. The city lord's wife is surprised. Why is it him? At this moment, inside the Heavenly Pavilion, Ouyang Jing walks over and says, Tai Bai, I've thought it over. The impact after the demon dragon dies. Instead of letting the mortal realm make wild guesses about our identity, it's better to stand up and clarify. Tai Bai jinxing agrees. That is good too. Xianya points at the Heavenly Pavilion and shouts, Ouyang Ji, come look at this. Ouyang Jing looks at the Heavenly Tome screen and replies, You're watching the current image of Dragon Severing Port? Isn't it fine? Fine. What do you mean fine? Everyone is scared pale. Dragon Severing Port is raining blood. Did you have to be so dramatic? Ouyang Jing says matter-of-factly. The demon subduing edict has this effect, mainly to not leave anything behind. Goo worms can still multiply. Had to squeeze them into juice. Xiangya hears this. Suspicious. Goo worms? He answers. I'll explain to you later. Ouyang Jing immediately changes his expression, pointing at Tai Bai and saying, Then Tai Bai, it's your turn to manifest. Go reassure Dragon Severing Port quickly. Tai Bai disagrees. Why me? You should be the one to speak about this matter. He begins to explain. I have something else to do later. Besides, it's more appropriate for you to go. No one here knows me. No one will listen to me. Ouyang Jing switches to flattery. You're different. Who doesn't know Tai Bai jinxing? The old male god. The girl suddenly adds fuel to the fire. That's right. Earlier on the streets of Dragon Severing Port, there was a play about Master Tai Bai's story. That's when I found out. Master Tai Bai was formerly a Grand Preceptor. Tai Bai's a bit sad. It's all vanity. He places a hand on Tai Bai's shoulder. Bringing up the past, huh? This statement is not wrong. Don't blame me for poking your sore spot. Grand Preceptor of the Primordial Era, Tai Bai jinxing of the Golden Star Palace. Your previous titles are no more. After all, even the immortal clan disappeared 1,000 years ago. But Ouyang Jing gives a carrot after the stick. But even after so long, the mortal realm still remembers the revered name of Grand Preceptor Tai Bai. Isn't that enough to say something? You are the face, the last face of the immortal clan. Tai Bai refuses no more. Then as you wish. Ouyang Jing calculates happily. Later I'll use the projection art to create a slightly larger shadow for you. Guaranteed that all of Dragon Severing Port can see. Next is the time for you to display your divine might. At this moment in the sky above Dragon Severing Port, Tai Bai looks at a shadow. Suspicious. This is called slightly larger. The guards standing on the city dike see him, exclaiming, Grand Preceptor Tai Bai. He is still alive. The surrounding people also buzz with discussion. It's Grand Preceptor Tai Bai. The Grand Preceptor has returned. Tai Bai begins to announce in a high voice. Tai Bai jinxing is here, proclaiming to the spirit and mortal realms. The Tao of the Immortal Clan is not yet complete. The successor has arrived. Today, the Heavenly Emperor returns to his rightful place, personally holding the Heavenly Tao, destroying the Demon Dragon, saving the sentient beings of Dragon Severing Port. The guards hear the announcement, buzzing with discussion. The Immortal Clan has returned. What should we do? Have you forgotten why Grand Preceptor Tai Bai was exiled? It was for the mortal realm. Now that he can return to his position, the Immortal Clan will surely be different from before. Chief Steward Xia steps forward to remind. Don't guess wildly. Everything follows the city lord's decision. Tai Bai jinxing asks in high voice. Where is the city lord of Dragon Severing Port? Xin Chichio steps forward, standing before Tai Bai. The city lord clasps his hands respectfully. I am the city lord of Dragon Severing Port. Half-demon Xin Chichio pays respects to the Grand Preceptor. Tai Bai jinxing begins to speak. The Heavenly Tao is vast. Those who follow it prosper. Those who oppose it perish. Eliminate evil and promote good. Ask not of life and death. No, not of sorrow. Bestow grace and virtue. Distinguish not between noble and lowly. Seek no repayment. May I ask, Dragon's Severing Port, where will it go? Xin Chichio listens to his words, thinking to himself, the immortal clan has indeed returned, wanting to rule the two realms again. Dragon Severing Port is just the beginning. Inside the Heavenly Tome Pavilion. At this moment, Ouyang Jing is leisurely watching the Heavenly Tome Pavilion screen, as if he holds Dragon Severing Port in the palm of his hand, transmitting to Xin Chichio. The fate of the entire Dragon Severing Port depends on a single thought of yours. City Lord, I know you're in a dilemma now, right? I'm also responsible. Back to Dragon Severing Port. Xin Chichio calculates. Dragon Severing Port is a city of the Monster Clan, worshipping the demon dragon for generations. Now the Monster Clan envoy died in Dragon Severing Port. The demon dragon was also destroyed. These actions of the immortal clan have pushed Dragon Severing Port to a dead end. Now, other than seeking the protection of the immortal clan, there is no other way. Ouyang Jing sees his expression, thinking happily, don't blame me. I still left you a way to live. Seeing Grand Preceptor Tai Bai return to his position, what the people will think, what they hope you will do. I know it all clearly. I have also observed you for a long time. Such a prestigious city lord must know what the people want. If that is not enough, then think about your daughter. Your family must cut ties with the Monster Clan no matter what. Choose. Xin Chichio's gaze focuses. I must think for Achin's future. He begins to clasp his hands in agreement. Dragon Severing Port is willing to submit to the Heavenly Tao. Xin Chichio kneels before Tai Bai. Ouyang Jing inside the Heavenly Tome Pavilion sees the City Lord of Dragon Severing Port submit. Overjoyed. That's the way. City Lord. At this moment, all subordinates in the Dragon Severing Port City Lord's Manor kneel respectfully. The people of Dragon Severing Port also bow one after another. Inside the Heavenly Tome Pavilion, Xiangya looks at the Heavenly Tome screen, praising. Master Tai Bai takes action. The effect is indeed extraordinary. Tai Bai pretends. Don't make me do this kind of thing again. Embarrassing to death. He's a bit sad. That's all in the past. I don't deserve the mortal realm's worship like this. Xiangya comforts him. Master Tai Bai is too modest. Xiangya repeats. Although a bit uneasy, the situation in Dragon Severing Port is considered stable. Ouyang Ji told us about Shiwen and what he discovered at the center of the demon dragon. After destroying the demon dragon, he went to save him. He doesn't know the situation either. At this moment, Ouyang Jing is flying on his way to save Shiwen. She transmits. Did you find Shiwen? Ouyang Jing checks Shiwen's body. The goo worms have been destroyed. Shiwen's limbs and right eye were eroded by goo worms. Very heavily injured. I'm taking him back to the Heavenly Palace for treatment. Xiangya hears this, suggesting, then Master Tai Bai and I will also return to the Heavenly Palace. Meet at the Heavenly Palace. At this moment, Little Tail is pacing anxiously. Suddenly a voice rings out. Little Tail. Little Tail is startled, turning back to look. However, Ouyang Jing hasn't even landed yet, already hurriedly giving orders. Call everyone. Prepare the healing formation. Elixirs for internal and external injuries. Prepare everything. Little Tail sees him, shouting, Holy Heavenly Emperor. It runs over and hugs Ouyang Jing's leg, crying loudly, Wah wah wah. Holy Heavenly Emperor. You left for so long. This lowly one thought you wouldn't come back. Ouyang Jing comforts it. I was only gone for a few days. Don't cry anymore. Do you hear what I'm saying? Little Tail can't stop the tears. Obeying. Boop poo. This lowly one will go do immediately. At this moment, in a room, the primordial spirits are constantly healing Shiwen. He stands in the distance, crossing his arms in admiration. Not bad, not bad. Replenishing their true chi, restoring their cultivation base. Now is the time for it to be useful. They were a mortal clan, after all, in terms of healing skills. No one compares. Cream Puff and Chestnut happily bring things. Holy Heavenly Emperor, the elixirs you need are all here. Ouyang Jing takes out a piece of paper instructing. Also, I have a special prescription. You go refine it. Cream Puff looks at the prescription. This prescription. Cream Puff wonders. Holy Heavenly Emperor. May I ask, is this elixir for an infant? Ouyang Jing smiles. Correct. It is for an infant. Don't make it too bitter. Make it a bit tasty. In the city, Lord's Manor. Lady Kim sees her husband return home, saying happily, finally know the way home? Chichio explains to his wife. The port reopened, abolishing the sacrificial ceremony. Lots of work. Had to go out of the city to handle. My lady, the city lord's wife interrupts. All right, since you're back, don't think about those things anymore. Don't you want to see your child? The city lord asks. Where is Achin? At this moment, Achin is sleeping on the bed. He approaches his daughter. I should have come back earlier. His wife says worriedly. She's fine, just sleeping. I'm more worried that her power will grow stronger in the future. She is still young. It's truly a sin. The city lord confides in his wife. When the demon's subduing edict activated, I really hope you would take Achin and leave Dragon Severinport. Just like you said, find a peaceful place for Achin to grow up safely. She closes her eyes and replies, if we leave together. Besides, you're right. Above the monster clan is the demon clan. It's hard to be peaceful anywhere. Now, with the immortal clan added to the mix, the mortal realm will probably never see a day of peace. She places a hand on her husband's face. Affectionately, the safest place is right here. She flatters her husband. After all, you are very formidable now. The city lord acknowledged by Grand Preceptor Tai Bai. Who would dare disobey you? He says wearily, Akim, don't tease me anymore. The city lord seriously comments on Grand Preceptor Tai Bai. Grand Preceptor Tai Bai was just an image created by projection art back then. We cannot fully believe that was the real Grand Preceptor. His wife also agrees. I know. I also dare not believe the old Grand Preceptor is still alive. Even if my parents came, they would have to bow down. He calculates, regardless of whether it's true or false. They possess the power of the immortal clan. His wife reminds him, don't think too highly of the immortal clan. At most, they're slightly easier to talk to than the demon clan. The city lord agrees. You are right. She sees a command token glowing in her husband's chest, asking curiously, Xin Lang, what is that? He takes out the token, puzzled. This is, I don't know who stuffed this on me or when. She is curious. A letter? He begins to read the words on the token. 3 days later, the immortal clan envoy will visit. Wait at the gate of the city lord's manor to receive the goods. Xi and Chichio reads in surprise. It also says they, Lady Kim continues, can cure Achin's illness? In a garden. At this moment, the city lord's family is taking a stroll. Xiangyao looks at Ouyang Jing, reporting, the city lord's wife deliberately sent the others away to wait for us. He comforts her. Stay calm. The city lord's wife sees Ouyang Jing, remembering instantly. It's him again. It seems the immortal clan knew about Achin's condition long ago. As long as Achin can be cured, no matter the method, we must try. The city lord bows respectfully. Immortal clan envoys. I do not know how to address you two. Ouyang Jing takes out an elixir. Speaking politely, we're just here to deliver goods. A specially made elixir, fresh out of the oven. For your daughter. Xian Chichio holds the elixir in his hand. Suspicious. May I ask you two, what kind of immortal elixir is this? Can just one pill cure Achin's illness? The immortal medicine emits a fragrance. Achin reaches out, wanting to grab the elixir. Wah, wah, wah. Lady Kim speaks softly. Achin, be good. She thinks to herself. This elixir has a sweet scent. Did Achin smell it too? Ouyang Jing explains. You two probably know as well. Achin is not sick at all. She was born with a cultivation base. It's hard to control the power. After all, she has only been born for a few months. Logically, she will naturally get better as she grows up. But I can't say for sure what dangers might arise during this time. The monster clan bloodline naturally has a long lifespan. Perhaps it will take decades for her to grow up. If you two cannot wait that long, then let her take this elixir. It can help her grow up quickly. The city lord hears this. Suspicious. Grow up quickly? How quickly? Ouyang Jing instructs. Divide it into 2 doses. After drinking, she can grow up. Guaranteed, no side effects. Xian Chichio continues to ask. May I ask about this taste? Ouyang Jing states the ingredients of the elixir. It's very sweet, right? specially prepared for infants. Added nectar and fragrant spirit grass. Consider it the immortal clan being nosy. Take it. Whether to take it or not is up to you two to decide. The city lord turns to his wife for her opinion. My lady, she answers. It doesn't hurt to accept it. Achin reaches out her hand. A snake swallows half of the elixir. The little girl happily uses demonic energy to bring the elixir to her mouth. Surprising Lady Kim. Achin happily holds the elixir, chewing deliciously. The city lord is astonished. She can retrieve objects from a distance? His wife scolds. Why are you eating random things? Achin, you little girl, spit it out quickly. Ouyang Jing calmly watches the drama, while Xiangya looks worried. At this moment, the elixir begins to take effect. Xi and Chichio shouts worriedly. Achin, the little girl starts to grow slowly, transforming into a beautiful little girl. Achin slowly opens her eyes, throwing herself into his arms. She looks at him, calling out, Daddy. Xi and Chichio sheds tears, hugging his child tightly, shouting, Achin. The city lord hurriedly carries her into the house, ordering, Cui Shi, Cui Shun, quickly change the young Mrs. clothes. At this moment, the atmosphere becomes awkward. The city lord's wife turns back to praise. The immortal clan's medicine is indeed extraordinarily effective. I didn't expect our Achin to grow up so fast. It was a bit sudden. Children don't understand things, eating medicine indiscriminately, causing this scene, making the two immortal envoys laugh. Ouyang Jing smiles, thinking to herself, Oh, Lady Kim. Xiangya bows her head, feeling guilty. He puts on a face, thinking strangely. That little girl isn't a child who doesn't understand things. Xiangya turns her head to remind him. Control your expression. Ouyang Ji, your villain face is showing. Shun Xingya thinks to herself. But I really didn't expect. Achin would eat the elixir right in front of the city lord couple, creating a scene of a child eating indiscriminately. This is probably the best outcome. The girl recalls the scene from that night. She sneaked into Achin's room. At that time, she sat beside her talking to little Chin. But right now you are in an infant state. It's really inconvenient. Wait until the monster clan and demon dragon matters are resolved. We can think of a way to help you grow faster. Like taking special elixirs. What do you think? Achin stands up and replies. Mumble, mumble, mumble. She stops her. Don't rush. Don't rush. Speak softly. Not right now. Elixirs also need time to refine. We can't just let you grow up like that. You are now the eldest Miss Achin, the precious daughter of the city lord couple. This matter really needs to be handled carefully. Little Chin nods blankly. Xiangya analyzes, standing from the perspective of the city lord couple. Their daughter was originally an infant, suddenly growing up. What if they can't accept this change? Ouyang Ji has probably prepared for the worst outcome. But I really don't want to confront them. The little girl reaches out to touch Xiangya's hand, seeming to have something to say. She turns her head back in confusion. Achin signals her not to worry with a confident face. I can do it. She recounts to Ouyang Jing that, at that time, Achin gave her a leave-it-to-me expression. Ouyang Jing hears this and secretly evaluates. This Achin is quite interesting. The city lord took the bait immediately. Xiangya thinks to herself. It seems this little girl wasn't bragging. Suddenly, the city lord's wife steps forward, speaking. Please stop. Two immortal envoys. I have ordered the entire dragon Severing Port to treat you two as distinguished guests. From now on, immortal lords can freely enter and exit any place in Dragon Severing Port. No need for formality, and no need to barge in anymore. Ouyang Jing laughs secretly. It seems barging into the city lord's manor a few days ago made her unhappy. He replies, in that case, respect is better than obedience. City lord's manor backyard. At this moment, Ouyang Jing and Xiangya are strolling in the garden. Ouyang Jing speaks up. Seems Lady Kim isn't as easy to deal with as the city lord. Xiangya doesn't think so. Really, we can already stroll freely in the city lord's manor. Didn't she just say she wanted to treat us well? Ouyang Jing starts gossiping. You don't understand. This Lady Kim is using an excuse to scold the entire immortal clan. You could even say, she is the #1 immortal clan hater in Dragon Severing Port. Xiangya is helpless with him. Even for eavesdropping, you listen too carefully. Shun Xingya suggests. How about we go increase her affection points? I don't expect her to change her attitude, but at least we can change her thinking a little. He looks at her, refusing. Forget it. I already said. The Immortal Clan is the villain faction in this world. Lady Kim is already being polite. It's not like I haven't been scolded worse. The two chat as they walk. Xiangya praises. Oh Yang-ji, you're really calm. You don't even get angry when scolded? He replies. The Immortal Clan is the Immortal Clan. I am me. Those are two different things. I think I'm still quite popular. Xiangya stares at him blankly, muttering to herself. Praises himself. Thick-skinned. At this moment, soldiers are standing at attention with arms crossed. Xiangya sees these soldiers, asking curiously, Oh Yang-ji, are there usually this many soldiers in the city Lord's Manor? He explains. They're the personal guards of the officials who came to discuss matters with the city lord. Seeing us, they will definitely be a bit wary. It's fine. Just ignore them. Xiangya thinks to herself. Oh Yang-ji is still so calm. This is truly a big shot. I'm just a sidekick tagging along. Suddenly, two soldiers are whispering to each other. The one on the left calls. It's her. The one on the right asks curiously. Who? He looks towards Xiangya. Look, it's her. The girl who blocked the water flow on the Great Dike. Ouyang Jing teases. Oh, Xiangya, you're famous. Xiangya replies. No way. The soldier from before says to his brothers. Her magic covered the sky and earth, blocking the tidal attack. If the dike broke, I don't know how many brothers will have lost their lives. Xiangya hears this. Shocked. What? You're mistaken. Ouyang Ji. Clearly you did it. I have to explain it to them clearly. Ouyang Jing doesn't care. No need to explain. You did save people. A bunch of rough men. I couldn't care less about their lives. Xiangya is stunned. What a mean Ouyang Ji. The soldiers look at Xiangya admiringly. So she is a fairy descended to save us. There really is such a gentle immortal. She must be a warm-hearted girl. Xiangya hides shyly behind Ouyang Jing. Seeing this, he says, Why hide? Go greet your enthusiastic fans. Xiangya blushes and replies, I don't have any fans. This is embarrassing to death. He laughs teasingly. Isn't it great? Xiangya pouts. What's great about it? Ouyang Jing continues to tease. How about this? You go increase the affection of the people here. Maybe later Dragon's Severing Port will build you a goddess temple. Blessing scholars to pass their exams. Getting every answer right. Blessing foodies to never get fat. Healthy forever. Xiangya is helpless. Talking nonsense again. As the two walk, a voice rings out. Careful, eldest miss. Please walk slowly. I know how to walk. The silver-haired soldier exclaims. Eldest miss. She really grew up, knowing how to speak in the blink of an eye. Truly a prodigy. The green-haired soldier comments. This child's cultivation is ridiculously strong. It wasn't obvious when she was an infant. Now she has fully displayed her strength. At least grand achievement of foundation establishment. Maybe about to break through the realm. Breaking through the realm at less than a year old. Truly hard to imagine. The two soldiers are tied up in midair by the little girl's demonic power. The green-haired soldier says gloomily, playing with this kind of child is really dangerous. The soldiers below ask worriedly, Are you two okay? We'll get you down right away. The two suspended men reply, It's fine, it's fine. We're quite comfortable hanging up here. At this moment, City Lord Xian Chichio walks over calling, Achin, don't run around. You just grew up. The little girl runs over acting spoiled. Daddy, I want to find someone else to play with. Xian Chichio suggests. If you want to practice magic, that's fine too. The guards in the manor can practice with you. Achin disdains. They are too weak. Not interesting at all. The city lord sees his subordinates suspended in midair by his daughter. Face full of helplessness. Achin pulls her father's hand, begging, Please. Her father can't restrain his doting and agrees with his daughter. All right. Achin can play however she wants. Little Chin rejoices secretly. Plan successful. Just got permission. She already flew away. Everyone calls worriedly. Careful, eldest miss. Please walk slowly. The little girl turns back. I know how to walk. Achin flies over the wall. Appearing above Ouyang Jing. She sees him, thinking to herself, They are still in the manor? Little Chin smiles cunningly, calculating silently. Ouyang, is it just the right time to test this guy? Achin lands in front of Ouyang Jing. Little Chin points at the two of them. speaking in a commanding tone. You too. Play with me. Ouyang Jing replies. Sure. I wonder what the eldest miss wants to play. Xiangya is stunned. Wait. Qin summons demonic energy. Provoking. Here I come. If you get caught, you lose. The little girl begins to attack Ouyang Jing. Xiangya calls worriedly. Qin. The little girl happily turns her head to greet her. Shen Xiangya. Hello, big sister. Xiangya dissuades. Don't fight, you two. Little Qin replies. We aren't fighting. I'm just playing with him a bit. Little Qin looks at Ouyang Jing, evaluating. This guy is so weak. Not fun at all. Qin says smugly. Then I'll hang you up like those guards. The little girl starts using spiritual power to wrap around Ouyang Jing, ordering, hang up. Ouyang Jing is expressionless, standing motionless, letting the little girl cast her spell. Little Qin is surprised. What? Why isn't he moving? How heavy is he? Xiangya sweats. I was going to say don't fight. You can't beat him. At this moment, Ouyang Jing's feet are actually hovering above the ground. He explains, actually, my feet aren't touching the ground. Protective true qi keeps me suspended. You use magic, I use magic too. This is a contest of true qi. Nothing to do with weight. In other words, you have to push with a force equivalent to several hundred tons to move me a millimeter. But I advise you not to waste true qi anymore. The little girl says stubbornly. I don't believe it. Suddenly, Qin's mother appears with an angry face, shouting loudly. Qin. Ouyang Jing and Xiangya are stunned hearing this. When your mother suddenly calls your full name, it usually means you're done for. Qin is scared pale, blood draining from her face, calling out, Mommy. Xiangya whispers. We'll come find you tonight, kiddo. The lady scolds. Have you gone crazy? Go home immediately. No running around today. Inside the room, Qin stands with arms crossed in front of her mother, calling out, Mommy. Lady Kim asks with concern. You ate that elixir. Is there anything unusual now? The little girl summons a snake, asking back, Unusual? This? The city lord's wife replies. Mommy knows you can use magic. Mommy is asking if your body feels uncomfortable anywhere. Qin answers. No, health is good. The lady looks worried. She speaks gently to Qin. Tell Mommy the truth. Even if it's just a little uncomfortable, you must tell Mommy. Little Qin looks at her mother, exclaiming, Shoulders. They feel a bit tight, but not painful. Lady Kim continues to ask. Anything else? Qin opens her mouth, pointing at her teeth with her finger. Teeth are also a bit itchy. The lady is stunned. This means she wants to eat meat. The city lord's wife says to Qin, There's still half of the elixir you ate left. Eat this remaining half. You could grow up once more. She takes out the elixir. Qin, it is too early for Mommy to tell you these things now. But your background and cultivation destine you to encounter many dangers. The remaining half of the pill. Mom hopes you will always keep it close to you. It can save your life in a moment of crisis. Qin bowed her head. Yes. Jin instructed her. Listen, your mission is to always carry this pill. Ensure that if danger strikes, Qin eats it. Jin turned the remaining half of the pill into a piece of jewelry and placed it around Qin's neck. She whispered to her daughter, Qin, you were once a dying infant. Mom watched over you every day, afraid that one day you would be gone. Then you woke up. So many things happened. Until today, you can stand here before Mom. Everything that has passed. When I think back, it all feels like a miracle. She looked at Qin affectionately. Mom and Dad have no other requests. We only wish for your safety. In the future, wherever you are, even if we are not by your side, you must live a good life. Late on a quiet night, in the sky above Yahello port, the trio with Ouyang Jing was flying. Qin spoke up. I'm flying. Xiangya praised her. You learned so fast. That's amazing. I practiced so many times, and I still haven't mastered it. Ouyang Jing looked at Xiangya, comforting her. There will be plenty of time to learn spells later. I actually want to take this opportunity to have a proper talk with Qin. Qin agreed. Sure. He started by asking for her real name. Qin replied. Just call me Qin. My real name also had the character Qin in it. Ouyang Jing spoke to her about her original body. Your original body is still here. The Criminal Investigation Bureau of Yahello Port preserved the body after their investigation. The specific situation regarding transmigrators like us, Xiangya must have already told you. In my experience, After dying and coming back to life in this world, one can reconstruct a body from the soul stone. But you seem to have used your primordial spirit to choose a new body to inhabit. This is like a system glitch. Xiangya explained. Maybe because the soul stone hadn't formed in time. Since the spiritual energy in Juelong port was too weak back then, Achin was puzzled. So my current body was already dead at that time, right? He replied. If we're talking about that child, then yes, that is correct. That little girl had indeed passed away. Xiangya listened to him quietly. Ouyang Jing offered a solution regarding the body. As for the city lord's daughter, Achin, her life and death are decided by you. Do you want to continue living as Achin, or choose to kill her off? You could even do nothing and reincarnate back into your original body. Achin placed her hand on the pill necklace. She recalled Ji Jin's words. In the future, wherever you are, even if mom and dad are not by your side, you must live a good life. At this moment, she recalled the scene from back then. Achin rushed into the city lord's wife's arms, calling out. The madam comforted her. Don't be like this. The girl hugged her tightly, blurting out, Achin will stay forever. Forever. I never want to leave mom and dad. Achin finished her reminiscence. Looking into the distance, she spoke. My original body. Just cremate it. Scatter the ashes into the sea. She turned her head, speaking firmly. I am Xian Achin now. I have decided. Ouyang Jing replied. Is that so? Very well. Suddenly, Achin's stomach growled. Ouyang Jing teased her. Talking about cremation made you hungry? You plan to eat rice mixed with ashes? Achin said shyly. I just get hungry fast, okay? Xiangya chirped. It's okay. Brother Ouyang brought food. He took out a bag of food, teasing the girl. Getting hungry fast is normal. After all, you are just a kid. Call me big brother, and I'll give you some food. Achin scolded him angrily. Who's a kid? Before transmigrating, you were just a student. I had already been working for years. I'm older than you little brat. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing was so angry he couldn't retort. He pulled a food bag back, acting petty. Then no food for you. Achin saw the food being taken away. She pleaded heartbreakingly. Hey, don't be so petty. I'm starving to death here. Give me something to eat. Ouyang Jing wouldn't let it go. Glancing at her. Who's the brat now? Achin surrendered. Oh, fine. Good big brother. Good big brother. She stuffed her cheeks with food, eating ravenously. Xian Achin was incredibly satisfied. Xiangya asked curiously. By the way, what was Achin's job before? I'm a little curious. Achin turned her head and replied. I was special forces. I'm only telling you too. Don't go blabbing about it outside. Ouyang Jing and Xiangya were both shocked. Special forces? Xiangya blurted out. No wonder you always carry a gun. Ouyang Jing crossed his arms. Oh, Achin finished eating and immediately asked. Is there more? Any meat? Ouyang Jing was astonished. She eats terrifyingly fast. Suddenly, inside Yu Linfeng's mind, he was being harassed by his inner demon. A scene of him wanting to duel Ouyang Jing appeared. Linfeng thought in shock. But judging by the chi you radiate externally, you are at the chi refining stage at most. So why are you so strong? It's illogical. His face was pouring cold sweat. A Feng challenged him. I am Yu Linfeng, Mid-Stage Foundation Establishment. I hereby issue a challenge. Face me. Let's duel. The inner demon appeared, asking, What's wrong? Dare not open your eyes? Yu Linfeng was in a panic. What kind of monster are you? The inner demon answered him. You ask me why I am so strong? What a strange question. Once you step onto the path of cultivation, there is no turning back. Isn't that right? You cannot return to being an ordinary human. Your realm cannot regress. You can only endlessly become stronger. You have also experienced breaking through realms. You felt the growth of power. You have cultivated until now. Have you never seen someone undergo chi deviation during a breakthrough? Afeng was shocked. Devil transformation? Afeng heard this. Panic-stricken. Is it a failed breakthrough? I've never seen it. How can there be someone like that? Once the phenomenon of devil transformation appears during a breakthrough, they are executed immediately. The inner demon provoked Linfeng. So conservative? Then I have nothing left to say. What a pity. Clearly, the state after devil transformation is the true essence of this power. If you fear even your own power, then how can you truly become stronger? Suddenly, Cui Shi appeared. Linfeng, Yu Linfeng. Linfeng startled awake. Who? Shui saw Lin Feng acting like that. A bit scared. Whoa, I called you forever and you didn't answer. Were you dozing off? Feng heard this. Surprised. Huh? He looked at her, asking suspiciously. Shui, you were looking for me? Shui replied happily. You didn't mistake me for Shui-chun. Many people can't tell the two of us apart. Lin Feng said blankly. How is that possible? You sisters are very different. She replied. Really? You Lin Feng stupidly stated the difference. The smell is different. Shui was both shy and embarrassed. What? I don't have any weird smell on me. She took out a piece of paper. Becoming serious. All right, let's talk business. Madam G sent me to find you. The day Ma Haxu caused trouble in the manor. You were the first to stand up and protect the madam. We all saw it. Lin Feng was surprised. Forming a guard team to protect the madam? She handed him the paper, instructing, this is a reward from Madam G to you. Take this list to the Internal Affairs Office to claim your reward. Lin Feng refused. I cannot accept it. I have no merit. The other guard stayed put because of Madam G's orders. She looked at Lin Feng, replying, I know the situation was chaotic back then. Madam G doesn't want to pursue that matter either. Your reward is under the madam's name. Just accept it. Lin Feng couldn't refuse anymore, reluctantly agreeing. Fine then. Cui undicesimo sat down. Praising him. I used to hear you were reckless and always causing trouble. But facing a demon like Ma Haxa this time, you showed no fear. It seems you're a brave person. I really saw you in a new light back then. Lin Feng replied thoughtfully. It was nothing. To be honest, that immortal was much scarier than Ma Haxu. Hearing him say this, she asked curiously. You mean that black-haired gentleman? You even fought him? Lin Feng replied dejectedly. No. He bowed his head. He just used a little magic, and it scared my soul right out of my body. Decades of cultivation, countless duels and battles, all completely wasted. The little girl saw Lin Feng so depressed. She became thoughtful. She comforted him. He is an immortal after all. There's bound to be a gap in strength. Don't take it to heart. Feng made up his mind. I will not give up. Lin Feng steeled his resolve. Once I step onto this path of cultivation, I can only endlessly become stronger. Wait until I meet him next time. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing appeared from nowhere behind the two of them. Feng crossed his arms, daydreaming. We meet again. Lin Feng and Shui, she saw him appear from the void. Both jumped in fright. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Lin Feng was put in a headlock and dragged away by Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing waved his hand. Little girl, borrowing him for a sec. I'll return him right away. You Lin Feng screamed in pain. What do you want now? She was shocked and angry. What? Who said you could borrow him? Ouyang Jing whispered to Lin Feng. I need you to do me a favor. Lin Feng didn't understand. What do you need my help for? Why bring me to the Criminal Investigation Bureau? Ouyang Jing looked down from above and replied. Your Criminal Investigation Bureau in Juelong Port has an ice cellar to store bodies, right? There are guards there every day. Your rank is higher than that guard. Just help me lure him away. Lin Feng heard this. Shocked. What are you going to Morgue for? Let me tell you, I won't help you with any evil schemes. Ouyang Jing smiled. If you don't help me, then I will have to, he continued with a gloomy face. Make them leave in a graceful manner. Yu Lin Feng saw him like that. Hurriedly agreed. All right, I'll help you, okay? Just don't hurt anyone. Ouyang Jing looked at him, saying happily, I love that sacrificial spirit of yours. But relax, I won't hurt anyone this time. The immortal race promised to protect Juelong Port, so we will do it. Yu Lin Feng frowned at him. I'll trust you for now. Lin Feng reminded him again. Right, last time you took my clothes. When are you returning them? That was my night patrol uniform. I only have that one set. Ouyang Jing replied casually. That? Burned it. Yu Lin Feng was horrified. Burned it. Ouyang Jing offered. What? I'll compensate you with a new one, okay? Meanwhile, in the distance, Na, he was observing the two. She watched them silently. Criminal Investigation Bureau. At this moment, Chen Yuren and Na, he walked down to the morgue together. Yuren spoke up. That immortal came to the bureau. Then the guard on duty at the ice cellar was called away for a moment by the guard he brought with him. Na, he replied. Yes. The time the ice cellar was unguarded was very short. I wanted to check afterward. I didn't find anything either. Na, he called out nervously. Sir, maybe it's just my occupational disease acting up. There's probably nothing wrong, right? Yuren analyzed. Recently, only the bodies of Ma Haxu and his subordinates were brought in. Furthermore, After the immortal did so many things, they have now become honored guests of the city Lord's Manor. Mahaksu's missing subordinate must have been killed by him too. He was suspicious. He did all? How do you know, sir? Yurin replied. Not entirely. Mahaksu also killed one subordinate with his own hands. The head was burned black. Yurin continued. Cultivators slaughtering each other is no longer as common now as it was 1,000 years ago during the peak of the immortal era. Back then, it was a daily occurrence, not just to take lives, but to seize cultivation, meaning the chi and prime essence within a cultivator's body. You ask me how I know Mahaksu and his subordinates were killed by that immortal? Because their bodies share one common trait. The chi and prime essence in their bodies were completely sucked dry. Not a drop left. This criminal's modus operandi is very novel. It's just that no one has named him yet. He was shocked. With an immortal's cultivation, why would he need that bit of chi? Yurin turned and replied, of course he doesn't lack it. This immortal gentleman calculates things very meticulously. She continued to ask, then, sir, what do you think? He came here for? Yurin couldn't explain this point either. Hard to say. The bodies were already examined. Could they possibly come back to life? Shin Yurin remembered a body. He spoke up. There was a body brought in before that. The unidentified female corpse of unknown origin. He thought to herself. The unidentified female corpse? She was a human. We couldn't open a case. Maybe that's why Lord Shin remembers it so clearly. She looked at that body. Speaking. That female corpse is here. It's been here for many days. Completely frozen solid. Nothing unusual. Shin Yurin looked at the body thoughtfully. He suggested to Na-e, this body? I want to examine it again. She replied, but the body needs to be thawed. Yurin took out a pair of tweezers. Gripping them tight, he shouted, no need to wait. He stabbed the tweezers into the body, creating a tear. Shin Yurin looked at the hole in the body with astonishment, shouting, this body is fake. Shin Yurin immediately turned to Na-e, asserting there was no problem when it was brought in. It was swapped by that immortal. He was terrified. Impossible. Why would he do that? Yurin, I've always been thinking about the events that happened consecutively these past few days. Yurin began to link all the events in the manor together. A woman of unknown origin dies in Yahello port. She is brought to the bureau. The next day, the city lord's daughter, Chin, who was already dying, suddenly miraculously woke up. Then Mahaksu came to Yahello port, threatening Chin's life. That night, that immortal barged into the city lord's manor. Next, Mahaksu's subordinates, and even he himself, died one after another. Nai broke out in cold sweat, calling out anxiously, Sir, Yurin analyzed. I heard that immortal has been very close to the eldest Miss Chin recently. All of this cannot be a coincidence. Nai, sir, there is no concrete evidence. Miss Chin and that woman have no connection whatsoever. Yurin pointed in a direction, continuing. The belongings and storage bag that woman carried with her back then will definitely contain clues. Suddenly, she grabbed his sleeve, shouting loudly, Lord Shun, she had tears in her eyes. Don't investigate this case anymore. The body is still there. I beg you. Lord Shun. Yurin saw her crying like that. He fell into thought. Yurin turned around to comfort her. Understand. Nai. Continuing the investigation will only bring trouble upon yourself. Don't be afraid. I won't investigate anymore. Let's just let this case pass. Naida leans into Yurin's arms, responding tremblingly. Okay. Shin Yurin's eyes are deep. On the streets of Dragon, Searing Port. At this moment, children are happily holding up pieces of paper, cheering joyfully. We walked from the east gate to here. Found 11 pieces. I came from home. Found 29 pieces. I went around the West City several times. Found 100 pieces. At this moment, an opera singer is sitting at the bridgehead, listening to the children arguing. A pink-haired girl says in annoyance, Liar, can you even count to 100? A girl in brown clothes replies, Whoever finds more gets this cake. I won. The other girl refuses to admit defeat. You lied. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. The opera singer dressed as Tai by Jinxing speaks up. All right. The children take the cake, laughing happily. Huh. At this moment, Chun Yurin is walking over. A voice rings out. Official Chun, you're here early. The opera singer from before looks at Yurin and says, Dusk has just fallen. The Grand Preceptor manifested a few days ago. Our play should be rewritten too, reenacting the story of Grand Preceptor Tai by wandering, but tonight I have to rest. If you want to hear me sing, you have to wait until tomorrow. Chen Yuren hears this. I didn't come to hear opera. Chen Yuqing. Yuqing, the opera singer, takes off his mask, puzzled. Then what are you here for? Yuren calls out happily. I brought wine. By the seaside. Achin remembers what she said. That body of mine. Might as well cremate it and scatter the ashes into the sea. At this moment, she is holding her own ashes, as she said, scattering them into the sea. Achin speaks up, organizing my own funeral. The feeling is really weird, isn't it? Ouyang Jing stands beside her and says, it's fine. It's just a ritual. Unlike me. I don't know how many times I've died before. Achin turns her head to look at him. Thank you. Sorry for troubling you to steal the body out. Ouyang Jing smiles. Oh well, small matter. Suddenly, Tai Bai transmits a message. Ouyang Jing, come here for a moment. Something's up. He wonders. Another new discovery? Inside the Heavenly Pavilion. Ouyang Jing gestures to introduce. This is Achin. This is Tai Bai. You two haven't met yet, right? Achin is surprised. It's you. You're that huge old man in the sky. Tai Bai hears this. Face full of embarrassment. He scowls, complaining. So embarrassing. I shouldn't have agreed to manifest in the mortal world. Ouyang Jing teases. What's wrong? Social anxiety? At this moment, at Chen Yuren's place. He pours wine while speaking. Then Aida advised me not to investigate anymore. Outside Dragon, Severing Port City. Chen Yuqing's residence. Yuqing sips his wine, speaking up. She did it for your own good. This matter involves the Immortal Clan and the City Lord. If you dare interfere, consider this little life of yours over. Yuren replies, I don't want to implicate her either. That's why I'm not investigating this at the Criminal Investigation Department anymore. He asks, you're out on the streets, well informed. Can you help me find some clues? Yuqing leans against the wall, holding a wine cup. Looks like you can't let this go. Yuqing teases, running after women didn't work. So you come running to beg your brother. Huh? Brothers are for selling out, right? Yuren wants to explain in embarrassment. No, Yuqing turns his face away and asks, so, will you help or not? Yuqing smiles. Oh well, I'll help. My good little brother. No problem. Chen Yuqing's expression becomes serious. But, Yuren, there's one thing I must ask clearly. Why do you insist on investigating this case? Your criminal investigation department only enforces mortal laws. But you can only manage humans and half-demons. If the Monster Clan breaks the law, at most, you report it to the Monster Clan elders for decision. The City Lord of Dragon, Severing Port, has always enforced the law strictly. But he is also restrained by the higher-ups of the Monster Clan. Let me put it this way. Because the City Lord is a half-demon, he needs to use the law to protect his own rights. If he were Monster Clan, he wouldn't care so much. Yuren replies, this matter has nothing to do with the internal affairs of the Monster Clan and half-demons. I don't want to manage those things either. Chen Yuqing smiles. Is that so? Then I can't figure it out. Could it be that the Immortal Clan's return to the mortal world makes you unhappy? Even the City Lord facing the Grand Preceptor had to kneel and surrender. Although that was basically for show. But these big shots sure act well. He analyzes. The Immortal Clan rising directly threatens the Demon Clan and Monster Clan. Let them fight amongst themselves. When gods fight, mortals suffer. It was like this 1,000 years ago. It's the same now. We commoners just need to look out for ourselves. Working in the city department. Don't you understand that you work for whoever is in power? Immortal Clan is fine. Monster Clan is fine too. They're all masters. Serving anyone is still serving. Yuren is dumbfounded. Don't understand. What are you saying? Yuren's older brother continues. To be honest, that Miss Achin, what is her identity? What is her relationship with the Immortal Clan? Is it necessary to investigate so clearly? At this moment inside the Heavenly Pavilion, Achin looks at the Heavenly screen, screaming in annoyance. So annoying. To think I'm being suspected. If I knew, I wouldn't have bothered with the cremation stunt. Xiangya comforts her. It's okay. Achin, don't mind it. Tai Bai comments. This Chen Yuren is just a minor official in the city department. His influence is limited. Ouyang Jing frowns. Tai Bai, why did you suddenly switch chat channels? Speak on the main channel. Don't interfere. Ouyang Jing continues. Right now, we just need to cause them some trouble, so they can't continue investigating. Ouyang Jing continues. I told you to show your face a bit. Could it kill you? Staying home for 1,000 years. Don't you go out to meet anyone? Taibai turns to him, reminding. Talk about serious business. Ouyang Jing refuses to yield. Answer my question. At Yuqing's house. Yuren agrees. I understand everything you said. Chen Yuqing wonders. Yet you still investigate? What exactly is your hang-up? He begins to recount. That unidentified body was a human girl. The old couple found her body and brought it to the Criminal Investigation Department. They thought she was like many other human girls, targeted and taken by the monster clan, murdered and the body dumped. There are too many cases like this. Discovering one body. There could be countless other bodies behind it. Like this, even if a case is opened, it's hard to find a real culprit. The longer it drags on, the more victims there will be. Yuqing asks, even if you find the culprits, what can you do to them? He shouts, I just hope to reduce the number of victims. Saving one person is saving one person. His older brother comforts him. Don't be rash. I have a question. Are you sure that body was tortured to death? Did the autopsy reveal anything? Yuren says, no signs of sexual assault were found. But the wounds on her body were caused by heavy impact, not falling from a height, nor something achievable by ordinary human strength. The culprit is very likely Monster Clan or half-demon, or could be a human cultivator, inside the Heavenly Pavilion. Achin hears this and confirms. This is a good person. Ouyang Jing is curious. So what exactly happened when you transmigrated that got you so heavily injured? Little Chin replies. It was a car accident. She suggests. Whatever. Let's just go explain clearly to them. Ouyang Jing rejects it. Forget it. There are no cars in this world. How would you explain? This Chin Yuren has good intentions, meaning he's investigating the wrong person. Like this, he'll only hit a dead end. I say just ignore him. Achin agrees. That works too. Xianya has no opinion. Taibai also expresses agreement. Over here, Yuqing agrees. I understand. I'll keep an eye out for news for you. But don't keep thinking about confronting the Immortal Clan. Yuren replies. I know that. Chen Yuren asks with concern. How is your arm lately? Yuqing replies. Old ailment. Can't sleep without drinking wine. Yuren scolds. Don't use that as an excuse to drink. I'll prescribe you some painkillers. Yuqing refuses. Useless. It's been hurting badly these past 2 days. Hearing this, Yuren asks worriedly. Really? Does it have to do with the Immortal Clan? Chen Yuqing says fearfully. Don't talk nonsense. Yuren fears something happened to him, suggesting. Let me see. Chen Yuren rolls up Yuqing's sleeve. Taibai. Jinxing sees the pattern on Yuqing's arm, exclaiming in shock. That is. He turns his head, nervously calling. Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing replies with a darkened face. I saw it. Seems this matter isn't over yet. Achin sees the two tense up, asking, what's wrong? Taibai frowns and says, that thing on that person's arm is the immortal executioner array. Xianya is horrified. What? Achin still doesn't understand the problem. Swallowing saliva. Is this very serious? Ouyang Jing explains. Whether it's serious or not, let's put it this way. The previous Heavenly Emperor, Wu Lingxiao, was killed by the immortal executioner array. Chen Yuqing recalls 10 years ago. Our house was sealed by the government. Property confiscated. Parents reported for possessing cultivation techniques. The Monster Clan holds power in the 9 provinces and 16 prefectures of the mortal realm. To eliminate the remnants of the Immortal Clan and monopolize cultivation techniques. For 1,000 years, private cultivation has been banned. Scriptures, techniques, artifacts in a mortal world that once belonged to the Immortal Clan are all subject to heavy punishment. But how it's handled specifically varies by prefecture and city. Over time, using this charge to frame people became common. Official corruption exists at every level. Yuqing recalls the scene back then. 2 brothers looking painfully at their parents' corpses. He continues recounting. In the end, my parents died in prison. My brother and I ran everywhere. Finally finding their bodies in a pit in the forest. Died along with dozens of others. Covered in maggots. Corpses exposed in the wild. It took us 3 days and 3 nights to bury them. The 2 placed 2 shovels on the ground. Yuqing and Yuren sit sadly on the ground. Yuren speaks up. What should we do now? He says angrily. Parents clearly didn't do anything. What cultivation method? We aren't disciples of any sect. Where we get a cultivation technique? How can we have that kind of thing? Definitely framed by someone. Yuqing is silent. Chen Yuren grabs his older brother's arm. Brother, say something. Suddenly, fresh blood seeps from Yuqing's arm, wetting the sleeve, staining Yuren's hand. Yuren looks at his hand in panic. Chen Yuren asks worriedly, your arm is bleeding so much. What's wrong? Why is it like this? At this moment, Chen Yuqing speaks up, blaming himself. It's all my fault. Little brother. He doesn't understand. What? Yuqing continues. I killed our parents. Yuren looks at him suspiciously. Brother, what's wrong with you? Yuqing reminds him. Do you remember the jade box in the study? Chen Yuren replies. The box father forbade us from touching? Yuqing begins to recount. That day, when I reached for a book, I accidentally knocked it to the ground. Inside was a painting depicting Heavenly Emperor Wu Lingxiao trapped in the Immortal Executioner Array. Purple Myrtle Palace Spirit Armor. Heavenly Emperor falling sideways. Yuren says, that's just a painting, not some cultivation technique. Brother has never practiced any technique either. You wouldn't do something stupid like that, right? Big brother. Chen Yuqing continues. I looked at that painting. The Immortal Executioner Array in the painting imprinted onto my arm. Couldn't remove it no matter what. Yuren understands. You mean someone saw the mark on your arm? So our parents were reported. Yuqing is silent. Chen Yuren confirms. Is that really the Immortal Executioner Array? The legendary one? His older brother lowers his head. What does it matter if it's real or fake? When parents were taken away, I couldn't do anything, even if it's real. The Immortal Executioner Array can destroy the Immortal Clan. But the Immortal Clan has long declined. This thing is... Big brother Yuqing pulls up his sleeve, saying angrily, the most useless magic in the world. Just because of this thing. Yuqing reaches out to grab the shovel. Yuren shouts worriedly, Big brother, what are you doing? Yuqing repeatedly hits his arm with the shovel. A stream of fresh blood sprays out. Chen Yuqing continues, carving flesh, burning with fire. I tried countless ways, but still couldn't remove this array. On the contrary, it etched deeper and deeper into my flesh, like a brand stamped deep into my body. Back to reality. Yuqing clutches his arm. Yuqing sees his brother leaving, asking, leaving already? Won't stay to drink a few cups with me? Yuren turns his face away and replies, I asked for half a day off. Have to go back on duty tonight. Brothers matter. You promised, don't forget. Yuqing teases. TCH. Yes, sir. Take care, official Chen. Chen Yuren gets goosebumps. What are you doing? So gross. Yuqing thinks to himself. Looking for clues, huh? He raises the wine cup in thought. The days Yuren took on the unidentified body case. He drew a mark, thinking carefully. This strange mark appeared in Dragon Severing Port. At first I thought it was some secret code. Later investigation revealed at least 1,000 of them, scattered throughout the alleys of Dragon Severing Port. The more crowded the place, the more of these symbols there are. Who left them? What are they for? This is a mystery. However, combined with Yuren's discovery, this symbol must be related to the Immortal Clan. Suddenly, a stream of spiritual power enters his ear, causing him to cry out. Ah! Yuqing glances at his ear in surprise. Suddenly a voice rings out. Chen Yuqing. Is it? Yuqing is very surprised. This voice transmits directly into his head. Yuqing asks, who is speaking? Ouyang Jing transmits. Who do you think? Chen Yuqing deduces. It's a man's voice, although we haven't met. But must be him. Looks like Yuren investigating the Immortal Clan has been discovered. Yuqing begs for his brother. My brother, Chen Yuren. Just loyal to his duty. No intention to offend the Immortal Clan. Please do not blame him. At this moment, Ouyang Jing is already beside Yuqing. I won't do anything to him. I came to find you. Yuqing hears the voice beside him. Immediately looks up. He makes himself at home, picking up the wine cup and taking a few sips. Yuqing asks, may I know the Immortal Lord's esteemed name? Ouyang Jing raised his wine cup, took a sip, and replied casually, I'm just an errand boy. He put down the wine cup and continued, I'm not some famous immortal that everyone knows, nor am I the descendant of some illustrious noble clan. I'm just me. Ordinary background. No special backing. So my name isn't important. Hearing this inside the pavilion of Heavenly Tome, Ah Chin said annoyedly. What noble descendant. This stinking guy even drags other people in his talk. Why not just say my name directly? Xiangyao was also curious. True. What is Ah Chin's real name? The little princess replied. My name is Qin Qin. The Qin in Qin Shi Huang. Xiangyao praised her. That's so cute. Chen Yuqing analyzed. I heard the immortal gentleman in the city lord's manor calls himself Shi Jing. I wonder if his name contains the character Jing. He replied happily. Wow, you guessed it. Yuqing pondered. Why? Why am I still alive? If he knows everything, then it must be because of the immortal slaying formation. What exactly does he want? I've heard Yuren talk a lot about this immortal's movements. His strength is definitely strong enough to be ranked among the immortals, but he doesn't seem to have a title. Or perhaps he is intentionally hiding it. He infiltrated the city lord's manor and met Mahaxu. He waited until they moved to the seaside to strike, probably to avoid hurting innocent people, or maybe to conceal his true strength. Seeing Yuqing silent, Ouyang Jing spoke up. What's wrong? Be natural. Ask whatever you want. Yuqing asked. I have a question. Yuqing pointed at the seal on the table and asked. This symbol, these symbols scattered all over the city, do they belong to the immortal race? Ouyang Jing replied calmly. That's right. I made them. Yuqing was skeptical. Really? There are thousands of them. I racked my brain, but couldn't figure out what they are for. Inside the pavilion of Heavenly Tome, Xiangya explained to Little Qin. They're used to gather intel for Brother Ouyang, but we have to rely on Master Taibai to filter the information. Ah Qin praised. Master Taibai has worked hard. I knew that guy couldn't handle it all alone. Taibai heard the little girl's words. Sweating, he thought. Master Taibai. Ouyang Jing replied. I can't explain the specific principles in just a few words. Just understand it like this. It was relying on these symbols that I found you. Chun Yuqing. Yuqing pondered. Wouldn't it be simpler to just come and kill me? Why all this talk? Do you want to use me for entertainment? Fine, I'll play along. Once you've had your fun, I will be released. Yuqing closed his eyes sadly. Chun Yuqing continued to ask. Are all these many symbols controlled by you alone, immortal gentleman? Ouyang Jing confirmed. Correct. Yuqing smiled and praised. Then, that is truly impressive. I know a little about cultivation techniques. To activate so many magic seals simultaneously requires extremely high control over one's chi. This is much more impressive than the Heavenly General's demon-subduing command. Ouyang Jing replied casually. It's SOSO. Calculating in his heart. He knows the demon-subduing command. Then he definitely knows it was created by the Heavenly Emperor. You want me to compare which is stronger? Trying to fish for information? Chen Yuqing. Yuqing recalled. Back then, the Heavenly Tome appeared in Juelong Port, which meant the Heavenly Emperor had returned. But the person himself never showed up. Now I know why. Yuqing asserted. You are the current incarnation of the Heavenly Emperor, aren't you? Hearing this, Ouyang Jing silently looked at the person in front of him. He closed his eyes and chuckled softly. Well. Ouyang Jing slowly placed his hand on the table. Leaning in close to him, he praised. You two brothers. Your recon skills are maxed out. I didn't expect this tiny Juelong port to be hiding such talents. Talent after talent. Yuqing was surprised. You aren't here to kill me? Ouyang Jing replied. Why? Because of the immortal slaying formation on your arm? Leaving aside why this secret art fell into your hands. You are a human after all, with no background or status. He channeled his immortal power, probing into Yuqing's body. He continued. How do I know if the immortal slaying formation in your hand is real or fake? Does it even work? Stop hiding it. Bring it out. Chen Yuqing hurriedly explained. No offense intended. This is indeed the immortal slaying formation. I do not wish to provoke the immortal race, and I have never used it against the immortal race. Ouyang Jing smiled and asked, how do you know it's real? Have you used it? Yuqing didn't know how to answer. He cried out nervously. He used immortal power to lift Yuqing's arm, revealing the immortal slaying formation. Ouyang Jing reassured him. I know you have a mortal body. Don't be nervous. I'll be gentle. Yuqing said fearfully. Please be careful. Ouyang Jing began to reach out to absorb the immortal slaying formation. As soon as his hand touched the formation, a mutation occurred. The flesh swelled up. Chen Yuqing looked at his arm in astonishment. He began to recall after his parents were murdered. He and his younger brother were homeless, wandering everywhere to make a living. Yurin became an apprentice at a medical clinic, and I found a chore job in an opera troupe to survive. At that time, the two brothers were standing in front of a room. Yurin held a book and said, "Staying here is great. Master treats me very well, too. He even lent me many books." This classic medical text talks about meridians. Although it differs from cultivating magic, the principles are connected. Yuching worried, "Didn't you hate these magic things?" Yurin replied, "I was thinking, the magic formation on your arm, there must be a way to remove it. Maybe." Shin Yuching closed his eyes and shook his head. "No need, Yurin. Just study well. Don't worry about me. There are many people in the opera troupe. No one will notice my illness." Inside the opera troupe, Yuching was sweeping the courtyard. A drunken demon walked over. Yuching reminded him, "You went the wrong way, sir. This is the backstage. Besides, we are closed today." The visitor ordered rudely, "Call your wine girls out here to serve me." He pointed in a direction and replied, "You're in the wrong place. The red light district is on the west side of the city." Suddenly, he grabbed his arm, looking at him with a lewd expression. "If you won't go, they'll just take you." Shin Yuching replied in panic, "You're mistaken. I am just a servant. I am a man, not the wine girl you need." The pervert said, "A man? Even better." Yuching's face turned grim. He shouted, "Let go of me." The demon threatened, "I'm a demon. If you dare resist, I'll crush your bones." "Got it." He squeezed his hand tight. It hurt so much that Yuching let out a groan. Ugh. The immortal slaying formation appeared. The demon was confused. "What is this?" The immortal slaying formation crawled onto his arm. His entire arm suddenly swelled up, scaring him into shouting, "What's happening to me? What did you do?" He screamed in pain. His entire body turned into bloody mist. The flesh swelled. Then the body exploded. Yuching was stunned. He continued his story. "That was when I knew. The immortal slaying formation doesn't just kill immortals." Shin Yuching shouted in gloating satisfaction. You monster. Serves you right." Suddenly, he cried out in pain. Ugh. Intense pain shot from his arm, as if drilling through his bone marrow. The pain spread throughout his body. It took a long time to subside. Yuching lay in the courtyard, thinking, "The troupe is closed. Only I stayed behind clean up. When these remains are discovered, they will definitely trace it back to me. I'm dead for sure. I can't escape. If they want to kill someone, just aim at me alone. As long as I don't speak, no one will know I have a younger brother. This won't implicate him." Suddenly, he looked up and saw a broken jar. There was still a little wine inside. Shin Yuching reached out and grabbed the wine jar. "It smells so good. This is a jar of good wine. Only a little left. What a pity." Another scene appeared. Yuching held the wine cup to his lips. Inside the room, Shin Yuching was sipping wine. He continued, "At first, I thought those killed by the immortal slaying formation would just suffer full body mutation and explode to death, leaving corpses everywhere, and I'd be sentenced to death immediately. But in reality, those exploding bodies were like ash after burning, vanishing into thin air in an instant, leaving not a single trace behind. It wasn't discovered at all. I don't know why the immortal slaying formation can cause monsters to mutate instantly and explode to death. Nor do I know why I am safe and sound inside the opera troupe." At this time, a half-demon walked over and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here? Where are the demon lords from last night?" Yuching replied, "They left." The half-demon was surprised. "Left? You didn't offend them, did you?" Yuching replied confidently, "Listen here, shopkeeper. If I had offended them, would I still be standing here alive?" Back to the present. Shin Yuching spoke without fear, continuing, "I only understand one thing, that this life of mine won't last much longer anyway. Maybe today is the day I die." At this moment, Ouyang Jing was being consumed by the immortal slaying formation. Smiling, he said to him, "Not simple at all. You could be this calm." Sure enough, this isn't the first time you've seen the immortal slaying formation activate. Inside the pavilion of Heavenly Tome, Xianya asked worriedly, "Master Tai Bai, is brother Ouyang okay?" Achin also said anxiously, "If that immortal slaying formation is real, shouldn't he dodge it?" Tai Bai reassured them, "It's fine." But Ouyang Jing looked at his demonizing arm, saying calmly, "This is called devil transformation. Have real cultivators ever seen this?" There was a kid who saw it. Scared him into psychological trauma. He's a guard at the city lord's manor. Yuching replied, "They are all dead. Before this, those people were all trapped by the immortal slaying formation. But they weren't immortals." Ouyang Jing explained in a low voice. Not immortals, but they were all cultivators. At least they had cultivation. The immortal slaying formation is a special kind of magic formation. It doesn't need a caster, nor does it need to be activated. Cultivators only need to touch the formation. It's like taking performance-enhancing drugs, being forced to start breaking through realms. The stronger the chi, the higher the realm, the harder it is to control the power. Every realm breakthrough is extremely dangerous. Once chi deviation occurs, not only will the body mutate, but you will also be backlashed by the chi in your body, until your soul scatters. Yuqing looked at Ouyang Jing, thinking, what is wrong with this guy? Not only does he actively seek death, his body has mutated, yet he could be so calm, like nothing happened. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing's arm exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The arm remained intact. Only the sleeve was torn. Chen Yuqing was dumbfounded. It healed. The immortal slaying formation is useless on him. He raised his arm, explaining confidently, break through enough times, and you get used to this kind of devil transformation. If you lose control of your power just because of an immortal slaying formation, I can only say you are. Ouyang Jing changed into a new set of clothes. Suddenly, Chen Yuqing burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Ouyang Jing scolded. What the hell are you laughing at? Yuqing looked at him. Is it a chicken? Are you talking about the previous Heavenly Emperor? Ouyang Jing sat down and replied. I don't know. I never fought him. When the Heavenly Palace was besieged, it was a great war. As for the so-called previous Heavenly Emperor dying because of the immortal slaying formation, how much of that can be believed? He began to analyze. Among the three types of magic, formations, seals, and commands, magic formations are ultimately just control skills. There are many loopholes. If every cultivator carved the immortal slaying formation, it would be no different from suicide. Once the formation activates, it means perishing together with the opponent. But you are an exception. Looking at the scars on your arm, you definitely tried many ways to destroy it. Yuqing replied. Just like the Heavenly Emperor said, Ouyang Jing explained. These patterns themselves have chi flowing through them. Just like the meridians in your body, the more you damage the formation, the damaged parts will integrate further into your meridians. Over time, it's as if it grew on your arm. Chen Yuqing lowered his face and said, I only thought about how to remove it before. It seems it backfired. Ouyang Jing pointed out. This depends on how you look at it. Tormenting it like this, your meridians are effectively severed by this formation. There is no chi flowing in your body, making it even harder to cultivate. The formation activating doesn't take your life, because you are a mortal body, and you can only be a mortal body for your entire life. Hearing this, Yuqing shook his head. A mortal body is fine. I don't want eternal life anyway, nor do I want to seek immortality or the Tao, or become famous. Ouyang Jing scoffed. He looked at him with a determined gaze. Stop pretending, old Chun. You have used the immortal slaying formation, and not just once, right? He began to recount. The first time was just self-defense. An accident. Ouyang Jing stood up, holding the wine cup, asking further. So what about after that? Not an accident, surely? He took a sip of wine, thinking, finally willing to tell the truth. Ouyang Jing glanced at Yuqing. How many people have died at your hands by now? Yuqing replied. 52 people. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing spurted out his wine. Yuqing continued. Not all of them were demons. There were also half-demons, and some humans who learned magic and then tyrannized others. Ouyang Jing hurriedly interrupted. Wait. He stepped forward and asked, you did all that and still managed to hide in Yahello port for so long? I don't believe it. Chen Yuqing was stunned. No, listen to me finish first. He continued. That year, my younger brother was promoted by his master and took the exam for the Justice Department. Then he was transferred to Yahello port to take office. I moved here with him. Ouyang Jing asked, does your brother know what you did? Yuqing replied, of course he doesn't know. He hesitated for a long time before deciding to work for the demon race. Fortunately, there have been no waves since he took office. I didn't want my actions to affect him. So after arriving in Yahello port, I washed my hands of it. Ouyang Jing stopped him. Don't. You are eliminating harm for the people. This world needs talents like you. Yuqing said in panic. What talent? I turned over a new leaf long ago. Ouyang Jing was stunned hearing this. He corrected. No, it's washing hands in a golden basin. Retiring. Ouyang Jing proposed with an excited face. Why quit now? Kill a few more. Chen Yuqing pleads in panic. What? This young master. No. Holy Heavenly Emperor. Please spare me. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing rests his chin on his hand, thinking for a moment. Wait. You are immortal, let alone the monster clan. Any random human cultivator could kill you in the blink of an eye. Yuqing hears this and hurriedly replies. That's right. I've survived until today purely by luck, but I don't dare to gamble anymore. He offers an idea. How about I give you a weapon for self-defense? Yuqing is surprised. Ouyang Jing starts pulling out a pile of weapons. Introducing. Come here, come here. Pick whatever you want. These sabers, spears, swords, and halberds are all from the Immortal Clan. Every single one is top tier. The Immortal Clan perished 1,000 years ago. Most of the treasures from back then were scattered throughout the mortal realm, just like the Immortal Executioner array on your arm. Yuqing asks with a gloomy expression, if the Heavenly Emperor wants to reclaim what belongs to the Immortal Clan, why don't you kill me to take back the Immortal Executioner array? Ouyang Jing turns his head to look back, puzzled. He is a bit surprised. You thought from the start that I came to kill you? Chen Yuqing suggests. Or chop off this arm. Ouyang Jing replies calmly. If you fall into the hands of the Monster Clan, that outcome would already be considered good. Yuqing is puzzled. You want to prove you're not like the Monster Clan, right? Ouyang Jing sneers. Monster Clan? What are they to me? If I have to say it, I'm not like the previous Immortal Clan either. I can guarantee you that. He explains. This Immortal Executioner array is just a formation. The magic of the Immortal Clan is all in my head. I can use it whenever I want. What do I need this Immortal Executioner array for? It's not some unique poison or anything. Ouyang Jing places a hand on his chest and says, a person like you, Chen Yuqing, is the truly unique one. Yuqing thinks to himself, he actually values someone like me? Indeed, he is not like the previous Immortal Clan. Ouyang Jing smiles and says, so I won't let you die so easily. He thinks fearfully to himself. Sounds nice, but why does it sound so scary? Ouyang Jing turns away. How about this? I'll pick one for you. Chen Yuqing. He hesitates in his heart. What should I do? Yuren, Big Brother, seems to have caused trouble. Ouyang Jing walks over holding saber. Take this one. This is a spirit saber, named Rapid Flow Saber. The sheath is made of sword chi skin. As long as you hit, you can imprint a magic seal on the opponent. Then it automatically guides and casts magic. Yuqing waves his hand to refuse. No way. I don't know how to use it. Ouyang Jing tries to persuade him. Come on. Take it. Take it. Yuqing refuses vehemently. Hey. No. Ouyang Jing replies. Don't be polite. He replies. I'm not being polite with you. Inside the Heavenly Pavilion, Qin and Xiangya are watching. Qin criticizes. This is forced buying and selling. Xiangya advises. Ouyang Ji, maybe forget it. Forced melon isn't sweet. Yuqing is dumbfounded, thinking. Who's talking? A girl's voice? Whoever it is. Just persuade him. Ouyang Jing says firmly. Not sweet, but it quenches thirst. I just like picking it. Yuqing holds his face helplessly. Can't persuade him. Chen Yuqing finds an excuse. My left arm is practically useless. I really can't hold a saber. He pauses for a moment. Is that so? I even deliberately chose the lightest one. Yuqing breathes a sigh of relief, thinking to himself. Finally gave up. He still doesn't give up. Not using weapons. Magic tools are fine too. Yuqing panics. Ouyang Jing says excitedly. Come look at these treasures. At this moment, countless magic tools are displayed. Yuqing praises. Truly worthy of the Heavenly Emperor. So generous. Ouyang Jing replies. This bit of stuff is nothing. He looks at him suspiciously. No reward without merit. Holy Heavenly Emperor. What exactly do you want me to do? Ouyang Jing states his intention. Don't stay in Dragon Severing Port anymore. Old Shun. This place limits your potential. I hope you can wander the four directions. Best to go to the center of Monster Clan power and meet those elders. Ah-chung looks at him doubtfully. You mean the 5 great capitals? The 5 great capitals are 5 large cities, centers of the 9 provinces and 16 prefectures. This place gathers resources from all directions. Countless wealthy and powerful families. Cultivation flourishes. Strong individuals are as many as clouds. Left capital Xinyu. Central capital, Wanshui. Right capital, Lingzi. Inner capital, Qianquan. Outer capital, Wuji. They symbolize the monster clan's power over the mortal realm. It is the central area of the entire mortal realm. Chen Yuqing is silent. Those places, I can't enter even if I want to. Even if I get in, I can't meet those elders. Consider me unqualified. Ouyang Jing replies confidently. What qualifications? What if I drag them down and tear their faces apart? Yuqing is shocked. You really intend to do that? Ouyang Jing wags his finger. Decisively. A gentleman's word is harder to catch than a team of horses. I do what I say. Ah Cheng smiles. Looks like a big play is about to begin. Looking at Ouyang Jing. Continuing. I hope I can queue up early and occupy a good seat for myself. Ouyang Jing hears him say this, snorting coldly, corner of his mouth lifting, at the Heavenly Pavilion. At this moment, Ouyang Jing asks puzzledly, why'd you guys eat first? Ah Qin holds a piece of cake. Too lazy to listen to you and that Chen Yuqing guy talking nonsense. Talking endlessly. I was hungry. Ouyang Jing replies happily. That old brother is quite interesting. Xiangya asks curiously, what did he accept in the end? Ah Qin asks further, right? Did you assign him a mission too? Did you get any good gossip? Ouyang Jing replies, gave him 3 magic treasures. Quite suitable for him too. Ah Qin is surprised. Really? Which 3? He smiles and reveals. A brush, a mirror, and a wine gourd. Xiangya and Ah Qin look at each other blankly. Early the next morning, at the city lord's manor, Lin Feng is holding a token reading. Returning it to you. By the way, giving you this saber. Cultivate well. Lin Feng looks at the saber and the set of clothes on the table. Over there, the little immortals are healing Shiwen. Ouyang Jing says, TCH, looking pretty decent. Replenishing true chi. Restoring. Cultivation for these kids. Time to be useful. They were all a mortal clan before. In terms of healing skills, no one compares. A little immortal runs over and hugs Ouyang Jing's leg. Holy Heavenly Emperor. Last time you turned and left straight away. When will you stay here for a few more days? He says, oh my, this little tail. Why do you keep clinging to me? Move aside quickly. We have a guest today. The little immortal asks, who is this? The daughter of the dragon severing Port City Lord couple. This is the eldest Mississippi named Ah Qin. Ah Qin speaks up. It is this young miss. He says, also a reincarnator, like Lady Xiangya. The little immortal says loudly. Understood. The little immortal immediately notifies the others. The little immortals also shout in unison. Welcome, Miss Ah Qin. Ah Qin giggles. It's like entering a kindergarten. Although they are small, their average age is over 2,000 years. Ah Qin says, they are in the primordial spirit state. Old Mr. Tai Bai is also in the primordial spirit state. Why are they so illusory? Speaking of which, the old Grand Preceptor can also freely change his form. Can they do it? Ouyang Jing explains. I am helping them restore their cultivation. There are some results already. Can use a few spells now. As for whether they can restore their original forms, a little immortal behind speaks up. Holy Heavenly Emperor. Holy Heavenly Emperor. He asks, what is it? The little immortal replies, Mr. Shiwen is conscious. He immediately pays attention, flying away, saying, I'll go check it out. Xiangya sees him leave, asking startledly, wait. Inside the healing area, the little immortals are supporting Shiwen. Come on, slowly. A little immortal says, hey, look, the Holy Heavenly Emperor is here. Shiwen looks towards Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing walks over. Greeting. It's great that you could recover. The words we said before. Remember? Recalling their promise. Ouyang Jing said back then, I hope you will still be alive by then. I will introduce myself to you properly. Shiwen remembers immediately. I already know. You are the current Heavenly Emperor. He smiles. This doesn't count as me introducing myself voluntarily. My name is Ouyang Jing. Just call me by my name. In that case, Brother Ouyang. Ouyang Jing says, right. In terms of age, I am much younger than you, but it's fine. Call me whatever you want. Ah Qin's voice comes from outside. Stinky Loach, why did you suddenly run here? Hey. Ouyang Jing jumps, thinking to himself, wait, Shiwen is still here? The two girls stare in shock, exclaiming, whoa, green hair. At this moment, Shiwen has transformed into dragon form. standing beside Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing introduces. Not bad. Fast. Later I'll have someone bring you clothes to change into. He immediately replies. Yes, sir. In the immortal realm, 3 people are standing discussing. That green dragon is the demon dragon of Dragon Severing Port? Ouyang Jing explains. More accurately, it's him and his family. But his father and brother are only corpses now. Almost couldn't save him either. Achin continues. Demon dragon, or whatever. He didn't want to turn into a demon dragon either. Xianya says. Looking at his sentiments, one could see he truly is sworn enemies with the demon clan. Ouyang Jing explains to the 2 girls. We shouldn't be too rigid in this classification. Nor do we need to divide into so many types. Even a mortal can kill a cultivator. Strength has many aspects. Cultivation realm is just one part of it. She throws him a curious look, tone sounding like, your cultivation is low, so whatever you say is right. Ouyang Jing replies to her. My point is, as long as there is strength, regardless of cultivation realm, we must pay special attention to them. Bringing this demon dragon back to the Heavenly Palace headquarters. You are too generous. Don't forget, I'm also Monster Clan now. She says admiringly. That demon dragon eats people. He says immediately. Haha. Speaking of which, he has never eaten people. Precisely because Shiwen was there, suppressing the demon dragon's instinct to eat raw flesh. She still argues. You went into Dragon Severing Port to investigate. Wait until you understand the situation before coming out. Why trust that green dragon so easily? Xiangya speaks up. This matter. Ouyang Ji has his reasons. Ouyang Jing refuses to yield. I just want to raise a dragon in the Heavenly Palace. Now, there's only this one left. Tell me what I should do. Achin catches him, saying, Oh, told the truth. Just because of that, a little immortal comes to announce. Lord Shiwen has arrived. Shiwen is injured. Covering his eye with one hand, he steps out to meet everyone. He greets the 2. Hello. 2 sisters. Ouyang Jing immediately reminds. You are much older than them. Don't call them sisters. Xiangya praises immediately. That's right. Just call me Xiangya. Achin also thinks to herself. So cute. She speaks up. Hello there. Green Dragon. My name is Achin. So cute. Shiwen has his hand pulled by her. Responding. Sister Achin. Ouyang Jing, standing beside, immediately teases. Not mentioning the demon dragon matter anymore? Truly fickle. Xiangya cuts in. You're no better. A little immortal steps out saying. Look at you. How many times have I told you? This little immortal's words attract Xiangya's attention. A female little immortal is scolding another little immortal in charge of the warehouse. Even if it's just a few pearls or strands of silk, you must categorize them well. Don't leave them lying around. Why don't you pay any attention? The other little immortal apologizes immediately. I didn't leave them lying around. Why not? Didn't you say to sort the silk by color? But we see yellow and green all mixed up. Another little immortal nearby also says, That's right. If you are more careful, don't do this sorting job anymore. Go do something else. Don't cause more trouble here. The other little immortal says sadly. He stands in place, watching everyone leave. He says to the female little immortal named Huazi. Huazi, actually, I feel I'm not suited for this job. I want to beg the Holy Heavenly Emperor to let me return to my previous job. She is immediately surprised. Previous job? Could it be? At a place in the Heavenly Palace. The little immortal now meets Ouyang Jing. He asks, What is it, Winter Melon? You looking for me seems mysterious. The little immortal kneels down saying, reporting to the Holy Heavenly Emperor. This little immortal is grateful to the Heavenly Emperor, reconstructing true chi, passing down cultivation techniques. Unfortunately, my physical body is destroyed. Only the primordial spirit state remains, although I cannot raise my realm anymore. But please restore my cultivation base to serve the Heavenly Emperor. This little immortal is determined. Now cultivation has some results. I just feel a body full of strength with nowhere to use it. Ouyang Jing sits down, asking, No, what? Since I met you, all the words you said combined aren't as many as today. Suddenly, the little immortal transforms into a tall, muscular man. Demon General Azura, Wei Lai, true immortal, was once one of the gatekeeper heavenly soldiers. He is surprised. Your memory has recovered? At this moment, the little spirit has turned into a giant, speaking loudly. I hope the Heavenly Emperor approves. Allow this little immortal to return to his old post, guarding the Heavenly Palace. He hears this, thinking to himself, so you were this big? Ouyang Jing happily agrees. Sure. If you want to guard the Heavenly Palace, go ahead. Can't waste this huge body of yours. The little spirit responds happily. Thank you, Holy Heavenly Emperor. He adds, your specific daily tasks are assigned by Tai Bai. Just go ask him. Follow his arrangements, and it'll be fine. Winter Melon immediately accepts the order. This little immortal will definitely devote himself entirely. Until death. He wipes his tears, saying, what death? You're already like this. Didn't you already die once? Winter Melon says immediately, this little immortal just wants to be loyal to the Heavenly Emperor. He turns around, instructing, if you want to be loyal, then cherish this remaining life of yours. Listen clearly. I won't use you as cannon fodder. So don't go thinking about risking your life when you're free. Winter Melon bows his head. Holy Heavenly Emperor, this lowly one is just a little immortal. One of the low-level heavenly soldiers of the Heavenly Palace. Not worth such concern from the Holy Heavenly Emperor. He turns to leave, sighing. Winter Melon. Winter Melon looks blank. Holy Emperor? Winter Melon, just listen to me. Tears seem to glisten in Winter Melon's eyes. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor. Ouyang Jing pointed to the sprite, instructing, right? Even during normal guard duty, keep using this small form. We need to be low-key right now. Understood? The sprite immediately said, understood, at Ouyang Jing's resting place. He was cultivating. I didn't expect Winter Melon to be so tall. To think he could recover his memory so quickly and revert to his original form. I really didn't see that he had this ability. Luckily, he took the initiative to come find me to ask for a promotion. If they hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known anyone else could restore their original form. A female sprite looked at him, smiling happily and shyly. He turned to glance at her, reaching out to brush the bangs from her forehead. Then he heard her call out, Heavenly Emperor. Ouyang Jing asked, Heezy, when did you arrive? She replied, Heavenly Emperor, please rest a little. Let this little fairy comb your hair. He cheerfully said, no need. I can do it myself. Heavenly Emperor is already at the mysterious extreme realm. Yet you cultivate day and night without rest. It must be hard. Please let Heezy handle this small matter. He replied immediately, I'm not tired. Heezy just wants to share the Heavenly Emperor's burdens. He smiled and said, is that so? You're just like that old brother, Tu Luo Man. She stammered, no, I'm not. Heezy is just... She blushed, letting out a small cry. Ah. Ouyang Jing made a surprised sound. He said, you know the real name of Winter Melon? I already told him not to reveal his original form and not to make a fuss for now. Did he tell you? Or do you know his real name because your memory has also returned? She bowed and said, this servant didn't mean to hide it from you. I was just afraid. Ouyang Jing pointed at his own face, as if realizing something. Afraid of me? She denied. No. Heezy continued. I was worried the Heavenly Emperor would distance himself from this little fairy. He scolded. Who is distancing whom now? You just admitted you were hiding something from me. She panicked. Heavenly, this. He said annoyedly. If you don't want to say it, then don't. I don't want to know your real name, nor don't want to know your original form. Immediately after, she placed her hand on his hand, saying, Heavenly Emperor, this little fairy's real name is Jiangben. I'm just a tiny swan. I hope the saintly sovereign will still call this little fairy Heezy. As she spoke, she transformed into human form. He glanced at her, giving a compliment. You are quite beautiful, actually. She let out a shy. He continued. What are you worried about? She blushed and said, Heezy was originally just a peasant girl. While climbing the mountain to gather herbs, I stumbled upon a spiritual herb. Thanks to that opportunity, I stepped onto the path of immortality. Later, I ascended to become an immortal. I was always ordered to serve in remote places in the palaces. Someone of humble origin like this little fairy can be a servant at most. Those high immortals who were granted titles and official positions all came from prestigious families. Just like Tai Bai Jinxing, he praised. Seeing him so straightforward, she continued. At that time, the master of the Heavenly Palace was Emperor Ling Xiao. But actually, this little fairy only saw him from afar during banquets. Not like now, being able to stay by the Heavenly Emperor's side. He laughed loudly. and I made a huge profit. She continued. It is good enough that the Heavenly Emperor does not despise this little fairy. He replied, don't say that. Don't mind your humble origin. Even if the immortal race of the past valued prestigious families, where are those people now? Not a shadow to be seen. Just like me in the past. I was just an ordinary person. He thought to himself, I better not tell her I'm not from this world. Even if I say it, she might not understand. And whether she accepts it or not is another matter. She looked at him with eyes full of gratitude. Although Heezy has regained consciousness, I feel very lost. In the heavenly palace of the past, everyone knew they had to do whatever it took to secure a position. Heezy didn't know why she had to cultivate, or why she had to become an immortal. I just went with the flow. But by your side, even for someone who lost their memory in cultivation like this servant, I have never felt a bit of confusion. Heezy doesn't know where the Heavenly Emperor came from, but this little fairy knows. The first time you came here, you must have been all alone too, although you never showed sadness or bitterness. But this little fairy thinks. Seeing her so understanding, he remained silent for a long time. He turned around and said, what did you just say? She immediately bowed. Heezy misspoke. Please forgive me, Heavenly Emperor. Why would I blame you? He helped her up. Heavenly Emperor, can you promise this little fairy one thing? He agreed before hearing clearly. She said, this little fairy hasn't said it yet. What is it? He asked. Just say it. She hesitated and said, actually, this is just a bit of selfishness from this little fairy. I just want you to know, every word and action of this little fairy comes from a sincere heart. Not because you are the Heavenly Emperor and I am a little fairy, but from the bottom of my heart. This little fairy has considered you as family. This little fairy only hopes you can allow this little fairy to care for and look after you like family. Is that okay? As she spoke, she blushed and looked at him. The border is now blooming with hundreds of flowers, competing to blossom. On Ouyang Jing's head was a yellow flower. Heezy beside him laughed happily. Perhaps she put it on him. Xiangya appeared from nowhere. Ouyang Jing asked, what's up? She said, it's about Little Tail. Little Tail beside her asked Heezy, are you not angry with me anymore? Heezy replied, I wasn't angry at anything. Xiangya said, earlier I overheard their conversation, so I followed them. The little fairy said, I really didn't leave it lying around, but they kept saying I did. She told Little Tail, wait a moment. She took out some flower petals and said, take these small petals and sort them by color for me. After a few tries, basically it can be confirmed. Ouyang Jing asked, you mean Little Tail is colorblind? She replied, that's right. Little Tail was confused. Blind what? Little Tail saw Ouyang Jing refining something. He asked, Heavenly Emperor, what are you doing? He refined while speaking. Little Tail, I was thinking, color doesn't necessarily rely solely on vision. For example, chi of different attributes has different colors. It's just that ordinary people don't pay attention to this. Since you can't see with your eyes, you have to use chi to sense it. Little Tail said, I can't distinguish colors, but I'm not stupid. I can still contribute to the Heavenly Emperor. Ouyang Jing said, listen to me, Little Tail. Just like spirit stones, magic treasures, things filled with chi, can't you see them even with your eyes closed? So, you need to observe. You just need to get used to using chi to sense, and you can see colors that are normally invisible. Little Tail replied, thank you for your guidance, Heavenly Emperor, but items filled with chi are rare. It's impossible to use objects to sense chi everywhere. So what should I do? Meanwhile, Xiwen was talking to Tai Bai. He asked, what is brother Ouyang doing? Tai Bai replied, researching and creating his own magic again. Qin asked, he can even create his own magic? Tai Bai explained, with the knowledge from the Nine Heavens complete book, he can use all the magic he knows. He could easily go down to the mortal world and establish a sect. New magic is harder to see through and counter. Why not do it? Is he that formidable? Qin closed her eyes and continued. So how is his magic level? Compared to you, old Heavenly Master? Compared to me? Suddenly, an explosion occurred where Ouyang Jing was refining magic. Xiangya said, is brother Ouyang Jing distilling a nuclear bomb? Tai Bai replied, looks like it's done. Ouyang Jing shouted, take it, Little Tail. Little Tail was confused. I can't drink all of this. Ouyang Jing said, who told you to drink it? This is paint. Use it to repaint the entire Heavenly Palace from inside out. It will help you use chi to sense. In the future, in this entire Heavenly Palace, not only will you not be the only one unable to see colors, but you can see them even with your eyes closed. Little Tail was happy to the point of embarrassment. Heavenly Emperor, you went to such lengths for me. Not really. I just did it for fun. Little Tail bowed and said, yes, I understand. I obey. Ouyang Jing glanced at him. Right? Call everyone here. Tell those who can recover their primordial spirit to come out and show themselves. Little Tail accepted the order, but in his heart he thought, Winter Melon and Heezy's primordial spirits have both recovered. So envious. Why haven't I been able to do it yet? Today, I'll complete the task the Heavenly Emperor assigned. After that, I must intensify my cultivation. The little fairies whose primordial spirits now have forms were chatting happily. Sister Yao Guang. Hey, Sister Li Zhu. It's you. Ha, Brother Wenchong. Yu Hong. I didn't expect that when we lost our memories, although we didn't recognize each other, we still became good friends. Seeing everyone so happy, Ouyang Jing also felt happy and said, all right, there will be plenty of time to reminisce later. I heard you all want to restore your old positions, correct? The little fairies replied, yes. We beg the Heavenly Emperor for your grace. Looking at Achin, he said politely, Achin. Achin looked at Ouyang Jing in confusion. Ouyang Jing said, no problem. Anyone who can recover their cultivation can be promoted. I called you here today precisely to celebrate this matter. Everyone said happily, that's great. They clapped and said, thank you, Heavenly Emperor. He suddenly shouted loudly, I have to see your abilities first, to see if you're qualified. Let's have a match. If you win, I will promote you and give you a raise. The little fairies asked each other, a match? We probably don't need a raise, right? Besides, the Heavenly Court never paid salaries anyway. Achin stood aside and said, listen to my advice. He just wants an excuse to fight you. Just play along with him. Everyone heard this, pale with fright. What? No. How can someone like me cross swords with the Heavenly Emperor? She explained, oh my, you guys have been with him for so long. Don't you know his personality yet? He doesn't like speaking formally with you, and you being overly respectful and polite. Has he ever asked for that? That is the Heavenly Emperor's sincerity. We cannot overstep the rules because of that. She added excitedly. So now he orders you to fight. You should listen to him. Could it be that now you've recovered your strength, you don't want to show off a little? Don't you want to be valued by him? Everyone stammered. This. Of course we want to. She continued. Let me be clearer. Whoever fights him, he will like that person. They looked at Ouyang Jing with shining eyes. Ouyang Jing asked, you aren't hesitating anymore? Then come on. Achin said, Stinky Bird, you haven't said what counts as a win. He explained, of course I want to accept them. As long as you can make my 2 feet leave the ground, or move an inch, then consider it a win. Understood? Everyone replied in unison. Understood. Having said that, those primordial spirits executed their techniques. Seeing the scene, Achin said, really doing it, huh? You guys, this is too easy. Heavenly Emperor, please instruct us. In an instant, countless multicolored arrows flew towards Ouyang Jing. He observed the battle situation. Xiangya exclaimed, wow, this magic seal of his. It's like being targeted by 100 lasers. Achin laughed loudly. Ha ha, hit him, hit him. The primordial spirits attacked together. Everyone unleashed their ultimate moves. Ice Command, Mysterious Ice Strike, Beast Spirit, Heaven and Earth Sentiment, blah blah. Ouyang Jing just glanced and sneered. He pointed a finger, immediately dispersing those beams of light. The little fairy saw this and exclaimed, what? Shiwen said, the magic the immortal friends just used was identical to the magic brother Ouyang used to deal with them. He nullified the attacks. There are many ways to dodge attacks. Why do you have to do that? Taibai replied, no special reason. Simply because he knows too much magic. Usually he can't be bothered to use it. Seeing the opponent use it, he just conveniently tried it out. So that's it. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Palace, Little Tail was lifting an incense burner, saying, all right, finally, painting the central main hall is a great success. Suddenly, he saw thunder and lightning flashing on the other side. Thinking, what are they doing over at the main hall? Achin clicked her tongue in praise. Not budging. Not budging at all. That stinky bird has already restricted himself so much. Yet his advantage is still so great. He probably wouldn't mind if I increased the difficulty a bit for him, right? Xianya said blankly. Qin, calm down. Over here. Ouyang Jing was withstanding the light beams. Thinking. Not bad fighting. Very spirited. Qin sinisterly pressed her hand to the ground. A stream of demonic energy flew towards Ouyang Jing, causing the piece of land under his feet to lift off the ground. He thought, damn Qin, using this trick, see how I deal with you after this. Little Tail flew in from nowhere, hugging Ouyang Jing, shouting, Heavenly Emperor, careful. Qin's demonic energy formed a tornado. She thought, something feels wrong. There are two people. At this moment, Little Tail had transformed into human form, saying, if you want to hit me. I'll be a meat shield for the Heavenly Emperor. He was speechless. Hey, calm down. He looked at Little Tail, saying, you're something else, Little Tail. Ouyang Jing said to Little Tail, all right, we're fighting. Don't cause trouble. Xianya spoke up. Who wins in this situation? Technically speaking, Brother Ouyang seems to still be standing firmly on that piece of land. He hasn't moved. Qin replied, oh my, why are these immortals so honest? Why compete in magic with him? Just charge straight up and engage in hand-to-hand combat. Rush up and pin him down. The little fairies were instantly shocked. What? Is that allowed? Whatever. Charge. Heavenly Emperor, forgive us. Charge. Oh, you guys. Immediately after, the little fairies hugged Ouyang Jing tightly, making him extremely uncomfortable. Xianya shouted, stop. This isn't a battle at all. Behind, Winter Melon appeared. Wait. Heavenly Emperor, I'm not confident in magic competition. I only have brute strength. Here I come. Winter Melon. Ouyang Jing was startled, exclaiming, Winter Melon. He was surrounded, shouting. Ah, the female little fairies said, I want a hug too. Let's go together. Shiwen saw this scene, extremely excited. The Heavenly Palace is harmonious from top to bottom. It's truly wonderful. Qin laughed loudly. Ha ha. Even a stinky bird can be so popular? A moment later, Ouyang Jing appeared looking disheveled. Since everyone has recovered their original forms, let's celebrate a little today. Make some delicious food. Heezy stepped forward to dust off his clothes. Ouch. How did you end up like this? He shook his head. It's fine. It's fine. Qin then said, what delicious food did you just mention? Where's the delicious food? Ouyang Jing replied grumpily. Not giving you any. Look at the good deed you did. You flipped up the ground of my house. Do you know how much effort it took me to repair it in the beginning? She was surprised. What? I'll fill it back in for you, okay? Make sure to save me some of the good stuff. I'm on it right now. The little fairies immediately chimed in. How could we? There's no need to trouble Miss Qin. Just leave it to us humble servants. It's no big deal at all. That's right. That's right. Yep. You're getting off easy again. That evening, at the Heavenly Palace, Xian was sitting on the roof. He raised a hand to touch his remaining eye, thinking, so that's how it is. The spell Ouyang researched actually has this effect. Even though this eye is blind, I can now see this palace through the flow of true qi. Aside from the surrounding architecture, the Heavenly Palace is teeming with defensive arrays and illusions to conceal its presence. Truly majestic and magnificent, Brother Ouyang has such grand ambition to decorate it this way. He must certainly hope that one day, all cultivators from both the spirit realm and the mortal realm will be able to gaze upon this beautiful scenery. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing appeared behind him, asking, what are you doing sitting on the roof? Shi Yin replied, Brother Ouyang, you were looking for me? He replied, I saw you the moment I got back. I just took Qin back to Sever Dragonport. The Castellan's wife told her to come home for dinner first. She already ate so much, and yet she can still eat another dinner. I honestly admire her. Shi Yin looked at Ouyang Jing. Shi Yin said, about Sever Dragonport, do the people there know the truth? He said, the demon dragon has been destroyed. It is enough that they know that much. Qin knows your story, but she certainly won't run her mouth. Don't let her usual flamboyant behavior fool you. When it comes to serious matters, she is very reliable. Shi Yin fell silent, then said, over the past thousands of years, because of the demon dragon wreaking havoc, I don't know how many living beings were harmed. That is all in the past now. It was hard enough to save you and bring you back. Stop blaming yourself. From now on, all of Sever Dragonport can live and work in peace. Isn't that a good thing? Sheehan heard this and was left speechless. He continued, actually, the demon dragon harmed so many people. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be me. Sheehan asked, how can we possibly blame you, brother? Ouyang Jing immediately replied, blame me for arriving too late. If I had come sooner, the demon dragon would have been destroyed long ago. Sheehan smiled. Even so, even you, the holy sovereign, you couldn't decide when you were born, could you? Ouyang Jing pondered. Come to think of it, the issue is I wasn't born in this world. I was just an ordinary person. If Taibai hadn't said something about it being ordained by the heavenly tome, that the mandate of heaven lies with me, who would have guessed I'd end up as this heavenly emperor? Sheehan was surprised. So that's how it is. This is just like you, Brother Ouyang. You must have been a prodigy rarely seen in 100 years since childhood. For Taibai jinxing to take a liking to you, and decide to take you in as a disciple, right? Ouyang Jing said, what kind of nonsense is going on in that head of yours? There's no such weird story. That old man is both bad-tempered and belligerent. Who would even want to be his disciple? Why wouldn't they? You just don't know, Brother Ouyang. In the past, countless members of the immortal race wanted to worship Taibai, jinxing as their master, but were all rejected. Cultivators in a mortal realm admire the celestial teacher even more. Everyone wants to take him as their master. But even with fellow disciples of the same sect, he never even spared them a glance. He doesn't teach, and he doesn't accept disciples. Ouyang Jing looked surprised. Really? That is strange. At Taibai's residence, he spoke up. Accept a disciple? Ouyang Jing replied. Taibai asked, you want to apprentice under me? He replied, I never said that. Taibai continued, if you were to ask to become my disciple, naturally, I would not refuse. But given your personality, you certainly wouldn't want to be my student. So Ouyang Jing said, all right. I didn't say it was me. I just transmigrated here. And you already claimed it was ordained by the heavenly tome, that I am destiny reincarnated. The immortal race has been extinct for 1,000 years. Now is the time for its resurgence. You must have known about this prophecy for a long time, right? For nearly 1,000 long years. You just sat and waited without doing anything? Even if you lost all your cultivation and have no power left, you could still do other things. You are the celestial teacher, training a few disciples. Wouldn't that be building a new force for the immortal race? Taibai said, I do not do things that I know will fail. Ouyang Jing asked, how do you know? Is this also recorded in a heavenly tome? It's just a few simple words. Do you trust them that much? He emphasized, simple words? The heavenly tome records the myriad things of both the spirit and mortal realms. Do you think the prophecies within it just appear out of nowhere? What the heavenly tome ordains is immutable. There are things I chose to tell you directly. The decline of the immortal race 1,000 years ago was destined. No one could have turned the tide. He looked away. Ouyang Jing said, it really was a hopeless situation. Even the human race, which had always followed the immortal race, betrayed them. Taibai bowed his head and said, the human race is the most populous species in the two realms. The number of cultivators following the immortal race was countless. Even if among them, only 1 in 10,000 achieved greatness. That was still a force that could not be underestimated. Ever since the mortal realm was swept into the great war of immortals and demons, wherever the fires of war passed, corpses piled up like mountains, ultimately leading to a drastic drop in the human population. Near extinction, they chose to follow the monster and demon races, simply to bring a quick end to the war. To find a way to survive, that is all. Now 1,000 years have passed. The human race is gradually recovering. The population is returning to its scale before the Great War. He asked in surprise, how many humans are there? How could you possibly know? The mortal realm doesn't exactly take a census, and the heavenly tome doesn't have a household registration function. Taibai explained, the exact number of humans indeed cannot be estimated, but the heavenly tome can observe the area of land being cultivated. From that, we can determine the annual food production. The number I speak of is calculated based on this data. Ouyang Jing nodded and said, that makes sense. Go on. Take the events at Hidden Dragon Alley as an example. Have you ever thought about why everything went so smoothly? He asked back, not surprised at all. Was this also destiny? Taibai replied, correct. In the mortal realm today, the monster race are the rulers. The castellan of Hidden Dragon Alley is a half-monster, and is not acknowledged by the upper-class monster race. Under that pressure, he wanted to be independent. He had to rely on the support of other half-monsters of the same class and the human race. Everyone in Hidden Dragon Alley, from the Castellan's personal guards to the officials, large and small, and even the commoners, the vast majority are humans belonging to the lowest class of the mortal realm. Now, they're just like that half-monster Castellan, suffering the oppression of the monster and demon races. That is why they could be united as one. And the Castellan took advantage of this point to build his authority in Hidden Dragon Alley. Hidden Dragon Alley is not the only example in the mortal realm. Remote towns like that are too many to count. This is the inevitable result of the human population's increasing scale and a half-monster race born in the last 100 years. If they participate in a war, they will stand on the opposite side of the monster race. All of this is the foundation for the great restoration of the immortal race. On the streets of Hidden Dragon Alley, you witness the commoners' worship and admiration for the celestial teacher. You must know, in the past, the immortal race was hated and feared to such an extreme degree. Do you think the human race has forgotten the tragic history of the immortal race from 1,000 years ago? That is not it. Things cannot be judged only by their appearance, Ouyang Jing. The reason they're nostalgic for the past is deeply rooted in their dissatisfaction with the present. Nowadays, only the great cause of reviving the immortal race is the righteous path that follows the grand trend. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing burst in a loud laughter. As expected of the celestial teacher, you really see through things. He held up 2 fingers and said, I only hope you understand the true meaning of the prophecy in the heavenly tome. Looking at it from the present, the appearance of a reincarnated one is perhaps just a guide. Ouyang Jing rested his chin on his hand and said, whatever. If there's a fluctuation in the spiritual veins, I'll just go investigate. I hope I can meet an opponent who's a bit stronger. Tai Bai swiped his fingertip. A stream of immortal energy appeared. For the next few days, the map of the spiritual veins will remain open here. We can observe fluctuations at any time. This time, we must find the reincarnated one in time. A few days later, at heaven-reaching peak, at the now abandoned heavenly tribulation platform, a trapped girl spoke up, Hey, hello, is anyone there? Why is this transmigration so different from what I imagined? Tai Bai said to Ouyang Jing, for the next few days, the map of the spiritual veins will remain open here. We can observe fluctuations at any time. This time, we must find the reincarnated one in time. After the incident at Hidden Dragon Alley, the mortal realm appears calm on the surface. But underneath, dark undercurrents are surging. The immortal race, extinct for 1,000 years, has suddenly reappeared. Regarding this matter, the mortal realm is still hesitant. They haven't made a move yet. To find the truth, everyone's thoughts turned in unison to the place where mortal cultivators ascended in years past. Heaven-reaching peak. Heaven-reaching peak. The highest mountain in the 9 provinces. Freezing cold year-round, yet abundant in spiritual energy. On heaven-reaching peak, there is a bottomless pool. The water never freezes. Inside the water lies a colossal statue. If one has enough true qi to activate it, it will rise to the surface. This statue is the heavenly tribulation platform. But this giant statue has been submerged deep underwater for nearly 1,000 years. Even if one could make it rise, no one knows if it has been deformed. Furthermore, the current heavenly emperor is that person. I'm afraid he won't act according to common sense. Thinking of the face of Ouyang Jing, Yu Qing thought to himself, he will definitely turn the world upside down. He continued thinking, but on the way to heaven-reaching peak, including this abandoned manor, I haven't detected the mark from the street of that Hidden Dragon Alley. Perhaps he doesn't care about this ancient ruin. Or maybe he feels this desolate wilderness doesn't need monitoring. Recalling that day, Yu Qing saw Ouyang Jing leaving and asked, You just leaving like that? Ouyang Jing said, Of course not. We will meet again. Old Chun. Yu Qing immediately replied, The 3 magical treasures? Accepted. Your request. I will do my best to bring you to the heavenly palace. So, how should I contact you? Ouyang Jing then said, You don't need to find me. I will find you myself. At this moment, Yu Qing thought, although he said that, I still came here, just hoping he would appear in this place. A teenager in a black cloak walked over with 2 others. Speaking up, Hey, Old Chun, the 3 of us plan to combine our strength to activate the Heavenly Tribulation platform. Aren't you coming to watch? Yu Chung replied, I am just a humble man making a living by selling words. I came here to collect legends about the immortal race. It was my good fortune to reach this place and meet you cultivators of the human race living in seclusion here. A group of people calling themselves Hidden Cultivators of Heaven-Reaching Peak. Yu Chang said, Little Taoist, I wouldn't dare be too flashy. Unauthorized cultivation is a grave crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations. Aren't you afraid there are monster race spies here? The girl called herself Jianping. Hearing about what happened in Hidden Dragon Alley, she decided to leave home, go down the mountain, and train. Yu Ching thought to himself, more likely she ran away from home. She replied, You're quite kind-hearted, old man. Thanks for the reminder. Besides, she seems very confident in her outfit and acting skills. Even though I already realized she's a girl disguised as a man, I won't expose her. She said, My family has been hidden cultivators for generations. For hundreds of years, the monster race hasn't even found where we live. No need to fear any execution of the clan. At worst, if I get caught, I die alone. Yu Chung sighed. Little Taoist truly is a heroic figure. The middle-aged man spoke up. Little Taoist friend, you should listen to Brother Yu Chung. We have lived in seclusion for many years and do not understand the rules of the mortal realm. If not for his help, my directionally challenged younger brother would still be lost in the city right now. Yu Chung thought, that has nothing to do with the rules of the mortal realm. He's simply bad with directions and doesn't look where he's going. The two brothers, Wan Xe and Bai Xe. Their two families have been close since their grandfather's time. Not only do they share names, but they are also related by marriage. The Wan family has a pair of brothers. The Bai family has a pair of sisters, perfectly matching into 2 couples. The older brother married the older sister. The younger brother married the younger sister. The little Taoist cheerfully said, but staying tied down all the time is boring. Let's go test the legendary Heavenly Tribulation platform. The 2 brothers immediately agreed. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's show the immortal race the power of us hidden cultivators. Saying that, she waved her hand. The 3 of them formed a hand seal, chanting, Hidden cultivators of the mortal world. All are brothers and sisters, cutting off wealth and glory. Generations of kin never parting. Yu Ching looked at them and thought, this oath has been passed down through generations of hidden cultivators. But I feel like this oath had more than just 4 lines. They emitted a beam of light, flying toward the cliff face. From beneath the deep pool, they pulled up a hand. That hand gradually became clearer. They shouted in joy. It moved. It moved. Is the statue about to reveal itself? Yu Ching looked at them, thinking, it looks exhausting. I didn't expect one needs to reach the deity transformation stage to make the statue rise. This is also a way to test one's strength. The 3 of them combining forces could only make the statue's finger twitch slightly. He walked up to the girl's side, said, Little Taoist, if you keep going like this, I'm afraid you'll drain all your true chi. It's not worth it. Why don't you stop now? She replied, Old Chun, you are mortal. I don't want to hurt you. You'd better stand back. A person from behind walked up, saying, as a fellow hidden cultivator, I'll lend a hand too. I'll help too. How'd it turn out like this? Old Chin thought. An old woman appeared, saying, these people really can't keep their cool. Looking at this old woman, Yu Chun guessed, is this old lady a hidden cultivator too? Everyone shouted in surprise. It's out. It's out. The arm is exposed. The body is out. Yu Chun kept a straight face. Hearing this commotion, it sounds like someone shouted loudly. What is that? A rock suddenly appeared on the statue. A rock appeared. That rock was blue, like a block of crystal. Yu Chung thought in panic when a mysterious woman appeared at Despair Alley. She also fell out of a rock. Suddenly, the statue underwater moved on its own. He was utterly astonished. Who was controlling the statue? The little Taoist spoke up. I don't know. Anyway, it wasn't me. The blue crystal block suddenly cracked open. From inside, a girl appeared. It was a girl in modern clothes with pink hair, lying on the statue's hand. Everyone cheered. There's a woman. The statue moved because of her. Is she from the immortal race? The old hermit woman guessed. This woman is sleeping so soundly even in this situation. I wonder how she transmigrated here. Yu Chung thought to himself, I should report this to the Heavenly Emperor immediately. But I can't contact him. The old woman said, I didn't expect to appear in this situation. Talk about causing trouble for others. He was startled. Asked back, what did you just say? She closed her eyes. The emperor replied, nothing. You aren't like them. You surely can keep your cool. There's nothing to worry about. Yu Cheng's eyes widened in thought. It's him. I wasn't mistaken. Why did he turn into this appearance? Is this a disguise technique? Ouyang Jing is disguised as an old woman, mixing with the hidden cultivators. Does he want me to just stand here and watch? Having said that, he himself is controlling the statue's actions. The statue slowly moved towards the hidden cultivators. They shouted in panic. The statue is coming over here. People moved while warning each other to be careful. Suddenly, the statue grabbed the roof of a building, placing the girl on the top of the tower. The giant statue trapped her at the peak. Those who witnessed this scene spoke up. That girl was placed on the tower by the statue. Let's go catch her. The man finished speaking and immediately flew towards the top of the tower. Someone below shouted, wait, don't approach carelessly. He hadn't flown far when the other hand swatted him down, letting out a miserable scream. The people below turned pale. Moachong was swatted down. At this moment, Yu Cheng looked at the old woman. She still kept a smile on her lips. Finally, the hidden cultivators decided to hold their ground for now. Observe the situation on the tower before deciding the next move. Afterwards, the statue also sank back into the lake. Quiet as before, Xiao Daojun looked from outside at the girl sleeping soundly inside. She flew down to report to everyone. That girl has been asleep for nearly a day. Still no sign of waking up. If I didn't see her still breathing, I would have thought she was dead. Her breath isn't like a cultivator's. Her state doesn't look like someone who can control the statue either. Old Chun, what do you all think? Yu Cheng immediately replied, I'm not a hidden cultivator. I don't understand these things. The man in black clothes asked, is the person controlling the statue among us? Xiao Daojun guessed, it's possible, but why would someone with such strength hide themselves? Why not show themselves to everyone? The old woman, standing nearby, listened silently. Yu Cheng glanced at her, speaking up. That's right. Why? A man carrying porridge spoke while walking. The mincemeat porridge is ready. Take this bowl to the hidden cultivator who was injured just now. The other person immediately replied, I'll go right away. Xiao Daojun spoke up. Looks delicious. Little Daoist friend, have a bowl too? She immediately replied, my sect practices fasting cultivation. I can't eat. The other person said, is that so? Your sect is too strict. We hidden cultivators here. Eat if we can eat. Drink if we can drink. The man brought the porridge to the old woman and said, Old granny, have a bowl of porridge. She replied, thank you for your kindness, young man. Yu Cheng, on the side, looked annoyed. What exactly is he thinking? This eccentric appearance. He's really good at acting it out. What does the Heavenly Emperor ultimately want to do? The man handed the bowl of porridge to the old woman and asked again, Old granny, at your advanced age, why did you come to this place? She replied, this old body heard the immortals have returned. I wanted to come to this holy land to pay my respects. The other person immediately replied, we also want to meet the immortals. It's a pity meeting them isn't so easy. And then there was this messy commotion, making a joke of ourselves in front of Granny. Suddenly, she slightly opened her blue eyes, replying in a low voice, not all. Being able to meet you cultivators. This old body considers this trip not wasted. Meanwhile, Yu Cheng tried to guess the meaning in her words. The meaning of this sentence is, among these hidden cultivators, there is someone he has taken a liking to. The old woman walked up to Yu Cheng, whispering, follow me later. He replied fearfully, yes, thinking in his heart, don't look at me. I'm scared. The man invited, come on everyone, have a bowl of hot porridge. Since climbing the sky-reaching peak, I haven't had time to eat anything yet. Those eating porridge thanked him happily. The man immediately replied, don't be polite. All hidden cultivators in a mortal world are brothers and sisters. We are just following the oath of the hidden cultivators. A man covering his face, carrying a sword or something beside him spoke up. Following the oath? Sounds nice. Hearing him say this, everyone paid attention to him. He sneered, saying, the oath of the hidden cultivators has 6 lines. Why not follow every single word? All hidden cultivators in the mortal world are brothers and sisters, sever ties with wealth and glory. Family and kin never depart for generations. Why not mention the last two lines? He shouted. Eliminate evil and punish vice. Pacify sins and karma. Ask not of life and death. We hidden cultivators founded our sects back then, precisely to resist the immortal race. Xiao Daojun spoke up asking, You're talking all about the era of the great war between immortals and devils. Times have changed. Do you want to betray the oath and become a running dog for the immortal race? He said again, Aiding the enemy is being a traitor. Being a lackey for the tiger is being a running dog. The current immortal race is not our enemy. The demon race, the devil race, and their lackeys are the enemies. Even in Juelong Port, the immortals destroyed the demon race, protecting the people of a region. Just for this point alone, I am willing to follow them. She continued, saying more is useless without strength. The strength of the immortal race is plain to see. Only by following the strong can one become stronger. I came down the mountain to train, precisely to improve my strength. The immortal race is my goal. A man also spoke up. Me too. His friend immediately agreed. This little Taoist friend is right. A man with a head wrap was paying attention to them. He thought unpleasantly. In this world, without power or influence, what use is strength, no matter how strong? Wouldn't you still just have to hide your name and bury your traces? Running east and hiding west? I don't want to just be a hidden cultivator. That girl, although her origin is unknown, definitely has a relationship with the immortal race. Just by taking her and handing her over to the immortal race, I could also enjoy wealth and glory for a lifetime, living up in that blue sky. At the place where the girl was trapped, she spoke up asking, Is anyone home? Sighing deeply, she said again, It's freezing outside. Luckily, it's not cold inside the house. I stayed up late playing games a few days ago. Couldn't take it and fell asleep. Result, just woke up and arrived at this godforsaken place. Her name is Liang Yiren, 19 years old, university student. She widened her eyes, thinking, Did I die suddenly? My life. Did my parents and I just end forever like that? Is it real? It doesn't feel real at all. Transmigration. Why is this kind of transmigration completely different from my imagination? She hugged her knees, thinking, Others transmigrate, either knowing the script in advance or having a golden finger. I know nothing. Just transmigration empty-handed between two worlds. Isn't this pushing me to my death? There must be a mistake somewhere. I don't want this kind of miserable transmigration. Suddenly, she became extremely excited and thrilled. That's right. If I died suddenly, dying one more time, I can definitely transmigration one more time, whether returning to reality or go to another world. Anything is better than here. Death can change fate against the heavens. I am truly a genius. Suddenly, a hand covered her face. He immediately took her away. She was knocked out by knockout drug. It was the man covering his face. He thought to himself, This woman doesn't have the strength to tie a chicken. Just need to hide my tracks well, so the hidden cultivators don't discover me, and I can take her down the mountain. Keep it. Now I will take her to meet the lackeys of the demon race. Suddenly, he was blocked by a stream of energy. Spiritual energy constantly formed vortexes surrounding him. He thought fearfully, What magic is this? The speed is too fast, making me unable to react. He shouted loudly, Who is it? Come out quickly. A voice rang out. Release that girl immediately. I can let you leave alive. He immediately replied, This girl. His face began to darken. I'm not the only hidden cultivator wanting to join the demon race. If you want to share, then show yourself. We can talk slowly. That voice rang out. Not interested. I'm saying it one last time. Release that girl. He immediately reached out to strangle the girl, saying, So you want to be a hero, saving the beauty? So sorry. The demon race doesn't need her intact. From now on, if I detect you making any moves, I'll immediately gouge out her eyes. Chop off her limbs. If I die, guarantee she won't live either. The girl spoke weakly. You bastard. One look, and I know you're small fry. He glared, saying angrily, What did you say? The girl had woken up by now. Speaking angrily, Why talk so much nonsense? If you're capable, kill me. He was momentarily afraid. This woman, are you crazy? Behind him, Yuqing had appeared, placing a hand on him, saying, Enough. Startled, realizing, You are that mortal. Yuqing said, Just a nobody. The seal under his hand began to take effect. He was blown apart by the seal, letting go of the girl. she exclaimed in fear. He exploded. Why am I okay? Yuqing said. Don't be afraid. This move is useless on mortals like you. Let me untie you. The girl immediately spoke up. Thank you for saving me. He replied. Listen to me. Actually, you just... She immediately introduced herself. My name is Liang Yiren. What's your name? He immediately said. The one who saved you wasn't me. Behind. The old woman in the black cloak was walking over. He immediately pointed and said. It was her. She was surprised. It was her? But you killed that small fry? Turned him into real fried shrimp. He said. The one who kidnapped you was a traitor among the hidden cultivators. It was she who discovered this person had suspicious movements. She followed the two of you. When he had run halfway, she teleported both of you here. I just came with her and finished that guy off conveniently. At that time, it was also she who controlled the statue to place you in a safe place. She was dumbfounded. What? Yuqing immediately said. You just need to know. She has always been protecting you. She turned to the old woman. Thank you, Granny. Granny. The old woman replied. Haha, don't be polite. Yuqing looked disgusted. Granny, aren't you going to change back? Addicted to acting? The girl was confused. Change back. What do you mean? The old woman spoke up. We have to go back. The traitor just now said he wanted to take Liang Yiren to offer to the demon race, proving there really are demon race members wanting to besiege this place. I fear they have already acted. I worry that there isn't just one traitor. Those hidden cultivators are in danger. He immediately spoke up. But what about Liang Yiren? Shouldn't we take her to a safe place first? She immediately refused. I'm not going anywhere. You two, one black, one white. Why exactly did you save me? You don't know me. Don't act so close to me. Let me tell you, I am not from this world originally. I transmigration here. Besides, I didn't want a transmigration in the first place. Yuqing looked full of confusion. Transmigration? The old woman reminded. Don't speak anymore. Liang Yiren. She continued speaking. Now I just want to die one more time and return to my original world. Or go to another world. Whatever works. If you really want to help me, then kill me. Just leave me here alone. Freezing to death is fine too. In short, don't care about me. She then said, you can't die. Even if you die in this world, you will quickly come back to life. She was suspicious. How do you know? Suddenly, her face. She became strange. Something black was eroding her. She immediately knelt on the ground. Liang Yiren. Her nose slowly bled. She asked blankly, me? Why is my nose bleeding? The old woman immediately said, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere else? She replied, just a bit itchy on my back. Why am I bleeding from my nose? Let me see. On her back and neck. Something black was wrapping around. The old woman saw it and said, she's been poisoned. That traitor hidden cultivator said, if he died, Liang Yiren wouldn't live either. I fear he administered the poison from the start. It just hadn't flared up yet. He muttered, I shouldn't have killed him so early. The old woman reached out her hand, preparing to chant a spell, saying, you just did as I said. It's fine. I will treat her right now. She refused. No, don't treat me, Granny. The old woman said, I can save you. She revealed a sorrowful expression. I just want it this way. Granny, let me die. You just said I could come back to life. Is it true? She nodded. Yes. I have experienced it many times. But that feeling isn't pleasant at all. You should think carefully. She lowered her head and said, this confusing transmigration style doesn't feel pleasant at all either. Haha, maybe coming back to life would be better. I just hope so. Glancing at her, she replied, very well. From the top of her head, a needle was pulled out. Yuqing saw this scene. Immediately suspicious. Isn't that a hairpin? Why is it so long? Rustle. Wait, don't call me Granny. This is my true appearance. The needle slowly elongated from the old woman's back, and she transformed back into a young man. Yuqing saw this scene, saying, that isn't a disguise technique, nor is it any other magic. That needle is connected with golden threads, piercing deep into the flesh, sewing the tendons and bones together, tightening the skin layer. He used this method to forcefully change his shape and appearance. Ouyang Jing immediately said, I am Ouyang Jing, also a transmigrator like you. There are others too. Wait for you to come back to life. I will introduce them to you one by one. Ouyang Jing, this is my real name. Ouyang Jing. The girl stuttered. You. Ouyang Jing immediately replied. Speak. She blurted out. So handsome. Ouyang Jing was shocked. What the hell? You looked for so long just to say this sentence? At this moment, that sentence was like a heavy knock on Liang Yiren's head. She said, awesome. I just wanted to wake up surrounded by handsome guys. Now, this is the normal plot for transmigration. Yuqing thought, don't look at me. I don't want to get involved. Ouyang Jing's face was still full of disgust. Stop dreaming. Do you want me to give you a quick stab to end it easily? This sentence once again knocked heavily on Liang Yiren's head. He is truly super cold. She put on a pitiful look. Why don't you comfort me a little? Clearly you were very gentle just now. Ouyang Jing's attitude remained unchanged. Who was gentle? Hallucinating? This was the third time. Damage knocked heavily on Liang Yiren's head again. But useless. She got angry again. Forget it. Just leave me here alone to die in peace. I just have this fate anyway. Ouyang Jing reached out his hand, speaking impatiently. So annoying. If you're poisoned, don't run around. She suddenly made a few sounds. Go back to sleep. Wait. In a deep sleep state. You won't feel pain anymore. At this moment, Sky-reaching peak was covered in white snow. Ouyang Jing left her sitting at the corner of a tree. He said, my first life also died from poison at that time. The mortal body is exceedingly fragile. It's very easy to lose your life. Yu Cheng spoke up, Heavenly Emperor. He immediately interrupted. You already know my real name, yet you still call me that? Sharp as you are. You must have figured everything out by now, right? Yu Cheng replied, I won't say a word, nor will I let anyone else know. I found it strange before. Why you never appeared with your true face, and refused to speak your real name. Back at Sever Dragonport, it was Celestial Teacher Tai Bai who stepped forward on your behalf to make the announcement to the world. Ouyang Jing laughed loudly and said, don't mention that old Celestial Teacher. The old gentleman wasn't willing at all. He always felt like I was holding his feet to the fire. Well, that isn't exactly wrong. Yuqing looked at Ouyang Jing with a probing gaze. Looking at it now, I understand your methods. Your true identity, just like the other roles you play, must absolutely never be known to the public. Ouyang Jing patted Yu Cheng on the shoulder, said, if only everyone were like you, that would be great. But obviously, that's impossible. Thank you, old Shun. Yu Cheng said, another world. I remember that person at Sever Dragonport, the daughter of boss, Achin. The first time she arrived there, her style of dress was also very strange. Just like this Liang Yiren. Your original world and this place must be worlds apart, right? Ouyang Jing said with a headache. It's not actually that strange. In essence, there's no difference. I'm the one with the huge difference. I originally had no cultivation base whatsoever. And I certainly wasn't any Heavenly Emperor. Yu Cheng said, even without cultivation or the title of Heavenly Emperor. You're no ordinary person. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing paused. He happily said, well said. Keep buttering me up. I like hearing it. Yu Cheng said, who is buttering you up? I'm speaking from the heart. Over here, Liang Yiren, covered in white snow, seemed to stir. Yuqing spoke up and asked, how is she? Ouyang Jing replied, breathing has stopped, but she can be revived. She will revive at the nearest intersection of the spiritual veins. That is the heavenly tribulation platform. Liang Yiren was currently separating from her physical body. Her primordial spirit had left the body. Ouyang Jing reached out to catch Liang Yiren's primordial spirit, said, this is her primordial spirit. Ouyang Jing thought, at first glance, it looks a lot like those people in the Heavenly Palace. But the form is smaller and much weaker. Yu Cheng then said, Liang Yiren's primordial spirit is here. She will still revive at the intersection of the spiritual veins you mentioned, right? Ouyang Jing replied, I'm not certain this time, but yes. We also need to return to the heavenly tribulation platform, clean up this place, and take the primordial spirit with us. That should do it. Yu Cheng asked again, after we return, if those hidden cultivators get suspicious, how should we explain it to them? Ouyang Jing said, isn't that simple? He pointed at Yu Cheng, said first, you must apologize with genuine sincerity. Yu Cheng started calculating again. With that look on his face, he is definitely up to no good. In a forest of pure white snow. A few days ago, at a certain location at the foot of heaven-reaching peak, several people dressed in black were meeting a half-monster with horns on his head. He said, rest assured, you just need to investigate the situation of those hidden cultivators on the mountain and report back to me. He Wei Jun, one of the 5 great capital imperial guards. belonging to the 6th Elders Legion. All members are of the Hiwei half-monster clan. He said, "It's fine if you're suspected. Use the gold that I give you. It is guaranteed to help you escape." The traitorous Hidden Cultivator spoke up. "Many thanks, General." Then about the promised reward. General Hiwei handed him a gold bar. 50 taels of gold for each person. "See, I already prepared it for you." His name is General Hiwei, of the Hiwei half-monster clan. He smiled and said, "This is a pure gold bar from Wanshui City in the central capital, guaranteed to weigh a full 2 taels per bar. After the job is done, I will distribute it to you. You can melt it down and recast it right on the spot. Absolutely no need to worry about it being traced. I'm very thorough, aren't I?" The hooded Hidden Cultivator nodded repeatedly. "Thorough, very thorough," Hiwei said again. "Go now. If you do this well, I will still have use for you in the future." The man bowed. "Yes, General." A person was moving quickly across the snow. Hiwei spoke up asking, "Why haven't you said a word? Are you unsatisfied with the reward?" The subordinate then said, "General, this subordinate does not need wealth. I only beg the general to grant Go Hui a written document. I want a travel pass for the 5 great capitals." Hiwei spoke up. "Our Hiwei army is the Imperial Guard of the 5 great capitals. Signing a document is no difficult task. You are a human. You want to enter the 5 great capitals? Is it for the humans living within the capital cities?" She replied, "Yes. I beg the general to grant this favor." Hiwei laughed loudly. I thought that after the monster race took power and hunted down you human hidden cultivators to the ends of the earth, you would surely hate the monster race to your very bones. I didn't expect a traitor like you to betray them so thoroughly." Saying this, he reached out to touch Go Hui's head. Hiwei said, "Go Hui, your request isn't high. On the contrary, it's too low. It makes it hard for others not to suspect your true purpose." Go Hui replied, "If a travel pass is too simple, then please, General, allow me to join the Hiwei army." Go Hui is willing to follow the general to dispel your suspicions. Hiwei was very surprised. "You are a human, yet you want to join my legion? Now that request is high enough." He lowered his voice. "Do you know how many hidden cultivators our Hiwei army has killed?" She replied, "Then how many hidden cultivators must I kill to be allowed to join?" At another location, Ouyang Jing spoke up. "This should be the place. I used a technique to bring you back. Next, just follow the plan." Yu Chung said, "I understand. But, Heavenly Emperor, aside from the hidden cultivator who snatched Liang Yiren, among the hidden cultivators at the Heavenly Tribulation platform, there may still be other traitors. Shouldn't we expose them?" Ouyang Jing smiled and replied, "Those hidden cultivators come from all over. Each has their own schemes. Each has their own needs. Don't worry about them. Why waste the effort? We just need to attract those willing to follow the immortal race and let them come join me." Yu Chung replied, "Relying on me alone, I truly cannot persuade all of them." Ouyang Jing said, "Then you just need to manage the people close to you well, like those brothers with the strange names, Bai Xia and Wan Xia, and that girl named Ji Yanping." Yu Chung said helplessly, "They are Bai Xia and Wan Xia." Yu Chung smiled in admiration. "Nothing escapes the Heavenly Emperor's eyes." Ouyang Jing said again, "They're all smart people. When they underwent the conversion at the Heavenly Tribulation platform, they didn't use their true abilities." Yu Chung was astonished. "Really?" Ouyang Jing continued, "Their actions were actually just to probe the intentions of the other hidden cultivators. So with their true abilities, are they qualified to control that stone statue?" Ouyang Jing replied to Yu Chung, "Why don't you go ask them yourself and see if they're willing to reveal it?" He panicked. "Wait, Heavenly Emperor, can you teleport me a bit slower? Last time you took me to save Liang Yiren, you flew too fast. I still want to vomit even now." Ouyang Jing then said, "If you want to puke, then puke. No need to hold it in." Yu Chung frowned. "What? Don't. I can't take it." Ouyang Jing waved his hand, ordered, all right, I know. Off you go." Then he threw Yu Chung forward, causing him to let out a pathetic scream. Ouyang Jing flew up into the air, looking at the surrounding scenery. Ouyang Jing thought, that hidden cultivator who snatched Liang Yiren. He didn't run more than a few steps before I teleported him to this deep mountain wilderness. This is the last place he appeared after fleeing. His aura stops here. Over here, Gowi was looking around. That idiot snatched that woman. thinking he could use an Earth escape technique to blind everyone to his movements, suddenly went missing. Something must have happened. I absolutely cannot let anyone ruin my plans. Suddenly, he spun around in alert, pointing his sword at Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing hurriedly spoke up. Don't. We are all hidden cultivators. We should love and care for each other. Go Hui spoke up. Don't give me that talk. Put away that arrogant act of yours. I will let you go. I never hit women. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing frowned in annoyance. He shouted back. What is wrong with your eyes? I am a man. Go Hui replied. My eyes are fine. You're just lowering your voice. Your appearance is clearly that of a woman. What? So it's just a primordial spirit stuffed inside some clothes. Ouyang Jing, Go Hui spoke up. You claim to be a hidden cultivator. Why have I never seen you on heaven-reaching peak? Ouyang Jing then said, You've seen me, then stuck a needle into his own face, making the face become wrinkled. Ouyang Jing asked, Ring a bell yet? At this moment, Go Hui realized, It's you. Using this disguise technique. Aren't you afraid someone will see through your camouflage? What are you doing here? Ouyang Jing replied. I was just about to ask. There is a traitor among the hidden cultivators. Did you know that? That guy tried to rush down a mountain to report the news, but was caught and killed. Go Hui replied in a low voice. Is that so? Ouyang Jing spoke with suspicion. There isn't just one traitor. Could it be you? He replied. Why would you say such shameless and vulgar things? Ouyang Jing said. My suspicion isn't groundless. Before that guy died, he said, there is another hidden cultivator with black hair covering their face who also joined the monster race. He immediately attacked Ouyang Jing with his sword. At this moment, Ouyang Jing said, You really can't keep your cool. I was just testing you. Doing that is no different from confessing without being pressed. Go Hui replied, I know you're lying. That person isn't from the monster race, but a half-monster. They're the He Wei army. They have already prepared to besiege heaven-reaching peak. Telling me the truth so quickly? Go Hui replied, I am warning you. You won't be able to escape. Either die by my hand, or be killed by the He Wei army. Go Hui unleashed thousands of flower petals. Ouyang Jing spoke up. Is this the flower path opening magic of the natives? He said, This is the first time I've killed a woman. He unleashed countless red petals, flying wildly in the white snow. Ouyang Jing laughed loudly. Ha! I am so honored. He caught a petal within the formation, brought it to his mouth, and said, Then I'll have to use some real skill to play with you for a bit. At this moment, Go Hui was stunned. Ouyang Jing transformed into a beautiful woman. Go Hui said, Your real skill is changing clothes? Ouyang Jing spoke up asking, What? You're blushing? Go Hui awkwardly said, I am not. What nonsense are you spouting? Ouyang Jing spoke up, Don't be shy. I'm still waiting for you to come kill me. Is your blade just a decoration? Hurry up and draw it. He said, My wooden blade is certainly not a decoration. Ouyang Jing thought in surprise. What use is a wooden blade? This magic must be a wood command. Flower chant. Wait a minute. This magic is... The cloth wrapped around the wooden blade slowly unfurled, revealing a wooden saber. This wooden saber was originally made from a peach tree branch in my hometown. Ouyang Jing let out a surprise him. He immediately activated his divine eye consciousness. Interesting. A wooden blade? Truly a good item. Ouyang Jing revealed an expression, extremely sinister. I must get my hands on it. Go Hui started to feel afraid. What is wrong with this person? Her eyes suddenly changed. He slashed out a pink tornado filled with petals. But Ouyang Jing kept charging forward. The move Go Hui used had extremely powerful force, affecting the entire forest. He thought, This woman is incredibly strong. I have absolutely no chance. I have to find a way to escape. At that moment, Ouyang Jing chased up behind him. Spoke up, trying to run? Then Ouyang Jing slapped Go Hui. He was immediately knocked flying to the ground, letting out a miserable cry of pain. He was beaten flat on the ground, coughing violently. Damn it. Ouyang Jing, wearing a pair of black wooden clogs, stepped on his hand, said, The effect of this array is not something a foundation establishment stage cultivator like you can create. Even though you've been knocked down, the array's effect has only weakened, not dispelled. This sky-covering flying flower array was not cast by you either. It comes from that wooden blade in your hand. He glared. How did you know? You want to steal my wooden blade? Ouyang Jing laughed loudly, haha, and said, How can you call it stealing? If I really wanted to steal it, you'd be dead by now. Go Hui asked. Then what exactly do you want? Ouyang Jing said. Tell me everything you know. Go Hui hesitated a moment, then said, a few days ago, the Hiwei army secretly hid at the foot of the mountain. They silently observed the actions of the hidden cultivators, looking for a chance to catch everyone in one fell swoop. I discovered them and took the initiative to offer to scout the situation for them. That's it. Ouyang Jing said. I'm not asking you about these things. I also know the origin of this wooden blade. Go Hui raised his voice. And you said you didn't want to steal my wooden blade. Fine, fine. Since you volunteered the information, then just keep talking. Save me the trouble of asking. He continued. The so-called hidden cultivators were originally just a group of people who wanted to cultivate in peace and didn't want to be controlled by anyone. 1,000 years ago, the immortal race abandoned the mortal realm, showing no care or concern, leaving demons and monsters to run rampant, and war to spread everywhere. Because of that, the hidden cultivators swore an oath. From then on, they decided never to walk the same path as the immortal race. Now they are breaking that oath, trying to rely on rumors to call me a traitor. Aren't they the real traitors? Ouyang Jing spoke up. Stop bringing up the past. I'll tell you one thing. Regardless of how the hidden cultivators view the immortal race, regardless of how you all argue, the current immortal race doesn't care at all. Go Hui shouted. The immortal race? We are all at heaven-reaching peak now. Yet we haven't seen even a shadow of the immortal race. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I will absolutely never believe the immortal race will rise again. Ouyang Jing explained. An idiot who mistakes a man for a woman like you. Even if the immortal race stood right in front of you, you wouldn't recognize them. These words made him snap to reality. You? What do you mean by that? You are from the immortal race? Ouyang Jing turned his back to him, then spun around, revealing a beautiful woman's face. Finally smart for once. All right, regarding this wooden blade of yours, I recall that the wood command, flower chant, is a magic design based on a 1,000-year-old peach with spiritual root. Go Hui said, you know about that too? You're talking about the ancient peach tree in my hometown? Is that so? Tell me, where's your hometown? What is your name? He replied, my name is Hauhai. No one in the world knows my hometown. I only found out after I left. I heard that place is called Peach Blossom Spring. Ouyang Jing immediately burst into laughter. Peach Blossom Spring? Nice place. There's a master named Tao in my hometown, who also likes that place very much. He continued, legend has it, my village lies within a forest of peach blossoms. Spiritual trees bloom in all 4 seasons, protecting us. If outsiders invade, the spiritual trees will cause them to get lost in the peach blossom forest. Then they're killed by a sky full of flying flowers. Their corpses turn into nutrients for the spiritual trees. Ouyang Jing was startled. What the hell? Is the peach blossom spring this dark? I wasn't being serious enough. He continued. 3 years ago, my younger sister disappeared for no reason. She ran away from home. I searched everywhere. Finally, I learned she had become a hidden cultivator. But she accidentally entered the 5 great capitals. Since then, there's been no news. To enter the 5 great capitals, I followed General Hiwei's army that was besieging this place. I made a deal. I spy on the hidden cultivators for them, in exchange for the qualification to enter the great capitals. Ouyang Jing asked him, are you sure this general is trustworthy? Once you hand over the intelligence, you also lose your value. They will kill you immediately. He looked at his reflection and said, I know everything you said, but what does that have to do with you? Ouyang Jing spoke again. Of course it's related. Go Hui. Because I also want to make a deal with you. Ouyang Jing picked up the wooden sword and said, use this in exchange for your life. What do you think? He replied, you fake. Do I have any other choice? If I don't agree, I'll lose my life right now. Isn't that right? Ouyang Jing thought happily. Don't be so impatient. Think carefully. Even if I don't kill you, what about the hidden cultivators and the Hiwei army? They both have reasons to kill you. Ouyang Jing glanced at him. But as long as you agree to the deal, I won't let the hidden cultivators know you betrayed them. And I can even preserve your life under the Hiwei army. Go Hui asked again, if the deal is successful, do you want me to continue sending intelligence to the Hiwei army? What if they besiege the sky-reaching peak and exterminate all the hidden cultivators? Ouyang Jing smiled sinisterly. Are you worrying about the safety Of the Hidden Cultivators again? Go Hui pretended not to care and replied, I don't care about the lives of others. No matter what, I must enter the 5 great capitals. I just don't understand. You want my wooden sword? Why spend so much effort? Ouyang Jing said. The answer is simple. Ouyang Jing pointed at Go Hui's head and said, because besides wanting your wooden sword, I also want you to work for me. Understand? I've said enough. 3 seconds to decide. His face darkened. What do you mean, 3 seconds? Under the night sky in the snowy forest, Go Hui went to meet He Wei. He reported, there is an abandoned manor on the sky-reaching peak. The Hidden Cultivators are mainly gathered in the main hall of the manor. Since they don't know the general has led troops to besiege the sky-reaching peak, there are no guards around the manor. He Wei replied, are there signs of the immortal race appearing? He said, those Hidden Cultivators activated the Heavenly Tribulation platform, but no immortals appeared. So now, there is a huge internal dispute among the Hidden Cultivators. Still no action taken. He Wei was half believing, half doubting. Right? Why did you return alone? Where are the others? Go Hui lowered his head and replied. They acted carelessly, revealed their identities, and were killed. He Wei turned his head to look at Go Hui in surprise. What? Did the Hidden Cultivators discover what you were doing? No. Everyone who knew has been eliminated. This subordinate believes we cannot delay any longer. While the Hidden Cultivators haven't reacted yet, now is the time to besiege and attack. He Wei's eyes flashed with malice. This guy cannot be kept. He Wei said, not bad this time. You didn't take the gold. There are still 100 taels here not given out. Why don't we brothers share it? The men in black rejoiced. Ha ha ha, that's great. Only Go Hui kept his head down. Cupping his hands, he said, General, I have completed the mission. I wonder about my request. Can the general fulfill it now? He repeated, you want to join my He Wei army, right? You are a human. You cannot become an official soldier. You can only be an errand boy in the army. He replied, I understand. As long as I can enter the 5 great capitals, I'll do whatever you ask. He Wei narrowed his eyes, lowering his voice. Go Hui, do you know? Inside the 5 great capitals, above are the demon race. Below are the humans. Everyone is a cultivator. In other places in the mortal realm, humans are not allowed to cultivate freely. Only humans in the 5 great capitals have this privilege. To reach a higher realm, they cultivate day and night, full of strong individuals. That place allows killing each other to seize the opponent's prime essence. This is the favorite entertainment of the demon race in the 5 great capitals. Good fights even get big rewards. In such a place, how long can you survive? Go Hui stammered. He condensed a stream of energy in his hand, saying, block this move of mine. If you can't do it, going to a place like the 5 great capitals is just a death sentence. He immediately launched a move at Go Hui, making him cry out in pain. Ouch. As expected, I intentionally held back. This is because your strength is insufficient. He was pierced by He Wei's spear, like being pierced by a scorpion tail. Suddenly, he grabbed He Wei's tail, startling the latter, eyes widening. Go Hui fell to the ground, with an extra hole in his body. He Wei blurted out, why aren't you dead? He replied, how is that possible? He recalled that moment. Ouyang Jing gave him a hairpin. This, do you know what it is? Go Hui. This is a hairpin used for disguise. Ouyang Jing laughed loudly and said, not just for disguise. Did you forget? I didn't just change my appearance, but also my body shape. This hairpin is connected to golden threads. Insert into the body. It can shift bones and internal organs. Use it in the right place. This thing is your life-saving straw. Actually, the ideal would be to preserve your life, letting you act like you have hacks. Invincible in the world, but then you'll be too strong. It would cause suspicion. He heard the word hacks. Extremely confused, Ouyang Jing confidently rested his chin on his hand and said, to do this, you must appear weak, but not too weak. Let that general think he can completely control you, while also becoming interested in you. Go Hui glanced at Ouyang Jing suspiciously. Seems you have experience in this matter. Hee. Ouyang Jing said, you're somewhat smart too, having the courage to choose this path. I value you. At this moment, Go Hui used Ouyang Jing's hairpin to save his own life. He said, luckily, I inserted the needle into my body in time, shifting my vital organs. Does the general still think my strength is insufficient now? He Wei saw he didn't die from one move. Quite surprised. Smirking. I didn't expect you to have some skill. Fine. I allow you to enter the 5 great capitals. Serve my Hiwei army from now on. Go Huey's eyes slowly opened. He closed his eyes, sighing in relief. Consider this obstacle passed. At that time, Go Hui said to Ouyang Jing, "Are you sure we'll succeed like that? I am betting my life." "What if the situation changes?" Ouyang Jing replied, "If it's that Hiwei army, don't think they're all sharks." Go Hui asked suspiciously, "Really? Is this guy telling the truth?" "This is an immortal." Ouyang Jing finally told him, "Don't worry. No matter what, I will ensure you don't die. This is our deal. I will accept this wooden sword now. Just a branch. My hometown has a whole forest." Go Hui said. Ouyang Jing affirmed, "Your hometown must be a good place. Take me to see it when there's chance. Wait until after you find your younger sister." Go Hui nodded in agreement. He thought to himself, speaking as if he really wants to help me. Truly a weirdo. Can't understand him at all. I only know you are an immortal. I still don't know your name. Ouyang Jing said happily, "The name isn't important." Go Hui thought, "Not telling me?" As expected, he treats me like this. I can't completely trust him either. He said, "Just knowing I am the Heavenly Emperor is enough." Go Hui was so shocked his eyes almost fell out. "What?" Ouyang Jing waved his hand in front of him. "Stupid? Such a fool." In Go Hui's head now, there were only 4 words. Immortal. Heavenly Emperor. Cross-dressing. At this moment, on the high snowy mountain, Ouyang Jing was observing them. He thought, Go Hui's side is going very smoothly. Seems I don't need to intervene. As for old Chun, I wonder how his preparations are going. The afternoon before yesterday, after Ouyang Jing and Yuqing separated, Yuqing flew in the cold wind. Cough, cough. My God, isn't this the tower Liang Yiren was at before? Why throw me here? A voice rang out. Old Chun. It was Kuanping. She said, the woman inside is nowhere to be seen. Do you have any clues? Also, where did you go just now? Her questioning left Yuqing not knowing how to answer. Omping asked again. Forgot to tell Brother Yuqing. Brother Yuqing, I don't want to guess blindly. Why don't you give me an explanation? Yuqing jumped onto the railing, momentarily speechless. He recalled Ouyang Jing's instructions. First, you must apologize sincerely. He didn't throw me here on purpose, did he? Truly making things difficult for me. Looking at the situation before him, Yuqing thought, sincerely apologize? Seems I have to use my ultimate move. He immediately knelt down. I'm sorry. I didn't tell the truth to everyone. Everyone was astonished. Kuanping walked up to him. Not to that extent. Old Chun, what are you doing? Bai Xiao also laughed and said, no need for this. Get up quickly. Get up quickly. Yuqing secretly rejoiced. Success. Indeed, being thick-skinned is invincible. In the quiet late night. What? That old granny said he is an immortal? Yuqing reminded in a low voice. Keep it down. This matter cannot be leaked. He changed his appearance and body shape. Unrecognizable. The unconscious girl here is also related to the immortal race. She has been taken away now. Wouldn't his clothes be too tight, changing into that form? But no need to worry about this. Omping kept pressing. Hey, old Chun, how do you know an immortal? Yuqing replied. I met him at Juelong Port. It's a long story. In short, I am working for the immortal race now. Kuanping was blank. I didn't expect you to be with the immortals. I understand. You coming here is definitely not ordinary. Yuqing lowered his head and said, the causes and consequences, I will definitely explain clearly later. But now the demon race's subordinates have surrounded this place. They could attack at any time. Must pass this hurdle first, then talk. At this moment, a man on the other side spoke up. Hey, you guys up there, what are you doing? How is that woman? Yuqing's heart tightened. Not good. Although the hidden cultivators will discover that woman is missing sooner or later. But if it's exposed now, it will cause chaos. If the demon race attacks during the chaos, the hidden cultivators will suffer heavy losses. Bai Xia replied. That woman is still in a coma, hasn't woken up yet. We came to check the situation. If you're worried, come check yourself. She sleeps really soundly. Aren't you going to wake her up? Bai Xia then said. Then you try. I'm afraid that stone statue will appear in the field again. Ha! I don't want to be the sacrificial bird. Right. There were fighting sound from the west just now. The hidden cultivators in the main hall are discussing countermeasures. Omping replied. Then we'll go over there immediately. Kuanping looked at Yuqing suspiciously. Bai Xia spoke up. Brother Wan, it's okay. That person didn't suspect. Liang Yiren, who was lying down immediately transformed into Omping's appearance. He sighed in relief. Transforming into a person I only met once is truly exhausting. Yuching was surprised. This is... Omping spoke up. I didn't expect you to know transformation magic. This kind of magic, even for a gifted cultivator, must require a very long time to cultivate. I didn't expect to witness it with my own eyes now. He replied modestly. Little Taoist friend flatters me. Just some useless petty tricks. That's why no one wants to cultivate it. How can it be useless? Brother Wan Sha can use transformation magic to turn into a handsome man. Wan Sha retorted. I was originally a handsome man. Besides, with your eyes, can you even see other people's appearances clearly? And you dare to speak. Yuching thought. True, he recalled. Why didn't I use transformation magic, but had to use that hairpin to disguise myself? There must be a reason. I'll have to trouble Brother Wan here to help conceal this matter. Wan Sha was shy and modest. A trivial matter, not worth mentioning. I work just to stabilize the current situation. The most important thing is still to deal with the demon race's raid. Sorry, I also don't know any other intelligence. The mischievous girl beside him grabbed his shoulder, saying, Don't just apologize. If you're working for the immortals, teach me a few tricks someday. Yuching stammered. This, she continued. It's decided then. I also hope to steal a few moves of immortal magic to become stronger than him. She was extremely happy. Ha ha. Wait until my cultivation succeeds. I'll return to my hometown and open the neighbor's eyes. Yuching hurriedly said. Calm down first. Wan Sha also interjected. Brother Yuching, let's quickly go inform the other hidden cultivators to organize defenses in time. Right? They went to inform the other hidden cultivators. Everyone was panicked. What? The demon race is about to attack this place? Wan Sha immediately said. Correct. The intelligence is extremely accurate. It's getting dark. It is very likely they will attack at midnight when we are unprepared. A hooded young man thought worriedly. If we stay, it seems the immortals won't appear either. Might as well retreat first. Wan Sha said to him, In my opinion, absolutely do not do that. Forcefully, breaking the siege will only make us fall into the enemy's hands more easily. Even if we can fly, but this place is so open. The enemy has prepared long ago. Our tracks will be easily exposed. They can completely chase us down. Wait until we are exhausted, then attack. By then, we will definitely die. The best way is to hold our ground here. Conserve strength to fight the tired enemy. Wait for them to walk into the trap. Everyone agreed. One person spoke up asking, That woman is still sleeping. Do we need to split people up to protect her? Wan Sha immediately said, Leave this matter to me, brothers. I will keep watch from the tower. He's an archer. He can help everyone. We'll follow your arrangement. Big brother Wan Sha, tell us, what should we do? Wan Sha replied, First, let's all hide. Wait until tonight. We will use this manner to ambush the infiltrating enemy forces. At this moment, Hui's men had arrived at the manor and were hiding. Once we spot the enemy, we will use guerrilla tactics. Separate them. Lure them to the central square. Then when they notice, we will attack them simultaneously. Hui's subordinate used his arm with his unique skill, counterattacking crazily just like Hui. Strike once and retreat. Absolutely do not get greedy for battle. Even if we can't kill the opponent, we must severely injure them. After attacking, they quickly retreated. The people on this side clutched their stomachs, fleeing in pain. Run fast. He hurriedly flew back to report. Retreat quickly. Suddenly, on top of the high tower, a beam of light aimed at him. An arrow flew from above, piercing through his head, taking him down. Finally, leave it to the archer to finish them off. Absolutely spare no one. The archer on the tower was holding a bow of light, able to take down any enemy within range. Huanping, hiding in the manor, chuckled softly. The battle is getting intense now. Behind the manor are a high platform and a large lake. No one is attacking from this direction. Yuching spoke up. Little Taoist friend, don't be careless. Suddenly someone rushed up. There are hidden cultivators ambushing here. Charge. They blocked the retreat route. Yuching said. Ku Onping created a tornado with her hands. She said confidently, This time it's for real. This move, I will use my full power. She was very confident in her strength. One move struck the three of them directly, knocking them far away. Seeing the scene, Yuching was extremely astonished. Onping spoke up. How about it, old Chun? When you meet that immortal friend of yours, Remember to put in a good word for me. Yuching immediately said, that immortal friend of mine saw it long ago. Back then, at the Heavenly Tribulation platform, controlling the tribulation. You guys didn't use your full strength. Now it seems that is indeed the case. She clenched her fist and said, I'm not good at magic. Only skills in using chi and weapons for combat. People always say, although I am a cultivator, I don't have a single soul-binding spell. That I'm unqualified. But talk is cheap. Those who can't withstand this one strike of mine can only be defeated. Hearing this, Yuching replied, using 10% of your power right off the bat. Who knows how many opponents there are? What if your chi runs out? She replied, then change tactics. This time isn't like at the Heavenly Tribulation platform. You just hide behind me. The demons crawled up from the strike, cursing, bastards. Immediately after, throwing an energy ball towards the two. Yuching was horrified. Again, Kuomping beside him darkened her face. She took a deep breath, channeling chi, catching his energy ball. Those skilled in combat are unrivaled in defense, unstoppable in offense. She reached out to catch the energy ball, turning it into her own attack power, taking advantage of the momentum to counter motion with stillness, preparing to counterattack, completely suppressing the enemy. That is the way of the victor. She immediately pushed a palm forward. The power of this counterattack was twice as strong as the opponent's. Yuching thought to himself, not only did she block the enemy's magic, but she returned it with its full power intact. This ability cannot normally be displayed, but in combat, it is extremely powerful. High above, the archer continuously shot down those demons. Is he dead yet? Several demons came to check that corpse. What exactly happened? I knew he was investigating over by the main hall. Hearing the noise and running over, it turned out like this. Damn hidden cultivators. I'll go drag them all out. Don't be rash. They are prepared. Don't act alone, or you'll end up like him. His face darkened, thinking, things have come to this. Can only use poison to force them out. The hidden cultivators on the roof were anxious. Brother Wansha, this is... Just observe calmly. He used his tail formed of demonic energy to stab into his companion's corpse. They lifted their companion's corpse, dismembering it into 100 pieces. Those hiding on the roof were horrified. They dismembered their companion. In that pile of messy gore, a black mist seemed to rise. Wansha was confused. That pile of flesh and blood is... The archer was also contemplating at this moment. There's something wrong with that corpse. Just as he finished speaking, a demon appeared behind him, preparing to sneak attack. Hiding here to ambush. Caught you. Wansha immediately shot an arrow backwards. The arrow pierced through his body. His corpse spewed out green blood. Strange, he shouted loudly. The two below asked, Wansha, what's wrong? He immediately said, careful. The blood mist is poisonous. They continuously rushed up to attack the hidden cultivators hiding on the roof. Wansha sprouted a pair of wings, blowing them away. Unexpectedly, the companion beside him didn't escape the misfortune. Those taken down by them screamed in pain continuously. They rushed into the main hall. There are still hidden cultivators inside. Kill them. Kuomping's chi immediately struck out, taking down 2 enemies. Omping said angrily, damn it. These bastards even used poison. Seems to be poison transformed from corpses. Yuching spoke up. Look at their appearance. Very likely they are of the same race. And this poison has no effect on their own kind. She panicked. Can't we kill them? This move is truly disgusting. Suddenly, a tornado blew in. It was Wansha. He appeared in the form of a giant eagle. Transforming back into human form. Speaking up, Brother Yuching, little Taoist friend. Good that you two are okay. Omping spoke up. Old Wan. Yuching walked up to him and said, Brother Wansha, your eyes. I'm fine. Let me take a heavier injury. Wansha spoke up. I'm fine. Just a light wound. Yuching noticed a black mist covering over. Careful. The poison mist is spreading here. These demons utilize the poison mist to attack the hidden cultivators. Omping gritted her teeth. Ugh. Getting smart, huh? Even hiding in the poison mist. Old Chun, don't just stand there. Hide in the back quickly. Go. Yuching looked at her with a troubled expression. The situation of the Wansha brothers is also very critical. Whether it's those 3 magic treasures, or the immortal slaying formation in my hand. Aside from the Heavenly Emperor, I haven't used them in front of anyone. But the current situation I have to use them. He hesitated, thinking, hands clenched together. The demons charged with murderous intent. Omping screamed in fear. Old Shun. Yuqing pulled out a golden calligraphy brush. The brush manifested characters into spells. He used the golden brush to draw a character. It was the character for Fix, Ding, imprinting it straight onto the foreheads of the two demons. The girl named Onping exclaimed in surprise. This is... Yuqing holding the brush looked like a mysterious mage. The demons hit by the spell, eyes widened, whole bodies trembling, grinding teeth. Kriak. Omping saw this, went to his side and said, Old Shun, if you have this treasure, why didn't you take it out earlier? He was startled. It's not that formidable. Once the character disappears, they can move again. She doubted. Then no need be so scared. I'm not going to rob you of your magic treasure. These two, let me handle them. You guys retreat to a safe place first. Careful not to get poisoned. Yuqing bowed his head and replied, Leave it to me. He recalled when Ouyang Jing gave him the 3 magic treasures. Ouyang Jing had said, just having these 3 things. Yuqing was puzzled. Are these things most suitable? Just right to carry on your person. Won't be discovered or cause suspicion. Ouyang Jing said, all small magic treasures. Take a few as a meeting gift for me. Big saber? Don't want it? Then use a small knife. Fruit paring knife. Nail clippers. Pencil sharpening knife? No. Yuqing said, I don't need too many weapons. I myself am a weapon. These things are what I need. Just enough to protect myself. Besides, I won't use magic treasures recklessly. Please rest assured. Ouyang Jing heard this. Threw him a confusing look, saying that, aren't you afraid of slapping your own face? Yuqing asked back, what? Ouyang Jing replied, use them however you want. I have no KPI requirements. You say you'll only use these magic treasures for self-protection? Shouldn't say that too certainly. Kuomping opened her mouth in surprise. Leave it to you. Yuqing thought, does this count as slapping my own face now? He recalled Ouyang Jing's words. You are someone who likes to meddle in other people's business. You and your brother named Chunyuran are the same kind of people. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten involved in the Juelong port matter. Wouldn't have known so much. And I wouldn't have sought you out. Yuqing lied. I promise to meddle less in the future. Especially my younger brother. Ouyang Jing said sympathetically. It's not something you can fix just by saying. Old habits die hard. You won't be able to control yourself. Whether it's the immortal slaying formation or these 3 magic treasures. I believe in your hands. They will definitely display their greatest effectiveness. Just do it with peace of mind. He smiled and said, thank you for your trust. Ouyang Jing said happily, don't be polite with me. This matter is quite interesting anyway. The demon hit by the spell screamed in fear. You dare kill me. The next one to die will be you. Yuqing glanced at him, saying in a low voice, is it because you have poison on your bodies? He gritted his teeth and said, it's the lethal poison of the He Wei army. We don't have the antidote. Yuqing looked straight at him, eyes cold as ice. He Wei army, huh? Got it. He held out the hand wearing the immortal slaying formation in front of these two. In an instant, both exploded, decomposed into molecules. Omping stared wide-eyed at the 2 self-proclaimed He Wei army soldiers. What happened? But Wan Sha with his archers' eyes immediately said. The moment the magic formation deployed, they were decomposed. Wan Sha asked again, you sure? Wan Sha affirmed. I could see it. Brother Yuqing. He turned around, looking at them with apologetic eyes. Wan Sha asked, is that thing on your hand a magic formation? With that power, I can only think of the immortal slaying formation. He didn't deny it, saying, that's it. Omping pressed. Emperor Ling Xiao, the ancestor of the immortal race. Didn't he die under the immortal slaying formation? Why is it in your hands? Doesn't the immortal race mind this? He said, not only do they not mind, but they even encouraged me to use the immortal slaying formation. But for you guys, this is also a danger. So when the formation activates, absolutely do not get too close to me. Omping immediately said, Old Shun, how many things have you hidden from us exactly? Yuqing looked at her silently. Suddenly, she cheered happily. So strong. Worthy of someone chosen by the immortal race. Wait until we pass this hurdle. You have to tell us everything. He nodded. Wan Sha asked Yuqing. Little Daoist friend is right. We have to pass this hurdle first. Current situation. Immortal slaying formation is the best solution. Let's combine forces to control those He Wei army soldiers first. And protect my younger brother's safety too. Wan Sha spoke up. I can also fight. Yuqing worried. Your eyes are already like that. Now poison again. Wan Sha said. I don't feel anything abnormal. Eyes aren't uncomfortable either. I don't rely on vision to aim anyway, but use qi to sense. Now I just need to strengthen the qi sensing. As he spoke, circulating golden qi around his body. Even if enemies hide in the mist, I know their positions. Omping said happily. Then what are we waiting for? Wan Sha said in a low voice. Only no brute force. Omping laughed excitedly. Let's rush out. In an instant, a stream of Omping's green qi shot out. She and Wan Sha led the way. Wan Sha provided covering fire from behind. Wan Sha transformed a giant black arm. Like armament hockey, their combined attack took down countless He Wei army soldiers. Those hung up thought to themselves. This arrow didn't hurt me at all. Just control my movements. Wan Sha said, Brother Yuqing, leave it to you. They were puzzled. Again, these attacks looked dangerous. But actually they're just feints. What exactly do they want to do? Yuqing urged his qi, operating the Immortal Slaying Formation. Using the Immortal Slaying Formation to attack them. The demons intended to urge their demonic energy, causing parts of their bodies to enlarge, but discovered in horror. Only their miserable screams remained echoing. In an instant, they exploded, leaving not a trace. Wan Sha brother spoke up. If not witnessed with own eyes, who would dare believe the power of the Immortal Slaying Formation? Indeed, just like the rumors, the briefer, the more terrifying. The Heavenly Emperor didn't die unjustly. Omping joked, why not call it the All Beings Equal Formation? Yuqing said, useless against the current Heavenly Emperor. Just as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. What did you say? Wan Sha was sensing something. Also exclaimed in surprise. Could it be? On the roof. He Wei was reprimanding several hidden cultivators. Saying, dealing with a few hidden cultivators resulted in such heavy casualties. Truly making me lose face. He looked up at the high sky. Omping shouted, over there. It's the leader of the He Wei army. I'm not saying you guys don't see him. Bai Xia said, that thing getting closer in the sky. Is it the Heavenly Palace? At this moment, on the horizon, the golden Heavenly Palace appeared before everyone. In another place, Ouyang Jing flew back from the Heavenly Court. Wintermelon was waiting at the southern Heavenly Gate. Upon seeing Ouyang Jing, Wintermelon immediately bowed. Heavenly Emperor. Ouyang Jing replied, why did the Heavenly Palace's flight path deviate here? And lowered altitude too? Wintermelon stammered. It was Tai Bai jinxing's order. I knew it was Tai Bai playing tricks. I'm asking for him. He shouted loudly. Is Tai Bai here? Get the hell out here for me. Tai Bai's voice rang out from behind him. He emerged from a landscape painting. What's the noise? Whatever decorum is left. Where the Heavenly Emperor is, the Heavenly Palace follows. Is there a problem? Hearing him say that, Ouyang Jing complained. Nonsense. I told you to behave yourself in the Heavenly Palace. Don't follow me out this time. And in the end, you even left the Heavenly Palace to come here? He asked angrily. What are you trying to do? Spy on me? The old man replied. Can't I keep an eye on you? Who told you to always engage in these unorthodox, crooked ways? Don't think you can pull the wool over my eyes. Ouyang Jing heard this and felt like the old man hit the nail on the head. Who are you calling unorthodox? I'm not. Hit a nerve, didn't I? Tai Bai spoke up. Why did you stop talking? You've been out for days. Did everything go smoothly? Did you find the Reincarnated? Ouyang Jing thought to himself. This rotten old man. Of course. Her name is Liang Yiren. Tai Bai was startled. A primordial spirit? The Reincarnator is already dead? He lifted her primordial spirit with 2 fingers. Naturally, there's a reason. This was also her own request. Anyway, the primordial spirit is still here. I'll leave it to you for safekeeping. Looking at Liang Yiren's primordial spirit in his hand, Tai Bai said, normally, a mortal's primordial spirit cannot leave the body like this. It would just be absorbed by the spiritual veins. It seems this is related to your special identities. Ouyang Jing replied to the old man. Ouyang Jing said, the problem now is, I don't know when she can come back to life. Do we have to wait for the spirit stone to appear next time? Tai Bai said, your current cultivation base can already influence the spiritual veins. My point is, you go handle the matters at the Heavenly Tribulation platform first. I will carefully guard this primordial spirit. Once you've dealt with the other matters, come find me at the Heavenly Tone Pavilion. Ouyang Jing reminded him. You're leaving just like that? The old man turned back and said, Didn't you say you didn't want me following you? Ouyang Jing looked at him, gritting his teeth in annoyance. TCH. Bai Dao stepped forward and asked, Holy Sovereign Heavenly Emperor. He turned around. What is it? Bai Dao continued. This subordinate has something in his heart. That must be said. I hope the Heavenly Emperor will listen. Speak. Bai Dao presented his case. In the past, the Heavenly Palace always concealed its presence. Because we were too weak, we couldn't protect ourselves. Nor could we protect the Heavenly Palace. But today is different from the past. Although our strength is still recovering, it is absolutely enough to share the burden with the Heavenly Emperor. Ouyang Jing coldly replied, No. He was disappointed. But, what? Because you are too weak. You lack the strength. You are absolutely forbidden from going out to fight. Bai Dao tried to reason, but those hidden cultivators down at the Heavenly Tribulation platform are definitely weaker than me. Dealing with enemies of this level does not require the Holy Sovereign Heavenly Emperor to lift a finger. Ouyang Jing began to smile slyly. Not bad. Getting cocky, aren't you? Bai Dao. This subordinate isn't bragging. Bai Dao continued. Holy Sovereign Heavenly Emperor, I am someone who ascended to immortality at the Heavenly Tribulation platform. To undergo the tribulation, one must first reach the deity transformation stage. Looking at those hidden cultivators down there, all of them are far from that realm. I don't know what they came to the Heavenly Tribulation platform for. Hearing Bai Dao's words, Ouyang Jing asked curiously, From such a distance, how can you judge their cultivation realms? Bai Dao hurriedly replied, reporting to the Heavenly Emperor, I'm not entirely sure. It's just that typically, cultivators from nascent soul to deity transformation wouldn't stand so firmly and stably on the ground. Ouyang Jing laughed loudly. Huh, what a strange perspective. You aren't wrong. You're about to become an immortal. How could you not be used to flying? Compared to the immortal race, they're indeed much weaker. I heard that the powerful cultivators are all in the monster race's 5 great capitals. They came to the Heavenly Tribulation platform, not to ascend to immortality. The immortal race is no longer the aspirational goal it once was. Bai Dao was puzzled. Then are we just going to let them cause trouble down there? In the past, the Heavenly Tribulation platform strictly forbade private duels. Ouyang Jing thought, I'm just here to watch the show. This guy is too serious. Fine, you go up. Let me see what you plan to do. Tell them to stop fighting. Bai Dao replied, Yes. Bai Dao used his hands to generate a bolt of lightning. His entire body was wrapped in electric arcs, looking terrifying. Ouyang Jing saw this and said, Not bad, wait. You country bumpkin. Who told you to attack? Bai Dao was surprised. What does the Holy Sovereign Heavenly Emperor mean? Ouyang Jing replied, Didn't I tell you? You still can't attack freely. Don't cause me more trouble. As you command. Ouyang Jing thought, mainly because my people are down there, and there are a few others who might be useful later. It's best to keep them alive, but explaining it is too much of a hassle. Bai Dao bowed his head dejectedly. Can't attack. Ouyang Jing wondered curiously. What is this guy planning to do? He took a deep breath through his nose and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The Heavenly Emperor commands. All of you, cease fire. Shi Yun, still on the roof, was startled. He looked up. Everyone below covered their ears, their heads spinning. What is that sound? He Wei was terrified. The sound is coming from the sky. Ouyang Jing spoke up, a voice like thunder, very fitting for the Heavenly Palace style. It was you, but without the power of intimidation. Those people on the Heavenly Tribulation platform won't stop. How about this? Use that thunder voice of yours and fly a lap around them. If you let anyone escape who isn't supposed to, I'll beat you back to your original form. Yes, sir. Bai Dao immediately cast an immortal spell, forming seals with both hands. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the Heavenly Tribulation platform. Everyone below panicked. Umping asked, What is happening? Yu Chung said, Everyone, please do not act rashly. Is this a seal floating in the air? Ouyang Jing put a hand to his mouth, whispered, Let's begin. I'm going to do a roll call. Whoever's name I call gets destroyed. Understand? When Anping and He Wei saw this seal, they spoke up. This is a Dharma's seal. Magic we've never seen before. Anping looked at He Wei on the roof and said, Hey, that side is distracted by the magic array. Now is a good opportunity. Let's throw old Chin over there and activate the immortal slaying array to kill him. Wan Sha was scared. About that, Yu Chung said, please don't throw me. I am very fragile. Omping asked impatiently. Then what should we do? Just wait? Yu Chung said, it's starting. The three hidden cultivators watched wide-eyed. Bai Dao reached out and caught a bolt of lightning, his face ferocious. Meanwhile, Ouyang Jing continuously controlled the formation, not letting the lightning go off course. A miserable scream rang out. Ah! Bai Xa saw a monster man get struck by lightning. He said, that seal attracts the lightning, but the seals on us repel it. The man screamed as he ran, don't come over here. In an instant, he was roasted by the lightning. Go Hui was also protected inside. That monster race guy was char black. He Wei saw this scene and was extremely anxious. This seal is marking targets for the lightning. This is absolutely not something those hidden cultivators can do. Furthermore, there isn't just one attacker. He created a scorpion tail arm using demonic energy, then roared. Who did this? Stop playing tricks. Get out here. Yuqing narrowed his eyes and thought. That guy looks familiar. He seems to be the leader of the He Wei army. He looks like the Castellan of Severed Dragonport. Are they from the same clan? Ouyang Jing used his skill to direct a lightning bolt straight at He Wei. The seal was knocked away by me, but the attack still came? How is this possible? He thought. A pink light appeared in front of him. It was Go Hui stepping in to help. He was shocked. Go Hui, you're overestimating yourself. Get out of here. Go Hui looked at him. The one overestimating himself is you, she said, believe it or not. Right now, I'm the only one who can save you. General, Omping saw this, angrily said, they're on the same side. That bastard wants to run. Yu Chung immediately intervened to stop them. Don't chase them. He Wei took Go Hui with him and flew out of the formation. He was incredibly shocked. I didn't expect to actually make it through. Once out of the array's range, he thought, escaped. He said, I was right. To survive with such injuries is already unbelievable. But to be able to retreat in that situation, Go Hui reminded him, General, don't forget our deal. He Wei thought in fear. What exactly is this guy's background? But having just been saved, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Oh, of course. I will help you enter the 5 great capitals. Rest assured, that is good. However, General, that statement wasn't just directed at you alone. Go Hui recalled. Because I also want to make a deal with you. You are watching, aren't you? All of this was caused by you. Heavenly Emperor, above the Heavenly Palace. Ouyang Jing spoke up in reply. Of course I remember. Haven't I always been helping you? Afterwards, the lightning gradually ceased. Heaven-reaching peak returned to silence. Omping said, these are all corpses of the He Wei army, all charred by lightning. Be careful. I don't know if there's any poison left. What about the other hidden cultivators? Is anyone still alive? She said, instead of asking if anyone is alive, you should ask how many traitors there were. That guy who ran away with the He Wei army. I remember his face. Yu Chung said, the fact that they could escape only proves that the Heavenly Emperor wanted to let them go. Wan Sha was puzzled. Does Brother Yu Chung mean this was all a trap set by the Heavenly Emperor? They will certainly return to the 5 great capitals. So that is also the Heavenly Emperor's next target. Next, I want to go there too. Wan Sha was astonished. Brother Yu Chung, you really want to go to the 5 great capitals? That journey is a slim chance of survival. Although you have the immortal slaying array and immortal treasures, ultimately, you are still an immortal body. Omping asked, don't tell me you plan to go alone. I'm going with you. Old Chun, I will protect you. Yu Chung said, thank you. Thank you. Wan Sha immediately spoke up. We're going too. Wan Shan said, I knew you would say that. Brother Yu Chung, as hidden cultivators, we should have helped each other. Although you're not a hidden cultivator, in this battle at Heaven-reaching peak, if not for your assistance, it would have been hard for the few of us to survive. We owe you our lives. Yu Chung said bashfully, don't say that. Big brother Wan Sha, I truly dare not accept such praise. Wan Sha continued, to repay this kindness, we should also accompany you and ensure your safety. Ji Omping was surprised. Then it's decided. We are going deep into the monster race's lair. Don't be like that. Keep it down. Yu Chung reminded her. Yu Chung thought, Ouyang Jing, you judged correctly, didn't you? The thing you wanted me to do when we parted last time? I have completed it. I believe it won't be long before we meet again at the 5 great capitals. At the Heavenly Palace. Bai Dao asked Sister Xianya, "What is that big guy over there doing?" She replied, "He's screaming his head off and casting magic spells randomly. If it keeps up, we might have to go check on him." Shi Yun, still sitting on the roof, chimed in, "I heard it was the Heavenly Emperor's request. I think they're fine now." Bai Dao looked up at Shi Yun. Bai Dao and Xianya didn't understand. Why does she sit on the roof all day? Xianya, the sudden call, made her jump. She turned around in surprise. Ouyang Jing flew over. "What are you all playing?" She replied. "Who is playing? I am cultivating magic techniques." As she spoke, she pretended to form hand seals. Bai Dao stepped forward and said, "The Holy Sovereign Heavenly Emperor is giving pointers to Miss Xianya." He nodded. Xianya added, "Okay, I haven't seen you for 2 days. Where did you go and what did you do?" He replied, "Just went down to the mortal realm to take care of some business." She said sadly, "Why didn't you call me along?" He explained, "This time wasn't like the trip to Severed Dragonport. They fought to the death the moment they met. Desolate mountains and wild hills aren't any fun anyway." "Oh right, I still have something to do." Xianya was suspicious. He immediately flew away. "You wait here for me. I'll be right back." She replied blankly, Okay." At the Castellan's manor in Severed Dragonport, the Castellan was sitting in his study reading official documents. He hurriedly folded the document and placed it with other files in a corner. Achin saw his action and spoke up. "Father, you still haven't gone to rest?" He said. "Achin, good girl. I'll be out with you in a moment." Achin thought, just got back from the magistracy and he's already reading documents again. Does being a Castellan mean no off hours? No eating, no drinking, no sleeping, no resting all day long. Is this the downside of cultivation? He's truly an emotionless working machine. Suddenly, a noise caught her attention. "Father, someone is coming." He asked suspiciously, "Who?" A person walked in. Speaking up, "Is the Castellan home?" Hearing this voice, the Castellan's face became extremely unsightly. Achin thought, "Isn't it the smelly Ouyang guy? Is there a need to be so tense?" Ouyang Jing walked into the study hall, greeted him. "Lord Castellan, sorry to disturb you." "Not at all, not at all." He continued, "Then I'll be direct. I came to ask you about a person. No, I should say a half-monster. He and you are of the same clan." Achin was surprised. "Father's kin? I only know Mother has several older brothers, but I've never heard Father mention his own clan." He asked, "May I ask why the immortal race met a kinsman of mine?" He smiled and replied, "It's a long story. He is a member of the He-Wei army." He lowered his face, admitting it. "Members of the He-Wei army are all my kin." Ouyang Jing asked further, "What about you? Aren't you a member of the He-Wei army?" He said, "I used to be. That was many years ago." "Is that so?" Ouyang Jing thought, "This is awkward. Those He-Wei troops were all wiped out, except for the leader. But it seems the relationship between the Castellan and his clan isn't great. There shouldn't be a problem." Ouyang Jing said, "I met a small squad. The leader was their general. His name is He-Wei." He looked up at Ouyang Jing. Spoke, "Is he already?" Ouyang Jing looked at him with suspicious eyes, thinking, it seems the Castellan has already guessed what happened. He then said, "Not dead. Is that what you wanted to ask?" "But the other soldiers of the He-Wei army are all dead." The Castellan replied, "The He-Wei army is the imperial guard of the 5 great capitals, directly subordinate to the monster race elders. They're all my kin, also formed by the He-Wei clan, specializing in secret missions assigned by the elders." Ouyang Jing asked Achin again, "Wasn't the incident last time the elders' idea? Why wasn't it the He-Wei army back then?" He said, "He won't send the He-Wei army to deal with us again." Achin looked at her father, thinking, "Won't send them again? That means he sent them before." It seems the Castellan's wife has a lot of history. Suddenly feeling his gaze turn cold. "You have piqued my interest." Achin's face was full of mischief. She hugged the Castellan's arm. "Father, tell me about your clansmen, father." He replied, "I will tell you when you are older." She thought angrily, treating me like a child again. "Let's see how I pry your mouth open." He continued asking, "All right, City Lord, the He-Wei army uses a type of toxic bone marrow. I heard there is no antidote." He explained, "That is the crane tail marrow poison, a type of magic passed down in our bloodline." Achin said to the City Lord, "So does our crane tail clan grow tails, father?" He replied, "Yes, after you grow up, the crane tail will merge into your meridians." He explained the technique. After mastering its use, you can manifest it at any time. Like this. As he spoke, he demonstrated for Ecchi to see. The crane tail clan can refine toxins in the tail. We can also concoct different types of poisonous liquids. Blood poison, stomach poison, lung poison. The toxicity can be strong or weak. The onset time can be fast or slow. Ecchi was excited. Wow. Ouyang Jing asked in surprise. Does everyone in your crane tail clan possess that portable poison storage? He replied. Although it is passed down through the bloodline, one still needs to cultivate to control it. It also requires talent and ability. The reason it is said to have no antidote is because once poisoned, the toxin will exist forever. But the toxicity does not always flare up. If poisoned again, the existing toxicity will be activated. At that time, the toxicity and effect will both multiply. Ouyang Jing said with interest. Is that so? Sounds formidable. He thought to himself. Now I know quite a bit more about the crane tail marrow poison. In this regard, the city lord really tells everything he knows. Ecchi continued. Father, can I be that formidable in the future too? He replied. You don't need to learn this. He patted her head. Ecchi asked, puzzled. Why? Because the reputation won't be good. Ecchi has already inherited the snake shadow art. Just focus on cultivating that. Ouyang Jing pondered. Performing secret missions. Isn't that doing dirty work? No wonder the reputation isn't good. On this side, Ecchi was whining. I don't care. I want to learn. Ouyang Jing was secretly amused. This Ecchi is truly different from usual. Her father replied. No. Ecchi leaned in and kissed the city lord on the cheek. Father, teach me, please. He couldn't withstand his daughter like this. He agreed. Fine, fine. Ouyang Jing stood by watching. Helpless expression. The city lord is completely wrapped around her finger. Ouyang Jing rested his chin on his hand, thinking, leaving other things aside. Maintaining a childlike appearance in front of the city lord's wife is quite useful. Ahem, aren't I just playing along with her acting? He put on a serious face. Ecchi, do you want to go up to the Heavenly Palace to play? The immortal brothers and sisters miss you. She was surprised. What? Now? Ecchi understood his meaning. He's telling me to go to the Heavenly Palace. As expected. This stinky Ouyang coming to my door means there's important business. She immediately whined. Father, I want to go to the Heavenly Palace to play. The city lord replied. Not now. It's too late. Go to sleep. She pretended to be innocent. I don't want to. I don't want to. Ouyang Jing spoke up. It's okay. No rush. I can come pick you up tomorrow. He patted Ecchi's head. The city lord is right. It's late. Children should go to sleep. She cursed silently in anger. Don't make people nauseous. Believe me, I'll hit you. He hurriedly flew away to say goodbye. At the Heavenly Palace, Xianya was still waiting for Ouyang Jing. He suddenly appeared. Speaking up. Why are you still here? She startled. He asked. I went to your place to look for you just now, but didn't see you. She replied. You told me to wait here. He said angrily. Who told you to just stand in one spot and not go anywhere? Are you stupid? She giggled. Just teasing you. Actually, she said, I just came out for a stroll to clear my mind. Her face showed a hint of sadness. He asked her, what's wrong? Her cheeks flushed. She glanced at him, hesitating to speak, then turned her head away. Looking down. Nothing. I just feel that. Lately, Brother Ouyang is getting more and more distant from me. Ouyang Jing slowly glided on the railing. Approaching her, he asked, still distant? Not this kind of distance. Xianya cried out in panic. He replied, just teasing you. She blushed, thinking, I was just joking a little too. So petty. Ouyang Jing looked into the distance. Pondering, he spoke. Xianya, when I go out in the future, I will definitely take you with me. Okay, she said happily. Really? He raised 2 fingers and said, but on one condition, you must advance at least 2 more realms. Her mouth fell open. What? She lamented dejectedly. Too cruel. This is basically mission impossible. He comforted her. Xianya, let's not talk about this anymore. Guess who I met in the lower realm this time? Who? Old Chun from Juelongport. Do you remember? Chun Yuchun? I originally planned to go to the Heavenly Tribulation platform to find the Reincarnator. Unexpectedly, there were many lower realm cultivators there. They call themselves Hidden Cultivators. Ulchin also ran there. Don't know why. She asked immediately, is the Heavenly Tribulation platform the place for tribulation ascension? He replied, but it has been abandoned for a long time. She guessed. They definitely want to find you. Those hidden cultivators might just want to find traces of the immortal race. But Qin Yuqing is definitely looking for you. Brother Ouyang is truly a man of heavy sins. He immediately said, Find me? Probably not. What does it have to do with me? She continued. You met an acquaintance. Then what? Did the reincarnator appear? Listen to me finish. That bastard Go Hui kept insisting I was a girl. You tell me. She burst out laughing. At times like that, you can only take off your clothes to prove your identity. Ouyang Jing said smugly. In the end, I couldn't be bothered to think anymore. I just changed into women's clothes. Made him stare dumbfounded. Huh. She suddenly grabbed Ouyang Jing's shoulders, interrogating about the cross-dressing. He tried to stop her. I'm telling you. Don't tell anyone else, okay? She asserted. Rest assured. But in her heart she thought, I'll only tell Sister Swayze. She'll be fine, right? Not long after, gossip about someone cross-dressing quietly spread throughout the Heavenly Palace. One day later, inside the pavilion of Heavenly Tome, Achin had gathered with everyone. She asked, Xianya told me the general situation. Has Liang Yiren still not recovered yet? Ouyang Jing replied, Not yet. Reason unknown. That's why I called you all here. To clarify everything. Tai Bai whispered in Ouyang Jing's ear. Are you sure they should know these things? He said, Of course. No need to hide anymore. These things are all related to them. He closed his eyes. Then I'll tell the truth. This is Liang Yiren's primordial spirit. Logically speaking, a mortal body cannot maintain this state. At first, I thought this was related to your status as reincarnators. But the problem lies here too. When Ouyang Jing was still in a mortal body, I never saw his primordial spirit. He is also a reincarnator. Initially, dying was a common occurrence. But every time, he revived himself in the Soul Stone. As for you two, plus Liang Yiren, when you arrived here, you all manifested from the Soul Stone. Xianya is one thing, but Achin and Liang Yiren, after dying, did not reappear in the Soul Stone. Achin's primordial spirit must have been like Liang Yiren's current state, in a primordial spirit state. After wandering for a while, she found a suitable body in a nearby Juelong port. As for Liang Yiren, she has always maintained this state. Achin was puzzled. She also had to find a body to revive. In that case, that is no longer herself. If she wants to revive her original body, she can only rely on the Soul Stone. Why didn't a Soul Stone appear? Tai Bai spoke up. This problem. Ouyang Jing and I have a hypothesis. When a reincarnator appears, the Soul Stone can appear in different locations. But other than that, Soul Stones used for revival will all form where spiritual veins intersect. And your current cultivation is enough to influence the spiritual veins. Perhaps you can try creating a spirit gathering point. Ouyang Jing smiled and replied, You want me to create a Soul Stone myself? In the sky of the Heavenly Palace. At this moment, the river map of heaven was rotating, forming a light spot in the center. Heezy looked up at the sky, saying worriedly, It's been a long time. Little Tail comforted her. The Heavenly Emperor wants to create a spirit vein gathering point. But the spiritual energy of the two realms is already weak. Can't see it, can't fix it. How can it be created? Shiwen spoke up. It's just because we are inside it that we can't see it. Because we are used to it, we can't fix it. I believe with the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation, he can definitely control the spiritual veins. Reverse control it. At this moment, Ouyang Jing was standing in the center of the formation map. Tai Bai was beside him acting as guardian. Tai Bai said, The spiritual vein has been guided. It looks close, but actually it is still very far from the gathering point. You still have to continue gathering spiritual energy. He smiled and replied, Rare to see you appear outside the Heavenly Tome in this form. Why not pay attention to propriety like last time? Because no one is around to see? He closed his eyes and said, Can you focus a little? Ouyang Jing replied nonchalantly, Right now the only thing distracting me is you. He clenched his fist tight. Using spiritual power. No good, Tai Bai. Completely useless. Even if a gathering point is created, how do you know for sure a soul stone will be born? He explained, Gathering the spiritual vein is the first step. You haven't even done the first step, and you're already thinking about the second step? He turned his head and asked, Maybe there's another way. Let's try it. He asked, What do you mean? He immediately said, I just thought of it. I have revived so many times. Although I never tried creating a soul stone before, I remember very clearly the feeling of the soul stone on my body. This thing is not a real stone, but a type of crystallization of spiritual energy. Now, I will treat myself as that type of crystallization, gathering my own chi, recreating the feeling of the soul stone appearing on my body. Suddenly, fragments of the soul stone slowly appeared on his hand. Tai-bai was stunned in astonishment. Success. He grabbed his hand, blurting out, "Still early. Now I have to make it turn into a large soul stone." This is the tiring part. In the sky, the hazy light emitted by spiritual energy looked incredibly magical. Below, Achin said, "Why isn't it done yet? I finished all the snacks." Xiangya thought, "Eats really fast." Suddenly, she looked up and exclaimed, "Brother Ouyang is coming down." Achin also stared wide-eyed. At this moment, Ouyang Jing was carrying a giant soul stone on his shoulder. Achin blurted out, "What is this?" He carried the soul stone while saying happily, "Can't you see? This is a soul stone." Xiangya blurted out. Brother Ouyang succeeded. He nodded. "Just a small problem. First time operating. Got my hand stuck inside." Xiangya was surprised. "Can't you pull it out?" He said, "I'm afraid it will break. So just leave it like this for now." At this moment, Tai-bai brought Liang Yiren's primordial spirit over. Ouyang Jing immediately called out, "Put in." The primordial spirit was sucked into the soul stone as soon as it got close. Achin asked curiously, "How long do we have to wait next?" "Don't tell me it's 10 months of pregnancy." Ouyang Jing explained. "If normal, her appearance before death will be preserved. She should still remember me." Suddenly, a hand reached out from within the soul stone, grabbing Ouyang Jing's hand, startling him. Liang Yiren broke out of the stone, calling out, "Ouyang Jing." She opened her mouth. "I said it. Sure enough, it's you who came to save me." Xiangya beside them was dumbfounded. "What's going on?" He pushed her away impatiently. "What are you doing? Calm down for me." She also said, "I don't need handsome guys surrounding me. I only need you alone." He thought to himself, her revival is normal, but she herself is a bit abnormal. Tai-bai spoke up. "This is Liang Yiren." She was staring blankly, face turning red. "It's a mature type. I can't." Ouyang Jing shouted angrily. "Enough already." A moment later, everyone was talking in the main hall. Liang Yiren said, "So, you guys have transmigration here for so long?" Xiangya explained. "After transmigrating, we encountered these things. Brother Ouyang was even several months earlier than me." Ouyang Jing stood behind, observing Xiangya. Chatting so intimately with Liang Yiren? That's not called intimate. That is probing for intelligence. He asked blankly, "What do you mean?" She replied, "Know yourself, know your enemy. 100 battles, 100 victories." Liang Yiren finished a bowl of soup. She praised. "The first meal after transmigrating. This time I've truly come back to life. I'm full." Xiangya thought to herself. Compared to what she went through, I am truly much luckier. Always having brother Ouyang protecting me by my side. On this side, Ouyang Jing was saying something to a little fairy boy. "Just do as I say." The little fairy boy replied, "Yes." The thing she encountered, if it were me, being imprisoned in solitude, and having my body stolen, I fear I would have gone crazy long ago. Liang Yiren asked, "However, little brother, is this outfit worn on your body? Or is it pasted on your body?" She said curiously, "Take it off and let me see." Little Tail said shyly, "Please don't be like this." She insisted on seeing. "Take it off quickly," immediately hitting the little fairy boy on the head with her hand, making the boy grunt in pain. Xiangya shouted in panic, "What are you doing?" She said, "Isn't he an NPC in the game?" "No." Little Tail rubbed his head in pain, not understanding what was happening. Liang Yiren spoke up asking, "But the setting here is very similar to our game world. We are players, can even revive, and these people are NPCs." Xiangya tried to explain. "They're also living people." She immediately asked, "What living person wears this kind of semi-transparent clothing?" "Listen to me explain." Little Tail spoke up. "Miss Xiangya." Xiangya looked over in surprise. The boy said, "It's okay. Miss Xiangya, the Heavenly Emperor already instructed us beforehand, saying that this Miss Liang Yiren might have some strange behaviors. Told us not to mind, try to go along with her." "But," Xiangya asked. The boy immediately replied, "I'm fine. This matter, taking off clothes, is indeed a bit, but the Heavenly Emperor already said so. As long as it's necessary, I can also sacrifice for the cause." As the boy spoke, he pulled his clothes open. Xiangya covered her eyes. Don't, don't. Rest assured. I will explain to her. A long while later, Xiangya finished telling everything. That's roughly it. Liang Yiren burst out laughing. I didn't expect the heavenly children to be tiny at first. Must have been very cute, right? Xiangya smiled and replied. Indeed very cute. You completely missed the point. Xiangya said. I mean, although everyone honors Ouyang Jing as the heavenly emperor, Brother Ouyang never treated them as NPCs. He truly cares about the heavenly children. In the heavenly palace, this place is like a big family. Liang Yiren was surprised. So that's it. I understand. Don't worry. I came here to join this family, not to destroy everyone. Xiangya asked with wide eyes. Are you sure you want to use that word in this context? Xiangya stood up. Let's go. Yiren, I'll take you for a walk. Get to know everyone. All right. Need to change clothes too. Liang Yiren was quite surprised. Xiangya's hand held Liang Yiren's hand tightly. This made her feel extremely warm. Two girls were wandering around, sightseeing. Over here, Achin was talking to Ouyang Jing. If I hadn't obtained this body, and was just a primordial spirit like Liang Yiren, and then you found me, what would happen? Ouyang Jing immediately asked. Why do you ask that? She then said, if I turn out like that, wouldn't my whole family's lives be in your hands? He glanced at her and said, what exactly do you mean by that? Achin added in a low voice. Only one person is special. As for us transmigrators, in essence, we're just tools to you. Ouyang immediately retorted, Achin, I never thought of it that way. She replied, whether you think so or not, it remains the truth. You, thinking back to before, after that summons from the heavenly tome, they appeared one after another. We are all people who transmigrated here. It's just that the timing was different. Perhaps you're right. Although I don't know what exactly is going on. It is true that I dragged you all here. Because of that, I will definitely find a way to return. And I will definitely send you all home. Hearing these words from Ouyang Jing, Achin felt a trace of warmth in her heart. For you to say something like that, it seems you still have a bit of a conscience left. He immediately got angry. What do you mean a bit of a conscience? I have to say, Achin, why do you always target me? Do you have a prejudice against me or something? She smiled and replied, is the stinky little brother angry? This isn't called prejudice. You could say that. I just have high standards. He smiled back. Yeah, high. Really high indeed. Suddenly, Liang Yiren called out. Ouyang turned his head away, frowning. Here we go again. Achin spoke up. You're hiding from her. Xiangya took her to get changed. They said it was clothes, but she just threw a cloak over herself and walked out. She then said, I'm not used to wearing this kind of stuff. I heard from the kid. You build a place for level grinding, right? Take me there to play. I want to slash some zombies too. Xiangya, standing next to her, was speechless at being called the kid. Ouyang Jing spoke up. You are currently in a mortal body. Going there would be very dangerous. Xiangya nodded immediately. That's right. That's right. Liang Yiren said. I can respawn anyway. What's there to be afraid of? She was about to say, in her imagination, she would slice those monsters in half. Thinking of this, she burst into laughter. Ha ha, too simple. Turns out this is just a hack and slash game. She immersed herself in her delusions. Crazy with joy. Huh, seeing her wield the sword so skillfully. Xiangya blurted out, so strong. Liang Yiren held the longsword, gently stroking the blade. So that's it. This is true essence. Then you refine it into true chi. That way, you can use it like magic skills. As she spoke, she unleashed a blade of energy. Ouyang Jing and the others watched and said, although it's the simplest form of true chi manifestation, I didn't expect her to figure it out on her own. Xiangya thought, Yiren looks like she only has games in her head. I didn't expect her to be so formidable. She's too much like Ouyang. She felt uneasy. They're both expert gamers. They have common topics. I feel a huge crisis approaching. Remembering that Ouyang also told her to improve her realm, Xiangya looked at Ouyang and said, Ouyang, I want to go grind too. Ouyang Jing replied, go ahead. Achin spoke up. Such a good opportunity. I want to go down and play too. You want to go too? The three girls were now joining forces to cultivate. Ouyang Jing watched from above, cheering for them. You girls got this. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing's jaw dropped as he cried out. I really shouldn't have told them to get this. Shi Yun, still standing beside him, asked, why is that? He said, just as I said it. Those few act like they've been injected with chicken blood. killing until the sky goes dark. Liang Yiren was originally the type to rush into a mob of monsters in Musa mode. After mastering true Qi, she ran rampant even more. She slashed enthusiastically, laughing loudly. Ha! As for Qin, needless to say, in front of her, those monsters were just ants. But unexpectedly, Xiangya could also use that kind of magic. On a dripping, bloody branch. Xiangya, I never taught you that move. Sister Huizi taught me. His face darkened, thinking, why is it her? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Shi Yun, still sitting nearby, spoke up. Say, Brother Ouyang, you dropped Xiangya and the others at the D-High Abyss and came back alone. That isn't very nice, is it? He replied. I came back to find some peace and quiet. There's basically nothing for me to do there. Shi Yun smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be a deserter fleeing battle. How can you call it fleeing battle? He got closer and said, Brother Ouyang, stop denying it. The current situation was created single-handedly by you. Fine, I know. There will be a way. He smiled. He asked, what are you smiling at? Shi Yun continued, aren't you worried about the girls facing danger out there? He replied, what is there to worry about? They are the danger. The two didn't know what to say, so they fell silent. Ouyang Jing stood up and said, perhaps I should go back early to check on them. They're probably almost done fighting. Seeing his worried look, Shi Yun kept smiling. He suddenly asked Shi Yun, every time I see you, you're sitting on the roof. Don't you go out for walks? He bowed his head and said, Shi Yun bears the weight of sin. How could I casually leave the Heavenly Palace? So you're still hung up on the demon dragon matter. Fine. If you want to stay here on your own, that's up to you. But this time, I want to take you out. Shi Yun immediately replied, as you command. His face revealed a mischievous expression. This isn't a reward. It is a punishment for you. You must agree to all my demands. That is only natural. Ouyang Jing immediately summoned a dragon. He laughed loudly. Haha, get on. He said, I can't do that, Ouyang. My room hasn't been cleaned yet. Usually it's fine, but Shi Yun closed his eyes. We are flying to the D-High Abyss now. He replied, I feel a bit uneasy about this. He rode Shi Yun while giving directions. Turn left. Turn left. Why is this place so weird? Slow down quick. He blurted out. What? Shi Yun was panting beside him. Ouyang Jing said with interest. Your reflexes aren't too bad, Shi Yun. He blushed and said, Ouyang, you're giving directions. Why do you always turn into dangerous places? Ouyang Jing asked with an innocent face. Did I? The area around the D-High Abyss is full of forbidden zones. Everywhere is dangerous. He started to get annoyed and cried out, Ouyang, if something happens, won't my sins become even heavier? He waved his hand and said, it's fine. We're here. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He immediately zoomed off, leaving Shi Yun standing there dumbfounded, calling out, Ouyang. A miserable scream of pain rang out. Shi Yun looked toward the cliff face. He only saw that Ouyang Jing had caught a member of the monster race. He ran down and said, it's someone from the monster race? He replied, that's right. This guy is from the Hiwei army. I didn't expect to catch one here. The moment I grabbed him, he committed suicide. Truly decisive. Shi Yun was shocked. He's dead. Swallowed poison to kill himself. The Hiwei clan are masters of poison use. He didn't need to make any move to poison himself. The toxicity is very strong too. Instant death. Shi Yun was puzzled. If he dies like this, the intelligence won't be transferred to the monster race. He said no. The fact that he didn't return alive is intelligence in itself. They are men of the monster race elders, sent to the mortal realm. No one dares to touch them. He threw the corpse to the ground. They are searching everywhere for traces of the immortal race. Learning of the D-High Abyss's existence is only a matter of time. He smiled. Their reach is really long. Seeing Ouyang Jing's reaction, Shi Yun was speechless. It's time to engage with them, isn't it? Shi Yun's face became extremely fearful. It would be better to take this slowly. We still cannot declare war directly on the monster race yet. However, Ouyang Jing spoke up. I didn't expect you to say such things. That's not like you at all. Shi Yun replied. If I'm not mistaken, the monster race ruling the mortal realm today certainly participated in the siege of the Heavenly Palace 1,000 years ago. They likely even fought against Emperor Ling Xiao. Plus, with the demon race behind them. Who knows what level their strength has reached over the past 1,000 years? No one can predict it. You mean, you think that even with my strength, I can't beat them? Is that it? Yin continued, I have never doubted your strength, Brother Ouyang. But Emperor Ling Zhao's defeat back then was not purely due to a lack of strength. More importantly, it was because a traitor appeared within the immortal race. At Taibai Jinxing's residence, he was talking to his own hand. As you can see, just like the other immortals in the Heavenly Palace, I am in the state of a primordial spirit. Yin came to pay respects to celestial teacher Taibai. He continued, for the past 1,000 years, I have always resided within the heavenly tome as a primordial spirit. He exclaimed, why have you been reduced to this state? Who harmed you? He replied, no one harmed me, but clearly you are imprisoned in the heavenly tome. Why is that? Is this also Emperor Ling Zhao's order? He said, Yin, listen to me. When I first made contact with this space, inside was a chaotic mess. Amidst the dense lines of text, there were also prophecies of the heavenly tome. It wasn't completely chaotic to the point of being indecipherable. To decode the heavenly tome, there had to be a sacrifice. I fused my entire cultivation base and physical body into the heavenly tome. Only then did this black sea finally calm down. And only then did I understand the nature of the heavenly tome. The heavenly tome pavilion also appeared at that time. Yin was astonished. Why did you have to go to such lengths? After Emperor Ling Zhao banished you, I heard you wandered the mortal realm for many years, and then disappeared without a trace. Most of the immortal race thought you chose to go into seclusion. I didn't expect you to, he said solemnly. I wandered the mortal realm. The only certainty was that the immortal race had reached a dead end. Internally, the immortal race was divided. Externally, other races were eyeing us greedily. The only hope came from the prophecies of the heavenly tome, to find a way to save the immortal race. But it was all in vain. The collapse of the immortal race was a set outcome that could not be changed. Yin asked, Celestial Teacher Taibai, if you could have returned to the heavenly palace back then. He said solemnly, ancient history from 1,000 years ago need not be mentioned now. We have a second chance. I do not want to repeat the same mistakes. If it could really be like that, it would be wonderful. Yin spoke up. Regarding Emperor Ling Zhao and that person, Brother Ouyang knows absolutely nothing, correct? At this moment, Ouyang Jing asked in surprise, a traitor to the immortal race? Is this matter very important? Why have I never heard Taibai mention it? Yin said to him, Celestial Teacher Taibai kept this hidden. Naturally, he has his reasons, but I think you should know the truth. Back then, Taibai said, since you want to tell him, go ahead. Ouyang Jing said, I didn't expect you to have to ask that old man's opinion first. Such an interesting story. You should have secretly told me. This story isn't interesting at all. He said, that person is extremely dangerous. She used to be the right hand of the heavenly, holy, sovereign, assisting Emperor Ling Zhao alongside Celestial Teacher Taibai in ruling the immortal race. Heavenly Queen Chunjun, Wu Lingwe. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing was startled. Heavenly Queen? What is the relationship between that person and Wu Lingwe? They were brother and sister. Brother Ouyang asked, not husband and wife. He replied, the Empress of the immortal race is just a title. The sibling relationship was close enough. But why did this Wu Lingwe betray the immortal race? It makes no sense. Yin replied, I don't know. Initially, the immortal race mistakenly thought Wu Lingwe was attacked and captured by the demon race. We tried to rescue her many times. But the news Wu Lingwe sent back led the immortal race into demon race traps. Every time, there were heavy casualties. Only then did the immortal race realize the Heavenly Queen had betrayed us. But Emperor Ling Zhao still refused to admit it. In Ouyang Jing's mind, this woman and that period of history were not recorded in the Heavenly Tome at all. They must have been deleted. Yin called out, Brother Ouyang, you must be careful. Ouyang Jing replied, I know. Just gotta be careful of bad women, right? I get it. It's a pity there's absolutely no information about this person in the immortal race's history. Not even a portrait. What did she look like? Must have been a beauty, right? Yin replied, Brother Ouyang, I'm talking to you seriously, and you only care about that. At this moment, he recalled what Taibai had said. But given my understanding of Ouyang Jing, even if you warn him, that brat won't pay any attention. Celestial Teacher Taibai was truly right. Ouyang Jing said, appearance unknown. Then what about her cultivation? It must be an estimate, right? Xian said. It is unclear now, but 1,000 years ago, her cultivation was no less than Emperor Ling Zhao's. Knowing that is enough. Suddenly, someone called out, Brother Ouyang, we are here. It was Xiangya. The three girls had finished training. They spoke up together. Isn't that Xiyan? Qin asked. Why is the little llama here? Seeing Xiyan stay silent, Ouyang Jing said, I didn't expect you girls to find us first. Let's stop talking about Wu Lingwe. That is a secret between the two of us. Xiyan agreed. A moment later, Liang Yiren went to Xiyan's side. This fairy sister is so cute. Xiangya spoke up. Xiyan is a guy. Qin squatted down to inspect the monster race corpse. Ouyang Jing stepped forward and asked, Familiar? Same clan as your family's castellan. She replied, The Hiwei army, huh? They are here too? Ever since the day you visited the castellan. He hasn't been at peace, investigating all night long. In the surrounding areas controlled by Severed Dragonport, as well as the towns along the road. Traces of them have been found everywhere. It's just that they're very cautious and dare not approach the main city of Severed Dragonport, sending out so many Hiwei troops. The purpose goes without saying. Well, the monster race is searching for your traces all over the mortal realm. Ouyang Jing smiled and replied, I'm truly flattered. At one of the 5 great capitals, Qiankuan capital city, in the Elders' Council Hall, Hiwei was kneeling before a person. That person said, An entire army went to heaven-reaching peak, and only you survived to return? He replied bitterly, Yes. Where is that little thief claiming to be the new heavenly emperor? Did you meet him? This man is Elder Gajen, one of the 6 elders of the monster race, belonging to the Spirit Flower clan. Gajen spoke up. You didn't meet him? So many people died, yet you didn't even catch the tail of that immortal race member? Hiwei was terrified. This subordinate is incompetent. At that time, thunder roared across the sky at heaven-reaching peak. The immortal race must have been hiding in the sky to attack. Of course they are in the sky. The heavenly emperor has returned. Naturally, he must rebuild the heavenly palace. A man with wolf claws is Huado, clan leader of the heavenly dog clan, one of the 6 great noble clans. You survived 80% because he deliberately let you return to deliver the message. Your luck is truly good. A man who looked like a large golden bird is Ju Qi. The woman beside him is named Han Sangshui. She chimed in. According to what you said, that junior of the Fire Bear clan lost his life because of bad luck. How cruel. How close are you people to the Fire Bear clan to want to seek justice for them? Today, this old man also wants to discuss this matter. That panda's name is Ao Tai. Han Sangshui continued. Our relatives are not that united. Asu. The good lineage of our Shadow Snake clan were originally hunters. There was even a girl who ran away with a half-demon. If the clan leader of the Ashi lineage hadn't stepped forward to beg, we would have almost executed them. Ao Tai spoke up. Back then, you also agreed to spare their lives, chasing them to the remote Juelong port. The seed of disaster was sown right then. Asu replied. Who told me to be soft-hearted? The clan leader is my big brother after all. He still loves this little sister. Just couldn't bear to see flesh and blood killing each other. Who knew it would cause so much trouble later? Chi Kuli stepped forward and said, I really can't understand. What magic does that half-demon have that makes demons fall head over heels for him? Hiwei thought to himself, the 6 great noble clans have all arrived. This is not good. Running into them. I shouldn't stay here for long. Chi spoke up asking, I remember now. You and that half-demon are from the same clan, aren't you? This sentence made Hiwei freeze. He replied, that Xian Qigong killed his own clansmen with his own hands. He is the shame of the Hiwei army. He laughed heartily. Well said. Then how about you go take his life? Hiwei was shocked. What? Me? He immediately attacked. He didn't even dare to fight back. Truly useless. Hiwei was injured, thinking, damn it. I knew nothing good would come of this. Truly barbaric. Han Sangshui said, do you feel uncomfortable all over if you don't see blood for a day? He replied, just a half-demon. Doesn't affect the big picture. At this moment, Hiwei was seriously injured. His vision went dark. Ju Qi spoke up. Now Juelong Port is protected by the immortal race. Anyone who goes there is just throwing their life away. Are you scared? What's so scary about those defeated generals? Chi Kuli said, for 1,000 years, we thought the immortal race had been wiped out. The cultivators in Immortal Realm were also suppressed so hard they couldn't lift their heads. But now the immortal race has risen. We don't even know their cultivation level, or what rank they have reached. Just one more Emperor Ling Xiao appearing is enough to destroy the 5 great capitals. No need for any army. Yao Qiu spoke up. Then you go surrender. Go kneel before those immortals and beg for mercy. Suddenly a voice rang out. Elder Gujin spoke up. Everyone, take it easy. You are all clan leaders of a clan. The elders of each clan wouldn't want us to be at odds. These words softened the atmosphere. He Wei thought to himself. Among the 6 great noble clans, each clan has an elder commanding the whole clan. It's just that currently, besides Elder Gujin of the Spirit Flower clan, the 5 elders of the remaining 5 great noble clans are all in secluded cultivation. Wait until the other elders come out of seclusion. Their cultivation strength will naturally surpass Elder Gujin, enough to suppress him. But currently, Elder Gujin is still the one holding full power. Huado spoke up. That half-demon city lord in Yahello port led the whole city to join the immortal race. Not only was he not punished, but he is also safe and sound. He was even exempted from paying tribute to the demon race. The entire mortal realm is watching, yet we say nothing, as if we are afraid of the immortal race. Elder Gujin replied, How is that possible? The one hiding in the dark, daring not to show their face, is now the immortal race. Instead of continuing to search for traces of the immortal race, why not force them to show themselves, right? Hiwei, the daughter of the city lord of Yahello port. How is she now? Aotai replied, That vile spawn. I wanted to eliminate her long ago. But now she is protected by the immortal race. Hiwei said, Not confirmed yet, but there are rumors around Yahello port that she ate the immortal race's spiritual medicine. Not only did her cultivation increase greatly, but her appearance also grew much larger. He pointed a finger. This is a divine ability. The elders were dumbfounded. He continued, Tell me, regarding that city lord's family, not only not punish, but reward heavily. Exempt all past crimes. Officially recognize their daughter's status. Promote the whole family. What do you think? Hiwei was surprised. Elder, you mean? He explained. Of course. The prerequisite is that they must personally come to the 5 great capitals to pay respects. If they don't comply, then let Yahello port disappear from the mortal realm. Hiwei, you know the city lord of Yahello port. I leave the task of delivering the message to you. As you command. Strange tentacles suddenly sprouted under his feet. He slowly descended using those tentacles. But threatening them directly? I fear you won't make it back alive either. Just say this. At this moment, Hiwei arrived at Yahello port. Just say, if I can't invite their family this time, next time, Elder Gujin will personally come to invite them. Achin's family was stunned, full of vigilance. Ji Jin said with a solemn face, If Yahello port is no longer safe in the future, you should go live in the Heavenly Palace. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Palace, Ouyang Jing said, You really treat my place as a refugee shelter, huh? Achin said angrily. Shoo shoo shoo. I'm not in the mood to joke with you. He continued, Since the demon race invited so enthusiastically, just go. What are you afraid of? You say it lightly. This is clearly a Hongman banquet. He said to Achin, As long as the city lord's wife finds a reliable bodyguard, it'll be fine, right? Achin asked blankly. Bodyguard? He replied, Correct. For example, me. Xiangya spoke up, asking brother Ouyang to be a bodyguard. Isn't that even worse? Ouyang Jing glanced over from the side. Sister Xiangya. What do you mean? Xiangya replied. A bodyguard must always stay by the city lord's side. Can you guarantee you won't get distracted by something else and slip away? What if you get impulsive, want to do something unreliable, and drag the city lord into it? Xuan said, still fearful. No matter what, absolutely cannot let brother Ouyang lead the team. Ouyang Jing was annoyed. What's wrong with you guys? Why don't you trust me? Hearing this, Taibai laughed out loud. Ha ha. Ouyang Jing was angry. Laugh my foot. Everyone knows you too well. He said, You want to ensure the safety of the city lord's wife. This is easy to say, but actually very difficult. After entering the 5 great capitals, they will definitely be closely monitored. It will be hard for you to stay by their side all the time, and you have to worry about your identity being exposed. He replied, Then I will infiltrate the 5 great capitals. Secretly protect them. Shuan spoke up. Brother Ouyang, we cannot start a direct war with the demon race right now. He immediately replied. Oh my, don't worry. Achin thought to herself. I'm not their biological daughter. Even though I know clearly I am deceiving them. Sometimes, even I can't distinguish between real and fake. I just hope this lie can last a little longer. She then said to him, Ouyang Jing, you must promise me one thing regarding this matter. No matter what happens, you must not leave the city lord's wife's side for half a step. Both your plans and actions must absolutely not harm their lives. He replied, Of course. You think just like me. Liang Iran beside them spoke up. Bodyguard Ouyang is so handsome. He immediately got annoyed. This is class time, not time for private chat. Calling you here is to focus on cultivation. The little girl spoke up. Look at him, girl. So fierce. Xiangya said, Well, Brother Ouyang isn't usually like this. You accumulated quite a bit of prime essence before. Let's start practicing. Achin thought to herself. Although I have this thing to save my life in emergencies, I still can't rely on it. The most important thing now is to improve my strength. At this moment, her mother said, Achin, if Juelong Port is no longer safe in the future, you should go live in the Heavenly Palace. Huey said, The message has been delivered. I will take my leave first. Achin was worried. I don't want to go to the Heavenly Palace. I'm not afraid of any elder. I want to go to the 5 great capitals with mom and dad. Her mother looked sorrowful, looking at her husband. Even if we go to the 5 great capitals, in our current state, it's just throwing our lives away. But there is simply no other choice. I was thinking, at worst, I'll go alone. She refused. If we go together. Achin was happy. Really? Her mother said, Achin, telling you to go to the Heavenly Palace isn't for playing. You must take this opportunity to cultivate hard. If you can take Heavenly Master Tai Bai as your teacher, even better. Achin asked, Heavenly Master Tai Bai? I know him. He looks very young, very friendly. Though sometimes he looks at me like I'm a toy. Her mother was happy. That's great then. You must ask Tai Bai Jinxing for advice often. I didn't expect Achin to know the immortals too. Truly not easy. Stay away from that black-clothed immortal brat. One look, and you know he's up to no good. Achin thought to herself, Black clothes? Is she talking about stinky Ouyang? Right? He is the emissary of the immortal race. Should I tell them that bad guy is actually the new heavenly emperor? She said, We also have to improve our realm. At least not be too inferior to the demons in the 5 great capitals. The city lord replied, Madam, private cultivation has always been strictly prohibited, except for core members of the 6 great families and sects. Other cultivators are not allowed to raise their realm at will. She was surprised. Didn't the elders say he would exempt us from crimes? Right? Then this small matter of ours shouldn't be worth punishing. The city lord said again, Perhaps the demon race can ultimately accept you and Achin, but not me. Ji Jin turned and walked away, saying, I don't care. In short, you and I advance and retreat together. Our realms must also be kept the same. Cultivate together. Break through together. The city lord said, Madam, why are you still exactly like when you were young? Ji Jin said loudly, Different realms. Even the lifespans differ greatly. Just think about Heavenly Master Tai Bai. Thousands of years old and still looks like a young man. Do you want to turn into an old man? You still have to see Achin start a family. Okay. I'll listen to you. Achin thought to herself, Breakthrough realms? Father, I heard it's very dangerous for cultivators to break through realms. And the higher the realm, the easier it is for something to go wrong. The city lord replied, That's right. You don't need to force yourself. You're still young. The most important thing is to build a solid foundation. Achin said again, to break through realms safely, there are many ways. For example, dual cultivation. The city lord widened his eyes. Madam, why are you telling her these things? Achin is still young. She rolled her eyes. She already knows everything. Dual cultivation is just like me and your father. The city lord hurriedly covered his ears. Madam, stop talking. Achin was curious. What to do? I really want to hear. Achin used magic to conjure a snake, wrapping around the city lord's neck. Then wait until Achin goes to the Heavenly Palace tonight. Ji Jin pulled the city lord closer to her and said, Achin stared wide-eyed. Tonight, I still have to go to the city bureau to meet someone. Achin pouted. So she's chasing me away. in the Heavenly Palace. Result. In the end, she didn't explain what dual cultivation is. Sometimes I really can't stand being treated like a child. Do I have to go ask Stinky Oyang? I can't bring myself to ask. Suddenly someone spoke up. Achin, come here and look at this. I'm not curious at all. Achin turned her face away and replied, What's wrong with you? Oyang Jing was now disguised as a scorpion soldier. She was confused. What are you wearing? He smiled and replied, Scorpion soldier. How is it? Look real? He asked. This outfit. Even the hands and feet. How did you make it? He said. This. There were a few in the sea of Oblivion Abyss. I peeled it off them. I molded the hands myself. The rest of the exoskeleton was made into a specimen. Wearing a corpse on you, don't you find it gross? He was about to say with disdain. This is called utilizing resources. Besides, if you only inherit without creating, then everything is just dead people stuff. Achin said again. You look the part saying that. At Juelong Port City Bureau, Yurin met Linfeng and said, The city lord can't come? Why? Before when meeting us. The city lord would definitely come on time. Linfeng replied, I'm just a guard. How would I know? Since it's Madame G's will, you should go back and rest. No need to keep waiting at the city bureau. Yurin said, No, I'll just wait here. Linfeng replied, Hey, it's a very important matter. Absolutely cannot be delayed. Linfeng asked, What matter? Yurin said, I can't tell you. He thought angrily, trying to provoke me on purpose. Is this guy's rank very high? I'll just ask one question. Is it related to the Demon Elder's order? If the city lord decides to go to the 5 great capitals, I will act as logistics and follow to protect. Yurin was startled. You know, the city lord must have decided too, besides the Elder's order. At the same time, there was an order from the clan leader of the Red Bear clan, requesting to escort me, G.A. Lee's body back to the 5. I performed an autopsy before, reported his cause of death. But after it was transferred to the 5 great capitals, I heard the high-level demons refuse to believe it. So this time I will go along to the 5 great capitals. Directly explain the cause of me, G.A. Lee's death. The city lord looked for me precisely to arrange this matter. Suddenly, a seal appeared in the sky, looking like a snake. City lord, this is... Yurin asked, What's wrong? Do you know something? Linfeng replied, awkwardly, Nothing, I guess. Within another half hour, the city lord won't be able to make it. Taibai immediately said, Oyang Jing, look, the spiritual vein of Juelong Port is moving. He replied, It's a spirit gathering point. Why did a soul stone appear? He shook his head. No, this reaction must be the city lord and his wife. He suddenly looked at Achin, smiling slyly. Well, she was embarrassed. Why are you looking at me like that? He covered his mouth and said, Your parents really play big. Like this, the whole city can see. Only you're left out. She blushed and shouted, Stinky Oyang, talking nonsense again. See if I hit you. As she spoke, she flew up to hit Oyang Jing. He teased, Can't hit me. Taibai jinxing beside them shook his head. You too. Stop flying around wildly. He suddenly thought, It seems they are determined to go to the 5 great capitals. In the city lord's study, he spoke up. I'm going out for a bit. At this moment, Ji Jean was lying on the bed, speaking. What's the rush? Rest a little longer. She was lying on the bed, clinging to her husband. He said, Madam, I really have to go. Before departure, there's still many things to handle. Ji Jean pouted. Fine. Go quickly. I'll resolve it quickly. At the city lord's manor. We must have met before. Yurin, regarding the 5 great capitals. Originally, I shouldn't let you come along. That place is too dangerous. Moreover, no human envoy from the outside has ever gone there before. Linfeng thought to himself, This aura, as expected, the Lord Castellan has broken through to the next realm. Along with Madame Jean, Yurin said, My lord, the higher-ups are suspicious of the autopsy results. On the surface, they question the cause of death. But in reality, they want to frame the Lord Castellan for Mei Jeluo's death. But the Castellan had absolutely nothing to do with this case. The Monster Race High Command has demanded your submission. If you do not go, I fear it will be disadvantageous for you, my lord. Although this journey is extremely dangerous, this subordinate is willing to die without regret. Linfeng watched, thinking with admiration. He fears no death. The Castellan replied, Very well. Then go prepare yourself. You will depart with me. Linfeng replied, Your subordinate is present. He is a guard within the manor. He knows he is a human cultivator. Not long ago, he just achieved a breakthrough. He is currently at the early stage of core formation. He is also the one with the greatest strength and potential among all the current guards. Lin Feng secretly rejoiced. I didn't expect the Castellan to praise me like that. Wait, why bring that up right now? He ordered, on this trip, Lin Feng will be responsible for your safety. Lin Feng was astonished. He asked again, do you have an objection? This subordinate dares not. I obey the Castellan's command. He replied, you really lack composure. You should take this opportunity to train yourself further. Aside from Lin Feng's strength, your ability to sense cultivation realms, you must stick to Chunyuan like a shadow. Once you encounter any monster race member with profound cultivation, evade immediately. Absolutely do not act rashly. Lin Feng immediately replied, as you command. He instructed again, if anything happens to Chunyuan, you need not return to Sever Dragonport either. Yes, sir. The two of them looked at each other. Not knowing what to say, Lin Feng thought to himself, how'd I get stuck with this? In a certain tavern, Yuren recalled the day he went looking for Brother Yuqing. Not long after that, he disappeared, leaving behind only a letter. The content of the letter detailed everything he had done using the immortal slang array over the years. Everything was written clearly. As for the reason for his sudden disappearance, naturally, he told no one. It was because he didn't want to implicate me. Brother, the fact that you wrote this letter, I actually knew about it long ago. I also know, ever since we arrived at Sever Dragonport, you haven't made a move even once. That hesitation was also because of me recalling the happy moments between the two of them. He once praised him, huh? You wearing this official uniform. You really look the part. So what are you smiling at? But you always believed that our parents' death was your fault. So, taking care of me, you saw it as atonement. Clearly, you're being tormented day and night by the pain in your arm. Yet you bore it all alone. Brother, you left this confession letter. What are you trying to do? Did you hope that I would cast you aside? Then I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. As he spoke, he burned the letter. I can guess the reason for your sudden departure. I also know where to go to find you. All of these events happened because of the re-emergence of the immortal race. Perhaps it was I who pushed you into this vortex. If you didn't die at the hands of the immortal race, and didn't die from the immortal slaying array on your arm, then you must be working for the immortal race, clearing obstacles for them. The monster race high command ordering the Castellan's family to the capital is primarily to force the immortal race to reveal themselves. Therefore, the 5 great capitals is also your destination. Even if you oppose the entire world, I will not give up on you. So this time, I must stop you. The flames blazed, turning into a pile of ash. One day before departure, at the Castellan's manor in Sever Dragonport, a girl spoke up asking, Lord Chun, do you really want to go to the 5 great capitals? He smiled and replied, you must think that risking my life like this is very stupid, don't you? She stammered. She lowered her head. A tear fell. No, I believe you will definitely return safely. Suddenly, a large wooden barrel fell down. It was Lin Feng. He was carrying luggage. Speaking up from the side, Lord Chun, is there any other luggage? He immediately said, that's all of it. Remember, be careful with the items inside. Handle them gently. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. As you command. The girl turned and asked him, isn't he guard Lin Feng from the Castellan's manor? He immediately replied, that's right. Did you forget? She said, in the inner city, I'm afraid there are few who don't know of his career path, since he has been highly valued by the Lord Castellan and Madame Jean recently. My lord, you should still treat him with a bit more courtesy. Is that necessary? The girl immediately walked up to Lin Feng, said, you have a lot of luggage, don't you? Lin Feng replied, it's not my stuff. Then, this bundle of mine, can you still carry it? He smiled cheerfully and replied, no problem, Tsueishi. Let me carry it for you. She darkened her face and said, Madame Jean won't let Tsueishin and me accompany you to the 5 great capitals. In this bundle are clothes I prepared for you. You'll probably need them. He asked, Tsueishi, are you okay? She tried to act casual and replied, I'm fine. You hothead. Don't go dying on me. Are you jinxing me? At this moment, the Castellan also walked out from inside. Is everyone here? He appeared with his wife. Their hands clasped tightly. Transmitting power, he said. Everyone, come closer. Let's go. Achin reminded him. Oh Yang Jing. You must promise me one thing regarding this matter. No matter what happens, you must not leave the Castellan and his wife for evil. Your actions and plans absolutely must not endanger their lives. He immediately replied, of course. You think just like me. Beside them, Liang Yiren wouldn't stop screaming. Ouyang is so handsome. He turned his head impatiently and said, this is class time. No private chatting. I called you here to focus on cultivation. Liang Yiren said to Xiangya, Yazi, look at him. So fierce. Xiangya replied, well, Ouyang isn't usually like this. You accumulated quite a bit of true qi before. Let's start cultivating. Xiangya closed her eyes, slowly channeling her energy. A stream of spiritual energy appeared around her. She raised her hand, thinking, with the experience from the first time, it feels very smooth this time, but even though I feel stronger, I'm not as excited as last time. Thinking about it, cultivation is truly boring. It must be because Ouyang is always guiding us, making it too simple. Next to her, Liang Yiren suddenly called out, hey, Yazi. She turned her head. A wing had grown out of Liang Yiren's back. She asked this. Is this normal? Xiangya's eyes went wide. Ouyang Jing immediately ran over, pushing her head back. Back up a bit. There. Congratulations on a successful breakthrough. Entering the core formation stage. Won't be the same as before. Xiangya panicked. Ouyang. Yiren. Liang Yiren also kept asking. Ouyang. What's happening to me? He explained. Did you listen to what I said before? This is demonization. She can still speak normally. Perhaps there is still a chance to suppress it. Xiangya recalled the feeling from back then. If it keeps getting worse, I will also be demonized. But Ouyang seems to have adapted to it completely. Yiren should be fine too. Ouyang Jing approached Liang Yiren and said, it's okay. Don't be afraid. The most important thing is not to suppress the demonization, but to accept that desire, no matter how your body and mind change. It is also a part of you. He thought to himself. That's easy to say, though. She fell silent. Is that so? She looked at him with suspicious eyes. Ouyang Jing thought, based on my experience. She suddenly stuck out her tongue and said, but right now, I just want to eat you alive. Her 2 eyes turned blood red. She lunged madly at Ouyang Jing. He thought, the first few times are bound to fail. He immediately pressed a finger to her forehead, using spiritual power to suppress her. The wing made of petals faded away. She also fainted. He picked up her wrist to check. This works. Her pulse is stabilizing. Xiangya, you watch over her here for a bit. After her pulse beats about 3,000 times, she will wake up. Then you can take her to continue cultivating. Xiangya was startled. I have to count Yiren's pulse too? He said, no need. She needs to sleep for at least half an hour. Okay. Ouyang Jing turned and left. The situation here is temporarily stable. Over at Achin's side, Achin was actively cultivating. I'm very busy. Don't bother me. He smiled and said, no problem at all. Xiangya said, that scene was too violent. He said to Tai-Bai, keep an eye on when the Castellan and the others depart. When they are nearing the Heavenly Palace, bring Achin over there. Tai-Bai immediately replied, do it yourself. He immediately flared up. What? Putting on airs now, huh? You won't even do such a small thing? I still have to calculate the time to reach the 5 great capitals first. Don't play games with me. Xiangya stood by, bewildered. I heard from Achin that Madame Jean seems to respect Master Tai-Bai very much. If Master Tai-Bai could step in, she would certainly be very happy. That way, the Castellan and the others would be more at ease go to the 5 great capitals, since they would have the protection of the immortal race. He nodded in agreement. Fine. Xiangya makes a valid point. This made Ouyang Jing even more annoyed. Wouldn't it have been better to just agree from the start? Xiangya continued. Ouyang just said he wanted to go to the 5 great capitals ahead of everyone. That's right. Since only the Castellan's group is going to the 5 great capitals anyway. The 5 great capitals. A city overflowing with demonic energy. Yu Cheng's group had arrived. He said, have we really entered the 5 great capitals? This is the 3rd city along the road without a single soul. And there are these strange red skeletons. It's disgusting. Omping stepped forward to knock on the door of a house. Why don't we try knocking? Is anyone home? Baisha spoke up. Don't open the door. She suddenly pushed the door open. Unlocked. Inside was body after body hanging from the ceiling, as if they had committed suicide. Omping thought to herself, these skeletons, Did everyone in town die like this? Bai Sha closed his eyes and said, "These bodies aren't the dead." Yu Chung immediately spoke up. "What does that mean? You sense something with your true qi?" He replied, "I'm not sure what it is." A figure appeared before them, asking loudly, "Without a travel pass, you won't survive 2 days in a place like the 5 great capitals." Everyone was startled. Omping spoke up. "It's a living person. Quick signal." It turned out to be Go Hui. He said, "Don't be tense. I came to help you. These are your pass seals. 4 in total. Take them." One Sha took them and asked, "Is this already the 5 great capitals? We haven't seen the capitals. The capital city is still far away. The 5 main cities of the 5 great capitals are very close to each other. This is just the outskirts. The 5 administrative cities have a history of nearly 1,000 years. The scope of the 5 great capitals has been constantly expanding, spreading like a plague. And that is the source of the plague. At this moment, a red liquid dripped down from the bodies, looking extremely terrifying, drop by drop falling onto the floor. Omping cried out in horror, "Look! Something is crawling out." "Don't worry. With the pass seals, they won't come near." One Sha asked, "Why are you helping us? You are that hidden cultivator who fled with the He Wei army at Heaven-reaching Peak, aren't you?" Omping immediately said, "It's him. That traitor." He explained, "My name is Haoai. It doesn't matter if you think I'm a traitor to the hidden cultivators. I have my own purposes. I absolutely must reach the 5 great capitals. As for why I'm helping you, it's just to repay a debt of gratitude. That person saved my life and helped me reach the 5 great capitals. It was that person who told me to save you." Hearing this, Yu Chung thought to himself, "It really is him." Omping asked loudly, "Who is that person you're talking about?" Go Hui remained silent. "An eccentric who likes wearing women's clothes. Although I really want to say that." He changed his wording. That person didn't clarify his identity. He only claimed to be the heavenly emperor of the immortal race. I don't know if he was telling the truth or not. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yu Chung smiled and spoke up. "You're overthinking it. It's not that we don't believe you. It's just, if it's that person, then no matter what he does, it wouldn't be too strange. I'm very curious how you two know each other." Go Hui seemed a bit guilty. He hurriedly replied, "I have nothing to say." He continued, "Don't you want to go to the capital city? Then let's go together." Omping approached Yu Chung, whispered, "Yu Chung, do you think there's something wrong with this guy?" He turned back and replied, "No need to worry too much. After all, he came to meet us alone. Why don't we just observe first?" Everyone walked for a while. They saw many red bugs appearing on the ground. Omping spoke up, asking Go Hui, "Hey, there are more and more of these things. What exactly are these red bugs? Why are there so many?" He replied, "Currently, the only one in power in the 5 great capitals is These bloodworms are his descendants." Omping exclaimed in confusion, "Descendants?" Go Hui continued, "That is the rumor. I'm not sure about the specifics either." Omping asked worriedly, "So is this Elder Good Jin male or female?" "No, wait. He is both." She replied, "Is that really important?" Omping pressed on, not understanding. "Isn't that important?" Go Hui spoke up, "I can only say, these bloodworms might have been separated from his own body. If not for the protection of the pass seals, the bloodworms wouldn't spare us. Once they latch onto you, they will immediately burrow into the body, enter the meridians, divide and multiply, and devour all your true qi." Recalling the bodies in the room earlier, Omping cried out in anxiety. Were those bodies sucked dry to death like that? Go Hui continued, "I heard that when the bloodworms burrow into the brain, people will gradually go mad. Even knowing there are bloodworms in their bodies, they cannot save themselves, eventually seeking their own death." Having said that, he turned away, telling everyone that following the bloodworms would lead them to the capital city. Every so often, they will start to gather, heading towards Qianquan City, where Elder Good Jin resides. Omping asked in confusion, "Why?" Go Hui replied, "Naturally, to offer the absorbed true qi to Elder Good Jin." Looking at the surrounding bugs, Omping was astonished. "How many are there exactly? I see them everywhere I look. Does Elder Good Jin use this method to increase his cultivation?" Go Hui explained, "This is just the tip of the iceberg. Furthermore, Elder Good Jin has been absorbing true qi like this for nearly 1,000 years. Omping asked, "Then what realm has he reached now?" He replied, "I'm afraid no one knows that." One Sha suddenly spoke up, "Bai Sha, the living corpses you saw, Must be those bloodworms. Hearing this, Bai Sha fell silent. Instead, Wan Sha asked with concern, Bai Sha, what's wrong? Bai Sha replied, correct. It must be the bloodworms. Hearing him answer like that, Wan Sha commented, you're distracted again. Bai Sha cried out, sorry. Wan Sha continued asking, if you see something, just say it straight out. But Bai Sha replied, it's nothing. He thought, after completely losing my sight, although my ability to sense with true qi is stronger, I cannot distinguish which things are seen normally. Judging whether an abnormality is dangerous or not also takes time. Just like those bodies filled with bloodworms. I mistook them for a trap. That was my error in judgment. But if I warn everyone about everything, it will only make me seem overly sensitive and cowardly, with no real contribution to make. So, while things are still unclear in my mind, let's keep this a secret for now. He turned his head, asking himself, what exactly are you things? Why are you following me? While he was thinking, Go Hui spoke up. Your sensory abilities are very strong. Bai Sha replied, so what? Go Hui continued, if you want to survive here, it is best not to look, not to listen, and not to know anything. A naturally sensitive cultivator like you coming here will likely live a very miserable life. Meanwhile, in the sky, everyone was flying. Nak Lam Fong lay there, sniffing the air. Tran Duk Nin turned and asked, is it getting heavier? Nak Lam Fong replied, ugh, why is it like this? There's a disgusting stench coming from the direction of the 5 great capitals. No, that's not right. Mixed within it are all sorts of strange smells. Tran Duk Nan replied, you carried a corpse on your back, and I didn't see you making a fuss about the smell of rotting flesh. Nak Lam Fong sat up and sighed, that. Lam Michigan Gap, the body was already frozen stiff. Naturally, the smell wasn't distinct anymore. It wasn't even as strong as the smell of the talismans and anti-rot herbs inside the coffin. Tran Duk Nan was surprised. You could smell those things too? Nak Lam Fong replied miserably. But compared to the smell wafting from the 5 great capitals, those things are nothing. Tran Duk Nan exclaimed, I don't know what smell you're talking about. The Castellan and Madame Jean are both safe and sound. Stop acting so dramatic. Lin Feng stood up and replied, I know. I can handle it. Suddenly sensing something, he turned his head back. Tran Duk Nan asked, confused, what is it now? Seeing Tan Zichkao and Good Jean, he shouted, Lord Castellan, there are immortals nearby. Tan Zichkao heard this and exclaimed in confusion, immortals? Good Jean spoke up, can you wipe your face clean before speaking? Before the surprise could fade, Lin Feng shouted again, one of the immortal envoys has appeared. Last time, there was also, before he could finish his sentence, a streak of white light appeared in the sky. It turned out to be Tai Bai revealing Achin. Seeing her parents, Achin called out, Father, Mother. Tai Bai spoke up, go quickly. Seeing Achin, Tan Zichkao cried out in astonishment, Achin. The girl jumped down and said, I'm here. Good Jean thought in amazement. It's celestial teacher Tai Bai. I didn't expect it to be the real person. Tran Duk Nan thought to himself. The guy didn't come? Xiangya spoke up. The two following are Nak Lam Fong and Tran Duk Nan. Master Tai Bai, that kid with the keen nose doesn't look too well. Tai Bai replied, I know of his ability. If he goes to the 5 great capitals completely undefended, his condition will be even worse. She turned to ask him, is it very serious? Should we give them a warning? Tai Bai replied, no need. This is enough. Having said that, he flicked a leaf towards Tan Zichkao. He caught it and asked, Celestial teacher, Tai Bai, may I ask what this is? Tai Bai instructed, have your guard hold it in his mouth. Zichkao replied, many thanks for the celestial teacher's assistance. The task done, Tai Bai turned to leave, speaking as he walked. It was just a casual act. No need for thanks. With those words, he disappeared. Everyone continued moving forward. Zichkao followed Tai Bai's instructions and gave the leaf to him to hold in his mouth. A moment later, Lin Feng spoke up. This is great. Just holding one leaf, and that smell has faded significantly. Hearing this, Tran Duk Nan was surprised. I've never seen this kind of herb before. Must be a specialty of the spirit realm. Good Jean exclaimed. Bestowed by the old celestial teacher. Of course it's formidable. At this moment, Tan Zichkao's expression was heavy. Seeing this, Good Jean asked, what's wrong? Looking so gloomy just after we set off. Zichkao replied, not just our actions, But our every move is under the control of the immortal race. Even every difficulty we might encounter, they have prepared for it. It is certain that the immortal race will intervene in this matter. What will happen when that time comes is truly hard to predict. Hearing this, she replied, there are many unpredictable things. What's the use of dwelling on them? Zichkao's expression improved slightly. He spoke up. You are right. Then he turned and said, Nak Lamphong, we are approaching the 5 great capitals. You and Tranduknan should rest at the administrative office first. We are going to Chinquan City to pay respects to the elder. Without orders. You are not to act on your own. Lin Feng shouted. As you command. At this moment, Achin asked suspiciously. Pay respects to the elder? Is it Elder Gujin? Are we meeting him right now? Gujin replied. That is not certain. It depends on whether the elder wants to see us. She continued. Achin, when the time comes, I'll take you to meet your 3 uncles. Okay. Achin obediently replied. Yes, okay. Okay, my foot. Gujin lowered her head and said, although it's a bit sudden, they sent a letter saying they would wait for us in the 5 great capitals. Just to meet once. She continued, Achin, come here. Achin thought, what is going on? Being embraced by Gujin, Achin pondered, although mother looks as calm and gentle as ever, I feel like she is very anxious right now. Because back then, mother ran away with the Castellan, severing ties with her clan. After arriving at Sever Dragonport, she completely cut off contact with the Gujin clan. But they also mentioned that thanks to the Gujin clan leader pleading with the upper echelons of the monster race back then, the monster race temporarily spared them. That clan leader is the eldest of the 4 brothers. This reunion is perhaps an opportunity for the family to reunite. While thinking, Gujin spoke up. Taking this chance to meet once is good too. After all, we haven't seen each other for many years. Zichkao replied, 146 years. Hearing this, Achin thought to herself, that's a bit long. A whole century and a half. For cultivators with long lifespans, the measurement of time is stretched out. Perhaps over 100 years really is nothing to them. Meanwhile, at the Li capital, Chinquan City of the 5 great capitals, a person yawned loudly. Ah, he continued, how much longer do we have to wait? Eldest brother, didn't Gujin say she was coming today? There were 3 people waiting at the door. The one leaning on a cane in front was Gujin O, leader of the Gujin clan, the eldest of the 4 siblings. He spoke, she hasn't arrived yet. Just keep waiting. The one who was shouting just now was Gujin Hak, the second brother. He replied, that guy is coming too, right? Tan Zichkao, that bastard. I remember when he first came to our house, he was only in his teens. Clearly just a gigolo. If I had known earlier, I would have strangled him back then. Another person was Gujin Dain, the 3rd brother. He also spoke up, don't be like that. With Gujin's stubborn personality, once she set her mind on that half-monster, there was nothing we could do. We have to think about her happiness for the rest of her life, too. Hearing this, Hek said, Gujin was clearly so obedient and cute when she was little. Every day, she would cling to us, constantly calling Big Brother, Big Brother. Recalling Gujin's cute appearance as a child, Hek shouted, why did she change so much when she grew up? Eldest brother O spoke up, enough. Watch your words and actions. If you make things difficult for Gujin, Adain hurriedly replied, haha, no way. Rest assured, eldest brother. O turned away and said, that is good. They are here. All 3 walked towards Gujin and Tan Zichkao. Gujin spoke first. Is it just you brothers? Eldest brother O replied, I have dismissed all the attendants. But in this place, every move is monitored. We must be careful. Especially you, Lord Castellan. Hak thought unhappily. I didn't expect eldest brother to use honorifics with that bastard. Tan Zichkao spoke up. Thank you, Lord O, for your consideration. Hearing Zichkao reply like that, Hak became even angrier. Turning to speak to Dain. Why does eldest brother have to humble himself like that? That gigolo is really pushing his luck. Seeing this, Dain hurriedly advised, hey, don't be rash. Hak replied, I can't swallow this anger. Suddenly, Achin appeared from behind Zichkao. All 3 were stunned. Hak was astonished. Gujin spoke. Everyone, this is the first time you've met. This is my daughter, Achin. Hak and Dain cried out. That is Achin. Wasn't she born not long ago? Was there a step in between that we missed? Gujin introduced. This is 2nd uncle and 3rd uncle. Chin spoke up. Hello, second uncle, third uncle. The two exclaimed, so cute. She looks exactly like Good Jean when she was little. Eldest brother, also spoke up. This child resembles our younger sister. Good Jean turned to introduce. This is your eldest uncle. Chin cheerfully called. Hello, eldest uncle. Chin thought. This meeting. I feel like these uncles all have deep hostility towards the Castellan. Luckily, this pretending to be obedient trick works on them. Too many uncles. So tiring. Suddenly, Elder Good Jin unexpectedly appeared. He spoke up. You have arrived. Hearing the voice, Zich Kao and Good Jin hurriedly turned around. Cried out. Elder Good Jin. The three were suspicious in their hearts. When did he appear? He arrived right in front of us without us knowing at all. How is that possible? Tan Zich Kao also found it hard to understand. Thinking, why did Elder Good Jin appear alone? Avoiding the other 5 clan leaders. What exactly is his purpose? Chin stood to the side thinking, this guy. This oppressive feeling. This chilling sensation. I've never felt it before. Tan Zich Kao clasped his hands and said, Elder Good Jin, we should have come to pay our respects to you first. I hope the elder will forgive us. Hearing this, he spoke up. Do not say that. Summoning your family to the 5 great capitals was precisely to reward you. Chin thought tensely. Damn it. Too close. If he suddenly attacks, there's basically no time to react. Suddenly, a voice transmitted over. Calm down, Chin. She immediately recognized it as Ouyang Jing. The voice continued. Don't speak. We can communicate without speaking right now. Look at the high platform behind my left side. Chin hurriedly turned and exclaimed, What? She asked. What did you sneak in? He replied. Just a step earlier than you guys. Don't worry. I will always be close by. If anything really happens, I will act immediately. Chin asked further. Then what was that just now? Where did that Elder Good Jin pop out from? Ouyang Jing replied. That guy is of the Spirit Flower clan. Naturally a soft-bodied organism. He crawled out from the cracks in the ground. His body structure is very strange. Chin cried out in confusion. What? Elder Good Jin spoke up. Seeing your Good Jin clan reunited. This old man is extremely moved. My clan is unlike other clans. Although numerous. Ultimately, they were all born from me alone. He turned to Zich Kao and said, Tan Zich Kao. I heard you have no father or mother either. Zich Kao replied, Elder, I came from the Hiwei army. No one in the clan knows who my biological parents are. Hearing this, he placed a hand on Zich Kao's shoulder, exclaimed, Why don't I take you as my adopted son? Everyone was horrified, thinking what was the elder trying to do? Adopted son? This has to be a joke, right? Facing this question, Zich Kao momentarily didn't know how to answer. He spoke up saying, Elder, I do not clearly understand your meaning. He laughed and replied, What is there to not understand? Ouyang Jing stood to the side thinking, Is this old man poaching my people? Back to Yu Cheng's group. At this moment, Go Hui spoke up. Ahead is the stone capital, Lingzi City. The closer to the capital city, the more cultivators gather. Those who can survive. Here are not people to be trifled with. Hold your past seals tight and pray for blessings. Everyone continued moving forward. Umping thought to herself. Along the way, there are corpses everywhere. This city is also ruined and desolate. Is this the capital city of the monster race? Even if it's to increase their strength, the cultivators who come here, 9 out of 10 end up as dried corpses. Yu Cheng suddenly stepped forward, whispering into Anping's ear, Little Taoist. The two discussed in the distance. Over here, Go Hui said, My mission is complete. Let's part ways here. Wan Sha asked, What do you plan to go next? He replied, That has nothing to do with you. The two continued talking. Wan Sha asked, Wait. The opponents we seek are the monster race. Are there any in this Ling Z city? Go Hui replied, Yes, but not many. Just follow the direction the bloodworms are gathering. Before long, you will reach the Li capital, Qingquan City. There are countless monsters there. It is also more dangerous. Sometimes just the aftershocks from the battles of high-level cultivators are enough to kill people. Wan Sha replied, Thank you. We are unfamiliar with this place. Fortunately, we had your assistance. Go Hui said, No need to thank me. I told you. It was that person claiming to be the Heavenly Emperor who told me to help you. At the same time, Anping and Bai Sha were moving behind Go Hui. He continued, Now the deal between me and him can be considered settled. Suddenly, Omping lunged at him. The other two also took offensive stances. Go Hui was now restrained. Yu Cheng spoke up. Don't act rashly. We won't harm a hair on your head. He shouted angrily. What are you doing? Did that guy tell you to do this? Yu Cheng asked. You mean the Heavenly Emperor? No, I just felt it would be better if you came with us. So don't leave. Go Hui screamed. You really are accomplices of that guy. Hearing this, Yu Cheng said, haha, same difference. But then again, Go Hui, you truly are naive. Dealing with the immortal race. There has never been such a thing as a settled deal. In a certain city, He Wei's voice rang out. That human hidden cultivator has disappeared? He continued. Could he have been dealt with by someone? So quickly? A guard replied, reporting to the general. At the same time, there was a report of 4 stolen pass seals. I don't know if it's related to. Hearing this, He Wei replied, if this was done by Go Hui, then he must have the pass seals to blend in with the human populace in the 5 great capitals. How high can that guy's cultivation be? He basically poses no threat. Another guard rushed in to report. General, clan leader Chi Kuli transmitted an oral command, ordering you to lead a squad immediately to the council hall. He Wei cried out, what? He Wei entered the elders' council hall. Immediately hearing Chi Kuli's voice, he asked, why hasn't Elder Gujin arrived yet? He grumbled. He went personally to welcome a half-monster, and there's still no sign of him. Is he making us wait for him? Seeing Zich Cao, He Wei thought, you got some nerve, daring to come here. Now that you're here, life or death is no longer up to you. Don't think you are still the Lord Castellan. Zich Cao also saw him, thinking, He Wei. He is now the leader of the He Wei army. I only came to pay respects to the elders. Why is he appearing here? Suddenly, noticing a familiar figure behind He Wei, he immediately recognized. It's him. Ouyang Jing signaled, don't speak. Signal received. Xi and Shikong also replied with a signal. Cheekily spoke up. Hey, He Wei. Let me introduce you. This is the newly adopted son of Elder Gujin. Shi Cho hurriedly explained. Lord Chi Kuli, this was just a joke by the elder. He also replied. A joke made you an honored guest here? Turning to He Wei, Chi Kuli said. He Wei, do you think he's qualified? Repeat what you said here last time. He Wei stood motionless, muttering, my lord, this. He stepped forward, standing next to He Wei, whispering, he is the person with the highest status in the Cranetail clan. Want to take your position is as easy as turning over his hand, unless you strike first to eliminate him. He shouted, in front of everyone, otherwise I'll cripple you right now. Han Sangshui, standing aside, shouted, Chi Kuli, what do you want to do? This is the Elders' Council Hall, not a place for you to act recklessly. He replied impatiently, this is not Elder Gujin's territory either. Wait until the other elders come out of seclusion. Will there still be room for him to speak? Why lower myself to be played by him? Xi and Qikong thought to himself. He Wei appeared. It seems to have been premeditated. Now Ji Jin and Ah Qin are with the Ah Gugu clan. They probably won't lay a hand on the mother and daughter. This matter is only aimed at me alone. He looked towards Ouyang Jing, wondering, does the immortal intend to stand by and watch? That's fine too. If he also gets involved, I fear things will be even harder to resolve. At this moment, Ouyang Jing thought, two crane tail clan members fighting? How do they fight? Poisoning each other? Hey, forgot the rules here? Having said that, He Wei rushed towards Xi and Shikong. Xi and Shikong raised his hand to block He Wei's attack. Suddenly, several streams of black smoke appeared, stabbing straight into Xi and Shikong's arm. This blow made him retreat several steps. Blood began to drip. Xi and Shikong looked at them. His arm was still bleeding. Chikuli saw this and laughed loudly. Determine the winner so quickly? Fight a few more moves. Ouyang Jing thought to himself. Just now the city lord blocked all the attacks. He wasn't really injured. He just deliberately used the opportunity to get injured. Blood from Xi and Shikong's hand dripped incessantly. A wisp of black smoke began to spread in the room. Xi and Shikong thought to himself. Didn't expect to have to use this move. Ouyang Jing also guessed Xi and Shikong's intention. So he feigned injury, emitting poisonous mist to escape during the chaos. Good idea. City Lord. Black smoke began to spread throughout the room, corroding Chi Kuli's clothes. He shouted loudly, "You dirted my clothes." Han Sangshui spoke up. This is the point you don't understand about the Scorpion Tail clan. Their innate constitution is like this. Just getting injured will emit poisonous gas. With his current cultivation, even he himself cannot control it. And the toxicity is not light. She thought, I didn't expect you, a half-demon brat, to dare play this trick. Aren't you afraid of angering the demon race? Who gave you that confidence? Fine then. Just happens to shut Chi Kuli up. I will lend you a hand. You must remember this debt of gratitude. She continued. All right, Chi Kuli. If you keep fighting, the things here will be hard to preserve. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Han Sang-shui said again. If you don't have enough patience to wait, then go tell the elder that you have business and leave first. Chi Kuli turned around, muttering as he walked. You tell him. In the future, don't look for me for such boring matters. Chi Kuli stormed out of the elder's council hall with He Wei in a rage. Aotai, standing aside, spoke up. This old man sees. I fear the elder won't appear today. Han Sang-shui replied. Is that so? Aotai continued. The bait has been released. He is just quietly waiting to see who will bare their fangs and claws. He turned to ask Xin Shikong. Xin Shikong, the letter this old man sent you. Have you received it? Xin Shikong replied, reporting to the clan leader. I have received it, according to your request. The corpse and documents have been sent to the 5 great capitals. Can be inspected at any time. He said, good then. I will come find you later. Han Sang-shui stepped forward to ask Xin Shikong. How is your wound? He replied, thank you for your concern, my lord. It has healed. She said, healed so fast? If really injured. At least it would take some time to detoxify, right? Xin Shikong stammered. Lord Han Sang-shui. She asked further. Clearly could win, but didn't want to win. Why? Xin Shikong explained. I came here not to contend for temporary superiority. Just protecting the safety of my wife and child is enough. Hearing this, Han Sang-shui sighed. You can think like that. Is also truly rare. Scene changed to Li capital, Qinquan City. Qin asked her mother. Mom, why isn't Dad back yet? She sighed inwardly. Although Ouyang Jing went with him. Nothing should happen to him. But he just won't come back. We can't just wait forever. So hungry. This city is full of cultivators. There isn't even a place to eat. Ji Jin smiled and asked. Qin is hungry, right? Qin was startled. Thinking. Seen through. She replied. Yes. Seeing this. Eldest brother, spoke up. Don't worry. There is no ordinary food in Qinquan City. I already sent Xiao He and Xiao Dian to Wanshui City. That place is imprisoning the last royal family of the human race. They can find a private chef. Qin thought in surprise. Imprisoning the last royal family? There's such a thing? While thinking, Ai's voice rang out. We're back, he said. Let second uncle hold you. Second uncle brought you delicious food. Qin kept a straight face. Thinking, uncle, really treating me like a child. Embarrassed to death. But I have to play along with them. Xiao Dian didn't see Xin Shikong. So he asked, brother-in-law Xin Shikong is still at the elder's place? I heard this and got angry, saying, 80% busy seducing the elder. He said angrily, if he dares to do anything wrong to Ji Jin, I will tear him apart. Qin thought, really? This thought is too dangerous. The city lord better keep his distance from these uncles. Xin Shikong was contemplating with a worried face. Ouyang Jing spoke up. City lord, why are you still here? Not going to find Qin and the others? Xin Shikong replied, going back now. I fear I will drag them into trouble. The Agugu clan won't welcome me either. Ouyang Jing heard this and thought, why does it sound so melodramatic? No wonder he keeps putting on this long face and brooding here. Xin Shikong turned to ask, Ouyang Jing, I have something I don't understand. How did you infiltrate the Scorpion Tail army? The way outsiders dress might fool people, but among our 4 clans, everyone knows each other. Ouyang Jing replied, you guys? Precisely because you are too familiar, you rely too much on experience. That general picked a few subordinates to follow him on the way. Basically didn't verify their identities at all. Xin Shikong continued to ask, didn't the 2 people beside you notice anything unusual? Hearing this, Ouyang Jing asked Xin Shikong back. Why do you think they were still alive at that time? Xin Shikong realized the problem. So that's it. Ouyang Jing thought. Just fooling you. Those 2 Scorpion Tail soldiers were just unconscious. and one was taken back to the Heavenly Palace for questioning. But through this matter, it can be confirmed. The city lord really doesn't care about the lives of his fellow clansmen. Then he said again, actually, no need to fool you. When you and the brothers of the Gu clan met, actually, I was also observing nearby. Madame G and her brothers, although haven't seen each other for a long time. But actually, the relationship is still quite good. Conversely, you seem to have completely cut off relations with your fellow clansmen. What exactly happened? Xin Shikong replied. As fellow half-demons, we are nothing but pawns. Initially, the Scorpion Tail army was not controlled by an elder, but was under the command of the 5 great noble clans, dispersed to the demon residences of other sects and factions, nominally as guards, actually as eyes and ears to monitor the clans. I entered the Gu clan with such an identity. Xin Shikong reminisced. At first I thought, cultivating and doing chores every day was my whole life. Until one day, a girl appeared. She sat high up, looking down at him, speaking. You were really small. He realized it was his young miss. Hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Miss G. The girl asked. I don't remember there being a servant like you in the manor. How old are you? He replied. Mississippi, 16 years old. Hearing this, the girl said, less than 100 years old. In the manor, I fear there are only you and me. You're a half-demon, right? You won't be like those humans. Wrinkled face before 100 years old. White hair and all. He replied, Miss, I will try hard to cultivate. If my cultivation increases, my lifespan will also extend. She sighed. You are diligent indeed. Everyone is resting, yet you are still cultivating. He cultivated ceaselessly, actually because I was also responsible for sweeping every day. Suddenly, she grabbed his 2 horns, standing up and continuing. Wait until your cultivation increases, and your lifespan extends. Then what? Just to sweep the floor for a few more days? Then what is the meaning of your cultivation? Hearing this, he blurted out, Miss. He bowed his head and said, I, for the Gu clan, will do my best. Whatever the master orders, I will do. She continued, I have 3 older brothers. The Gu clan also has many other relatives and clansmen. They're all you masters. Who exactly do you listen to? He closed his eyes, thinking, spare me. I heard long ago that Miss G has a strange temper. Hard to serve. If I say something wrong and anger her, I will definitely be punished. But he opened his eyes and replied, I will listen to Miss G's orders in everything. Hearing this, she smiled. Really? Then my first request is don't be so afraid of me anymore. Can you do it? He looked at her dumbfounded. She continued, I'm leaving. Don't say I came. This time tomorrow, I'll come find you again. He replied blankly. Yes. Days passed like that. Although our backgrounds and status were world apart, Jean never looked down on me. We often cultivated together. Before long, my cultivation caught up with hers. She could have continued to break through realms, but she always waited for me. That was a beautiful time. So beautiful that I even forgot. I was actually a member of the Scorpion Tail Army. Until one day, the Scorpion Tail Army received an order. At this moment, Jean turned back to look at Xin Shikong. She asked, Why are you dressed like this? A weapon stabbed forward, piercing through Jin's chest. She fell into Xin Shikong's arms. That mission was capture Jin, then take her life. Ouyang Jing asked, Who gave you the order? The clan leaders of the noble clans in the 5 great capitals? Or the elder? Xin Shikong replied, I don't know. The whole thing from beginning to end has countless suspicious points. All Scorpion Tail soldiers sent to the Gu clan received the order to assassinate Jin. But besides that, I personally received a second order. Back to that time, other Scorpion Tail soldiers discussed. Didn't expect it to be so simple. You have been close to the eldest miss for years. This relationship is indeed useful. One sentence tricked her here. Saved so much trouble. One person stepped forward and said, I was worried you couldn't do it. Orders must be executed. That is the meaning of our existence. No need to ask for reasons. Nor can there be any hesitation. You did very well. Xin Shikong spoke up. Orders must be executed. The second order I received is to kill all accompanying Scorpion Tail soldiers. Xin Shikong turned around, swinging his weapon, stabbing straight at that Scorpion Tail soldier. The soldier cried out. Xi and Qigong continued to rush forward, attacking the remaining scorpion tail soldiers. A person appeared behind him, about to raise a hand to attack Xi and Qigong. Suddenly, a snake-shaped black shadow rushed over, biting his arm, restraining him tightly. Xi and Qigong seized the opportunity to rush up and attack, making him scream miserably. It turned out to be Ji Jin. She had woken up, helping Xi and Qigong escape a sneak attack. The scorpion tail soldier saw this and shouted, "You didn't kill her? So you had this intention long ago." His eyes were full of malice, saying, "Kill me. This is also one of the orders, right? Give me a quick death." Xi and Qigong blurted out in surprise. "What'd you say?" That person heard this and said, "Kill all," accompanying scorpion tail soldiers. "I also received a similar order. Understand? Regardless of what conflicts these demons have, we're all just pawns. That eldest miss, no matter what, you can't save her. Your deep love and righteousness will not have a result either." Hearing this, Xi and Qigong frowned. Anger flared up, raising his hand. That person let out a groan. "Ugh." Xi and Qigong finished him off. "Done." Xi and Qigong hurriedly ran to Ji Jin. Ji Jin spoke. "It hurts to death." Xi and Qigong explained. "I'm sorry. I had to deceive them first." Ji Jin, "Only Lord View can save you from this matter. He is over there. I'll take you to find him." Ji Jin spoke up. "My eldest brother went to patrol the territory. He might return soon. Maybe tonight. Maybe tomorrow. I'm not sure either." While the two were talking, something was thrown into the window, startling both of them. Outside, scorpion tail soldiers were everywhere. They could rush in at any time. Ji Jin called out worriedly. "Qiulang." Xi and Qigong instructed her. "Stay here." Scene shifts to the next morning. Ji Jin began to recount the whole event. She said, "The matter is as you brothers saw. As for the reason and inside story, I'm not clear either. Just now, the three brothers of the Gugu family had returned. Corpses of scorpion tail soldiers lay scattered on the ground. Eldest brother O turned back and asked, 'You are Xi and Qigong?' Xi and Qigong knelt on the ground and replied, 'Greetings, Lord View.' O continued, 'You are the traitor scorpion tail soldier?' While speaking, Ji Jin spoke up. 'It was he who saved my life.' Seeing Ji Jin approaching him, Xi and Qigong said, 'Ji Jin, there might still be assassins. You must hide quickly.' But Ji Jin just replied, 'I know. Stand up.' She looked at him, silent for a moment, then turned and shouted to her brothers, 'I want to leave here with Qigong.' He heard this and shouted, 'What? Sister Ji Jin, don't be impulsive.' At this time, O also spoke up, 'Stop talking. Xiao He, Xiao Jian, stay. Ensure everything that happened here is not leaked. I will go to the 5 great capitals to see the clan leaders.' Xiao Jian stepped forward and asked, 'Brother, you can't go. The one who ordered Ji Jin killed is among them. Let's not talk about them for now. You might be in danger. But you just went ahead to pay respects to the clan leaders. What exactly did you plan to do?' But O only replied, 'To confess my guilt.' A hack shouted, 'Who is guilty?' 'Gujin. She didn't do anything wrong.' O explained, 'She abandoned the Gujin clan, fled with a half-monster, escaping in the night, and disappearing without a trace since then. You all would have had to bear the responsibility. The truth couldn't be investigated clearly. Doing that was just to keep you all away from danger.' Gujin shouted worriedly, 'That's enough.' O turned away, instructing the two, 'Go quickly. Leave right now.' The result, this assassination attempt was ultimately covered up. All that remained was a rebellion by the Scorpion Tail army within the Gujin clan. Gujin became a traitor, originally a victim. She became the one bearing the guilt. Thanks to Lord O's plea for mercy, the 5 great capitals decided to show leniency and not hunt us down to the bitter end. Recounting up to here, Tan Zichkao said, 'As for going to sever Dragonport, that happened later.' Hearing this, Ouyang Jing asked, 'It's been so long. Have you found out who gave the order and why they tried to assassinate Madame Jean?' Tan Zichkao replied, 'I don't know. Even if I knew, it wouldn't change anything.' Ouyang Jing asked further, 'What if the person who gave the order was Elder Gujin?' Hearing this, Tan Zichkao turned his face and shouted, 'What do you mean?' Ouyang Jing said, 'Think back on a series of his actions after you arrived at the 5 great capitals. I see it clearly. He was clearly deliberately stirring up internal conflict within the monster race. After the assassination attempt, the Gujin clan would definitely suspect the monster clans in the 5 great capitals. It's just that the Gujin clan didn't follow his script, but chose to endure and let it pass, resolving it peacefully. After Achin was born, it was that elder again, deliberately making the child a sacrifice, and sending that monster named Mihila to cause trouble at Sever Dragonport. Clearly wanted to repeat the old trick. That way, can't everything be linked together? He is the mastermind behind it all. Hearing this, Tan Zichkao spoke up. This is just one-sided speculation. Why would Elder Gujin stir up internal conflict in the monster race? What benefit does that bring him? Moreover, over the past few hundred years, Elder Gujin and the nobles of the 5 great capitals have never had any direct conflict or dispute. Ouyang Jing turned around and replied, "What you say makes sense, but that is only on the surface. Don't forget how he tormented you. But rest assured, I won't let him play you to death." Hearing this, Tan Zichkao thought, putting it that way really doesn't make one feel at ease at all. After talking for a while, Ouyang Jing called out, "It's time to go meet Elder Gujin." Seeing Tan Zichkao standing motionless, Ouyang Jing asked, "What's wrong? Lord Castellan, do you have any instructions?" Tan Zichkao thought to himself, "From our first meeting, I felt he was very strange." Zichkao replied, "It's nothing," but in his heart he still thought, "This guy is absolutely not an ordinary immortal envoy." It seems before long, a storm of blood and violence will rise in the 5 great capitals. Meanwhile, at the 5 great capitals, Li capital, Qinquan City, a manor in the outskirts, Qin Yuan was pondering. The Castellan went to Qinquan City to pay respects to the elder more than a day ago. Why is there still no news? He suddenly called, "Knock Lam Fong, I need you to do something." Turning his head to look, he found Lin Feng slumping on the table, dozing off. Mumbling, "Snore." He immediately flew into a rage. Grabbing a book on the table, he threw it at Knock Lam Fong's face, causing him to yelp, "Ouch." He woke up, opened his mouth to ask, What is it? What happened?" Qin Yuan replied, "Nothing. Go back to sleep." Knock Lam Fong stammered an explanation. "I wasn't sleeping." Hearing this, Yuan asked further, "Really?" They make a trip to Qinquan City. Find Castellan. There has been no news for a long time. Knock Lam Fong stood up and replied, "But the Castellan told me to follow you closely, not leaving even half a step. I still have to protect your safety." Yuan continued, "If the Castellan is harmed, not just you and I, but everyone in Sever Dragonport will have to die." Knock Lam Fong was silent for a moment, then bowed his head and said, "Don't say that." Yuan pointed out, "Follow the scent to find him. You should be able to find him quickly." Hearing this, Knock Lam Fong replied, "I'll be gone for a bit and come back." Saying that, he left immediately. Yuan began to ponder. If I'm not mistaken, perhaps Brother Yuqing has already arrived at the 5 great capitals by now. Now that Knock Lam Fong has gone to scout for news, if I learn of any monster or half-monster dying by the immortal slaying sword, I will be able to find him. Suddenly, a noise came from the coffin behind him. Yuan heard the commotion, turned his head to look. He was thinking, there should only be me and the corpse here. Suddenly, something crawled out from the coffin, jumped onto Yuan's face. Immediately after, several more jumped onto his face, causing Yuan immense pain. He clutched his face and screamed, "Gah! Ah!" Suddenly, Elder Gujin appeared. He spoke up, "Don't be tense." Knock Lam Fong, who hadn't gone far, sensed something. It's coming from Chun Yuan's direction. He turned his head to look towards Yuan, confirming. Something suddenly appeared. Moreover, this smell is... Meanwhile, Yuan was sitting on the ground. Elder Gujin spoke up. "If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have lived to reach the 5 great capitals. As long as you recount everything that happened at Sever Dragonport in detail, I can spare your life." Yuan raised his head. His left eye had been invaded by the creature from the coffin earlier. Turning red, he shouted a question. "You are Elder Gujin of the Spirit Flower clan, aren't you?" He asked back. "You know me?" Yuan replied. "You ask about Sever Dragonport. Actually, you want intelligence on the immortal race, don't you?" Hearing this, he smiled. "Humans like you are rare. Quite knowledgeable, aren't you?" Yuan pointed to his left eye and asked, "What is this?" Elder Gujin explained, "Just to make you behave a little better. If you lie, I will know, Yurin replied. I don't need to lie. This is a struggle between the monster race and the immortal race. Even the castellan of Severed Dragonport is just someone caught up in it. Gujin praised. Truly a smart person. Yurin continued. Right now. I'm afraid he has already targeted you. Elder Gujin didn't understand. Who? Yurin shouted. Who else could it be? He caused so much trouble at Severed Dragonport. That newly appointed Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, Ouyang Jing was talking to Tai-Bai Jinxing. He said, Tai-Bai. Tai-Bai replied, I am here. Shouldn't you come back already? Why linger in the 5 great capitals? Hearing this, Ouyang Jing replied, just wandering around, seeing if there's anything trivial but worth bringing back. Tai-Bai was suspicious. Didn't we agree not to cause trouble? That scorpion-tailed half-monster didn't provide much useful intelligence either. Ouyang Jing raised his head and sighed. Looks like I still have to act personally to bring back some intelligence. Oh right. How are Xiangya and the others? Tai-Bai replied. Still cultivating. Ouyang Jing chuckled. Naturally diligent, aren't they? Then go tell Achin. Tell her to watch the house over there. Tai-Bai said, aren't you leisurely strolling the streets? Gujin is of the Spirit Flower clan. You have never fought against him. Finding his true body won't be easy. Ouyang Jing replied confidently. Humph. A monk can run, but he can't run from the temple. I'll just take my time playing with him. Suddenly, someone ran towards him. Tai-Bai reminded Ouyang Jing, someone is coming. He replied, and it's an acquaintance too. The person running over was Nok Lam Fong. He shouted, it really is you. Ouyang Jing draped his arms over Nok Lam Fong's shoulders and said, why did you come to the 5 great capitals? I'm already in disguise, yet you still recognized me? Did the sin on my body give it away? Nok Lam Fong stammered on, I want to beg you to save someone. Back to Chen Yurin. He said, he won't run over to announce his identity himself. He will disguise himself as a low-level cultivator. Blend in by your side, waiting for the right moment to strike. Mihila lying here is an example. Elder Gujin asked, how do you know the Heavenly Emperor personally killed Mihila? Mihila's cultivation wasn't high. There was no need for the Heavenly Emperor to act personally. Chen Yurin explained, the magic of the Firebear clan. Even if it were an immortal, it wouldn't matter. But Mihila, he died by the magic of his own clan. The elder's face was heavy at this moment. Sinking into thought, Chen Yurin continued, if I have to describe his behavior, it's that he plays until he's bored, then flips the table. Let me organize my thoughts first. On Ouyang Jing's side, hearing Nok Lam Fong's request, he crossed his arms and said, wait a moment. Let me organize my thoughts first. Your castellan gave you a mission to protect someone. Now that person is in danger, and you're begging me to go save him. Why not go find your castellan? Nok Lam Fong explained, the castellan. The castellan is no match for that person. If I hadn't discovered you nearby, I wouldn't have come to beg you. I just feel that your cultivation and that person's aren't much different. Besides begging for your help, I really have no other way. Ouyang Jing heard this and asked, annoyed. What do you mean aren't much different? Over here, Yurin continued speaking. That immortal who killed Mihila claimed to be an immortal envoy. But this envoy, all his actions at Severed Dragonport were completely whimsical, unbound by rules. Plus, the fact that he always hid his true strength. I don't believe he is anyone's subordinate. Then there is only one possibility. He is the Heavenly Emperor. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper. Handing it to Elder Gu, General Yurin said, I have never met him, nor do I know his true personality. This is a portrait redrawn by someone who has met him. But what's on the paper is a portrait that has been redrawn once more. Gujin took it, his face unsightly. Just as he took out the drawing, Ouyang Jing had appeared behind him and continued. This drawing doesn't look like me at all. Elder Gujin just turned his head. A screen of light shot towards him, enveloping both him and Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing spoke up, see, I actually look like this. I was looking for you. Elder Gujin. A look of interest appeared on Elder Gujin's face. He asked, you are the newly appointed Heavenly Emperor? Hard to believe. The ball of light created a shockwave that spread outwards, forcing Chen Yurin to cover his forehead with his hand. He thought, he really came. Suddenly, Nok Lam Fong jumped out from nowhere. Grabbing his shirt, Nok Lam Fong shouted, come with me. Elder Gujin glanced once. The two had already disappeared from the room. He turned and said to Ouyang Jing, The Heavenly Emperor of the immortal race actually showed up to save a nameless nobody, but he won't live much longer anyway. Ouyang Jing sighed. What? That has nothing to do with me. I told you. I came to find you. Elder Gu Jin didn't understand. Then what are you doing? Do we have a grudge? Why are you determined to oppose me? Ouyang Jing blurted out with a confused face. Huh? He pointed at Ouyang Jing and said, look at your bone structure. So young, yet already walking this path. Hearing this, to prove his strength, he threw a punch straight at him. That punch turned Elder Gu Jin into dust. He activated his divine eye consciousness. Thinking, he turned to dust? He's not that fragile. Strange technique. Elder Gu Jin slowly reappeared. He looked up and said to Ouyang Jing, don't be so hasty. After activating the divine eye, he read the data. Spirit Flower, Gu General Monster Race. Agility, Intensity. 354.563. Constitution. 848.415. Strength. 154.581. Intelligence. 484.857. Mentality. 972.874. Spiritual. 1,457,872.5. True Chi. 8,415,875.2. Magic. 34.988. Martial Arts. 485.437. He smiled and thought, interesting. The initial stats turned into this. It looks like the combined result of tens of thousands of bloodworms. In other words, the Spirit Flower clan, he alone is the entire clan. At the same time, every single bloodworm is his true body. The Elder Gu Jin that everyone usually sees is just a form transformed by the entire Spirit Flower clan. That means he could be anyone. Does that mean unless the entire Spirit Flower clan is eradicated, he cannot be killed? Killing only Elder Gu Jin is useless. Continuing to use magic arrays to restrict his range of activity is meaningless too. But once a large number of bloodworms are destroyed, he will definitely have to replenish them. When that time comes, I might find the lair of the Spirit Flower clan. Suddenly, Elder Gu Jin spoke up. I just want to talk. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing replied, speak. Say whatever you want. But in his heart, he thought, let's hear what brilliant ideas you have. He explained, I'm not your enemy. Your real enemy is your identity. Ouyang Jing asked back, what do you mean by that? Elder Gu Jin continued, if I'm not mistaken, this title of Heavenly Emperor was merely forced upon you by a celestial teacher Tai Bai. Hearing this, he laughed and said, haha, that's right. It really is like that. He thought to himself, pity that celestial teacher Tai Bai can't hear these words of his. If he could hear them too, and let the two confront each other. I daren't imagine that scene. He advised, you are so young, yet possess such strength. If you were not the Heavenly Emperor, you would be much freer. Why persist in reviving the immortal race? Ouyang Jing replied, to tell you the truth, in my opinion, the so-called immortal race is just a bunch of people with high cultivation, running to the spirit realm to occupy a piece of land. The reputation sounds grand, but in reality, that's all it is. Elder Gu Jin expressed agreement. Correct. What is left of the immortal race now? A few ruined palaces, and a few primordial spirits who have lost all their cultivation. They are nothing but a bunch of the lowest level low immortals. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing thought, what you described is exactly the state when the Heavenly Palace was first found. Did you cause everything there? But his mouth said, you seem to understand the current state of the immortal race very well. He replied, of course. Any immortal race element that posed a threat has been completely wiped out over the past 1,000 years. The immortal race has no hope left. The glorious scenes of the past are now just illusions. Only celestial teacher Tai Bai remains stubborn like that. He continued, the celestial teacher himself doesn't think so. In his eyes, the revival of the immortal race is inevitable. Elder Gu Jin asked, and what about your view? Could it be you were just his puppet, every move obeying the celestial teacher's will? He replied, I see. Actually, to me, Heavenly Emperor is just a title. Some people want to call me that. I don't need to stop them. He thought happily. Sometimes saying this title can scare others. Quite interesting. Ouyang Jing asked, you think I am the Heavenly Emperor? Everything I do is for the immortal race. That's why I have to confront a demon elder like you. right? He turned his head and said, but not entirely. I came to find you, just to see who is stronger between us. Besides, as long as I eliminate you, it seems the entire 5 great capitals could be mine. Why shouldn't I do it? Hearing this, the old man muttered angrily, truly ignorant of the times. After saying that, his whole body radiated killing intent. Ouyang Jing saw this and snorted coldly. Outside, Lin Feng sensed something. He turned his head thinking, can that guy win? Clutching the sword, recalling, this sword must have been given by him. At first, I thought it was something to tease me again. Later, I discovered it was a real immortal weapon. Maybe I should find a chance to return it to him. While thinking, Chen Yuren groaned. Lin Feng hurriedly asked, what's wrong? He grabbed Chen Yuren's shoulders and shouted, big brother, this is all my fault. You absolutely must not die. Lin Feng thought to himself. That elder Gajin put a goo worm in Chen Yuren's head. If I don't get the worm out quickly, he's dead for sure. Suddenly, a goo worm crawled out of Chen Yuren's face. Lin Feng reached out to catch it, thinking, one crawled out. This smell is disgusting. Wait, there can't be only one worm in his body. Elder Gajin can't possibly control each one precisely. Why did it crawl out on its own? That goo worm immediately clung to Lin Feng's hand, raising his hand high to see clearly. Lin Feng thought, this worm absorbs qi. If they crawl out to absorb qi, and Chen Yuren is not a cultivator. Thinking of this, he crushed the goo worm with force. Lin Feng placed his hand on Chen Yuren's head, thinking, hope this method can lure the worms out. It must work. At this moment, Ouyang Jing and Elder Gujin were hovering in midair. Elder Gujin said, young man, I'll give you one more chance. It's not too late to stop now. I can overlook past events. But Ouyang Jing only replied, are you scared? So much nonsense. Seeing him so stubborn, the old man shouted, you truly know nothing. The Great War with Emperor Ling Xiao 1,000 years ago. I also participated. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing asked, so what? The old man replied, those who call themselves Heavenly Emperor absolutely do not have a good ending. You surely know Emperor Ling Xiao's ending, right? Elder Gujin raised his hand. Emperor Ling Xiao's skull appeared. He said, this is his head. Go meet your predecessor. Then, I will place your head next to his. What do you think? Ouyang Jing was silent for a moment. At this moment, at the pavilion of Heavenly Tome, Xuan spoke up asking, Heavenly Master Tai Bai, doesn't the Heavenly Palace need to go to the 5 great capitals? Tai Bai asked back, why? Xuan continued, I just feel that the 5 great capitals not only have the demon race, but also the immortals who betrayed the Heavenly Emperor. Maybe reinforcement is needed. Tai Bai explained, with the Heavenly Emperor style of doing things, he certainly won't let the Heavenly Palace get dragged into the war. Everyone is very clear on this point. You just stay in a Heavenly Palace and do your job well. Having said that, he asked Shiwen, can't sit still anymore? Shiwen replied, sorry. Tai Bai continued, I don't blame you. Your worry is not unreasonable. Now I can contact the Heavenly Emperor. Maybe he needs you. Shiwen cried out, now, no need for such trouble. A sound transmission artifact appeared from nowhere, flying towards Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing caught it and said, hey, old Bai, a bit busy. What's up? Tai Bai's voice rang out. He asked, have you started fighting Gujin? Ouyang Jing replied, correct. But this old man is very strange, not only hiding his strength. I fear there is another conspiracy. Look at this move. Said and done. He pointed the magic transmission towards Elder Gujin. Seeing the image appear, Tai Bai was astonished. Emperor Ling Xiao's skull connected with countless goo worms, turning into a grotesque monster. Ouyang Jing's face looked ugly. Continuing, whether it's strong or not aside, but it is truly severe mental pollution. Suddenly, Xuan's face showed anger. He said sternly, how can the immortal race bear this humiliation? Having said that, he turned and left. Ouyang Jing asked Tai Bai. Emperor Ling Xiao's skull fell into Gujin's hands. Did you know about this before? How do you plan to handle it? Tai Bai, with a serious face, spoke up. You don't need to worry about this matter. His remains should also return to the spiritual vein. Suddenly, from the mouth and eyes of the monster, countless goo worms crawled out. It emitted bursts of terrifying screams. Killing intent spread. Elder Gujin glanced over. A smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Ouyang Jing asked, want to run? Said and done. He rushed forward, smashing the monster, then launched a strike towards the old man's main body. One move turned Elder Gujin into smoke. Seeing him disappear, Ouyang Jing shouted, using this trick again. Truly endless. Suddenly, he realized the killing intent was still there. Elder Gujin transformed into a multi-eyed monster and appeared, saying, I'm not going anywhere. In the 5 great capitals, I'm everywhere. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing thought, if this isn't running, what is it? Spoke so well just now. Before my eyes, his cowardly nature is revealed. This old man, time and time again like this. What exactly does he want? Teasing me for fun? At this moment, in another room, everyone was in the Elders' Council Hall. Huado spoke up asking, did you hear about the fight that happened here that day? Zhu Qi replied, it's about that Juelong Port City Lord, right? Just a boring fight. Haven't made the right choice yet at that time. Now we face a great enemy. Indeed, not the time for internal strife. Huado laughed and said, is that so? I know. You also determined to start a war with the immortal race? That's the way. What is there to be afraid of? He spoke while placing a hand on Zhu Qi's shoulder. Zhu Qi replied, don't misunderstand. I also oppose letting your kind participate. There is one thing I have always not understood. Elder Gujin wants to use the Juelong Port matter to force the immortal race to show themselves. But he never specified how to deal with the immortal race. Huado heard and replied, at worst, just go invite the other elders out of seclusion. But Zhu Qi felt it wasn't right. You think Elder Gujin would really do that? Letting other elders appear? Isn't that admitting being suppressed by that person? Elder Gujin isn't that naive. Huado asked, you mean, amidst the conversation, a beam of light appeared on the ceiling, startling the two of them. Huado shouted, what's happening? Ouyang Jing appeared. He said, the guy isn't here? Fine. Then rule out this place. Zhu Qi was confused. The council hall has a magic formation isolating it from the outside. So we didn't know the situation outside, but forcibly invading from the outside. This is the magic formation set up by Elder Gujin. Huado shouted, who are you? State your name. Ouyang Jing turned to look at the two of them, thinking, these two are people from the Golden Crow clan and the Heavenly Dog clan. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Huado, Zhu Qi, followed by 2 lightning bolts striking down from the sky, striking straight at the two of them. Luckily, they reacted in time, blocking it with shields. Huado shouted, bastard. Recognizing an acquaintance, Zhu Qi immediately spoke up. This voice. Shiwen, it's you. Shiwen appeared. He shouted, shameless traitors. This is the current Heavenly Emperor. Are you worthy of standing before him? Ouyang Jing, standing beside him, asked suspiciously, why did you come here? He shouted loudly, prepare to die. Ouyang Jing saw Shiwen couldn't control his anger. Immediately shouted, wait, Shiwen, calm down. But he didn't seem to calm down at all. Shiwen shouted, the Heavenly Emperor has more important things now. Leave this place to me. He thought, why is this guy so hot-tempered? Scene shifts to Linfeng. At this moment, he was swinging his sword, trying hard to destroy the goo worms. He swung his sword while shouting, damn it, these worms are truly endless. Looked at the sword Ouyang Jing gave him, thinking, only used this sword as a last resort. Truly a strange weapon. Just a wave of the hand. The sword energy can attach a magic seal to the target. Then releasing the magic command can hit accurately. This is not purely an offensive weapon. Looking up at the surrounding roofs, still a lot of goo worms. He thought, it's a pity this weapon is very useful against a single enemy, but dealing with so many worms. Basically no time to release the magic command. Suddenly, countless sword shadows appeared in the air, stabbing and destroying all the goo worms. Linfeng turned around, thinking, it's that guy. Ouyang Jing appeared, putting his arm around Linfeng's shoulder, saying, hey, husky buddy, do me a favor. Linfeng hurriedly replied, no can do. My task now is to protect Qinyuran's safety. I don't dare leave him alone again. But Ouyang Jing didn't care, grabbed Linfeng by the neck, dragging him away, saying, who allowed you to refuse? Follow me quickly. Linfeng shouted, tell me first what you want me to do. Suddenly, Qinyuran spoke up. He wants you to help him find Elder Gujin's tracks. Am I right? Heavenly Emperor. Linfeng saw him wake up, immediately said, you're finally awake. Ouyang Jing replied, not bad. Guessed correctly, just based on speculation. Very smart. This point, you two brothers are very alike. Lin Feng stood by thinking. What did he call him just now? Chen Yuren asked. Where's my brother now? Ouyang Jing replied. Your brother? He is also in the 5 great capitals. Not far from here. Hearing this, Chen Yuren shouted. What do you want him to do? If anything happens to him, it's you who killed him. Lin Feng tremblingly walked to Chen Yuren and said, Hey, did you take the wrong medicine? Why provoke him for no reason? Ouyang Jing just snorted coldly at this moment. He spoke up. Your brother wouldn't live for many more years anyway. You are blood brothers. Don't you even know this? If I had a way, naturally I would save his life. But the chi circulation in his body has been cut off by the magic formation on his arm. The immortal slaying formation couldn't kill him. Similarly, other magic is also ineffective on him. Your brother's condition didn't happen overnight. Ouyang Jing glanced over, asking sternly, You know nothing about this matter. Now you turn around and blame me for harming your brother? Then may I ask, you grew up together since childhood. For so many years, what have you done? Hearing these words, Chen Yuren gritted his teeth in silence. Lin Feng stood by thinking, what exactly happened? That Chen Yuren couldn't say a word. Seeing Chen Yuren silent, Ouyang Jing continued. Moreover, why do you assume your brother will definitely die in the 5 great capitals? He holds the magic treasure I gave him to save his life. There's also Bai Xia protecting him. I even arranged an insider in the 5 great capitals to help them. Counting it up, there are already several layers of assurance. Chen Yuren replied, I don't believe you are that kind. Ouyang Jing turned around, pointing at him saying, If you don't believe me, go ask your brother. But if you want to see him alive, then stop hindering my business. Understood? Chen Yuren shouted. I can't guarantee that. Lin Feng hurriedly ran over to cover his mouth, shouting, No. Guarantee no hindrance. The worms in his head haven't been cleared out yet. Mentally unstable, Chen Yuren glared at Lin Feng, whispering, My mind is very normal. Also, can you let me finish speaking? Lin Feng saw this, said, Oh. Chen Yuren stepped forward saying, I just want to remind you of one thing. Heavenly Emperor, have you ever thought that Elder Good Jin is using you? Ouyang Jing lowered his head and replied, Of course I thought about it. Very obvious. Good Jin has set up a huge chess game. Your City Lord's family are also chess pieces. It's just that Good Jin's true purpose in doing so is still unclear. Chen Yuren continued, with Elder Good Jin's status, to eliminate dissidents, he can completely resort to unscrupulous means. Moreover, he is used to borrowing a knife to kill. He definitely won't do it himself, utilizing your strength. Afterwards, it can even weaken the immortal race. Then sit back and reap the fisherman's profit. Ouyang Jing turned around and replied, Among the demon race, the biggest force that can restrain Elder Good Jin is those 5 elders in secluded cultivation. At this moment, Good Jin won't go ask other elders for help. Chen Yuren agreed. Correct. So finding those 5 elders now, letting them know Elder Good Jin's conspiracy, thereby provoking internal strife within the demon race, is most beneficial to you. Ouyang Jing replied with interest. Makes sense. Seems your brain has some use. He asked, So how to find those 5 elders? Suddenly, both of them cast their gaze towards Lin Feng. He asked in confusion, Why are you looking at me? Ouyang Jing put his hand on Lin Feng's shoulder, explained excitedly, This is when you're most useful. Since you could accurately find my location in the 5 great capitals, you can definitely follow the scent to find those 5 elders. Lin Feng replied hesitantly, If it's Elder Good Jin, now his scent is dispersed everywhere. I don't know where he will appear either. As for other elders, perhaps their cultivation is not inferior to Elder Good Jin, but in the 5 great capitals, there should be no other cultivators of the same level. Besides, maybe those 5 elders are not in the 5 great capitals. Chen Yuren, standing beside, asked, What did you say? The 5 elders are in secluded cultivation. The place of cultivation is right under the 5 great capitals. They can't be anywhere else. Lin Feng turned around and replied, Maybe I was wrong. After all, I have never met those 5 elders. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing spoke up. Wrong or not, go see and we'll know. At this moment, a halo covered the stairs. The 3 of them were moving underground. Ouyang Jing walked and talked. This place is clearly a nest of bloodworms. The underground of the 5 great capitals has completely turned into this. He thought to himself, so that means that skull was also dug up from underground by Good Jin. A foul smell began to assault Linfeng's nose. He cried out, "It's this smell. Unbearable." Qin Yuren turned his head and asked, "You can't stand it again? Did the herbs Heavenly Master Tai Bai gave you before lose their effect?" Linfeng replied, "Still effective. I'm still holding it in my mouth. Without it, I fear I would have died here already." Qin Yuren asked, "What exactly is the smell?" Linfeng described with an uncomfortable face. "Like a corpse. A gigantic corpse." Ouyang Jing heard this. Said, "Dead is dead. What's the big deal?" Continue to follow the scent and search. The deeper they went, the stronger the stench became. Linfeng had to cover his mouth. He said, "It's this way. I'm going to throw up." Arriving in front of a giant bagua-shaped door, the other two were still observing intently. While Linfeng knelt on the ground, retching, "Ugh," Qin Yuren spoke up and asked, "You should be able to break this seal, right?" Ouyang Jing replied, "I can, but since the last elder went into seclusion, it's probably been hundreds of years. I suspect now that for these hundreds of years, almost no one has come here." He pointed at the wall and said, "This seal is just an empty shell. It has basically lost its effectiveness." With that, he destroyed it with one move. A large hole appeared in the wall. The scene before their eyes astonished everyone. A mass of flesh formed from countless monster corpses appeared. Ouyang Jing spoke up. "Those must be the remaining 5 elders. They have all become soulless corpses." He continued, "It seems the plan you mentioned has to be scrapped." Qin Yuren muttered worriedly, "It seems. Elder Gujin's strength truly far exceeds that of those 5 elders. He has deceived the entire monster race in the 5 great capitals for so many years. His true purpose is—" Qin Yuren suddenly fell silent. Seeing this, Ouyang Jing urged him, "Speak. Why did you stop?" Qin Yuren lowered his head and replied, "I didn't expect Elder Gujin to be crazy to this extent." Ouyang Jing said, "Perhaps he finds the monster race being divided into various clans too troublesome, so he plans to exterminate them all, leaving only his Gujin clan. Gujin thinks his plan is flawless. He even wants to exploit the immortal race. Truly delusional." Qin Yuren thought to himself at this moment. A plan to almost exterminate the monster race. Yet this guy can speak of it with such a calm attitude. Does he really have the confidence to defeat an Elder Gujin like that? Having thought that, Qin Yuren spoke up and asked, "What does the immortal race plan to do?" "If we let Elder Gujin—" Ouyang Jing interrupted him. He closed his eyes and replied, "I won't let that old man have his way. First, let's go find those other elders. Who knows, Gujin might already be preparing to destroy them." Having said that, Ouyang Jing's gaze became resolute. He thought to himself, "I originally thought leaving Shiyin to deal with those 2 immortal race traitors would be more than enough. But if Gujin plans to act against the Jin Wu and Tiango fellows first, things will get very troublesome. I must return quickly." The 2 turned around, preparing to leave. Qin Yuren said, "We still haven't determined who the next one among the 5 elders is. Linfeng and I could go find a Castellan. Let him come forward to persuade the elders." Ouyang Jing replied, "Then let's split up." Having said that, he called Linfeng, "Silly dog. Let's go." Linfeng was sitting on the ground at that moment, turned his head and asked, "Leaving already?" Qin Yuren continued, "The only problem is how to prove to them that the elders are dead." Ouyang Jing replied calmly. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing had an idea. He pointed to the flesh mass on the wall and said, "How about we bring their heads along?" Scene shifts to the elders' council hall. At this moment, Xian shouted, "The Heavenly Emperor has more important matters right now. Leave this place to me." Ouyang Jing replied with an indifferent expression. "Naturally." Hoa Dao whispered to Siyu, "Try at this moment. Is that guy the newly appointed Heavenly Emperor? I really can't see any resemblance to a Heavenly Emperor." Siyu Tri replied, "Don't worry about that. His target is Elder Gujin, not us." Xian was still standing there, continuing, "But Gujin is not certain." Xian said angrily at this moment, "Jinwu, Tiango, originally the immortal officers guarding the Sun and Moon together. The Sun Immortal Lord and Moon Immortal Lord were chosen from your 2 clans. Why did you betray the immortal race, willingly lowering yourselves to be hunting dogs for the monster race?" Hearing these words, Hoa Dao immediately replied, "At this point, talking about these things, it's been 1,000 years already. You remain the same as ever. Back then, it wasn't just our 2 clans that betrayed. The immortal race no longer had enough strength. And you wouldn't allow us to join another faction? Seiyutri also spoke up. The immortal race was doomed to perish back then. Our choice was merely to preserve our species. Shiyun, you also have kin and compatriots. I hope you can understand. Shiyun shouted loudly. Preserve your species. All those who refuse to betray were killed by you. Were those people not your compatriots? Pausing for a moment, then replying. That was a necessary action. Hoa Dao, standing next to him, also replied. You know about that too? That's right. I, Hoa Dao, was the one who betrayed. What can you do to me? Seeing them admit it, Shiyun shouted loudly. You have confessed your crimes. Then pay with your lives. With that, Shiyun unleashed the Wind, Thunder, Water combined command, wave-breaking slash. A blow that shook the entire Elders' Council Hall. But his attack was blocked by a circular barrier. At this moment, all three were enveloped by a barrier shield. Hovering in midair, Seiyutri spoke up. As long as Elder Gujian is in control, this magic array will absolutely not open to the outside. Here, the range for casting magic is restricted. It is advantageous for us. Hoa Dao also summoned several red fireballs surrounding him. He shouted, Why talk so much? Let's attack together. Are we going to let him survive? Then the two unleashed their moves one after another. Ice Fire combined command, Giant Sun Wolf Light. Thunder Earth combined command, Burning Star Sky Pierce. Attacking toward Shiyun. Two attacks were rushing towards him. But Shiyun didn't move at all. The two moves passed through his body. Then a puff of smoke appeared. Hoa Dao shouted loudly. It's an illusion. Suddenly, something hit him from behind, making him yelp, Ugh. Hoa Dao was paralyzed by the hit, lost his balance, and fell. It turned out that blow was dealt by Shiyun. Seiyutri saw this, hurriedly retreated. He thought, dragon diving into the abyss. Hidden darkness not yet revealed. Looking at his furious appearance, it was just a ploy. Since when did this guy learn to be patient? It seems I underestimated him earlier. Then he closed his eyes. Seiyutri slowly sensed, chanting, light and sound revolve. He mumbled, crossing into the great void. Without order, cannot see. Without seal, cannot hide. The surrounding air began to change. Suddenly, a hand patted Seiyutri from behind. A voice spoke. Your move is useless. Reveal yourself. Shiyun. Shiyun saw this, snorted coldly, revealed his form. Seiyutri continued. Now I see clearly. Your arm is merely a restoration of external appearance. Broken horns, blind eye. The immortal race kept such a crippled true dragon. Is this a reward for your loyalty? Back then, your clan fought to the end, not knowing you were already pawns discarded by the immortal race. Zhang Oi, your brother, were all slaughtered by the demon race, becoming playthings for the demon race. That loyalty, was it worth it? It was the arrogance of the immortal race that harmed you. Hearing this, Shiyun shouted sternly, About my father and brother. How do you know? Seiyutri opened his eyes and said, Of course I know. The roar when the demon dragon appeared, and the screams when they were skinned and detended. Exactly the same. Shiyun screamed, Shut your mouth. Shiyun's hand turned black. One eye became blood red. Two horns also appeared on his head. Seeing this, Seiyutri said, As expected, once demonization starts, it cannot be reversed. On the surface, you seem recovered. But at the core, you are still a demon dragon. At this moment, Hoa Dao had recovered, raising his hand and rushing up, preparing to land a blow on Shiyun. Seiyutri shouted loudly, Now that you've revealed your true form, a demon dragon dares to show off in front of the immortal race? Shiyun said slowly, So what if I'm a demon dragon? I have long sought death. It was he who stubbornly wanted to save me. Shiyun recalled the image of Ouyang Jing earlier. He said, When that time comes, I will formally introduce myself to you. Back to reality, Shiyun continued. If I cannot turn back, I am willing to use this life to repay him. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out in the sky. A giant dragon appeared, looking up to the sky and roaring, roar. Scene shifts. At this moment in the Hu capital, Lingzi City, a person was attacked. He let out a scream. Ah! The other person immediately retracted their weapon, hurriedly begging, I won't fight anymore. Spare me. Saying that, he fled in panic. At this moment, Baisha stood on the roof, silent and speechless. Ji Omping shouted, Baisha, I thought you would act. Why didn't you finish that guy off? He replied with a calm face. That guy is no longer a threat. Ji Omping thought to herself. What's wrong? Lately, I feel he's been distracted. Then Bai Sha said, let's rest for a while. Ji Omping replied, sure, mainly to check on Yu Chung. After all, he is an immortal body. Arriving at a room, Ji Omping asked, Yu Chung, you haven't finished your wine yet? Yu Chung replied happily, this is an immortal race treasure. The Four Seas gourd. The wine inside is endless. She continued, you asked the Heavenly Emperor for such a useless treasure, and he actually gave it to you. Yu Chung said nothing, just laughed loudly, haha. Bai Sha chewed on bread while saying, dry rations include cakes and dried meat. Is the little Taoist still not eating? Even if you want to practice Anidia, no one here controls you. Ignoring what Bai Sha said, the other two continued chatting. Yu Chung cried out, how about a sip of wine? It's very delicious. Ji Omping replied, you want to tempt me to break my vows again? Bai Sha stood silently by the side for a moment, then spoke up, I cannot abandon my companions. Several bird-shaped spirits appeared around him. He thought, stop disturbing me. One of the spirits whispered in his ear, help us beg that person. But Bai Sha only said, you guys, if I'm not mistaken, you must be deceased immortals. Now only primordial spirits remain. And I am just a human hidden cultivator, and a blind one at that. I can only sense the primordial chi. What can I do for you? The spirit continued, we lend you our cultivation. Use your strength. 1 incense stick of time. Just borrow for 1 incense stick of time. Bai Sha opened his eyes. Astonished, what? Scene returns to Shi Yun. At this moment, a black dragon had appeared. Hoa Dao saw this. Turned to ask Siyu Tri, has this guy demonized? Siyu Tri replied, not just that. He has finally revealed his true form. Humph. As long as he remains in my great void array, he won't be able to sense our attacks. Just a fish on the chopping block. Let's see how you handle this. Hearing this, Hoa Dao said excitedly, then it's too simple. Saying that, he summoned several red rocks behind his back, controlling them to attack the giant dragon. The dragon was hit, roared once, then fled in panic. Seeing the dragon wanting to retreat, Hoa Dao shouted excitedly, trying to run. Siyu Tri stepped up and ordered, chase him. At most, he can break Elder Gu Jin's magic array. But my great void array is centered on me. As long as we don't lose track of him, I can control everything he sees. Hoa Dao snorted coldly. If we really let him escape, my name isn't Hoa Dao anymore. Then he unleashed a move, Thunder Earth Combined Command, Meteor Chase, immediately freezing the dragon's tail. Seeing this, the dragon turned its head and bit towards its own tail. Hoa Dao shouted in astonishment. Is this thing crazy? Biting off its own tail. His eyes became sharp. Hoa Dao muttered, seeking your own death. Then don't blame me. Then he shouted loudly, explode. Suddenly, the dragon's mouth glowed. Then an explosion occurred behind its back. The dragon was heavily injured, falling down. Siyu Tri turned and said, it fell out of the great void array's range. Hoa Dao replied, no matter. That guy won't live much longer. Suddenly, Siyu Tri realized something. He shouted loudly, not right. Biting the tail wasn't losing control. It was self-mutilation. After demonizing, he has no fixed form. That form can even evolve. With that, a giant mouth rushed towards the two. The two looked down in astonishment. That giant dragon was trying to swallow the great void array. The two tried their best to jump out of the dragon's mouth. Siyu Tri shouted, to think he could break the great void array this way. Hoa Dao also lamented, what happens if we get swallowed by this mouth? Elder Gu Jin's magic array has been filled. We must leave here quickly. Suddenly, a hand propped against a dragon tooth. The other hand also held onto other teeth. Ouyang Jing appeared above the two of them. He spoke up, Xian, I was gone for just a moment, and you're already playing tricks here? Eating random things. Aren't you afraid of a stomachache? The two immediately looked up at Ouyang Jing. At another location, the souls of the flock of birds were condensing into an arrow. Bai Sha picked up the arrow and asked, this Dharma's seal. This arrow can only hit one target. Who is the target you chose? Those souls whispered. No need to worry. This is our clan's business. Hearing this, he was astonished. Sun Totem? You are the Jinwu clan? Then the target this Dharma seal is aiming for is your clansman? The souls continued. The time has come. Act now. He turned his face away. I know. You guys are really annoying. Bai Sha struggled to hold the arrow. Said, This arrow is too heavy. It won't be fast when shot. Your target is not within sight. Flying all the way to the high sky of the 5 great capitals is too far. I'm not sure I'll hit. Who would just stand there and watch themselves get shot? But the souls only replied, "Rest assured, we will attach an invisible magic array to this arrow." Hearing this, he replied, "Hiding like the stars? All right." After that, Bai Sha used all his strength to draw the bow. An arrow shot straight into the blue sky. After shooting, Bai Sha let out a tired grunt and collapsed on the roof in exhaustion. Back to Ouyang Jing. He spoke up asking, "Xiyan, I was gone for just a moment, and you're already playing tricks here? Eating random things. Aren't you afraid of a stomachache?" Xiyan's weak voice rang out. "Heavenly Emperor." Xiyan returned to normal form. Spoke. "What happened to me just now?" Ouyang Jing said cheerfully, "Demonization, of course. I knew it. Honestly speaking, you recovered very well. You already look like a demon dragon." Hearing this, Xiyan asked, "Actually, you knew early on? You knew this was my true form. Why did you still save me?" "See you try," and Hoa Dao took the opportunity to escape. Suddenly, a patch of darkness enveloped Xiyan and Ouyang Jing. Seeing this, Xiyan shouted loudly, "Be careful." Ouyang Jing observed the surroundings and replied, "Solar erosion, great void array. One responsible for blinding. The other launches a sneak attack." Countless giant rocks crashed towards the two, but Ouyang Jing blocked them with a shield layer. He continued, "I already broke this move once, and you still deliberately use it again. Truly stupid." Xiyan lowered his head, muttering, "I had to rely on the power of devil transformation to do it. I was already a devil, and I don't know when I will lose control. My existence is a threat to you, brother, to the entire heavenly palace." Hearing these words, Ouyang Jing could only explain, "Thinking like that is too rigid. Maybe I should have made it clear to you sooner. For cultivators, especially immortals, once devil transformation occurs, there is probably only death. You are very lucky, because you did it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to control the devil dragon's movements for so many years." His gaze was firm. "I know these things because I can also undergo devil transformation." Having said that, he transformed into another shape. After devil transformation, a giant arm appeared beside him. Xiyan exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Ouyang." That arm grabbed Zhu Qi and Hua Dou. Hua Dou cursed angrily. "Bastard." Zhu Qi was also shocked and confused. "This is..." Hua Dou roared in anger. "I didn't expect the new Heavenly Emperor to be a devil transformed monster." Hearing this, Xiyan turned and shouted, "What did you say?" But Ouyang Jing calmly ordered, "Xiyan, stand down." Xiyan obeyed. "Yes." Ouyang Jing spoke up. "I just went to the so-called secluded cultivation place of the elders." He took out the piece of flesh discovered earlier. Both were horrified. Ouyang Jing asked, "This is the elder of your Heavenly Dog and Golden Crow clans, right? Killed by Gu Jin a long time ago." Hua Dou didn't believe it, roaring, "Impossible. This is your fabrication." Ouyang Jing had anticipated this. He said, "Hey, real or fake? Can't you recognize it? One look at this head, and you know it's been dead for a long time. There are even traces of being gnawed by the Spirit Flower clan's bloodworms on it. Could this also be my fabrication?" Hua Dou lowered his head, muttering angrily, "Our Heavenly Dog clan elders' strength far exceeded Gujin. Impossible to be killed by him." Hearing this, Ouyang Jing replied, "Strength isn't determined by your arbitrary judgment. The truth is right before your eyes. Do you still want to deceive yourself?" Hua Dou roared, Then he broke free from the restraint. "Who cares about your sophistry?" Seeing Hua Dou so stubborn, Ouyang Jing just asked, "The Devil Emperor was also once an immortal. Why'd he choose you guys?" He launched a strike at Hua Dou, making him scream miserably. Hua Dou was not far away, smashing into the barrier, screaming in pain. Seeing this scene, Zhu Qi thought to himself, "That is Elder Gu Jin's magic formation." Ouyang Jing said calmly, "Hee. It seems you two can't get out." Gu Jin set up a magic formation around the Elder's Council Hall to lure you in. You fought so lively just now, but from the outside, it looks unusually quiet. No one knows what happened here. This is a trap specifically for you." Zhu Qi lowered his head, muttering to himself, "Your target is Elder Gu Jin. If we ally, we can deal with him together." Ouyang Jing asked back, "Ally with me? You want to turn your code again? Betraying the demon race this time? Look at what you have done." Who could believe your words anymore? Juchi admitted. Everything I did was to preserve my clan. Ouyang Jing replied. Is that so? So how many people are left in your clan now? Sounds nice. Actually, just to keep your own wretched life, right? Juchi hurriedly shouted. Immortal race was destroyed. I helped my whole clan escape the disaster of genocide. I did nothing wrong. Just forced by the situation. I had no other choice. Suddenly, an arrow pierced through him. He was heavily injured. Coughing. He recognized it. Crying out in horror. It's you guys. Ouyang Jing spoke up. This arrow. It seems your fellow clansmen don't agree with your statement. Juchi hurriedly begged. Save me. Ouyang Jing stepped forward, reaching out to grab the arrow, saying, I'm not interested in a lying. As for your excuses, keep them to explain to the fellow clansmen you killed. Then, an explosion rang out in the sky. The arrow in Juchi was pulled out. At this moment he groaned. An illusion of a fiery red bird appeared. Juchi muttered, Mother will understand me, right? At this moment, Ouyang Jing watched silently. He glanced towards the direction the arrow came from, thinking, that arrow hit itself until it hit the target, piercing through the magic formation, taking a life in an instant. Where was it shot from? That direction. Is it Lingzi City? Back to Lingzi City. At this moment, Ku Omping stood in a corner pondering. Again, every weekend night, this place starts to regain vitality. Even though the weather in this ghostly place has no distinction between day and night. Suddenly, a person appeared. Terrified. Bastard. He clutched his neck moaning. Bloodworms appeared in his mouth and eyes. She immediately recognized who it was. A moment later, he fell down like a dried corpse. She approached to observe, thinking. His appearance at that time turned out to be a magic disguise. The real person had long been withered to death. If other cultivators saw this appearance, he would definitely be besieged immediately. So at that time, Bai Xia saw through his disguise and judged he was no longer a threat. Suddenly, Wan Lao appeared, little Daoist friend. She saw him and said, Elder Wan, I'll watch over this side. You go rest. But he didn't come to find her for guard duty. He asked, Did you see where Bai Xia went? The boy disappeared. A moment later, Bai Xia also woke up. Those spirits asked solicitously, You've been unconscious for 2 hours. We tried our best to heal you. He replied, Thank you. Then he spoke up. Can I ask why you killed your fellow clansman? That spirit replied, Because he's a traitor. Bai Xia didn't understand. Betraying the clan? I only know the Golden Crow clan is a traitor to the immortal race. The spirit recounted. That was just his doing alone. Our elder brother, Juchi, he injured us, chased us out of the Heavenly Palace, left us to fend for ourselves, even lied to us that we were expelled by the immortal race. Lied to our mother too, leading to the Golden Crow clan's betrayal. Bai Xia heard this, sympathetically said, In that case, you should seek the immortal race for judgment. Find the new Heavenly Emperor. The spirit replied, Heavenly Emperor, we don't know him, but we know Emperor Ling Xiao sitting in his position. Whether he would even spare us a glance is unknown. How would he judge for us? Suddenly, Ouyang Jing appeared in the air. He spoke up asking, Your name is Bai Xia, right? Ouyang Jing continued, Your brother is looking for you. The bird flying beside him spoke. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor, for your assistance. He continued, Just on the way. I was also looking for him. Then, Ouyang Jing turned to ask, Do you know the person you shot was once an immortal? Or the current demon clan leader? The bird beside him exclaimed in surprise. What? He continued, Don't worry. This debt won't be counted on your heads. Bai Xia exclaimed in confusion at this moment. After chatting with the spirits for a while, Ouyang Jing's voice rang out. So that's how it is. Congratulations on your successful revenge. The spirit said, But with our cultivation, that one arrow could only seriously injure him. Being able to do so was thanks to the assistance of a compatible cultivator. But Ouyang Jing replied happily, Then you are lucky. Anyway, it's done. Don't keep clinging to people anymore. He asked, Want to return to the Heavenly Palace? Don't wander in this place anymore. The spirits hesitated. Return to the Heavenly Palace? But we only have our primordial spirits left. Can we return to the Heavenly Palace? Ouyang Jing laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. No need to worry about this. You'll know when you go see. Most people in the Heavenly Palace are like you. On this side, Wan Sha introduced to Bai Xia. That is the Heavenly Emperor, at the sky-reaching pavilion. He must have observed us. Bai Xia heard this and said, He is completely different from the immortals of the past. Wan Sha agreed. Indeed, can't judge a book by its cover. No wonder someone like Yuqing happily followed him. He turned towards Yuqing. At this moment, he was drinking wine. Afterwards, he walked to Go Hui, asking, "Excuse me, you're here. Let's have a private chat." Seeing he didn't answer, he smiled and asked, "I want to know, at the sky-reaching pavilion, why did you betray the hidden cultivators at first? After all, you helped us in the end. If there's a hidden reason, you can tell me." Suddenly, he was surprised to discover a flower grew on Go Hui's neck. Seeing this, he asked, "Your true form isn't human? Can you even grow flowers from a body?" He cried out, "How is that possible? Then his tone became gentle. "Just want to find someone. My younger sister. In my hometown, everyone merges with a sapling of the spiritual tree. Only then can we receive the protection of the spiritual tree. I just want to use the resonance between the spiritual trees to find her." He sat down, took a sip from the wine flask, then said, "So that's it." Go Hui continued to answer, "Everything I said is true. I just want to find my sister. That's all." Yuqing continued, "I know. Now you have no reason to lie. I don't doubt you. I was just thinking." He asked, "Do you know your sister's purpose for coming to the 5 great capitals? Whatever the reason, are you sure your sister wants to see you again? If she doesn't want to see you now and knows you are looking for her, wouldn't she run further away?" Hearing this, he could only be surprised. In another place, a flower appeared on a girl's hand. That was at Shin Yuqing's left capital. A girl stood in the corner, looking out at Shi Kuli. He was sitting on a chair, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Fight quickly." 2 girls were kneeling beside him, at a place called the Sea of Oblivion Abyss. Xiangya was sitting in contemplation, training with Irin here for the past few days. Don't know how brother Ouyang and everyone are doing in the 5 great capitals. Luckily, the training harvest is not small. Should go back to the Heavenly Palace too. Red Wings appeared. She thought to herself. At that time, Irin had her devil transformation process controlled by brother Ouyang. After waking up, she wanted to try breaking through again, but a bit careless and devil transformed again. Luckily didn't lose control this time. Irin was flying in the air. She spoke up. "Girl, I just can't figure it out. Why can I fly with 1 wing? This doesn't conform to the laws of aerodynamics or something." Xiangya replied, "It's okay. This place isn't under Newton's jurisdiction, but you have to watch her carefully." Ouyang Jing's words appeared in her mind. Devil transformation consumes a lot of cultivation, even if she can control it. It's very easy to become exhausted unconsciously. Then Xiangya suddenly realized, "Right? Brother Ouyang reminded me." Suddenly, Irin fell down. Seeing this, Xiangya hurriedly ran to catch Irin, reminding, "Be careful." Irin turned around and replied, "I'm fine. I can fight another 300 rounds." Hearing this, Xiangya advised, "Be good. Let's go back to the Heavenly Palace." At this moment, the 2 had returned to the Heavenly Palace. Xiangya tiredly dragged Irin along, crying out, "All right, finally home." She suddenly discovered Ouyang Jing standing in front of her. Surprised, "Brother Ouyang?" She went. He replied calmly, "Devil transformation." Then fainted from exhaustion. "Yours too, right?" Xiangya replied. Afterwards, Ouyang Jing turned to those spirits, said, "You newcomers, put down the things in your hands. Hold them up for us to see." They replied, "Yes." Arrangements settled. Ouyang Jing said, "All right, I'm going first." Seeing this, Xiangya hurriedly called, "Brother Ouyang, planning to go to the 5 great capitals again?" "I'm going with you." Ouyang Jing replied, "Not this time." But Xiangya insisted, "Break through 2 more realms and you'll take me." "You said that, right?" "I did it now, already at the early nascent soul stage. Check the data if you don't believe me." He recalled the sentence he once said, "Xiangya, when I go out in the future, I will definitely take you with me." "Okay, but you must advance at least 2 more realms." Thinking of this, he was surprised. "I don't disbelieve you." But in his heart, he thought, "Did say that. Thought she couldn't do it in a short time." At this moment, she said resentfully, "You promised." Seeing this, Ouyang Jing had to take her along. He replied, Okay. He said, "Let's go. On the way, I'll tell you the current situation of the 5 great capitals." She agreed happily. Yes. Afterwards, on the way, Ouyang Jing told Xiangya everything. Hearing this, Xiangya looked worried. Xiangya said, "Feel that Elder Gujin is very dangerous. Not only killed other elders, but also managed to hide until now. 2 clan leaders are dead. What will the other demons do? Ouyang Jing turned his face away. Continued. This news hasn't spread yet for the time being. But soon. Ge Jin intends to use the power of the immortal race. But it doesn't mean he won't act himself. So I just need to guard around the remaining demon clan leaders to catch him. She looked at Ouyang Jing, thinking, Brother Ouyang intends to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Those two demon clans were originally dependent on the immortal race. That's why she acted. Xiangya spoke up. If Ge Jin's plan succeeds in the end, will the 5 great capitals cease to exist? He turned his head and asked, What? Why do you think so? Xiangya explained. Didn't you say the Spirit Flower clan is everywhere in the 5 great capitals? Those red worms can even drain the chi of cultivators. He snorted and replied, These things, everyone there knows. But no one opposes the Spirit Flower clan or Elder Ge Jin. It has been like this for thousands of years. Everyone is used to it, even if the knife is at their necks. They have reasons to deceive themselves. Until death. Hearing this, Xiangya asked, Blind confidence? Sounds stupid already. He replied, Most cultivators are like that. Xiangya cried out, Now I'm also considered a cultivator. Brother Ouyang saying that. Isn't it scolding me, too? He laughed. Ha! A moment later, they arrived at a city. Xiangya saw the city and was surprised. What is that? Ouyang Jing explained. Ahead is Chun Yuqing's left capital. She continued asking. Seems to be holding some festival? He said. I've seen enough festivals. At this moment, a person's voice rang out. Line up neatly. No talking. Stand over here. Xiangya looked at the situation. Commented. All girls. Ouyang Jing asked. Already used invisibility magic. Why dodge? She was puzzled. Could it be some girl selection activity? Afterwards, Ouyang Jing said excitedly. Standing is useless too. Let's change and infiltrate to see. Xiangya turned her face away and said, You infiltrate too? But it's all girls there. He replied confidently. I'm very confident in my cross-dressing skills. Xiangya blushed and shouted, Although you are very handsome, but a person 1.9 meters tall infiltrating there will only attract attention. He heard this and replied, You don't like well-developed people? Afterwards, the two continued to walk forward. At this moment, he seemed to have compromised, but her expression was still unresigned. Suddenly, a voice rang out, writing the names on the talisman, throwing it inside. Xiangya turned and asked, Ouyang, what is this? He glanced over, just selecting names. But that is a treasure cauldron alchemy furnace. 2 pieces of paper flew up. A person shouted, Du Xiao Wan, Gun Wan, come up here. Witnessing this scene, Ouyang Jing thought to himself, There aren't many people with the surname Go in this world. Chi Kuli sat in a high position. He said, finally starting, Huh? Ouyang Jing spoke up. The person sitting up there is Chi Kuli. It seems this is a duel. Xiangya was puzzled. Duel? He continued. You could consider it a hobby of his. Before, it was men fighting men. Then women fighting women. Guess he's changing tastes. After that, 2 girls rushed forward to fight. He watched them fight. Commented, This magic looks really familiar. Go Hui. Your little sister is stronger than you. One girl was beaten until her whole body was covered in injuries. Begged, I concede. Please spare my life. She looked up at Chi Kuli, called out, Lord Chi Kuli. He turned his head and said, It only just started today. I'll go easy on you for now. Next time, it'll be your turn. She immediately cried out, Thank you, my lord. The loser's penalty is leaving behind an arm to save their life. Then, blood splattered everywhere. Witnessing the scene, Ouyang Jing stood by the side without saying a word. That girl's arm was placed onto the cauldron furnace. After that, 2 other pieces of paper flew up. A person shouted, Next! The girl left, but with only one arm remaining. 2 other people continued to step up, starting another battle. Ouyang Jing was silent for a long time. Finally spoke up, even using them for alchemy. They're the alchemy ingredients. I thought this was an arena. Didn't expect it to be a slaughterhouse. Xiangya called out tremblingly, Ouyang. He saw this and thought, Is she scared with that look? I told you not to follow me. Suddenly, Xiangya shouted, I want to go on stage. Ouyang Jing thought he misheard. Asked back, Go on the ring? You want to fight them? Xiangya replied, No. I just feel there's no need to play this perverted game with that redhead anymore. Hearing this, he didn't know what to say. Just thought, redhead. After that, a person's voice shouted, Next pair. 2 talismans flew up. That person called a name, Yu Lu Hui. Then, Xiangya and a girl stepped onto the ring. The other girl realized it wasn't Yulu Hui. Turned her head immediately. Huh? That man looked at Xiangya. Did he call you? Are you Yulu Hui? Xiangya replied, I am not. Then she launched a move, knocking that man flying, making him scream miserably. Everyone seeing this was horrified. Only Ouyang Jing stood there speechless. Cheekily looked down from the ring. Snorted, oomph. Ouyang Jing said, crashing the party, huh? Hey, Xiangya, why are you so handy with this? She smiled and replied, learned it from you. The girl who won the previous match stepped up, spoke. Never seen you before. Xiangya saw this and whispered, Ouyang, are you sure she is the girl Go Hui is looking for? I feel she's very guarded. He replied, it's fine. Let me talk to her. The other girl asked, who are you? What do you want? Xiangya replied cheerfully, don't worry. I'm not here to fight with you. You're not my match anyway. Hearing this, the other girl asked angrily, what did you say? Suddenly, Xiangya raised a finger. A bolt of lightning appeared, striking straight towards that girl. Chi Kuli sitting high above laughed loudly. Haha, interesting. I thought Chinyu Chung didn't have people like this anymore. Xiangya lowered her hand, glanced towards him, provocatively crooked her finger. Come here. Come on my side. Seeing Xiangya walk over, Chi Kuli turned back to tell the girls behind him. You guys can scram now. Next are you two. Whoever loses goes into the cauldron. Just like that. The two girls cried out in horror. Lord Chi Kuli. Xiangya glanced over. Thought. Why are their eyes and hands gone? Are they victims too? Chi Kuli shouted. No need to care about them. Next, they're just lumps of meat. Xiangya seemed very angry at this moment. She stood high above watching the two fighting below. Spoke. Anyway, they have some cultivation. Outside the 5 great capitals, those humans without cultivation are nothing more than trash, right? Hearing this, Chi Kuli was silent for a moment, then spoke. That's right. Then, his expression began to change, seeming very interested. Then he said, indeed, you really are very special. Xiangya replied, Chi Kuli, your arena here is also very special, especially boring. Hearing her say that, he shouted, stop. All of you stop. The girls hearing this also stopped. After that, Chi Kuli crossed his arms and asked Xiangya, so what do you want? Suddenly, Ouyang Jing's voice transmitted over. I say, Xiangya, did you improvise those words just now? Even I was startled. She replied, I just spoke according to his words. Look, hasn't he taken the bait? Ouyang, you're ruining my mood. Hearing this, he replied, is that so? Huh, my bad. Ouyang Jing whispered, I won't interfere anymore. Then he tied up the girl who won the previous match. She shouted, why lock only me here? Are you and that girl on the same side? Ouyang Jing replied, that's right. I am now her attendant and bodyguard. Just want to have a few words with you. She shouted loudly. Are you crazy? Is it your first day at Chinyu Chung? That guy is a monster race clan leader. If he activates the divine binding restriction, we will all. Suddenly, a blade was held right in front of her face. Ouyang Jing said cheerfully, put the matter of Chi Kuli aside for now. Gunwan, do you recognize this blade? Its old master was named Go Hui. We also have some friendship. Hearing this, she just replied silently, I know my brother is looking for me. Seeing her so calm, Ouyang Jing thought, this attitude. I thought there would be a touching sibling reunion scene. Now it seems the younger sister doesn't want to see her brother. Gunwan continued, next time you see him, pass a message for me. Tell him to stop wasting effort in vain. I came to the 5 great capitals for an important matter. Cannot attract attention. Him looking for me like this only adds trouble for me. Hearing this, he asked, someone like you, what important matter could you possibly have? Gunwan was silent for a moment, then replied, every cultivator in the 5 great capitals has only 2 endings. Either die very quickly, or be slowly sucked dry by bloodworms. I was also infected with bloodworms before, but I wasn't harmed, because of the spirit tree sprout in my body. Its roots pierced into the bloodworms. Originally, the bloodworms devoured spiritual energy. Conversely, they became nutrients absorbed by the spirit tree. He asked further, according to you, that peach blossom is actually the natural enemy of the spirit flower clan. Suddenly, 2 people walked over, shouting, she's here. Release her. He turned to those 2 and said, you still have accomplices? Don't be tense. I won't harm them. Then he spoke up. This is truly an unexpected harvest. Gunwan, let's cooperate. She didn't understand. Astonished. Cooperate? He continued. Lend me your peach blossom tree for a few days. To destroy Elder Goodgen. Interested? The guy next to her heard this and shouted. Huh? Just you? Claiming to destroy Elder Goodgen? Keep dreaming. Gunwan turned and scolded. You guys say a few less words. Ouyang Jing replied. It's fine. I just want to know your thoughts. Then reached out to untie her. At this moment, Gunwan replied. What you said is not something we haven't thought of. But the price to pay for opposing the monster race is too great. Call us greedy for life and afraid of death. Or cowardly, it's fine. But I just want to protect myself well. And rescue more people being devoured by bloodworms. He heard this. Happily said, understood. If you don't intend to oppose good general, then forget it. Xiangya's voice transmitted. Ouyang, they don't believe your words. Why not tell them your identity directly? He replied silently. No one knows what the immortal race is like in these people's hearts. Just a title of immortal race or heavenly emperor is still useless. She cried out in disappointment. Is that so? He asked Xiangya. How is the situation on your side? She replied while walking. That Chi Kuli's reaction is quite puzzling. Aside from that point, it could be considered smooth. She walked to the girl's resting place. Said, everyone here? Recalling Chi Kuli's previous question. So what do you want? Xiangya's expression looked very gentle. She said, from today onwards, you all must listen to me. The girls could only reply, as you command. Xiangya sat down, continued. Don't be so perfunctory. I have a few questions for you. If you could leave here, where would you want to go? What would you want to do? One person spoke up in reply. Do you want to leave here? Can't be done. Everyone in Chen Yucheng is a servant of the monster race. Our every move is under the control of the monster race. Perhaps you are like me, tricked and sold here, so you don't know the inside story. No one can leave Chen Yucheng. Hearing this, Xiangya replied, I know you're all afraid of the monster race. They are indeed very strong. However, another person interrupted. That is not the main point. Don't you know? All of Chen Yucheng is covered by a magic array, called the Divine Binding Restriction. That girl shouted, That's right. As long as you're controlled by the Divine Binding Restriction, you must obey any order from the caster. Hearing this, Xiangya thought to herself, when they slaughtered each other, they were obeying Chi Kuli's orders. Clearly that Divine Binding Restriction wasn't activated at all. She continued, moreover, once manipulated by the Divine Binding Restriction, that person is forced to transfer their true Chi into the magic array. Therefore, the more people controlled, the stronger the magic array becomes, growing endlessly. In the end, unless one can oppose the entire city alone. Otherwise, there is only submission. Xiangya rested her chin on her hand and said, opposing the entire city alone? Put that way, the caster is also very prone to backlash from the Divine Binding Restriction. The woman asked, with the strength of the monster race, how could they make such a mistake? Xiangya turned around and replied, I mean, as long as there is a divine power stronger than the monster race, the Divine Binding Restriction can be broken. Like the immortal race, right? If the immortal race comes, wouldn't everyone be saved? Ouyang Jing's voice rang out. Don't make promises lightly. Xiangya, this Divine Binding Restriction is indeed somewhat exploitable. But these people in the Chunyu array, if you ask them if they want to be saved, it's not certain. Hearing this, she replied, I just hope saying so can give them some hope. Then, the woman from before replied, the immortal race will never care about us. You are too naive to believe in the immortal race. That's right. You must have been deceived. Xiangya saw this and sighed. Ugh, she said to Ouyang Jing. It backfired. So difficult. He laughed and replied, these are people who have been brainwashed. Saying anything is useless. She said again, but we can't just leave them be. A person spoke up asking, think about it. The immortal race will eventually leave the mortal realm. But we can only stay here. When that time comes, what should we do? Hearing this, Xiangya pondered. Thought, they are right. Not just the immortal race. I'm also a transmigrator. Sooner or later, I will leave too. After that, she looked up at the sky, asked Ouyang, in this world, what exactly are we? Ouyang Jing replied, Xiangya, you don't need to ask me this question. Your thoughts. Your own thoughts are the most important. Chi Kuli was still watching from the roof. Spoke up asking, you just said, immortal race what? They saw him appear. Hurriedly explained, no, Lord Chi Kuli. We just casually mentioned it while talking. Xiangya saw this and was silent for a moment, then replied, "It has nothing to do with them. I am the immortal race." Hearing this, Chi was extremely astonished. So were the women behind him. He burst into laughter. "Ha! Then I understand." After that, he looked up and shouted to the sky. "Divine binding restriction. Heed my command. Over here." Gunwan said, "Bad news." Chi activated the divine binding restriction. Ouyang Jing spoke up. "Didn't you say it would affect the whole city? Why isn't the magic array affecting here?" She turned her head and said, "Turns out you know quite a lot. Then you should be glad you aren't controlled." Ouyang Jing replied, "Controlling the whole city isn't very realistic either. Ultimately, it's because his strength isn't enough. Unable to activate such a large-scale magic array." A few runes started flying towards him. Ouyang Jing snorted, "Oof," then reached out to touch those runes. Gunwan shouted, "Don't touch it. You will." But nothing happened. On the other side, Xiangya used a shield layer to resist those runes. Chi shouted excitedly, "How much longer can you hold out? Continue. Don't end it too quickly. All of you rush up for me. Attack her with full force." After that, other women controlled by the divine binding restriction prepared to rush up and attack. Xiangya raised a finger. Suddenly, everyone turned to surround Chi, simultaneously attacking him. He shouted loudly, "You people," then thought, "Clearly I used the divine binding restriction to control their actions." Then he fell down. Chi knelt on the ground. He looked at his hand, shouted, "What exactly happened?" "Over here," Ouyang Jing explained. "Anyone can activate the divine binding restriction. Whoever is strongest, it listens to that person. The rule is very simple." Scene shifts to a room. At this moment, Ham Hong Tu is talking to Tan Zichkao. She laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, we meet again." He bowed his head and replied, "Lord Ham Hong Tui." She spoke up asking, "About Bat Cocklap, has the misunderstanding been cleared?" Ngao Thiet replied, "This old man has contacted all other clan leaders. But only you came." Hearing this, she said, "Is that so? What matter is so important that see you try and Hoa Dao dare not to give you face? Not coming to the gathering? We just met that Chi yesterday. Couldn't reach him?" Ngao Thiet replied, "Time is urgent. We must make a decision quickly." Ham Hung Tui cried out, "What?" Tan Zichkao said, "Lord Ham Hung Tui, there is something I want to invite the Lord to look at." Then the scene shifts to Ouyang Jing. He reached out to alter those runes. Chi shouted, "What is going on?" Gunwan asked, "What exactly are you?" He didn't answer, just said, "Gunwan, you said you wanted to use the peach blossom spirit tree to save those invaded by bloodworms. Specifically, how must it be done?" She hesitated and replied, "It is planting a sapling into their bodies." Ouyang Jing asked, "How long until it takes effect?" "It is effective immediately." "Why do you ask this?" Ouyang Jing asked further, "Up to now, how many people have had saplings planted in them?" Gunwan replied, "Very few in Chenyucheng, but there are still a few of my companions in Lingzi City and Wanshui City." Ouyang Jing said, "I want to use the peach blossom spirit tree to destroy all spirit flower clansmen in Chun Yuching's territory, including the bloodworms inside the bodies and those crawling outside. How long do you think it will take at the fastest?" Gonwan replied, "Not everyone can have a spirit tree planted in them, nor does everyone want to leave the 5 great capitals, especially those controlled by restrictions in Chun Yuching's territory." He turned his face away, saying, "I don't intend to ask for their opinion." Afterwards, 2 people stood on a roof. He held a sword in his hand, stabbing down forcefully. Bai Xia's voice rang out, "Wan Sha, are you sure?" Wan Sha replied, "Sure. The Heavenly Emperor is currently in Chun Yuching's territory. The younger sister, Go we want to find, is also there." Wan Sha continued, "I heard it's very easy for women to enter Chun Yuching's territory. As for us, need me to use my transformation ability?" Hearing this, Bai Xia immediately cried out, "Don't. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Lucky I'm blind." While talking, they suddenly discovered a giant spirit tree. At this moment, Ouyang Jing and Xiangya stood on the roof. Everyone in Chun Yuching's territory was standing below. Then, the petals of the spirit tree flew into the air, falling onto everyone. Ouyang Jing crossed his arms and said, "After planting the spirit tree in them, they won't be invaded by bloodworms anymore." Xiangya exclaimed, "Like getting vaccinated." He explained, "The principle is not the same." After that, we can let them leave. Wait until they are far enough from Chun Yuqing's territory. The restriction in their bodies will automatically lose effect. Hearing this, she responded, yes. He continued, Chun Yuqing's territory will soon become an empty city. Chikuli was now beaten black and blue. Oof. Xiaonya exclaimed. He could become nutrients for the spirit tree. Consider it recycling waste. Ouyang Jing turned his head and replied, I see. You really hate him. Hearing this, Xiaonya shouted loudly, this pervert. Don't you find it disgusting, brother Ouyang? He turned his face to another direction, said one word, 2. At this moment, Gonwan was standing on the spirit tree. Xiaonya turned her head and said, really sorry about that time. Gonwan asked, can you tell me the origins of you two? You two saved so many people. I want to know who I should thank. Ouyang Jing turned towards the two. Speaking up, you mean those people in Chun Yuqing's territory? I just want to deal with good Jin. So I let those obstacles in Chun Yuqing's territory go first. Xiaonya whispered in Gonwan's ear. Don't listen to this guy. He just tough talk. He continued. As for our origins, why don't you go back and ask your brother? At this moment, How I was standing below, looking up at Gonwan. Two people standing on the spirit tree confiding. Go, we spoke up. This scene is really like our hometown. Although our hometown is isolated from the world, but you have also seen the state of the world. Can be said to be rotten to the core. Why on earth do you still insist on staying here? Gonwan replied, we are also considered a branch of the Hidden Cultivators. Hidden Cultivators once swore an oath. Hidden Cultivators in the world are all brothers and sisters. Hearing this, Go Hui shouted, just for those Hidden Cultivators. That brotherhood is just a name. I am your brother, your biological brother. She replied, brother, listen to me finish. Have you ever thought why anyone who is a cultivator is a brother or sister must treat each other like family? This oath is completely unreasonable. I used to think so too, but now I know one thing. As fellow cultivators, our power comes from the same source. That is the spiritual vein. The spiritual vein connects us with all things in the world. No one can escape it, nor can anyone monopolize it. The mortal realm has been oppressed by dark demons for a long time. Our hometown cannot remain a paradise forever. Disaster will sooner or later spread there. Therefore, I choose to stay, hoping to use my strength to change the status quo. Hearing this, Go Hui cried out, if you don't go, I won't go either. She replied, I didn't mean that. Now is the time to leave Chun Yuqing's territory. He replied, then I'll go with you. She said, you talk too much. Gonwan continued, soon, this place will become a battlefield. If that person's identity is as you say, maybe he can really destroy Elder Gujin. Back to the clan leaders. After seeing that piece of flesh, Han Sanshui's face showed horror. She said, the 5 elders were not in secluded cultivation at all, but were murdered by Elder Gujin. Ecchi and Qigong spoke up. Now the immortal race is preparing for a decisive battle with Elder Gujin. Lord Han Sanshui, you two will surely leave the 5 great capitals immediately to take refuge temporarily, right? She turned her head and asked, leaving now, isn't that handing over the 5 great capitals to the immortal race? Which side are you on exactly? He paused for a moment, then said, if you insist on staying, the immortal race might not be hostile to you, but Elder Gujin will definitely act. The elders of the 5 clans have been destroyed. Next will be you clan leaders. Hearing this, Han Sanshui replied with a worried face. I truly underestimated you before. She sighed. Sigh. I understand. At this moment, back to Chun Yuqing's territory, a hand was pinching a worm. Ouyang Jing sat leisurely on a tree branch, saying, bloodworms scattered everywhere are both fellow clansmen, in your eyes and ears. So now all bloodworms in Chun Yuqing's territory have been destroyed. Elder Gujin in monster form appeared above his head. Ouyang Jing said sternly, this place is already my territory. Sooner or later, the entire 5 great capitals will also belong to me. Can you still sit still? He grinned, revealing terrifying teeth, saying, brat. Ouyang Jing turned his face away and replied, been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, in the outskirts of Chun Yuqing's territory, people began to wake up. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Where's this? What happened? Gonwan spoke up. Listen to me, everyone. And she told them the whole story. At this moment, Xiaonya said to Ouyang Jing, according to what you said, Chun Yuqing's territory has been almost completely evacuated. The Gonwan and Go Hui siblings are helping each other. Suddenly, several people appeared. Go Hui shouted, "Move away quickly." Go Hui saw He Wei and several guards standing together. He thought to himself, why do these people come here? So unlucky. Yuching beside him spoke up. Came back so quickly? Found your sister yet? Running out of Chun Yuching's territory before finding her is too ungrateful of our kindness. He replied, Found her. Found her. Careful not to expose it. Onping gritted her teeth in anger. Those scorpion tail soldiers again. Go fight them to the death. But Go Hui hurriedly stopped her. No, can't stay here long. I'll go hold them back. You guys go first. At this moment, two people stood on the roof. Ouyang Jing ordered, Xianya, don't stay here anymore either. She asked puzzledly. Why? I won't be in the way. He suddenly pulled her into his arms. Xianya blushed thinking, what is going on? Ouyang Jing's voice rang out. Don't speak. Communicate with consciousness. She asked again. The two began communicating via spiritual consciousness. He said, cannot underestimate the spirit flower clan's bloodworms. Truly hard to guard against. She suddenly turned her face away and exclaimed, this is crawled onto me already, but I didn't notice at all. He continued, this thing looks like a low-level creature that only knows how to absorb chi, but it also has the function of gathering information. She cried out worriedly, didn't I reveal information to Good Jin just now? He shouted loudly, no, not to that extent. You didn't say anything you shouldn't have just now, right? He replied, not yet. That's why I told you to go back first. Xianya asked, then can I stand a bit further away? No, he replied. The further the better. Xianya, I don't want to accidentally hurt you either. Hearing this, she said no more. Afterwards, Go Hui also appeared. Walking towards He Wei. He saw Go Hui, immediately spoke up. It's you? You're still alive? He replied, borrowing your luck. I will live until the end. He thought, just try to stall for time. Then spoke up saying, if Elder Good Jin sent you here, I advise you one thing. Don't come throwing your lives away. The person guarding Chun Yuching's territory now is not someone you can deal with. He replied, then what a coincidence. We received orders to come to Chun Yuching's territory to meet Elder Good Jin. Besides him, who else can guard this place? Hearing this answer, Go Hui suddenly thought of something. Incorrect. They can't know anything. Why did Good Jin want them to come here? Suddenly, a scream rang out behind. He Wei turned around and asked, what's wrong? From the mouths and eyes of those guards, countless worms crawled out, causing them extreme pain. He Wei saw this, blurted out, bloodworms. It's Elder Good Jin. Suddenly, bloodworms also appeared on his face, shouting loudly, what? Then he exploded into pieces. Gonwan saw this scene. Extremely terrified, those pieces of flesh flew towards him, then slowly rose into the air. Go Hui lay prostrate on the ground. There was a shield layer around him. He recalled before leaving. Yuching gave him a mirror. He said, this is an immortal magic treasure. The Kunlun heart-protecting mirror. Used to save your life. Just hide it in your chest. Omping even reminded, remember to return it after use. Go Hui sat up with difficulty. He took out the mirror and thought, really dangerous. Almost died. Then he looked up at the sky. Seeing Elder Good General, he thought, that is Elder Good Jin. Why hide in the bodies of his own subordinates? No wonder he disappeared without a trace. At this moment, a hand was pinching a worm. Ouyang Jing sat leisurely on a tree branch, saying, bloodworms scattered everywhere are both fellow clansmen, in your eyes and ears. So now all bloodworms in Chun Yuching's territory have been destroyed. Elder Good Jin in monster form appeared above his head. Ouyang Jing said sternly, this place is already my territory. Sooner or later, the entire 5 great capitals will also belong to me. Can you still sit still? Grinned, revealing terrifying teeth, saying, brat. Ouyang Jing turned his face away and replied, been waiting for you for a long time. Afterwards, he controlled countless tentacles stabbing towards Ouyang Jing. A person rushed out, swinging his arm to cut off those tentacles. His eyes were full of surprise. He transformed back into human form. Good Jin spoke up. Chi Kuli is truly a clown. Ouyang Jing put his arm around his shoulder, said happily, how can you say that? Come here. Come here. Say hello. Compared to killing him directly, isn't this more interesting? Just happened to utilize Chun Yuching's territory a bit too. Chi Kuli was now like a walking corpse, mouth emitting groans. Afterwards, or ecchi, while he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Seeing him rushing over, Gu Jin summoned a shield to block. Ouyang Jing shouted, "Not done yet." Suddenly, a beam of light attacked Gu Jin from behind. He thought, "This is the Golden Crow clan's move." From another direction, several giant rocks flew over. A loud explosion rang out in the sky. After the explosion, Elder Gu Jin seemed unharmed. Ouyang Jing stood on the spirit tree saying, "You are still as tough as ever. But this time I found a few helpers. Is my arrangement okay?" Turns out that beam of light was shot by Ju Qi, and those rocks were thrown by Hua Do. He blurted out, "Playing child's games." Ouyang Jing asked, "When you intended to use me to deal with them, didn't think things would turn out like this?" Afterwards, he controlled the three of them in turn. Attacking Elder Good General, he smiled and said, "Just let them play with you slowly." The three used their moves to strike at Elder Gujen. Then another loud explosion. At this moment, the magic artifact used to contact Tai Bai appeared. Tai Bai called out, "Ouyang Jing." He saw this, turned his head and asked, "What?" Tai Bai, "Felt like you've been silent for a long time. Finally escaped the gloom? Not brooding anymore?" Tai Bai said, "What do you mean? I don't understand." Ouyang Jing replied, "You fake. Since Gu Jin took out Wu Lingxiao's head, you have become very strange. The immortal slaying formation being demonized, and Wu Lingxiao's death both prove one thing. Devil transformation is the greatest weakness of cultivators. To overcome this weakness, cannot evade, but instead must use it to break through." Xiangya watched the battle in the sky from afar, thinking, fighting so fiercely, but brother Ouyang still hasn't acted. At this moment, she recalled just now, he suddenly took out some bloodworm from behind her back. Then she looked angry. She thought, clearly this guy is tricking me. Big liar. Embarrassed to death. Why didn't I realize it at that time? But she cared more about that sentence. She recalled what Ouyang Jing said earlier. The further the better. Xiangya, I don't want to accidentally hurt you either. Xiangya thought, accidentally hurt? What does that mean? Like Irin? Devil transformation? On this side, Tai Bai's voice shouted loudly. No, cannot continue devil transformation anymore. Too dangerous. Devil transformation will lose control. He replied, Sigh, you finally caught up with the rhythm. Without you nagging in my ear, just feels like something is missing. He said angrily, I'm not joking with you. Ouyang Jing said calmly, this is not just my thought alone. The prophecy in the Heavenly Tome also says so. Saint and devil unite as one, reshaping the universe. Isn't that what it means? You don't believe me. Should at least believe the Heavenly Tome's prophecy, right? Hearing this, Tai Bai was silent for a while, then replied, It's not that I don't believe you. Ouyang Jing, just rest assured, after defeating Gu Jin, there are still many things I want. I don't want to be the one who finishes them off with my own hands. But to avoid losing control, relying on myself is definitely not enough. So, I needed to filter opponents. At this moment, 3 clan leaders were controlled. Ouyang Jing continued, Simply put, need a strong enough opponent. Afterwards, a hand grabbed him from behind, directly lifting him into the sky. At this moment, that hand began to wrap around him, when only his mouth was left exposed. Ouyang Jing said, Very good, you met the standard. Elder Gu Jin was expressionless. He shouted, Devour completely. Afterwards, that mass completely wrapped Ouyang Jing. A ray of light flashed from within that mass of flesh. Elder Gu Jin said confidently, Useless. Even if you can escape, so what? You can't kill all the spirit flowers. I am the final winner. Looking back at that spirit tree, Elder Gu Jin shouted, Spirit tree, using this childish trick again. My clan has ruled the 5 great capitals for nearly 1,000 years. Happen to be occupied by you brats. Next, the tree trunk began to be wrapped by Elder Gu Jin's body. At this moment, Ouyang Jing had escaped. Before Tai Bai left, Ouyang Jing once said, All right, Tai Bai, you don't need to worry unnecessarily anymore. Besides, you also have to stay further away. Otherwise, you'll be accidentally hurt. From the place imprisoning Ouyang Jing, a hand reached out. Gu Jin saw this, blurted out, That is. Afterwards, that thing exploded. A figure appeared, along with countless arms. Ouyang Jing had undergone devil transformation at this moment. Elder Gu Jin saw this, shouted, That is, actively devil transforming, seeking your own death. Suddenly, Gu Jin's bloodworms flew towards there. He thought to himself, This monster is absorbing the bloodworms. Ouyang Jing's voice rang out. Good Jin, don't just stand there gawking. He shouted, impossible. Why are you still conscious? Ouyang Jing asked back, is it that hard to believe? He replied, you should have been like Wu Lingxiao, collapsing in both cultivation and body due to demonization. The demonized Ouyang Jing smiled and replied, always seeing me as a copy of Wu Lingxiao. That is your mistake. As for your question, I must thank your clansmen, because they have been stubbornly resisting inside my body. He shouted loudly, nonsense. You have demonized. Don't even think about harming my clan. Ouyang Jing continued, just now you said you wanted to devour me. Don't admit defeat so quickly. I really need you guys to resist a little more. Come on. Hearing this, Elder Gujin turned to run away. His body began to be sucked in. Ouyang Jing's voice rang out, this time, it's my turn to devour you. In another corner, Yu Cheng and the others also witnessed this scene, watching the surrounding bloodworms being sucked away. Yu Cheng said, that giant statue, it is devouring the Spirit Flower Clan's bloodworms. Umping thought, not just the bloodworms. Yu Cheng is immortal, so he can't feel it. Right now, I feel all the true chi in my body being sucked away. What a terrifying power. Seeing Yu Cheng still moving forward, she shouted loudly, Yu Cheng, don't get any closer. Do you have a death wish? Yu Cheng turned back and replied, I just feel that. To witness the scene with my own eyes, dying would be worth it. Ouyang Jing's voice rang out. To use this move, I evacuated all of Chinyu City. If anyone else with a death wish comes closer, bear the consequences yourself. Then, he transformed back into human form. Said, you're no exception. Seeing Ouyang Jing, he asked, is it over now? He jumped down to the ground. Not yet. The Spirit Flower Clan cannot be completely exterminated. The giant statue you see is just imprisoning as many Spirit Flower Clan members as possible inside its body. As for the Spirit Flower Clan members existing elsewhere, you hidden cultivators must deal with them yourselves. He turned to look at Chunyuan, said, I only guarantee that there won't be a second elder good general hearing this. I think that is enough. Ouyang Jing approached Yu Cheng and asked, Yu Cheng, do you know your younger brother also followed those castellans to the 5 great capitals? He replied, yes. That is that so? He continued, looking at your attitude, this matter definitely involves you. The two continued talking. Yu Cheng replied, did Yuren cause considerable trouble? Can I apologize to you on behalf of my foolish brother? Is that okay? Ouyang Jing shouted loudly. Don't think that settles it. He blurted out, well, while the two were talking, Xianyu was slowly walking over. She shouted loudly, Ouyang. Hearing this, he said worriedly, I'm leaving first. Make yourselves at home. Xianyu's face looked like she was about to cry. Seeing this, he thought, playing this trick again. I won't take the bait. Then he spoke up, Xianya. Listen to me. Actually, contrary to his expectations, Xianya burst into loud sobs. Seeing this, Ouyang Jing was astonished. Really crying? Back to the spirit world. The little fairies saw Taibai return, started to come forward to inquire. Celestial Lord Taibai has returned. Where is the Heavenly Emperor? Celestial Lord, didn't he return with you? He spoke up in reply. Everyone need not wait here. The Heavenly Emperor will return soon. When that time comes, he will summon you all. They replied, yes. Understood. Yes. His expression at this moment was extremely profound. He recalled the words Ouyang Jing once said. This is not just my own thought. The prophecy in the Heavenly Tome is written that way too. Saint and demon become one, reconstructing the heavens. Isn't that what it means? If you don't believe me, you must believe the Heavenly Tome's prophecy. Taibai thought to himself, back then, right at this place, the Heavenly Tome revealed those words. We all thought that, as long as the prophecy comes true, his mission in this world would be considered complete, and he could return to his original world. Ouyang Jing also always took that as his ultimate goal. But, is this really the meaning the Heavenly Tome wanted to convey? I do not believe saint and demon become one means what Ouyang Jing understands. That is requiring him to actively demonize. If he understood correctly, then there is no doubt. The Heavenly Tome's prophecy will lead him onto a path of no return. Those characters are truly vague and hard to predict. He held the Heavenly Tome in his hand, thinking, what am I thinking? To doubt the Heavenly Tome, Suddenly, a black dot appeared on the heavenly tome. He opened the heavenly tome, thinking in astonishment, "This is..." Then, he hurriedly ran to the heavenly tome pavilion to check. Looking around once, he thought, "The heavenly tome pavilion. There's nothing unusual. Then what is that ink stain that suddenly appeared?" Suddenly, a woman appeared behind him. Spoke up. "This place wasn't originally like this. This place should have been a bit more chaotic. To become what it is now, must be thanks to you, right?" She turned her face away and said, "Seen your brother Ming Kai. Haven't seen you for 1,000 years." He turned his face back, recognized her immediately, blurted out, "Wu Lingwei." She spoke up, "But I have always been in the demon realm. My sense of time is no longer accurate. The last time I saw you seems like not long ago. Why do I feel you have aged so much now?" Tai Bai saw this, shouted loudly, "Why did you betray the immortal race?" Wu Lingwei closed her eyes and replied, "Don't want to reminisce with me? After all, we are fellow disciples. So many years of friendship. But I can understand your feelings. After all, to you people, I had absolutely no reason to betray. As the Heavenly Queen, the biological sister of the Heavenly Emperor, how could I betray the immortal race? But actually, for me, the Heavenly Queen's betrayal was an event destined to happen, just as Wu Lingxiao was destined to die." Hearing this, Tai Bai immediately asked, "What do you mean by that?" Wu Lingwei held a black heavenly tome in her hand. She replied, "Because in my heavenly tome, that is exactly what is written." Tai Bai asked further, "The heavenly tome in your hand, is it the complete version?" She replied, "It seems you discovered early on. The heavenly tomes in our hands are neither the complete version. These two heavenly tomes are actually two sides of the same coin. The content on them is completely opposite. Only when combined are they complete. My heavenly tome also shows prophecies. From Emperor Ling Xiao to the immortal demon Great War, then to the demise of the immortal race. Everything was predetermined. What I did was also very simple, just adding fuel to the fire at crucial moments." Tai Bai was confused. "Predetermined? Those prophecies, did you never doubt them?" Wu Lingwei replied, "If you came to this world alone countless times, overcoming difficulties relying on the guidance of the heavenly tome, you would also trust the heavenly tome unconditionally, no matter what." Suddenly, Tai Bai's expression changed. Wu Lingwei said, "I just want to go home." Tai Bai looked panic-stricken. Suddenly, a black object pierced through his chest from behind, lifting Tai Bai high up. He was critically injured, but his mouth still said, "Doing this won't kill me." She asked, "Ming Kai, huh? What are you thinking? I just want you to stop blocking the way." Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the sky. Ouyang Jing appeared attacking Wu Lingwei, but she blocked it. Ouyang Jing shouted loudly, "Tai Bai." Tai Bai remained silent at this moment. She saw Ouyang Jing appear, then said, "You're Ouyang Jing, right? Let me introduce myself." But he interrupted, "I know you're Wu Lingwei." Wu Lingwei narrowed her eyes and asked, "Is that so? Then it's much more convenient. You and I are both transmigrators. It's just that I arrived much earlier than you. I am not your enemy. I came to help you return to the old world." Ouyang Jing's face was full of anger. He asked, "Then finding me would have been enough. What does it have to do with Li Bai?" She replied calmly, "That won't do. If he knew there was a way to help you return to the old world, what do you think he would do? Just let you go? Or use every means to keep you here?" He lowered his head, let out a ha. Ouyang Jing asked, "Do you really know how to return?" Wu Lingwei replied, "Of course. Follow me." He continued, "I really didn't expect there to be someone who transmigrated even earlier than me." Lingwei said, "The speed of time in the two worlds is different. Perhaps I'm not much older than you. Need to verify any secret codes to confirm identity?" He replied, "No need." Then he asked, "I came here through the Soul Stone. Did you too?" Lingwei replied, "That's right." Ouyang Jing's gaze changed. He said, "Knowing that is enough." Saying that, he swung his hand to slash at Lingwei. Wu Lingwei glared in anger, attacking towards Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing glanced at her. In an instant, countless streams of black energy rushed in, forcing her to protect her body to defend. She said, "Really? Looking so handsome, yet using such insidious sneak attack methods. Such poor character." Ouyang Jing was now radiating killing intent. "I intend to finish you." Immediately after, he fired a beam of energy, flying straight towards Wu Lingwei. But she dodged in time. He then said, "Seems it's not that easy." She exclaimed, "Oh my, so scary." Do you really not intend to return to your world anymore? Only I know the way back. He then sneered. Is that so? Then why don't you go back? Think I'm easy to fool? She let out a soft Don't overestimate yourself. Yang Jing. There will be a day you come begging me. Looks mature, but actually still a brat. Really don't understand what's special about you. Having said that, she suddenly disappeared. Her aura gradually faded. A while later, in other words, there are actually two heavenly tomes? Achin said. One is like an encyclopedia. Inside is content that can be made public. The other is dark history. Even the immortal race didn't know this thing existed. Can be understood that way, right? Moreover, it is in the hands of Wu Lingyue's reincarnation. Liang, Reincarnated. Clearly the dark history heavenly tome is a bit more formidable. Usually, that's the motif. Xiangyu replied. Someone transmigrated so early. Are there many others we don't know about? Recalling when Taibai asked why she betrayed the immortal race, she replied, if you came to this world alone, relying on the heavenly tome's guidance to overcome countless tribulations, you would also trust the heavenly tome unconditionally. I just want to go home. Thinking of this, Taibai was heartbroken. When everyone had left, Ouyang Jing approached Taibai, said, let me see your wound. He replied, about Wu Lingyue. Must quickly tell Xiangya and the others to be on guard. Cannot easily trust her just because she is also a reincarnator. He coughed weakly a few times, worried about him. Ouyang Jing called out, stop talking. He spoke in a wheezing voice. My wound is fine. No need to let anyone know. The two white and black heavenly tomes must be related. The ink stain in the heavenly tome must be a door opened by Wu Lingyue. She can break straight into the heavenly tome pavilion, avoiding the strict guard of the heavenly palace. Behind her is the entire demon realm. From today, this place is no longer safe. This heavenly tome must be sealed. At this moment, Xiangyu was astonished. Then Master Taibai will. Ouyang Jing replied coldly. Just do it. Everyone seeing his attitude didn't say anything more. Some time later, the heavenly palace was calm and tranquil. After the heavenly tome was sealed, we rarely saw Master Taibai. Ouyang Jing leaned back in his chair and said, I guess he just doesn't want to see us. Before, in his heart, aside from reviving the immortal race, he thought of nothing else. Now that his belief has collapsed, I don't know how he will be either. Even the heavenly tome and prophecies have become a hoax. Do you really not intend to return to your world anymore? Only I know the way back. Is that so? Then why don't you go back? Think I'm easy to fool? He looked up thinking. Looking at it now, if the secret of the heavenly tome is not clarified, the way back cannot be found. Xiangyu spoke up. Oh Yang, actually compared to finding a way back right now, I hope Master Taibai can recover quickly. Really don't want to see him broken like this. He nodded. You are right. I will go find him once. At this moment, at Taibai Jinxing's residence, he was holding a brush. I have been thinking and reflecting all this time. Actually, I discovered the heavenly tome's flaws early on. Your appearance convinced me that the prophecy would come true. For the later prophecies, you trusted my judgment. It was I who betrayed your trust. The way back Wu Lingyue spoke of, although only to trick you into the demon realm. I think it is not completely baseless. You understand the structure of the spirit realm and mortal realm well. Spiritual veins spread across both realms, moving between two poles. But drawing it like that is just for easy understanding. In reality, these two poles are one. The closer you get to it, the further you are from it. The power of the two poles will crush everything and turn them into spiritual energy, flowing into the spiritual veins, cycling repeatedly. All things in the world, no matter where they are, no matter where they go, will ultimately meet again at the beginning and end of the world. This is the true form of this world. But this world is not an infinite loop, never changing. The biggest variable is the demon realm. The demon realm is the part furthest from the two poles in the spirit realm. Spiritual energy here is extremely thin. The influence of the spiritual vein circulation is also the smallest. Since the demon realm was discovered, its range has been constantly expanding outwards, gradually approaching the boundary of this world. So, what lies beyond the boundary? I have a hypothesis. The path connecting your old world to this place very likely lies in the demon realm. Therefore, I decided to go to the demon realm, going one step ahead to search for a method to help you return to the old world. At this moment, Ouyang Jing was reading the letter Tai Bai left behind. Also, perhaps you heard Wu Lingwei call my name. That is my real name, Li Mingkai. Forgot to tell you before. The heavenly tome by your side is inherently dangerous. You don't need it anymore either. So I took it away. Finished reading the entire letter. Ouyang Jing was stunned for a long time. This old man. Tai Bai also instructed Ouyang Jing. The reincarnators with you, Xiangya, Achin, and Liang Er need you. The immortals in the immortal palace also rely heavily on you. The safety of the mortal realm also depends on your strength to maintain, whether as yourself or as the heavenly emperor. You cannot place yourself in danger now. Therefore, let me explore the danger for you. This is the only thing I can do for you. It is also my final mission. He finished writing the letter. At the end of the letter was the line, Tai Bai bids farewell. Finished reading his letter. Ouyang Jing pondered in silence. He walked into a room where Wu Lingxiao's head was being kept. He spoke up. Sorry for keeping you here. Ouyang Jing slowly approached, mouth speaking nonstop. I know you can talk. It's just that with the current situation, it's understandable you don't want to open your mouth, especially in front of my companion. If it weren't important, I wouldn't have come to bother you. He sat down in front of him, then asked, I want to ask you about someone. You know him better than I do. Tai Bai, or also known as Li Mingkai. I'm really not used to this name. That stinking old man ran off to the devil realm on his own. How dangerous that place is. You must know better than me. I think. Perhaps you also don't want him to end up like you, right? Wu Lingxiao slightly opened one eye. He spoke up. What do you want? He replied. Tell me what you know. Help me find him. As simple as that. This is the world where the reincarnators originally lived. The story happens in the present world. Ludo game. The largest virtual reality game globally. Almost encompassing all IPs. Countless game worlds for you to explore freely. For many veteran players, Ludo also provides over 1 billion types of materials and AI support, allowing players to customize existing games at will, or use it to design rules, build their own game world, open for other players to join. In this game world, there's a group of players with the highest experience and skills. They are hired by Ludo, responsible for testing and reviewing all player-created game worlds. Created games must pass review to be launched and promoted. As for those created games that fail the review, whether the difficulty is extremely perverted or breaks the limits of taste, inspectors must experience them personally, then give review opinions, plus the extremely high authority granted by the game. They can not only veto and ban games with one vote, but also travel freely between major game lobbies. In the eyes of ordinary players, these inspectors are the embodiment of mystery and authority. For example, these two. Number 7. Planetary Inspector Qing Tian by Lu. He happily said to the person beside him, Little brat, we have plenty of ways to deal with you. Number 10. Planetary Inspector Com, Cho Tao. Young Ouyang Jing was hit by an energy beam, letting out a cry. Ugh. People around were whispering. What happened? This is a sightseeing area. Fighting isn't allowed. You don't recognize them? They are planetary inspectors. Even super admins have to call them Big Brother. Who can manage them? Number 7 shouted. Still running? A man said angrily. Too much. A beast man said, although fighting here doesn't lose HP, nor is there pain sensation. But just now, throwing that player like that will definitely cause unbearable dizziness. The purple-haired girl shouted. Isn't this bullying people? On what basis are they so arrogant? Number 10 spoke up. That is my son. Everyone heard this and was surprised. They're a couple? Biological son? Then it's fine. The world where the reincarnators live is called the present world. The time is 15 years ago. At this moment, a boy was kneeling trembling on the ground. A voice rang out. Why stop arguing? Convinced yet? The boy on the ground gritted his teeth. Not convinced. Dad, why don't you let me play? You, the mom, play every day. This is 5-year-old Ouyang Jing. People around discussed. Sounds like a child. He's 5? Too young. Ouyang Jing heard people talking about him, so he shouted loudly, I'm 5.5. Number 7 looked at the boy and smiled. Stinky brat. Not letting you play is because you are too noob. In our house, noobs don't have the right to play games. People around darkened their faces, thinking, feeling insulted. Number 7 said to Ouyang Jing, leave this safe zone. Believe it or not, I'll make you die 10 times in 5 minutes. The boy shouted, you guys cheat. I'm not a noob. Number 7 was surprised. Let's hear it. Ouyang Jing shouted. When I play alone, I'm very good. It's all you guys deliberately blocking my way. You guys are unreasonable. His father laughed happily. Ha ha ha. Today we will reason with you. At the entrance of Maze Zone NPS 62913. System display. Planetary Inspector Number 7 confirmed authority. Spectator's sync opened. Number 7 said to his son, "This time we guarantee not to disturb. You just need to go in and fight monsters. Kill enough 50 monsters and it's done." Those watching the live stream discussed spiritedly. They really dare to let a 5-year-old child into this map? Can he fight? Fear he'll be too scared to walk. With parents like that, who knows, maybe this child is naturally gifted. Ouyang Jing agreed. Fight then fight. Number 7 put his hand on his shoulder, stopping him. Don't rush. The time to achieve the highest rating is within 13 minutes. If you can't do it, log off voluntarily. Don't lose face here. Understand? Ouyang Jing listened to his father, face sulking. Yeah, I can definitely fight. You guys just wait and see. Wait until I grow up. I will play as long as I want. I said it. Well, go on, go on. His father waved goodbye happily. Model Master. Start timing. In the chat room, Number 7 and Number 10 stared unblinkingly at the screen. On it displayed the image of their son. Number 7 pursed his lips. Madam, was my acting just now a bit too much? Number 10 replied. Fearing what? Must teach him a lesson. This game was reviewed by you back then. There isn't any excessive content inside, right? Don't scare him. At this moment, Ouyang Jing was fighting monsters. System display. Kill count 3/50. Time 0 minutes 52 seconds. His father happily rambled on. No. Don't look at the gloomy environment. There are no horror elements inside. The author of this game is very capable. On the surface, it's just killing monsters to level up. But actually, this map is an ecosystem. Monsters can self-circulate. Want to increase the number of a certain monster type. You also have to eliminate those monsters in the same ecological niche as it. Killing indiscriminately will lead to ecosystem collapse. Must say, this is a real masterpiece. Soulful, with depth, must support. Number 10 looked blankly at her husband. This hobby of yours is also truly rare. Personality too. Other people's kids all like playing games. He is completely uninterested, just researching those games all day long. Don't know who he takes after. He replied, I see him fighting so smoothly. Definitely takes after you. Ouyang Jing continued fighting. System display panel. Kill count 49/50. Time 11 minutes 6 seconds. His mother looked at the status board. Finished so fast? Too easy, right? Didn't you say teach him a lesson? Number 7 replied. Seems next time I have to find a harder challenge for him. Number 10 replied. You're at it again. It's you spoiling him. He replied. Oh well, children. Liking games is normal. Ouyang Jing looked at a pet in the maze. Thinking. The 50th one. The boy said to a player. Uncle, are you still fighting? Can you give that monster to me? That man was silent and did not answer him. Ouyang Jing turned to leave. If not, then forget it. Calculating in his heart. There is one nearby. Must quickly find another one. The man's voice rang out. Wait. Ouyang Jing was suspicious. Uncle? I'm in a hurry. The man continued. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Suddenly, that sheep lay in front of Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing threw the sheep aside, thinking, when did it get into my hands? He asked curiously, why is the corpse preserved? Is this your skill? The man replied, consider it a skill. That was created by me. I created a world. Does it mean anything to you? Ouyang Jing giggled. Are you joking or serious? If you're on the Ludo channel, anyone can create it. How is your game? The man replied, I created the spirit realm and the mortal realm, and the 4 clans of immortals and demons. I taught them the method of refining spiritual energy for cultivation. Then observe them. Is that so? Ouyang Jing was suspicious. Just watching? Sounds boring. He smiled. Ha! At first it was interesting, but now it is indeed boring. So I want to overthrow everything and start over. What do you think? Ouyang Jing replied. Up to you. He continued. The only problem is, I am dying. The boy suggested. If dying, then heal up. The man continued. I reached the end of the world, discovered a path, and arrived here. Ouyang Jing understood immediately after hearing. Oh, you opened a teleportation gate here? No wonder I didn't see you when entering from the main gate. His eyes were red. I have searched for a long time. Perhaps you can help me revive. Ouyang Jing was worried. Do you want to buy my account? Sorry, uncle. I'm not selling. Find someone else. Suddenly, he controlled the soul, attacking Ouyang Jing. The man continued. Over there, I can do whatever I want it will. Pity it's not possible here. The passage is too small. My power is also very limited. Ouyang Jing asked fearfully. What are you? He recounted. You can call me Venerable One. Previously, the immortals all call me that. Let me test you. Can't touch your body. Then let the primordial spirit feel the sensation of death. The two saw Ouyang Jing open his eyes. Asked, Jing Jing, what's wrong? His father stepped forward and said, Stinky brat. What are you spacing out for? Challenge not finished yet. You fought until the 49th one, then stopped moving. Calling didn't answer either. We had to log off to call you. Hearing this, he recalled the 49th monster. Everything after that was an illusion. He looked down at the ground, thinking in his heart, but he recalled that feeling at that time. You can call me Venerable One. Previously, the immortals all called me that. Let me test you. Can't touch your body. Then let the primordial spirit feel the sensation of death. Ouyang Jing recalled that feeling. Tears fell immediately. Wah! Crying bitterly. He rushed into his mother's arms, crying loudly. Wah, wah, wah. His mother asked worriedly, What's wrong? Feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Or got scared? Ouyang Jing thought. Everywhere is uncomfortable, like the whole body being torn apart. But he just let out a cry. Scared. His mother comforted. Got scared. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Mom and Dad are here. Then she glared at her husband reproachfully. He pouted. How would I know? Suddenly, that man appeared. He asked, Do you want to pretend I don't exist? Ouyang Jing gritted his teeth and growled low. Get lost. The Venerable One heard this. Humphed. Ouyang Jing made up his mind. Whatever ghost or monster you are, don't get close to my parents. He groaned. His father picked him up at this moment, walking out the door while saying, Stop crying. Dad will take you to eat something good tonight. What do you want to eat? The Venerable One watched the family leave, thinking, Interesting. Ouyang Jing, I indeed didn't misjudge you. Coaxing for a while, he fell asleep. Ouyang Jing's father stood at the bedroom door, asking suspiciously, Asleep? Number 10 replied, Asleep. Jing Jing is a bit strange. Eating just now was like losing his soul. Her husband replied, I reviewed all the content in the game. Didn't find anything strange. Don't know what scared him. How about booking a psychologist? His wife agreed. Go tomorrow. Observe more tonight. Ouyang Jing opened his eyes, lying on the bed worriedly. He closed his eyes. Countless spiritual powers were wrapping around him. The boy was suspicious. You are not human. Why do you have a human form? The Venerable One replied. Because you are human. So my form that you see is your form. The Venerable One changed shape. Ouyang Jing sat up and retorted. I'm not like you. Whatever you want to do, I absolutely won't let you have your way. Kill me 1,000 times. 10,000 times won't work. The man replied. That was just to test the intensity of your primordial spirit. The body will grow up, will age. All lives are like that. But the strength of the primordial spirit is innate. You are very special. It's just that in your world, no one knows that. Ouyang Jing didn't think so. Who says? My parents definitely know. The Venerable One continued. Childish thinking. That man and woman are just the people who gave birth to and raised you. Ultimately, just like all living beings. Not important. Fine to have, fine not to have. Ouyang Jing heard him say that. Immediately panicked. Hurriedly asked, What do I want to do to them? He replied, No need to be nervous. Ouyang Jing, how could I use your parents' lives to threaten you? After all, you are just a child. Ouyang Jing spat out 2 words in contempt. Disgusting. The Venerable One heard this. Silent, not speaking, he spoke up. That's right. I basically don't need to threaten or force you, whether you want to or not. No matter how you resist, it won't change anything. I will definitely achieve my goal. Ouyang Jing thought he was bragging. Don't play that trick. You said you were very strong. So strong, why did you die? He looked at the boy and replied, Wait until you become the Venerable One. All questions will have answers. Ouyang Jing shouted stubbornly, Keep dreaming. You. At this moment, he fired a beam of spiritual power, entering between Ouyang Jing's eyebrows. Then he said, I give you time to grow. Ouyang Jing, during this time, you don't need to remember anything related to me. Back to the pavilion of Heavenly Tome. Wu Lingxiao heard him finish the story, then asked suspiciously, "You come from another world? Living a normal life?" Ouyang Jing replied, "Correct." Lingxiao replied with a sentence, "Not a bad story." Ouyang Jing shouted, "You think what I said was to tease you?" Wu Lingxiao replied, "Whether true or false, Tai Bai believed it. So to help you return, he went to the Devil Realm to find the passage." Ouyang Jing nodded. "Correct. I know the Devil Realm is the border of the Spirit Realm. Going straight there is fine too, but it takes some time. Tai Bai seems to have a special way to get there." He disappeared suddenly. Even I couldn't sense it. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and said, "If you believe Tai Bai couldn't avoid your senses to sneak away, then the passage to the Devil Realm might be right here. It is the last place he stayed. Only this place. You didn't specifically probe, so you didn't notice the change." Ouyang Jing heard this and became suspicious. "You mean there's a hidden back door here? Then I definitely would have discovered it long ago." Ling Xiao replied, "Don't be blindly confident. Perhaps Tai Bai didn't lie to you, but he certainly could have predicted your thoughts." Ouyang Jing snorted, "Fine. I'll search based on your words. But where is this passage? Look, it's just an empty black sea here." Suddenly, he realized something, thinking, "Wait a minute. This black sea." He channeled the spiritual power in his hand, striking down into the sea, wondering, what is down there? Damn it. I should have thought of this sooner. Before, Wu Lingwei suddenly appeared in the Heavenly Tome Pavilion, precisely because the two Heavenly Tomes are connected, and she was hiding in the Demon Realm. Tai Bai must have used the Heavenly Tomes passage to reach the Demon Realm. Well, Ouyang Jing stood before the black hole he just blasted open. "You were right, Wu Lingxiao. There really is something inside the Black Sea. I have to go down and check." Wu Lingxiao suggested. "Once you find Tai Bai, stop there. Anything else is just a wasted effort." Hearing this, Ouyang Jing asked, "What do you mean?" He continued, "Ouyang Jing, if you didn't come to this world voluntarily, then what makes you think you can return?" Hearing this question, Ouyang Jing sank into thought. At this moment, movement began under the sea. Ouyang Jing looked, thinking, the Black Sea is suddenly boiling. Why is this happening? Suddenly, Wu Lingxiao's head gradually faded away. Seeing this, Ouyang Jing shouted, "Wu Lingxiao." He reached out to grab it. Thinking to himself, he disappeared. His body and spiritual power both dissolved. Wu Lingxiao was just a head remaining. Why did the protective array I placed around him also vanish? At this moment, from the horizon, a beam of spiritual power struck straight down. That beam seemed to root itself beneath the surface of the Heavenly Tome Pavilion Sea. Spiritual power pierced through from this side to the other side of the Heavenly Tome Pavilion. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the Heavenly Tome Pavilion. The Venerable appeared. He looked at the Heavenly Tome Pavilion in his hand, said, "We meet again, Ouyang Jing." He swallowed the orb into his mouth, thinking, 15 years. Just a snap of a finger. You have grown much older. Inside the Heavenly Tome Pavilion, Ouyang Jing looked up at the sky, enveloped by a stream of spiritual power. Suddenly, he clutched his head and cried out, "Damn it!" A seal appeared on Ouyang Jing's forehead. He opened his eyes, expression solemn. "It's you." A voice transmitted from the sky. "Very good. The cultivation and power I bestowed upon you. How does it feel? I can give, and I can take away. Power has no meaning before me. Resistance has no basis. Give up yourself. Become the Venerable." Ouyang Jing asked sternly, "Is that so?" 1 month later, by the shore of the spirit world's demon realm, Tai Bai Jinxing was standing amidst a red vortex, absorbing streams of spiritual energy into his palm. Tai Bai looked at the power in his hand, thinking, finally complete, gathering and refining the primordial spirits of the demon race. Using this should be enough to guide the spiritual vein into the extreme realm of this demon domain. If my speculation is correct, the boundary of the extreme realm will expand because of this. And outside the extreme realm lies. A rift slowly appeared. A light emitted from within the rift. Tai Bai looked inside, thinking, there it is. He stared into the gap before him. He could sense space and time revolving. A voice came from within the rift. "Come over here." Hearing this, Tai Bai immediately realized, this voice, Ouyang Jing. A beam of light appeared from the sky. The light flew towards a building. It turned out to be Tai Bai, flying into Ouyang Jing's room. Tai Bai saw him and spoke up, Ouyang Jing, is it really you? Ouyang Jing sat on the chair and replied, Tai Bai. On your side, how long has it been since you entered the demon realm? Tai Bai replied, about a month or so. Ouyang Jing was surprised. I waited here for an hour and a half. The time difference between the two sides is immense. I sensed a weak spiritual vein flowing into this world. As expected, it was you. Then I guided you here. You really found a way to connect the two worlds. Thank you. I believe before long, Xiangya and the others can also return home. Tai Bai asked in confusion. But you already returned. How did you do it? What happened? Ouyang Jing retorted. After you left, I learned some things. Simply put, my becoming a reincarnator was actually to destroy that world. Your world. From the moment I stepped into your world. No, I should say from even before that. Everything was arranged. The only solution was for me to return here. Ouyang Jing retorted. The man who invaded Ouyang Jing's consciousness earlier spoke up. Is that so? Then let it be. From now on, there is no Ouyang Jing, only the will of the Venerable. At this moment, he stood upon the water's surface, his entire body radiating oppressive pressure. Ouyang Jing continued. I'm not lying. You really are dying. As the incarnation of the spiritual vein, death is the dissipation of will. It is returning completely to the spiritual vein. That is why you need a complete primordial spirit to contain your will. How pitiful. Even the Creator cannot be eternal. Finding an outsider like me is simply because you aren't resigned to letting the world escape your control. Actually, that world would operate normally even without the Venerable. Wouldn't it? He retorted. There is no distinction between you and me now. You have already become the Venerable. Ouyang Jing disagreed. Of course there is a difference. He waved his hand, striking out with spiritual power, thinking to himself, should this become the Venerable's brand new will? Or should I leave here, go to Ouyang Jing's world, and quietly disappear? I have returned to the real world. Tai Bai looked at him worriedly. What's wrong? Your body. Ouyang Jing replied. This. He continued. It's time. I will die in this world. Luckily, you arrived in time. Hearing this, Tai Bai was horrified. Hurriedly said, no. Ouyang Jing, tell me clearly. What exactly is going on? There must be a solution. Ouyang Jing waved his hand. Long story short. Tai Bai, I have a favor to ask. Go in the direction I'm pointing. A city 1,216 kilometers away. My parents are there. I hope you can take care of them for me in the future. Tai Bai accepted sorrowfully. I understand. An image of his parents appeared. Ouyang Jing looked at the two of them sadly, then immediately turned away, unable to bear looking anymore. Tai Bai said in anguish, it shouldn't be like this. Even if you have unspeakable difficulties, inconvenient to explain, I'm still here. No matter what, I can share the burden with you. If a price must be paid with a life, then that person should be me. Hearing this, Ouyang Jing smiled. You haven't changed a bit. Ouyang Jing began to fall. Tai Bai cried out, Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing sat quietly in the chair. Tai Bai anxiously supported him. He could feel his life force draining away. If only I could use immortal arts, but they cannot be used here. I could only come here as a primordial spirit, all because the current spiritual vein can only open an extremely weak passage. Tai Bai thought, there's still a way. I still have time. The speed of time flow in the two worlds is vastly different. As long as I can expand and stabilize the passage, it will definitely work. Tai Bai made a resolution. Ouyang Jing, wait for me. I will definitely save you. In a house. Ouyang Jing's parents were in the room. His father sighed, honey, you bought this again. His mother sat reading a book. Yeah. His father continued. Looking at this reminds me of Jing when he was little. He loved sweets since he was a baby. Hearing this, his mother glanced at him. She smiled and said, if you miss your son, call him. No need to sit here getting sentimental over objects. He walked over. Refused. No, it's fine. At this moment, the doorbell rang outside. His mother asked suspiciously, did you order takeout? He replied, no, I don't know who it is. His father looked through the peephole, asked suspiciously, who are you looking for? He turned back to his wife. Looks like a stranger. Ignore it. At this moment, the man outside spoke up asking, are you Ouyang Jing's parents? Hearing this, the two opened the door and stepped out. May I ask, are you his friend? What happened to him? The white-haired man replied, I am Li Mingkai. I have received much care from Ouyang Jing. I came here to pay my respects to you too. After the conversation, Tai-bai stepped out. A voice rang out. Did the talk go well? He replied, Xiangya, are you not going back to visit your parents? She replied, Master Tai-bai, don't worry about me. Not much time has passed on this side anyway. My parents are fine. I just contacted them. The couple stepped out. His father said, Mr. Lee, we'll head over there first. Tai-bai replied, yes. Xiangya's expression became serious. Looking at him, she spoke, regarding what comes next. I also want to contribute. Please let me follow you. Tai-bai replied solemnly. If you have decided. It began to rain. Raindrops fell on the skyscrapers. Two men stood talking. This damn weather all week. Tell me about it. Many places had to stop construction. A man heard thunder, exclaimed, at the tallest building in the city center. At this moment, a voice rang out. This thunder is too close. Feels like lightning is about to strike my head. A bolt of lightning struck down, forming the shape of a dragon. It flew towards the building, peering into a glass window, looking at Ouyang Jing's body lying on the bed, thinking, Holy Sovereign Heavenly Emperor, in a room on the top floor of the hotel. The 7th day after Ouyang Jing passed away, Tai-bai Jinxing stood in midair, surrounded by crackling lightning. A person came to report, reporting to the celestial teacher. The formation is ready. The Holy Sovereign's condition is currently. Hearing this, he immediately replied, I know. The opportunity comes only once. Cannot be missed. Then he threw out a ball of light, shouted loudly. He thought, painstakingly preparing for 15 years. Finally, this day has come. Ouyang Jing, you may blame me for being arbitrary, but I have no other choice. Tai-bai waved his hand, unleashing a move. Heavenly Palace descends. A family in the building saw the scene through the window. Trees shaking violently in the strong wind. A person on the street looked up at the sky, screaming in horror. Oh my God! A giant vortex appeared, disappearing a moment later. The clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. A halo of light appeared. Two men looked up at the sky and said, the rain stopped. The weather changes so fast. At this moment, Tai-bai was standing in midair. Several dragons formed of lightning rushed over, shouting, Celestial Lord Tai-bai, bad news. The Heavenly Emperor, he is missing. He glanced over. Don't panic. He is definitely nearby. He began to emit an aura to search. At this moment, Ouyang Jing appeared. He was hovering in midair. He looked up at the sky, recalling a blood-red eye filled with brutality. The image of a newborn baby appeared, followed by the scene of his mother holding him, his father shedding tears. Ouyang Jing closed his eyes in pain. He reached out his hand, summoning a stream of spiritual power, thinking, the passage has been opened. I can feel it. The spiritual vein is much weaker compared to the other world, about 1/10 of the strength. Fortunately, suddenly, he disappeared. This was when Ouyang Jing flew to the palace. He hovered in midair, thinking, the Heavenly Palace is above the city's sky, pulling the Heavenly Palace into this world, wedged between the two worlds, turning into the passage itself. Truly a simple and crude method. Suddenly, a voice shouted, Holy Sovereign Heavenly Emperor. Several dragons formed of spiritual energy appeared. They turned into primordial spirits, rushing towards him. Then, Ouyang Jing descended onto the heavenly court. The primordial spirits ran over joyfully, saying, Wonderful, you finally recovered. He smiled and replied, I'm also very happy to see you all. Then he called, Huizi, stay back a moment. This subordinate is present. He continued asking, if I recall correctly, were you by my parents' side just now? Huizi replied, yes. Celestial Lord Tai-bai ordered this subordinate to protect them. He asked further, where are the others in the Heavenly Palace? Still scattered around the city? Yes. Call them back. Aside from the Heavenly Palace's concealment array, everything else can be dismantled. Let the dark clouds over the city sky disperse. A primordial spirit wondered. The Heavenly Emperor just woke up. How did he know where we were? Huizi also thought with heartache. The Holy Sovereign Heavenly Emperor looks heavily burdened. Although he doesn't say it, he definitely hasn't fully recovered yet. Then she spoke up. Please do not worry. As long as the Heavenly Palace is here, we can return anytime. He replied, no need. Ouyang Jing said cheerfully, I'm fine now. Huizi. She obediently replied, yes. Ouyang Jing asked, where is Tai-bai? I want to see him. Tai Bai appeared. Seeing Ouyang Jing, he ordered, "You all withdraw first. The Heavenly Emperor needs to rest now." The primordial spirits replied in unison, "As you command." Ouyang Jing stood there silently, not saying a word. A silence fell. Ouyang Jing spoke up. "I thought you wouldn't show your face." Tai Bai remained silent. Ouyang Jing said unhappily, "What exactly are you playing at? What did I tell you? You promised, yet did the opposite. Do you still have the face to see me now?" Tai Bai turned his face away. "You told me to watch you die and do nothing. I couldn't do it." Ouyang Jing shouted, "Then what about my parents? You opened the passage regardless of the consequences. Don't you know how dangerous it is? I asked you to take care of them, and you dragged them into this mess too." Tai Bai, hearing Ouyang Jing scolding, Tai Bai remained silent. Ouyang Jing continued, "Any more excuses? Speak now." Tai Bai spoke up. "As long as you are saved, that is enough." Ouyang Jing smiled. "Is that so? Then your goal has been achieved. Congratulations. I won't go to the Heavenly Palace anymore, nor will I go over to that side again. Don't come looking for me either. The Ouyang Jing of this world is just an ordinary person. It was like that before, and it will be like that in the future." Having said that, he left Tai Bai alone, turned and walked away. Tai Bai watched the direction Ouyang Jing left, took out a phone to make a call. The other end answered. "Master Tai Bai, I understand." The next morning, Ouyang Jing opened the door and walked into his house. Trash was all over the floor. He looked around. His father was dozing off. Hearing his voice, immediately opened his eyes wide. He stood up and looked at him. Ouyang Jing lowered his head, silent. His father shouted happily, "Oh, Sleeping Beauty has woken up." Hearing this, he was surprised and said, "Huh?" Ouyang Jing asked suspiciously, "Dad, what are you saying? What's wrong with our family?" He thought. Don't know what Tai Bai told them, but making them less worried is good. Consider him having some conscience. His father exclaimed, "Oh my God, this week has been torturous. Your mother and I only slept 2 hours a day on average." Hearing this, he sweated. "What?" His mother stepped forward, touching his face to check. "How was the recovery?" "Go to the hospital for a checkup," he replied. "No need, Mom. I'm very healthy." His father asked again, "Don't want to hear about the miracle of your parents this week?" He pushed the two away, replying while walking, "No, you guys go to sleep quickly. Talk later when there's time." His father replied, "You underestimate your dad too much. Dad is very energetic now." Then the two lay down on the bed and slept like logs. Ouyang Jing closed the door and walked out. A stream of spiritual energy appeared around Ouyang Jing. He opened his eyes wide, went to the balcony. Looking down, below, Xiangya was waving at him. He went downstairs to meet her. "You knew I came?" Xiangya replied, "I can sense the flow of the spiritual vein." He replied, "Is that so?" She didn't answer, but asked, "Heard you and Master Tai Bai quarreled?" Hearing this, he asked back suspiciously, "He told you that?" Xiangya replied, "Because you wouldn't say anything. Master Tai Bai had to ask me to be a spy. Come find you to probe for information." He looked at her helplessly and said, "What kind of spy confesses immediately upon arrival?" Xiangya replied, "I'm also reluctant, but Master Tai Bai begged. Had to come even if risking my life. But don't worry. Besides me, Master Tai Bai didn't tell the truth to anyone else. So no one will pester you asking this and that." She looked at him and said, "Don't be angry anymore." Ouyang Jing replied expressionlessly, "I'm not angry." Xiangya pouted thinking. Almost believed it. Hee, walk with me for a bit?" She agreed. "Yes." Xiangya asked him while walking, "You might not feel it, but I really haven't seen you for a long time." Ouyang Jing replied, "1 week past here. Over there it's 15 years. You stayed with Tai Bai over there all the time?" Xiangya replied, "You could say that. In these 10 years, the devil race in the devil realm has been mostly eliminated. On one hand, to get more materials to open the passage. On the other hand, also to maintain peace for the spirit and mortal realms. Master Tai Bai actually didn't disobey you. He did his best to save you, but also working hard to maintain safety for both this world and the other world. Contacting your parents was also just trying to understand this world, aiming to reduce the impact and harm to this place." She continued, "You don't know. You looked scary back then. White hair, face full of wrinkles like an old man. We even had to use illusion magic to deceive your parents, making them think you were just hit by a sleeping spell." Ouyang Jing replied after hearing, "No wonder my parents had that reaction when seeing me." Xiangya looked at him and exclaimed, "Oh my, still have white hair now." He He replied, so be it. Xiangya teased him. Old man. Ouyang Jing retorted not to be outdone. I'm an old man. Then what are you? Old woman? Hearing this, Xiangya shouted. Say it again. Barking sounds rang out. Xiangya said worriedly. Oh no. Disturb the neighbors. She continued, suddenly coming back. A bit unaccustomed. Ouyang Jing asked, those words just now. Why didn't Tai Bai explain to me himself? Xiangya got straight to the point. That's why I said you two are equally stubborn. Truly 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Both insisting on their own ideas. Ouyang Jing smiled. Ha! He replied. Later when the time is right, I will explain clearly to everyone. Hearing this, Xiangya agreed. Then it's decided. I brought porridge and buns for you. After giving them to you, I have to go too. Too late. Ouyang Jing asked her. You drove here? Xiangya replied. Yes. I got my license right after graduating from university. Only dare to find spacious places to practice driving. Ouyang Jing held the lunchbox and said, so much. Xiangya chirped happily. Eat with your parents. Just say Xiangya brought it. They know everything. Ouyang Jing asked, you guys know each other? She replied, not exactly familiar. Met a few times. Besides, Master Tai Bai introduced himself to your parents as Li Mingqi. Other information is half true, half false. Don't find it strange. At this moment, Ouyang Jing arrived home. He put the food Xiangya brought on the table. He opened the lunchbox, thinking, if the house wasn't so messy, could have invited her up to sit. Ouyang Jing opened the box, feeling the insulation effect is really good. Still hot. Suddenly, the lunchbox gradually dissolved. His eyes were full of surprise. A red spiritual aura emanated from his body. Ouyang Jing thought, damn it, I was careless. That guy's power suddenly flared up. Wu Lingxiao disappeared just like that. Just by a thought, this power will become stronger and stronger. But I will not become you. As long as I exist for one day, absolutely won't let you have your way. He looked at the food in his hand. Stomach grumbled. Ouyang Jing struggled internally. What to do? Still edible? Throwing it away would be a waste. Finally, not to disappoint Xiangya's kindness, he still shared the food with everyone. His mother held the bowl. That girl brought it? Ouyang Jing replied. Yes. Hearing this, the two looked at each other silently. She spoke up asking, aren't you going to treat her to a meal in return? Hearing this, Ouyang Jing replied. No need. His mother continued. Then buy a gift for her. He replied. I don't know her phone number and address. Can't give. Hearing this sentence, his mother was very angry. She looked at his father, helplessly exclaimed, truly your son? Ouyang Jing is 20 years old, but still clueless. His father sitting next to him could only smile awkwardly. He looked at his mother calling. Were you thinking? She suddenly became serious. Glaring at him, he looked at his mother's expression. Very helpless. A beautiful sunny day. At K-City Airport, Xiangya was walking on the escalator, talking on a phone while walking. Master Tai Bai, I arrived. About the Heavenly Emperor. When will you explain these things clearly to him? She replied, I know. Wait until I find the target. I will contact you. Since that day, everything started to fall apart. The appearance of that person, Wu Lingwei, although Ouyang Jing's choice, seems to be his fate, must die. But besides himself, no one can calmly accept it all. During this time, I stubbornly believed, this matter definitely cannot be unrelated to Wu Lingwei. So when we discovered Wu Lingwei was seriously injured in the Devil Realm, I strongly requested to meet her. Tai Bai thought and said, Wu Lingwei, this person, I have known her for many years. Never doubted, until she betrayed the immortal race. I also don't know her true face. This meeting, don't know what trick she will use. If you go with me, must be careful. Xiangya nodded. At a lonely mountain peak in the Devil Realm. At this moment Tai Bai and Xiangya arrived in front of Wu Lingwei. She spoke up. I was wondering who broke the magic formation here. Tai Bai replied, you are injured, moreover caused by the Heavenly Tome. Why did the Heavenly Tome attack you? Wu Lingwei closed her eyes and replied, you came here for this? Then you will be disappointed. I don't know. Hearing this, Xiangya cried out, Wu Lingwei, are you sure? Tai Bai saw her losing calm. Reminded, Xiangya. Wu Lingwei spoke up. Adults talking. Children don't interrupt. Tai Bai looked ahead and said, I don't want to interrogate you about anything, nor want to pursue past matters. She replied, why don't I believe that? In my impression, you're the person who least knows how to give up. If you were willing to let go of your obsession with the immortal race, there wouldn't be you of today. Tai Bai frowned. I didn't come here to talk nonsense with you. Wu Lingwei curled her lips. She continued, otherworld and present world. For the two of us, this place is the present world. You surely understand my meaning. Tai Bai replied, state your desire. I want to guide the spiritual vein into the other world, thereby opening a passage between the two worlds. Your cultivation can help me. Agree with me. I can preserve your life. Disagree. You can only wait for death here. Wu Lingwa laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Then asked, is this your heavenly emperor's order? I thought that brat was a simple person. Seems I was wrong. She turned to Xiangya asking, what about you, little girl? Guiding the spiritual vein in, do you know what the consequences of this are? Xiangya replied, perhaps some people with aptitude will comprehend cultivating spiritual energy. Her face, Wu Lingwei, became serious. You are too naive. You think there are only transmigrators like you? Once that side is invaded by the spiritual vein, they will be the earliest to awaken. Like releasing hungry wolves into a sheepfold. You turn that side upside down is fine. You guys will definitely be fine. But don't you have families? Little girl Xiangya, are you an orphan? Don't you have people you care about over there? Hearing this, fell into contemplation. Back to the... She thought unceasingly. The danger she mentioned will definitely come. But I will absolutely not stand by and watch. This matter has nothing to do with Ouyang Jing. It's a responsibility I must bear. At K City Rescue Station, Xiangya walked towards a red-haired man sitting on the ground. She arrived in front of him, calling, Xie Shuming. He looked up asking, what? Looking for me? Xiangya replied, you must be clear in your heart. Hearing her words, his face changed. Hurriedly threw something and ran towards her, shouting, don't come near me. An unknown object flew towards Xiangya. She looked at it calmly. Xiangya executed a move to dispel that object. Xie Shuming shouted in fear, I have no use value to you. Spare me. Xiangya comforted. Don't be nervous. I came to protect you. Xie Shuming let out a cry of pain. Xiangya activated the nine-staff orchid eyes formation. She spoke up. Didn't you realize you were trapped in a magic formation? The range of the magic formation centered on me is 9 meters. Don't move recklessly. I don't want to hurt you. But I also won't let you escape like that. Xiangya thought. Didn't expect him to be a transmigrator too. His cultivation is clearly not good. As for the reason for running away, he must have contacted transmigrators here. Just one day, our actions must also be faster. He begged, you powerful people fight among yourselves. Can you not call me? I don't want to participate. Xiangya began to introduce. No need to worry about those who want to bully you. I am from the immortal race. Must be more powerful than the people you mentioned. I was asked by your sister, came to ensure your safety. Shuming heard this, exclaimed in surprise. My sister? He had tears in his eyes. You're lying to me. My sister. Xiangya spoke up. This appeared for 6 years already, right? Xie Shuling. Xiangya recalled the conversation with Wu Lingwei. She once said, whose child is this? Running out alone. Do the adults in your family know? Xiangya replied, you mean Master Tai Bai? He probably knows. But didn't stop me either. Wu Lingwei. I don't know the real name. Of yours. Do you know my name? My name is Shun Xiangya. Before transmigrating, was an ordinary university student in K City. Wu Lingwei replied coldly. Does telling me these things have any meaning? Xiangya replied. Now I'm talking to you as an ordinary person. You too. Once was an ordinary person. We were not happy before. But after returning, I thought about it. The reason you said that is because you also have people you care about over there. Wu Lingwei. Now you can keep your life. Is already the best outcome. You can never regain freedom, whether you help or not. The passage connecting the two worlds will also be opened. Just sooner or later. Xiangya continued. If you want to protect your family and friends, anyone is fine. I can help you. Wu Lingwei asked suspiciously. Is that so? Based on what should I believe you? Xiangya lowered her head and said, believe me is fine. Not believing me is also fine. Your appearance and name here have changed. But the appearance of the primordial spirit hasn't changed. Just a photo of you is enough. Just spending a little more effort. Wanting to know your real identity isn't hard. Wu Lingwei snorted. She shouted angrily. Want to threaten me? Don't you think you are overestimating yourself? Killing intent began to emanate. Xiangya made up her mind. I cannot be afraid. Cannot retreat either. The person I could hide behind is no longer there. Now is the time I must stand up. Wu Lingwei's chest suddenly hurt sharply. Xiangya saw this, thinking, the wound on her body is still eroding her. At this moment, Xiangya controlled spiritual power to surround Wu Lingwei. Xiangya slowly cast a spell. Wu Lingwei looked at her asking, "What? Dare not strike?" Xiangya replied seriously, "You alive? Have greater use value. Your family too." Afterwards, she finally opened her mouth. Real name of Wu Lingwei is Xie Shuling. Xiangya continued to recount. Your sister cannot come to see you, so she asked me to come protect you. Shuming said worriedly, not seeing my sister. How can I believe your words? She once asked Wu Lingwei. I need to gain his trust. Is there anything only you two siblings know? Silent for a moment, she asked, your sister asked me to ask you, are you still afraid of singing the happy birthday song? Hearing this, he was very surprised. Began to recall. A voice rang out. Let's light the candles. The cake is so small, not even as big as the candle. Xie Shuling comforted. Only I remember your birthday. You're still being picky. No complaining. She prepared to walk away. The candle was lit. Shuming screamed in fear. Ah. Xie Shuling laughed out loud. Ha ha. That actually scared you? Ha ha. Didn't I tell you it would play music? The boy replied. You didn't say it would spit fire. Hateful. Don't laugh. The flashback ended. He said such a small thing. So many years later, you still bring it up to laugh at me. Xiangya asked. Can you trust me now? He asked worriedly about his sister situation. How is my sister now? What exactly happened recently? Why can I suddenly use magic? Xiangya replied. Rest assured. Your sister is fine. Right now, the less you know, the better. It's also for your own safety. Xie Shuming fell silent, then said, nowhere is safe now. I don't know how many more people are behind this targeting me. They are all gathered in the city. God knows what they want to do. I can only hide. Xiangya continued. Then, just as you said, hide. It's just that the conditions here are a bit poor. Change to another place to hide. Xie Shuming replied. I have no money. Xiangya thought. I could tell just by looking. Then she spoke up. Follow me. No need to worry about money. The two slowly walked away. Ouyang Jing appeared in the sky. He thought to himself, that person's sister. Could it be Wu Lingwei? But how is Xiangya related to Wu Lingwei? 15 years. Things have changed so much. At the female dormitory of Icei University, K-City, Xiangya was in a dorm room, thinking, the dormitory is so familiar, yet so strange. Although I have returned, it's impossible to go back to how things used to be. But Master Taibai's intention is not to let Ouyang Jing know too early about her actions. He needs to recuperate now. It's best to stay at home, by his parents' side, staying away from these matters. But after opening the passage to the modern world, there will definitely be changes. With Ouyang Jing's personality, will he stand by and watch? Suddenly, her phone dinged. Xiangya looked at the screen, very puzzled. A message from a strange number. Then she was stunned. The message screen displayed, Xiangya. Call back when you're free. Zenda. She looked at the message in astonishment, thinking, it's him. It's Ouyang Jing. What is going on? How do you know my phone number? She muttered. What am I nervous for? I'll know once I call back. Thinking for 5 seconds. She pressed the call button. From the other end came a hello. Hearing the hello, Xiangya immediately confirmed. It's Ouyang Jing's voice. He continued. Didn't expect you to answer so quickly. Xiangya replied. Of course. How did you know this number? He exclaimed. I have to apologize to you for this. Hearing this, she asked in surprise. Why? He continued. It's inconvenient to say specifically. Yesterday, I looked it up from your LD channel account. She happily replied. It's okay. I can tell you the password too. Ouyang Jing heard this and said. That's not necessary. Xiangya, are you back at school? Our universities are both in K-City. Quite close. She asked. Aren't you staying at home? Ouyang Jing replied. Don't mention it. The touching reunion atmosphere only lasted one night. By the second day, my parents started despising me. By the way, last time you came to find me, you even brought food. I must treat you back. She replied. Sure. I'm always ready. He exclaimed. Is that so? Then how about now? She stopped. Ouyang Jing looked up and said. I'm below your dormitory. She cried out in surprise. Huh? Xiangya asked. When did you arrive? Ouyang Jing replied. A while ago. She whined. I also just got back to the dorm. Did you watch me go upstairs? Since you found me, why still text? Couldn't you just call me directly? She walked downstairs. Is doing that fun? Ouyang Jing laughed loudly. Ha! I could indeed find you directly. But there must be a process, right? Xianya complained. If you're looking for me, just look directly. Why beat around the bush? He happily replied, all right, I know for next time. Xianya suddenly remembered Ouyang Jing once said, he can sense the flow of spiritual veins. He can easily know where I live. Other people with cultivation certainly can't escape his eyes either. Does Ouyang Jing already know about Xia Shuming? Ouyang Jing saw Xianya acting strangely, so he asked her what was wrong. She didn't answer him, but continued thinking. Totally incomprehensible. He clearly carries a pile of secrets. How can he still be so indifferent, like floating clouds and flowing wind? Compared to him, my matter is truly a molehill compared to a mountain. A blonde girl walked over from afar and greeted, Xianya, long time no see. Heard you took a week off? Xianya replied, I went back to my hometown for a bit. The girl continued, I sent you all the lecture notes and group assignments from last week. Take a look at them. Seems there's one due tomorrow. Xianya was surprised. Whoa, real or fake? Lucky you reminded me. She sighed. Looks like I have to pull an all-nighter tonight. Who said college was easy? Her two friends replied, haha, tell me about it. Think positively. Was it ever easy? All right, we're heading back to the dorm first. Bye-bye. Xianya called after them, bye. The two girls walked further away, continuing their gossip. The blonde girl said, who is that guy? Doesn't look like a student from our school. The girl beside her replied, who else could it be? At this moment, Xianya asked, can you go with me to a place? He agreed. Let's go. The two girls understood each other implicitly, thinking, something's up. City C. Number 1 People's Hospital. Ouyang Jing's voice rang out. What are we doing at the hospital? Xianya replied, meeting an old friend of mine. We'll talk about the specific situation slowly after we meet. Ouyang Jing agreed. Keep it a secret for now. Xianya reminded, brother Ouyang. I have to remind you. After all, 15 years have passed on that side. Some old acquaintances have changed quite a lot. Ouyang Jing heard this and asked, change as much as you? Hearing this, she was startled, thinking, he definitely knows. My actions these past few days have all been seen through by him. But Xianya still said gently, brother Ouyang. Actually, Ouyang Jing interrupted. Changing isn't necessarily a bad thing. Anyway, I don't mind these things. She looked up at him, nodded, yes. But in her heart, she thought gloomily. But I mind. This annoying guy. Inpatient ward recreation area. A voice rang out, Xianya. A boy happily pulled Xianya's hand. Did you come to play with me? I want to play the game from last time. Xianya smiled and replied, sure, Didi. I'm here to listen to you. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing stepped forward. He looked at the boy, asked Xianya in confusion, who is this kid? The boy looked up, muttered in surprise, you are the famous person from long ago. The kid immediately turned away and said, my dad is over there. At this moment, there were 2 people in the hospital room. Ouyang Jing glanced over, thinking, indeed an old friend. He stepped forward. Yu Chung. The woman placed her hand on the man's shoulder and said, then you two talk. Ouyang Jing watched her leave, thinking, this must be Jianping, right? One of the hidden cultivators who acted with Yu Chung back then. The one who cross-dressed as a man. Yu Chung called out happily, long time no see. Holy sovereign heavenly emperor. Ouyang Jing smiled, haha, don't be formal. Just call me by name here. Suddenly, he heard the boy call out earlier. On Xiangya's side, Jianping asked the boy, what's wrong, son? The boy replied, did I do something wrong just now? Xiangya reached out and said, no. Didi doesn't need to be so nervous. Ouyang Jing witnessed this scene, extremely astonished, thinking, are they mother and son? They look more like sisters. He smiled at Yu Chung, said not bad. Fast work. Son is already this big. Yu Chung replied shyly. It's a long story. Yu Chung spoke up. Actually, I planned to visit you long ago, but Xianya insisted I finish the surgery first. Today I can finally get out of bed and walk. Ouyang Jing asked with concern, are you okay? He replied, the immortal slaying array on my hand has started affecting my heart in recent years. Over there, magic couldn't cure it. But here, it's actually just a minor surgery, so no need to worry. Yu Chung continued, Ouyang, my friend, can I call you that? Ouyang Jing replied, a bit weird, but okay. I adapted quite well over here. Yu Chung explained. After all, they are 2 completely different worlds. I had enough time to understand this place first, compared to a reincarnator who knows nothing about over there like you. Naturally easier to adapt. After actually arriving here, the only thing that shocked me is probably that there are really so many people here. Ouyang Jing agreed. Haha, that is true. He started talking seriously. My family and I came here under orders. Besides us, there are other hidden cultivators from the mortal realm. In 15 years, we have gathered most of the hidden cultivators under the leadership of the immortal race, handling various affairs in the mortal realm. I am a contact person, and the leader of all hidden cultivators is Xiangya. This is also the will of the immortal lord. In the future, if you need anything, you can command the hidden cultivators at any time. Ouyang Jing was surprised. Then that's not necessary. If Xiangya is the immortal lord, I won't overstep to give orders. Yuqing asked further, really? Do you intend to leave the immortal race? Ouyang Jing replied, look, now you also have a fulfilled family. I also have my own life over here. I just want to be myself. But if you guys need my help with anything, just come find me, no problem. Yuqing closed his eyes and replied, I understand. Ouyang Jing sighed, asked, Yucheng, I am very curious now. Did you also tell the doctors and nurses here that little hero Ji is your wife? What was their reaction? Yucheng replied, she's my cousin. He suddenly understood. That makes much more sense. Yucheng continued, Omping is a cultivator. Her lifespan is much longer. She looks like that, but actually she is much older than me. Ouyang Jing was curious. So how did you two get together? Pass on some experience to me. The two chatted very happily in the hospital room. Xiangya stood aside watching them, thinking, at this moment, it feels like he is still the brother Ouyang of the past. But only Master Tai Bai, and I know, that is just the surface. The better he hides it, the more worrying it is. Not long after, Ouyang Jing spoke up. We should get going too. Little kid, what is your name? The boy replied, Chen Dao Rue. He happily patted the boy's head and said, your dad needs to rest lately. Understand? If you're bored, you can come find me. I'll take you out to play. The boy replied, yes, sir. Outside the hospital, Ouyang Jing asked, how are Achin and Liangyan now? Not going back. Xiangya replied, Achin's body is in this hospital. When crossing over, she was heavily injured, sent to emergency. That wound would normally take a long time to heal if she casually returned to her body, although she could recover immediately, but that would attract too much attention. Moreover, there are still some matters on the Castellan side, so she hasn't returned temporarily. As for Irin, she isn't used to life in the Heavenly Palace. She already went to the mortal realm to experience it herself early on. I told her about opening the passage. She can return anytime she wants. Ouyang Jing heard this and replied, that's good then. At this moment, a butterfly appeared in the sky, flying towards Xiangya. The butterfly turned into a piece of paper and fell. Xiangya caught the paper, explained, this is intelligence sent by the hidden cultivators. Normally we speak using code names and secret signals, but for real information like this, it's all written and transmitted using magic. It self-destructs after reading. Ouyang Jing praised, this security work is not bad. Xiangya replied, of course. After all, information on the internet can be leaked at any time. Like your game account, for example. Ouyang Jing replied. Xiangya handed the paper over. Take a look. He asked suspiciously, what is it? She replied, CS Shuming's background. Currently only trace this far. I didn't tell the hidden cultivators. The higher-ups only know he has a missing sister. Actually, it is Wu Lingwei. Ouyang Jing heard this and fell into deep thought. He asked curiously, just telling me like that? Xiangya replied, actually, I always wanted to tell you. Just hadn't found the opportunity. He replied, oh, so that's how it is. Xiangya looked at him. Brother Ouyang, I'm telling the truth. From now on, I won't hide anything from you. I also hope you can keep your promise. Ouyang Jing replied, rest assured, I will. He burned the paper in his hand, said, here, besides CS Shuming's family, there is also information on a few others. They are reincarnators who want to rope him in. CS Shuming is no longer at that shelter, but those people might come to bother him again. Regarding these reincarnators, just continue monitoring. Xiangya shook her head, spoke up. Regardless of whether these reincarnators are good or bad, they must be separated from ordinary people first. Today they must be locked up. It's just that it's daytime now. Have to find a time when no one is around to act. Ouyang Jing teased, as expected of the immortal lord. So decisive. Xiangya replied, is that tone of yours praising me? He continued, I have a suggestion. How about handing these reincarnators over to me to handle? At this moment, At the shelter, a voice came through the earpiece. This damn place stinks. Where's that guy hiding? If he doesn't join this time, just kill him. Split his cultivation equally. Find a person first, then talk. With that, they split up to act. The two walking in front got further and further away, until they disappeared from sight. The blonde man realized something was wrong at this moment. Thinking, not good. It even comes with illusions. This is a trap. He began to cast magic. Clarity spell. Illusion break. Wind formation. Wind fist remnant cloud. Suddenly, Ouyang Jing appeared from behind him, putting a hand on his shoulder. Startled, thinking, dead, fell for it. Immediately shouted, I am the sect master of Kunlun sect. Which sect are you from, sir? Why not announce your name first? Ouyang Jing thought to himself, Kunlun sect? This name has long become history. Seems he at least transmigrated to the peak period of the immortal race. He looked at the person, asking aggressively, you say you are from Kunlun sect. Then who is the founding ancestor of Kunlun sect? Who did you inherit from? Which generation sect master are you? Where did you transcend tribulation? Ranked in which class of true immortals? Can you answer? The blonde man heard this, screamed in surprise. What? Ouyang Jing smiled and said, can't answer? Then you are a fake. He said angrily, where did all this nonsense come from? Then used Qi manifestation, urging Qi to transform into several sharp swords, stabbing towards Ouyang Jing's back. Ouyang Jing did nothing. Those swords dissipated automatically. The blonde man panicked. Why can't I use my magic suddenly? Qi manifestation also failed. Moreover, how did this person suppress me? Completely can't see through him. Truly strange. Before Ouyang Jing's magic, the blonde man slowly collapsed to the ground. Ouyang Jing easily dealt with the three people. He took the souls of the three people. Afterwards, those souls slowly entered his eyes. Ouyang Jing opened his eyes. One eye had turned blood red. Xiangyao walked over from behind, asking in confusion, Brother Ouyang, you are? Ouyang Jing smiled back and replied, look, isn't it resolved already? Xiangyao squatted down, touching their bodies, saying, you really pulled out their primordial spirits? Ouyang Jing said in a low voice, these people's bodies are just in a state of suspended animation. He suggested just sending them straight to the hospital. Plug in all kinds of tubes. Won't die. No need to worry about them causing trouble either. Xiangyao looked up at him. Okay, I will transmit orders to the hidden cultivators. Let them pretend to be family members and send the people to the hospital. 3 people sent to 3 different hospitals. To avoid suspicion, leave the rest to the hidden cultivators. It's not convenient for us to stay long either. Ouyang Jing immediately replied, you are very thoughtful. At this moment, in her heart, she was remembering when she was in Liang Yiren's primordial spirit state. Just needed to climb onto him. At that time, everyone thought it was because Brother Ouyang's true immortal cultivation affected the spiritual vein flow, thereby achieving that effect. But now back in the present world, because the spiritual energy here is thin, the strength of all cultivators is greatly weakened. Brother Ouyang must be no exception. But those reincarnators just now, facing him, not only had no resistance, but even their primordial spirits were easily pulled out. Ouyang Jing lowered his head. Don't know what she is thinking. She continued to think. These abilities, he definitely didn't have them before. Could it be he intentionally showed me? Try probing. At this moment, she looked at Ouyang Jing and said, this move is really formidable, directly making their primordial spirits leave their bodies. Can you teach me? Ouyang Jing replied, this move requires talent. Moreover, I also just started practicing. Wait until I master it, then I can teach you. In her mind, she thought unceasingly. He admitted he newly acquired these abilities. These changes are also important clues. Brother Ouyang said he would tell me his secret. Is it using this method? She glanced at Ouyang Jing, thinking, like being a riddle master. Huh? Like playing riddles, huh? Fine. I accept the challenge. At this moment, at the park. Afterwards, Ouyang Jing and Xiangyao walked in the park. Xiangyao held a piece of paper. Those 3 reincarnators have been sent to the hospital. Now we still don't know the locations of other reincarnators. Besides Xie Shusi, cannot determine who else. She suddenly remembered something. Continued. Right. Xie Shusi just settled down. You should go see him. Ouyang Jing smiled and said, so the next person is him. Xiangyao looked up at him blankly. Wait, Brother Ouyang, can you not pull out his primordial spirit yet? He stood silently for a while. Ouyang Jing glanced at Xiangya. Face darkening replied, "No." Xiangya suddenly realized something. Froze. She thought, "Dead. I seem to have made a request he absolutely won't agree to. What to do now?" Once Brother Ouyang's temper flares up, even Master Tai Bai can't do anything about him. At this moment, Ouyang Jing glanced at her. "Why do you favor that Xie Shusi?" Xiangya replied shyly, "I don't favor him. His identity is very special. I promised Wu Lingwei to protect him. Besides, I haven't had time to tell Wu Lingwei about him yet." Ouyang Jing replied in a low voice at this moment. "When you and Wu Lingwei made the agreement, you didn't know he was also a reincarnator, right? If Xie Shusi was an ordinary person, you wanted to protect him is also normal. At least not a bad hostage. But now the situation is different. Leaving Xie Shusi is definitely a threat." Xiangya heard this. Hurriedly replied, "Give me a little time, okay? 1 week. Just 1 week. After that, you can do whatever you want." Ouyang Jing darkened his face. "Fine, but I have to go with you to see him." Xiangya frowned, thinking, "You still don't rest assured?" At this moment, at a certain hotel, where Xie Shusi was hiding, Ouyang Jing and Xiangya walked in. She said to him, "According to the currently grasped situation, Xie Shusi is a person from City C. Family background is quite well off. Parents are both retired at home. Don't know why he doesn't go home, but lives like a vagrant. We monitor his every move. Also didn't find him contacting anyone." 2 hotel receptionists saw her walk in. Immediately bowed. "Lord Immortal Master." Xiangya replied, The 2 also walked to Xie Shusi's room door. Ouyang Jing asked, "Just sending 2 hidden cultivators to monitor him. Is it enough?" Xiangya replied, "With Xie Shusi's strength, it's more than enough. His level. Just need to hide the aura a bit. He absolutely cannot detect it." Inside the room, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. "Xie Shusi, it's me, Xiangya." At this moment, Xie Shusi interrupted Xiangya. "You came." Xie Shusi opened the door. "I was also thinking when I would see you again. I must thank you properly." She paused for a moment. She looked at Xie Shusi, asking softly, "You look much better. Used to living here?" He blushed shyly. "Beside my sister, no one has cared about me like this." Xiangya was surprised. Xie Shusi showed her an ecological bottle. "This is a gift for you, a small token of appreciation. Hope you don't mind." She looked at the bottle asking, "Flower pot?" He hurriedly said, "It's an ecological bottle, made by my own hands." She replied happily, "Thank you." At this moment, she felt a bit awkward inside, thinking, "Why did I come to see him? Brother Ouyang is still standing by watching. Help!" At this moment, Ouyang Jing was using shadow breath technique to hide, standing outside the door observing this side. Xiangya knew Ouyang Jing was paying attention to her. She thought worriedly, "Must reject Xie Shusi quickly. Otherwise it's big trouble." Her attitude changed 180 degrees at this moment, turning her head and saying, "But I don't know how to grow flowers. Truly, from small to big, whatever I raise dies. So how about you take care of it for me?" Xie Shusi asked, "You don't like it?" Xiangya replied, "No, Xie Shusi. The money in your account is enough to use. Just try to meet your own needs. That is your sister's wish." Xie Shusi replied in a low voice, "I know." She continued, "I saw you bought a new game console. Relax when free. Playing games a bit is also good. Also okay." He looked towards the game console, face darkening. "That? I haven't finished installing it yet." Outside the door, Ouyang Jing glanced at Xie Shusi's new game console. Xiangya smiled. "I can introduce you to some good games. I don't have time to play anymore, but I used to be addicted too." Xie Shusi was surprised. "Didn't expect you to play games too." At this moment she thought, "To be honest, actually I play little myself, but watch someone play more." Suddenly, Ouyang Jing pointed in a certain direction. Xiangya saw this and thought, "Brother Ouyang wants to hit me?" He pointed at the game console charger. She looked in the direction of Ouyang Jing's hand. "It's the charger of that game console." Xiangya thought, "These things are all newly bought by Xie Shusi." The light on the charging dock is blinking, proving the game console is connected. Currently in standby mode. He definitely used the game console already, but just now said haven't finished installing. At this moment, Xie Shusi said to her, "Actually, I'm not very good at playing games. Using it to watch movies is not bad either." Xiangya glanced at him, secretly suspicious. "Why lie?" Not long after, outside room 3F. After coming out, Xiangya asked hurriedly, "What do you think?" This yes shusi. I can't say for sure now. At this moment, Ouyang Jing was walking and suddenly asked happily, "Do you guys have someone responsible for monitoring his online activities?" Xiangya glanced at him at this moment. "You want to volunteer yourself again? Gathering intelligence is fine. Don't cause trouble." Ouyang Jing heard this, smiled slyly. "Rest assured. Anyway, sooner or later, I will kill him with my own hands." Xiangya heard this, extremely terrified. In a certain game world, LDS game lobby, private shared virtual dressing room, modifying appearance. Immortal race also came. Careful a bit. In another world, surroundings were blood red. A voice rang out. Wu Lingwei. After the passage opened, the time speed of the two worlds has almost no difference, so can only speak briefly. Xiangya met Wu Lingwei. Immediately said, "Found your brother. He also transmigrated here for a short time. Learned some unsystematic evil arts. When I found him, he had no fixed abode. Heard he was always looking for you, even threatened by other reincarnators." Wu Lingwei replied in a low voice. "Now those matters are resolved. I arranged a place to live and a guardian for him." She spoke with a sorrowful face, sighed deeply. Wu Lingwei turned her head. "Thank you, Shen Xiangya. You kept your promise.